The ice cave, perpetually shrouded in an ominous chill, exuded a bone-deep cold. As Lu Yao stepped inside, clutching a food box, an involuntary shiver coursed through her. Resolutely, she channeled her inner energy to shield herself, alleviating some of the oppressive atmosphere. Not long after her entrance, she spotted a boy of around 16 or 17 huddled in a corner, draped in a thin white garment. His attire was marred by a large patch of dark crimson, the bloodstains now dried. He curled himself tightly, trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering from the cold. Seeing Wen Hung in such a state stirred a pang of pity within Lu Yao. 16, brother, I brought you some food. As she unveiled the food box, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Today's dish was sumptuous chicken accompanied by several side dishes, and she had warmed a flask of green plum wine. Yet, scarcely had she spoken when Wen Hung's deep, hoarse voice cut through the air with a tone of disdain. Get lost. 16, brother, Did you not hear me? I said get lost. Wen Hung turned to her, his once handsome visage now gaunt and pallid, devoid of color, with bloodshot eyes brimming with disdain. The contempt in his gaze was barely concealed. Lu Yao was taken aback by his expression, aware that they were sworn siblings in their sect. An outsider might mistake their interaction for that of mortal enemies. A flicker of anger ignited within her. Host, take a deep breath, remain calm, stay composed. The 233 system anxiously urged, fearing an outburst from Lu Yao. However, in that brief moment, Wen Hung's favorability rating had already dropped by 1. His current favorability stood at -5. He harbored no affection for her. On the contrary, he felt a sense of aversion. Regardless of her actions, he never hesitated to interpret them with the utmost malice. Why are you still here? Are you intentionally lingering to witness my humiliation? Have I not fallen to this state precisely as you wished? Wen Hang remarked sharply upon noticing Lu Yao's continued presence. In response, Lu Yao, unable to heed the system's counsel any longer, looked down at him from her elevated stance. If that is what you believe, so be it. Regardless, I have brought food. If you truly consider yourself a man of valor, then go ahead and starve rather than eat. As her words faded, the 233 system's voice became frantic. Host, you must not succumb to despair. Ignoring the system, Lu Yao set down the food box and exited the scene, leaving Wen Hang in a state of shock. He had not anticipated her candid admission, nor her refusal to cling to him as she usually did. Her abrupt departure left him feeling disoriented. The food before him emitted an enticing aroma, yet his powers had been sealed, and the pills meant to stave off hunger had been confiscated. His stomach grumbled audibly, a genuine pang of hunger settling in. Cold and hungry, the tantalizing scent only exacerbated his discomfort. However, recalling Lu Yao's penchant for mischief, he feared that if he were to indulge in the food, she might return once more. I will not eat, even if it costs me my life. With great difficulty, Wen Hang averted his gaze as his stomach rumbled again. Meanwhile, Lu Yao had exited the ice cave, her mind preoccupied with the incessant lecturing of the system, paying little heed to whether he would eat or not. Host, the target of your strategy requires enduring humiliation and bearing burdens. For a moment of tranquility is essential. Lu Yao shifted the conversation, inquiring, is there any possibility of Wen Hung's affection diminishing further? Not at all, for she currently inhabits a body belonging to the original owner, who is the cherished disciple of the formidable Lord Ingwuyo, the leader of the Yuan demon sect, and a direct descendant of his bloodline, being a granddaughter of a certain generation. Above her are 6 elder brothers, each a quintessential villain, including her master, Lord Ingwuyo, himself a notorious figure. However, her master is now grievously injured, his strength waning, and has proclaimed to be in seclusion. The elder brothers are aware of his injuries but remain uncertain about the severity, thus refraining from taking action, yet they watch her with keen, predatory eyes. The system has tasked her with winning over her 6 elder brothers, for each is destined to evolve into a formidable villainous boss. To ensure peace within the realm of cultivation, she must strategically engage them in advance. Regrettably, the novice gift package provided by the system is rather subpar. It merely transformed her new body, endowing her with an exquisite appearance, icy skin, a slender waist, and autumnal eyes that glimmer like water, rendering her stunningly beautiful and captivating. Yet, what utility does this hold in the realm of cultivation? Liu Yao has begun to doubt the efficacy of this inferior system, suspecting it wishes to steer her towards a path of alchemical furnace mastery, though she lacks evidence. Her elder brothers possess little affection for her, as she is the sole blood relative of Master Ing Wuyo. Previously, Ing Wuyo favored her greatly, even contemplating bestowing upon her the position of sect leader of the Yuan demon sect. Nevertheless, as it stands, Liu Yao's visible cultivation level is merely at the 5th stage of foundation establishment. Master brother, second brother, and even third brother have all reached the golden core stage. If he were to disregard the wishes of others and directly bestow upon her the position of sect leader, it is likely that she would find herself a corpse in the wilderness by tomorrow. Ing Wuyo did not grant her the title of sect leader, yet discreetly provided her with the sect leader's ring, urging her to keep it hidden with care. In truth, Liu Yao understood that this ring contained a legacy. However, at present, she feared for her ability to safeguard it. The faulty system compelled her to pursue the affections of her senior brothers. Liu Yao endeavored to do so, yet she quickly discovered that when Hang's foul temper rendered any attempt futile, no matter her efforts, his favorability only decreased. This pursuit of affection seemed more detrimental than beneficial. Anticipating any misfortune that might befall him, her master, Ing Wuyo, had prepared a secret passage. The system, aware of Liu Yao's intentions, grew anxious. If you choose not to pursue them, the growth of the villains is directly linked to our fate. Should they develop into formidable adversaries, we would be in dire straits. And what dire straits might those be? Liu Yao retorted. Naturally, self-destruction. That is how the program is designed. Failure will result in annihilation. Will it be your destruction or mine? Liu Yao queried further. Does it truly matter? If I perish, I exist within you thus. My demise would inevitably lead to your own explosion. The system was cautioning Liu Yao against harboring any illusions of safety. Liu Yao began to comprehend certain truths. Should her strategies prove unsuccessful, the antagonist's growth metrics would escalate, resulting in a predetermined failure and subsequent annihilation of the system. As the system resides within her host, her corporeal form would likewise face inevitable demise. However, within the realm of cultivation, there exist concepts of seizing bodies and reincarnation for renewed cultivation. If one's cultivation level is sufficiently elevated, there is no cause for trepidation regarding such outcomes. What if, at that juncture, I cleanse the ranks and uphold righteousness by eliminating them? Would that constitute a successful mission? Liu Yao inquired, for whether through strategy or by vanquishing the villainous boss, her ultimate aim remained the preservation of peace within the cultivation world. That is reassuring. Liu Yao exhaled a sigh. She recognized the formidable nature of the task ahead nonetheless. It offered a glimmer of hope compared to simultaneously navigating the intricacies of 6 antagonists. Chapter 2. The eldest and second brother. Before embarking on his escape, Liu Yao hesitated over whether to meet Ing Wuyo. Although her rather unscrupulous master was a notorious figure within the realm of cultivation, he had, on the whole, treated the original owner of this body with a degree of kindness. Moreover, her current physical condition was far from optimistic. She had reached a state of utter exhaustion, barely holding on, uncertain of how much longer she could endure. Ultimately, Liu Yao resolved to pay a visit, considering it a means to resolve the original owner's lingering ties to the past. Her master's secluded chamber was located at the pinnacle of Yuanma Mountain, and the journey upward was fraught with numerous magical formations. There were layers upon layers of arrays, yet Ing Wuyo had long instructed her on how to navigate them. However, today, she sensed signs of damage within the formations. An ominous premonition gripped her heart, prompting her to reconsider her ascent. At that moment, a warning from the system blared. Host, the target of your mission, Linghu Rue, is merely 15 meters away, descending from above. Linghu Rue, the second brother, was supposed to be outside. Upon noticing the compromised formations, Lu Yao wished to avoid an encounter with him. Just as she prepared to leave, a voice called out from behind, "Little junior sister?" Turning around, Lu Yao beheld a young man clad in purple robes. He wore a charming smile, his brows like ink paintings, and his peach blossom eyes sparkled like the stars, exuding an innate elegance. This was Linghu Rue, her second brother. He perpetually exuded a refined allure, resembling a dashing young noble rather than a practitioner of the mystical arts. Lu Yao bowed respectfully, yet her heart remained guarded. Linghu Rue was far from the innocent facade he presented. Among her 6 brothers, he was the most perilous, notoriously known as the poisonous young master. He is most adept at wielding poison. Should one offend him, escape becomes impossible. It has been some time since I last saw you, dear junior sister. Yet you seem to have grown distant, unlike your former self. Linghu Rue gazed at Lu Yao with a smile, embodying the demeanor of a caring senior brother. Were it not for the system's revelation of his zero affinity towards her, Lu Yao might have believed in the cordiality of their relationship. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon her. This cunning fox, was he probing into the master's injuries, or was he attempting to inform her of an impending assault on the Yuanma sect? If it were the former, it implied he had yet to encounter Ing Wuyo. If they are willing to seek death, let them come. A mere rabble dares to attack the Yuanma sect, truly underestimating the master, Lu Yao intentionally remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Linghu Rue. Furthermore, there is still our second senior brother. Linghu Rue smiled in response. Lu Yao then declared, "Second senior brother, I shall take my leave. I had intended to visit the master, but since you have just done so, I fear my visit may disturb his seclusion, and he may become displeased." Given Linghu Rue's insistence, it would seem odd for Lu Yao to outright decline. She revealed no emotion, merely responding with a smile, "Very well." Throughout the journey, Lu Yao remained taciturn, and Linghu Rue, lost in his own thoughts, also kept silent. Upon reaching the summit of Yuanma Mountain, the Yuanma cave lay before them, its surroundings now devoid of vegetation and permeated by a noxious, decayed scent. Lu Yao's foreboding feelings grew ever stronger. Lu Yao, mustering her courage, called out, "Master, Ah Yao and second senior brother have come to see you." She intentionally raised her voice, uncertain of how Ing Wuyo was faring. She hoped to hear that Ling Huru was also present, for some preparation would be prudent. Under Ling Huru's watchful gaze, Lu Yao repeated her greeting. At that moment, a hoarse voice emanated from within, beckoning, "Come in." Exchanging a glance with Ling Huru, they both averted their eyes and stepped inside. Upon entering, Lu Yao was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, which surged fiercely, inducing a sense of discomfort. Despite their affiliation with the Yuanma sect, they were not of the demon race, and this oppressive energy felt distinctly abnormal. Disciple Ling Huru and Lu Yao pay their respects to the master. They observed a figure ahead and bowed without hesitation. "Rise," the voice replied, still somewhat hoarse yet not overly troubling. As they stood, they scrutinized Ing Wuyo. He appeared as a middle-aged man, though remnants of his youthful handsomeness were still discernible. However, as a member of the demon sect, his demeanor bore the marks of a long-standing bitterness, a hint of savagery shadowing his features. This was a stark contrast to the Ing Wuyo Lu Yao had encountered just days prior, who had been entirely gray and appeared quite wretched. Nonetheless, regardless of his current state, Ing Wuyo was a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, and if he wished to disguise himself, it would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, the formidable pressure he emanated left Lu Yao with an unsettling feeling. At this moment, the system alerted Lu Yao, "Host, the target of your strategy, Lin Zhanqing, resides within this cave, and your master has already perished. He is merely a controlled puppet." Lu Yao nearly bit her tongue in disbelief. For this revelation was truly astonishing. Lin Zhanqing was none other than her senior brother. Or perhaps he had never departed at all. Had her master's condition been discovered by him during the handling of sixth brother Wen Qing a few days ago? No wonder her master had been imparting various techniques to her daily, yet in recent days, he had been absent. She had presumed he was in seclusion to recuperate. Little did she expect that her senior brother had already slain him. Although Lu Yao did not harbor profound feelings for her master, the thought of Lin Zhanqing's heartless act stirred a fierce anger within her. Yet, she needed to restrain herself. A glance at second brother Ling Hui revealed that he appeared oblivious to the situation as well. Lin Zhanqing's masquerade as her master was likely not out of fear of bearing the stigma of fratricide, for he was already notorious as a fearsome demon in the outside world. He must have ulterior motives. Indeed, he had seized control of her master. But it was probable that he had not acquired any true legacy from him, for the genuine inheritance, along with the heavenly demon contract they had signed, resided within her own being. Thus, his ultimate target must be her. Chapter 3. The urgency of escape in this unforeseen situation. Ling Hui was somewhat taken aback as well. He had surmised that his master's condition must be dire. Nevertheless, he was prepared and recounted the previous attempts by outsiders to assault the sect to Wuya. It seemed that Wuya did not regard this matter with much seriousness. A disorganized rabble posed little threat. If there were no pressing issues, they might as well retreat for the time being. Wuya intended to drive Ling Hui away, a decision that aligned with his usual demeanor towards his disciples. Indeed, Ling Hui had no desire to linger, as he harbored a certain trepidation towards his master. As Ling Hui prepared to depart, Lu Yao felt an acute lack of confidence in confronting the senior brother alone. The senior brother, with his brooding and ruthless nature, would feign a semblance of camaraderie with Ling Hui, despite any underlying animosity. However, Ling Zhanqing, the senior brother, was an entirely different matter. As long as the master remained untroubled, all was well. Yet, should the master encounter difficulties, who within the Yuanma sect could withstand his wrath? Ling Hui would find herself even more vulnerable. Thus, as Ling Hui sought to leave, Lu Yao resolved to accompany her. Yao, did you not come to visit the master? Why the haste to depart? Wuyo inquired slowly. The entire Yuanma sect was well aware that his most cherished disciple was Lu Yao, often showing favoritism by privately retaining her for guidance. A fact Ling Hui would never question. However, the individual before them was not truly Wuyo, and Lu Yao dared not remain in his presence alone. Even Ling Hui cast a puzzled glance in her direction. Lu Yao replied, because I suddenly remembered that I have yet to deliver a meal to Sixth Senior Brother today. Master, your punishment of Sixth Senior Brother is far too severe. He has been stripped of his strength and lacks any nourishing pills. How can he possibly survive in the ice cave? Lu Yao felt quite clever, for the role she now assumed was that of an infatuated junior sister devoted to her Sixth Senior Brother, thanks to the former owner, who indeed harbored a fondness for Wen Hang. Everyone in the sect had noticed it. Yet, that dull-witted Wen Hang remained convinced that Lu Yao was targeting him, plotting against him. As for your Sixth Senior Brother, we shall discuss that later. Complete the practice I instructed you on a few days ago before you leave. Master Brother Lin Zhanqing was quite astute. He was reluctant to let Lu Yao depart, fearing that delay might lead to unforeseen complications. The fact that he could masquerade as a mentor was largely due to his agreement with the celestial demon. However, this was not a sustainable strategy. Over time, with the cleverness of his second junior brother and others, the ruse would be discovered. Thus, it was imperative to restrain Lu Yao until they could secure the inheritance and the contract with the celestial demon. No, unless Master first releases Sixth Senior Brother. Lu Yao insisted stubbornly. On another front, she had also ensnared Ling Hui. Whenever he attempted to leave, she clung tightly to his arm. Ling Hui found it peculiar. His junior sister had never been so clingy before. Nonsense. Humph, if Master does not release Sixth Senior Brother, I shall never return, she declared. Second Senior Brother, let us depart. As she spoke, she tugged at Ling Hui, leading him away. This was also fortunate, for the previous Wuya had genuinely doted on Lu Yao. The entire Yuanma sect could see that his affections had long since strayed. Consequently, the former owner had been spoiled beyond measure, allowing Lu Yao to audaciously defy her master as she did now. Lu Yao was wagering that Master Brother would not dare to act against her, especially with Second Senior Brother present. After she and Second Senior Brother exited the cave, they noticed that their master did not pursue them, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, the Second Senior Brother, Ling Hui, looked at her with a smile that was not quite a smile. Junior sister, I can't shake the feeling that you seem a bit unusual today. Why the sudden warmth towards your second brother? This old fox, indeed, suspected something. Lu Yao deliberately hinted, Second brother, don't you think Master seems a bit off? Oh. Ling Hui harbored his own suspicions. Yet, his sensitivity to Master's state was not as profound as Lu Yao's. In what way? She refrained from directly stating that Master had been turned into a puppet by the eldest brother, for if Ling Hu Rue were to sense something amiss, he would surely question her integrity. Nonetheless, Ling Hu Rue internally agreed with Lu Yao's assertion, as he too harbored suspicions that Master had forcibly broken through and was now suffering the backlash from the celestial demon. It appeared that this news would need to be communicated to the third junior brother and his companions. As Lu Yao and Ling Hu Rue descended from the summit, a figure clad in black, with a pale and effeminate visage, emerged from the corridor. Lin Zhanqing stood before him, and the leader of the Yuan demon sect, Ing Wuyo, lay before him, now a visage of death, having succumbed to his injuries. Master, even in your dying moments, you refuse to bestow upon me the inheritance and the celestial demon pact. You are truly biased. Do you believe that junior sister can safeguard the legacy? Originally, had you bestowed upon me the position of the Yuan demon sect leader, I would have been able to care for junior sister properly. However, now, I fear I shall betray your expectations. When Lin Zhanqing arrived, Ing Wuyo was already on the brink of death. He coerced and tempted Ing Wuyo to relinquish the celestial demon pact and the inheritance to him. However, not only did Ing Wuyo refrain from speaking, but he also contemplated self-destructing his primordial spirit, seeking to perish alongside the adversary. The destructive force of a primordial spirit explosion from a Yuaning-level cultivator is formidable indeed. He was compelled to strike a deal with the heavenly demon, confining his opponent before the latter could unleash his explosive demise. Unfortunately, Ing Wuyo could not withstand the strain and perished, leaving even Lin Zhanqing in a state of shock. Consequently, the cave was engulfed in demonic energy. They had initially believed there was time to prepare the scene and subsequently lure Lu Yao into a trap. To their dismay, Lu Yao arrived alongside his junior disciple. Ling Hu Rue, Lu Yao, with his proud disposition, would go to great lengths for his sixth junior brother, and fearing that Ling Hu Rue might sense something amiss, he dared not pursue further. Nevertheless, within the Yuan demon sect, Lu Yao could not evade his fate. Whether apprehended sooner or later, the outcome remained unchanged. Upon descending from the peak, Lu Yao parted ways with his second senior brother, Ling Hu Rue, under the pretense of delivering a meal to his sixth senior brother, Wen Hang. In truth, he hastened to the back mountain to access a secret passage. His master, Ing Wuyo, had likely met his end at the hands of the eldest senior brother. In this Yuan demon sect, she could not linger for even a moment. As the adage goes, a commoner is innocent, yet possession of a treasure brings guilt. After half an hour, Lu Yao arrived at the foot of the Yuan demon sect mountain, where a small teleportation array was situated. Regardless of the destination, Lu Yao placed several spirit stones upon the array, activating it. Just as the array hummed to life, she heard a voice from behind calling her junior sister. Chapter 4. Third Senior Brother, Lung Yifeng. The voice calling junior sister belonged to third senior brother, Lung Yifeng. Clad in a blue robe and bearing a heavy sword upon his back, he stood tall and imposing, his features sharply defined and profoundly handsome. His expression was resolute, and his gaze was keen, reminiscent of a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating a fierce brilliance. At this moment, witnessing Lu Yao departing through the teleportation array, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. Why was the junior sister disregarding me? A motley crew had gathered for so long, lingering in the town, too fearful to advance. After all, the infamous reputation of the Yuanma sect loomed large. Ling Hu Rue was unperturbed about potential troubles within their sect. However, a profound disappointment flickered across Lung Yifeng's face. They actually lacked the courage to strike? I had assumed that the junior sister's departure signified a grave crisis. His tone suggested a certain disillusionment regarding the absence of conflict within their sect. Lung Yifeng was not only a sword cultivator, but also an ardent sword enthusiast, passionately seeking out challengers. Yet, in the northern territories, he had gained a notorious reputation, earning the moniker of Sword Demon. Few dared to confront him, for the stakes were perilously high. Ling Hu Rue understood the first part of his junior brother's remarks, recognizing it as part of his character. Yet the latter part left him somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, a cold voice interjected, "The junior sister has left? When did you see her?" Emerging from outside was Lin Zhanqing. Clad in black, his demeanor as frosty as ice. Although Lung Yifeng was devoted to swordsmanship, he felt a twinge of trepidation in the presence of his senior brother. Just moments ago, the junior sister had departed via the teleportation array at the foot of the mountain. Lung Yifeng thought little of her leaving. She had done so before. Was it truly necessary for his senior brother to appear so alarmed? The celestial demon contract and the inheritance are indeed in her possession, Lin Zhanqing murmured. then turned on his heel to issue commands for the entire Yuanma sect to pursue the junior sister. Meanwhile, Lung Yifeng, still bewildered by Lin Zhanqing's words, inquired, "Second brother, what does senior brother mean by this? How did the demon contract come to be with the junior sister?" Linghu Rui's gaze narrowed slightly, and he instantly connected numerous thoughts. It seems that the junior sister has deceived him as well. After a brief period, Lu Yao arrived at a desolate region. The system continued to lament to Lu Yao. It's heart-aching. Although Lu Yao was determined to carve her own path, the system had not relinquished its attempts to persuade her to pursue the villain instead. After all, the favor points gained from such pursuits could directly facilitate the system's upgrades and could also be exchanged for various rewards. Lu Yao remained unfazed, sensing that the system was becoming somewhat deranged. The favor points from 11 were clamorous, perhaps even helping an elderly lady cross the street would yield more than this. Although Lu Yao had departed from Yuanma Mountain, she did not feel entirely safe. After all, while she could utilize the teleportation array, others could as well. Thus, she needed to leave swiftly. Uncertain of her whereabouts, she continued walking until she finally spotted a boundary marker. One side indicated the Tang Kingdom, the other the Nanzhao Kingdom. This was the borderland between two nations. To the left lay the Tang Kingdom, and to the right, the Nanzhao Kingdom. The Tang Kingdom spanned a vast expanse, while the Nanzhao Kingdom, in contrast, occupied a smaller territory, nestled in a corner. The Nanzhao Kingdom practiced witchcraft and sorcery, with the worship of the Moon Sect being its state religion. Among the many orthodox cultivators, the worship of the Moon Sect was, in fact, a demonic sect. The teleportation array arranged by her master had brought her here for a reason. He had previously mentioned having acquaintances within the worship of the Moon Sect. However, the friends from the demonic path were not particularly trustworthy, especially considering that the 4th and 5th senior brothers were within the sect. With a slight analysis, Lu Yao comprehended that her master's intention was indeed for her to venture into Tang Country. In Tang Country, she could not appear in the guise of a demonic being, otherwise she would face extermination. Lu Yao donned male attire, smeared a bit of dirt on her face, and consumed a disguise pill, transforming into an unremarkable young man. This disguise would last merely 3 days, and high-level practitioners could easily see through it. However, as long as they were not from the Yuanma sect, it mattered little if they did discern her true identity. Lu Yao sprinted ahead without pause. Shortly after her departure, a group of individuals was transmitted to the border between Tang Country and Nanzhao Country, led personally by Lin Zhanqing. He glanced at the boundary marker between the two nations, somewhat uncertain of which direction Lu Yao would take. Indeed, Lu Yao did not halt her pace, yet she knew her speed was limited. Should her senior brothers choose to pursue her, they could catch up in an instant. After considerable persuasion, the reluctant system begrudgingly expended 5 points of the 11th affinity value of her 3rd senior brother, Lung Yifeng, to exchange for a topographical map of Tang Country. The system complained, "Host, you have yet to earn a single point of affinity and have overdrawn 5 points. If your affinity value reaches 0, I will no longer be able to assist you. Furthermore, I must alert you that the darkening values of Lin Zhanqing and Linghu Rui are soaring." "Can they even darken?" Lu Yao mused, perplexed. What reason have they to succumb to darkness? I am the one who wishes to embrace that fate. Having barely traversed into this world, I have already lost my master, and now I am being hunted by my senior brothers. What have I done wrong? Lu Yao felt a mix of frustration and disbelief. After surveying the expansive territories of the Tang dynasty, Lu Yao contemplated her destinations, of which there were 3. The first was the capital of the Tang Empire, renowned for its open-mindedness and strong inclusivity. Within the capital resided semi-saint guardians of Confucianism and Taoism, ensuring that even her senior brothers would think twice before recklessly pursuing her in such a bastion of safety. At worst, she could join the Demon Slayer department, relying on the imperial court for support. What she yearned for most was a stable environment to cultivate her skills. Possessing extraordinary talent and the complete legacy of Ying Wuyo, along with substantial resources, her only requirement was a peaceful place for her training, ideally until she reached the Golden Core stage before seeking alternative paths. The second location was Fengtian City, situated in the southwestern region, where the military was engaged in border defense against the demon tribes. Both Confucian and martial prowess thrived there. Although the chaos of war posed certain risks, successfully integrating into that environment would instill a measure of caution in her pursuers. Most importantly, Fengtian City was near the western regions and the sacred land of Buddhism. Should circumstances compel her, she could journey towards the Buddhist realm. The third destination lay to the east, leading directly into the realm of cultivation, a place teeming with numerous sects and schools of immortality. The Yuan Mo sect wielded great power, primarily dominating the northern borders, yet their reach could not extend into distant territories. Having made her decision, Lu Yao set off with determination, intending to hasten her journey to the illustrious capital of the Tang Empire, Huijing. However, as she reached the center of the river, she suddenly felt a tremendous whirlpool arise beneath her, pulling her entire being into its depths. Chapter 5, The Black Python. Reacting swiftly, Lu Yao produced a flight talisman, managing to stand upon the water's surface, where she caught a fleeting glimpse of the whirlpool's epicenter. It appeared as if a gaping abyss were rushing towards her in an instant. Uncertain of its nature, it might have been some ethereal creature or a demon from the river. Although she was aware that this world was inhabited by both demons and humans, she had not anticipated encountering one so soon after her arrival, let alone have it confront her directly. Such misfortune indeed. Having only recently traversed into this realm, Lu Yao was still rather inexperienced in the art of combat. Now, she steeled herself and drew forth her vine whip, preparing to cast a binding spell. Being of the wood element, her abilities flourished with remarkable efficacy. The whip transformed into countless tendrils, soaring forth to ensnare the enormous head of her adversary. However, the creature's colossal form proved too formidable, and its cavernous maw swiftly devoured the tendrils whole. Yet, Lu Yao remained unperturbed, for each tendril was laced with potent venom. Anything that dared to consume them would surely face dire consequences. Not entirely at ease, she even resorted to tossing several explosive talismans, which erupted with a resounding roar. The creature continued to writhe. Ascending several meters on her flying talisman, she unleashed additional explosive charms. The surface of the water erupted in a cacophony, sending waves towering 10 meters high within a 100-meter radius. Afterward, Lu Yao dusted her hands, feeling assured that the threat had been neutralized. The system chimed in with an eager tone, "Host, impressive." However, to her astonishment, a vast net had been stealthily woven across the sky, now descending upon her. Startled, she hastily cast a swift movement talisman beneath her feet and darted to the side. Indeed, having substantial resources provided her a great advantage when skill fell short. Magical artifacts came to the rescue. When she finally regained her composure, she noticed several individuals emerging from the center of the river, seemingly from nowhere. They were maneuvering a massive net, and their target was not her, but rather the dark creature lurking beneath the water. The enormous net ensnared it, eliciting a cry of anguish from the beast. It became evident that the creature was a large black python, its scales now battered and bloodied from the explosive talismans that had struck it. Not wishing to waste time indulging in the spectacle, she stowed away her talismans and prepared to continue her flight with the flying talisman. Just as she intended to depart, someone approached her, soaring through the air on a sword. "Friend, please wait." The words sent a shiver down her spine, as if a foreboding omen was about to manifest upon her. An urge to flee surged within her, yet the next words spoken by the stranger compelled her to halt. "I am Hua Mingming from the demon-slaying division of the Great Tang. The capture of this black python was greatly aided by your efforts. I express my gratitude." The mention of the demon-slaying division sparked a glimmer of interest in her eyes. Turning to regard the young woman, who appeared to be in her 20s and exuded a sense of valor, she found her more agreeable. Clad in the black uniform of the demon-slaying division, she sported a fitted outfit with narrow sleeves and a cinched waist, a silver badge dangling from her waist. "I am Ing Chi, a wandering cultivator," she replied with a cupped fist salute. "I have just arrived in the Tang Kingdom and stumbled upon this black python, merely acting on impulse. Your praise is unwarranted. No need for such modesty, fellow cultivator. This black python has traversed from the southern regions to the turbulent river, consuming countless lives in its wake. Many residents of the surrounding areas have been forced to relocate. Just now, we had laid out an elaborate trap, yet this black python is no ordinary creature. It rivals the essence of the golden core. Its intelligence has awakened, rendering it exceedingly cunning, and it has seen through our strategies multiple times. Had it not been for the intervention of my companion, subduing it would not have been as smooth a task." Hua Mingming sensed that Lu Yao's formidable resolve in striking the black python with explosive talismans was not typical of a mere rogue cultivator. Nevertheless, she chose to believe in his prowess. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and considering that Lu Yao had rendered them such significant assistance, this was not hard to accept. The others regarded Lu Yao with expressions of genuine camaraderie. The life cycle of a serpent evolves as follows: from snake to python, from python to anaconda, and from anaconda to dragon. This delineates the cultivation path of serpent demons. Progressing through this journey normally takes centuries, if not millennia. Any unforeseen mishaps along the way could lead to utter failure, which is why numerous demon cultivators opt for the extreme route of devouring humanity. The human race is inherently blessed, rich in spiritual energy, particularly pronounced among cultivators. Consuming ordinary individuals yields lesser results, yet it is deemed safer. Thus, some man-eating demon cultivators, burdened by excessive karmic debts, are enveloped in overwhelming demonic aura. Although the black python has yet to transform into an anaconda and has not yet birthed its golden core, its strength indicates that it has likely solidified a false core. Its entire body is covered in black scales, which can be fashioned into common magical artifacts. While demon cultivators grow stronger through the consumption of humans, human cultivators perceive them as treasures. At this moment, the poison from the vine that Lu Yao had infused into the black python began to take effect. It was curling up more tightly, yet its gaze remained fixated on Lu Yao with an expression of deep resentment. Hua Mingming nodded in affirmation. Perhaps sensing the thoughts of Lu Yao, Hua Mingming added, "These captured monsters will be delivered to the Demon Extermination Department for execution. Their flesh, essence, and scales are all distributed by the court. A portion is allotted as salary to the colleagues of the Demon Extermination Department. Furthermore, those who assist in capturing the malevolent demon cultivators will be rewarded according to a distinct merit system. Rest assured, my friend, your contributions this time shall be duly recognized. You might consider a brief visit to Jingzhou. As for rewards, Lu Yao is not particularly concerned. After all, she is the most favored disciple of the venerable demon Lord Ing Wuyo, who has bestowed upon her the majority of his amassed wealth over the years. Before reaching the nascent soul stage, Lu Yao had never been in want of resources. However, it is not the resources she lacks. What troubles her is that she is uncertain how to join the Demon Extermination Department upon arriving in the capital. Hua Mingming has unexpectedly extended an olive branch. How delightful! I am indeed grateful. Hua Daoyu. Lu Yao clasped her hands in thanks, contemplating gathering companions for the journey, thereby keeping the objective manageable. Subsequently, Hua Mingming introduced several colleagues from the Demon Extermination Department to Lu Yao. She met them one by one, perceiving that their strengths were relatively comparable, with Hua Mingming being the most formidable among them. Yet, in terms of combat, Lu Yao possessed numerous magical artifacts at her disposal, rendering her equally formidable. Thus, she felt little pressure. As they conversed along the way, Lu Yao learned that the majority of the demon exterminators stationed in the southern border were not exceptionally powerful, as many had gone to aid in the urgent battles in Fengtian City. Currently, it is Hua Mingming who commands the Demon Extermination Department in Jingzhou. Seeing Lu Yao's surprise, Hua Mingming smiled wryly and remarked, "Do you think it's unexpected that I can oversee Jingzhou? The Demon Slayer division is unlike what you imagined?" "Not at all. I find you quite impressive." This was indeed the truth. Hua Mingming was decisive and resilient, having pursued the Black Python for over half a month, formulating various plans, experiencing failures, and starting anew. There was even a moment when she nearly fell into the clutches of the Black Python. She stated that this was the duty of a demon slayer. Regardless, this sincere dedication moved Lu Yao, earning her deep admiration. Throughout their engaging conversation, Hua Mingming remained unaware of Lu Yao's identity as a demonic cultivator, likely due to her lack of malevolent deeds, leading her to believe Lu Yao was merely a disciple of a legitimate cultivation sect out on a trial. The two enjoyed a delightful exchange. Just as they were entering Jingzhou, the system alarm sounded again. "Host, your senior brother is closing in." Chapter 6. Deep disguise so soon? Lu Yao was somewhat taken aback. Her disguise posed no issue for Hua Mingming and the others. However, it would likely not escape the keen eyes of her senior brother, who was at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Moreover, there were no powerful cultivators stationed in Jingzhou at the moment. She could not rely on outside strength to deter him. What to do? It was imperative that her brother did not recognize her. "What? Host, you still intend to exchange all your points? If so, I might truly malfunction." Seeing Lu Yao resolutely determined to combine the goodwill values of her third, fourth, and fifth senior brothers to redeem a 24-hour disguise item card was indeed quite unwise, for the 24-hour disguise card was merely a trial version. As today's opportunity for exchange has been exhausted, Any further exchanges will require additional effort. Conversely, the following day may present opportunities for discounts and promotions. The system, in its earnestness, made its case, yet Lu Yao was acutely aware of the urgency of her situation. Time was not on her side. Although points could be accrued again post-exchange, the looming threat of being caught by her senior brother was a peril she could not afford to overlook. You could strategize. The system timidly suggested. If you can outsmart him, certainly you could devise a plan. However, as long as he possesses his wits, his greatest desires will perpetually revolve around legacy and the Celestial Demon Pact. He is already cognizant that I have seen through his actions in the demise of our master. The entirety of the Yuanma sect is aware of the nature of my relationship with Ing Wuyo. Would he truly leave a potential threat unaddressed, nurturing a future of tumultuous entanglements? The system remarked, "Host, your perception is remarkably keen. It renders me speechless." Very well. Are you certain you wish to expend your final 10 points of goodwill for a 24-hour disguise card? I must caution you that once these last 10 points are depleted, I shall enter a state of dormancy. You will need to amass 5 points of goodwill in one go to rouse me back to action. Furthermore, the current progress of the antagonist growth values is as follows. Lin Zhanqing at 40%, Ling Hu Rui at 38%, Lung Yifeng at 35%, Yu Qi and Yu Lin at 29%, and Wen Hang at 10%. Should the growth value of the antagonists reach 50% without sufficient goodwill to mitigate it, the program will initiate self-destruction. Your time is running short. Heed this warning, host. Lu Yao nodded and diligently took note of everything that was said. The system, yielding to her wishes, exchanged all 10 points of affection for a deep concealment item card. Deep concealment item card. The essence of deep concealment is that you remain an inconspicuous presence at all times. Those who have seen you before may not even recall what you have done. When the card was applied, Lu Yao did not perceive any significant change. Standing beside Hua Mingming, the latter was engrossed in conversation with others. It was only when Lu Yao attempted to speak that Hua Mingming felt a twinge of guilt for having overlooked her, realizing that it might be somewhat discourteous. However, before Hua Mingming could comprehend why her impression of Lu Yao was so faint, she sensed an overwhelming pressure descending from above. Upon raising their heads, they beheld a swarm of dark-clad cultivators, collectively arriving on their spiritual vessel and coming to a steady halt directly overhead. Demons, a companion of Hua Mingming exclaimed in terror. The might of this group of demon cultivators was staggering, their demonic aura soaring into the heavens. Moreover, it was certain that a golden core cultivator was among them. The struggle they had faced against a mere black python of the false core stage had already been quite taxing. Now, they confronted a cadre of demon cultivators far superior in strength. Particularly striking was a young man in a black robe, exuding an icy demeanor, his piercing gaze sweeping over them like a tangible force, instilling an immense sense of pressure. Yet, after scanning the surroundings, Lin Zhanqing found nothing of interest. As he prepared to depart, he casually inquired, "Have you encountered a strikingly beautiful young girl, around 16 years old? With a cultivation level at 50% and proficiency in wood-based techniques. Is that true?" Hua Mingming and the others shook their heads in unison. No. Lu Yao let out a sigh of relief, only to hear Lin Zhanqing continue. "Of course, she might have disguised herself as someone else. Have any of you truly encountered any suspicious individuals? Not only is she adept in wood techniques, but she is also skilled in poison and talismans. Do you have no recollection? I must remind you, withholding information could cost lives." Shortly after the little junior sister fled, Lin Zhanqing immediately gave chase. If he was not mistaken in direction, he surely should not have missed anything along the way. At this moment, Lu Yao's heart raced with anxiety. Although the prop card, once activated, would minimize her presence and blur memories of her, she still felt uncertain. Fortunately, they continued to shake their heads. "We have not seen anyone unusual." At this point, Lin Zhanqing's gaze lingered on Lu Yao for a moment, making her feel as if a thorn were lodged in her back. The influence of that prop card was more significant on others, yet to him, Lu Yao's attire was distinctly different from the Demon Slayer Division uniform, rendering her conspicuous. Thus, he scrutinized her a second longer. However, there was no trace of demonic aura about her, and she was merely an inconspicuous young cultivator at the foundation stage. Lin Zhanqing did not believe that Lu Yao's current disguise could fool him. "Young master, shall we continue the pursuit?" asked Sui Feng. "Continue the chase." Lin Zhanqing was not one to easily concede. Soon, they all departed. Once they were gone, Lu Yao finally felt she had narrowly escaped disaster. On the other side, Huo Mingming's colleagues from the Demon Slayer division were in an uproar. Could it be a member of the demonic path? Their demeanor is quite arrogant. I observed the insignia upon them. They were the fiends of the Yuanma sect. What should we do? Should we report this to the court? Everyone turned their gaze towards Huo Mingming. She remarked, they arrived merely to pursue an individual. However, the leader among them mentioned a name that stirred a sense of familiarity. I feel the same. Could it be that we have indeed encountered each other before? As they conversed, Lu Yao had already resolved to stealthily depart. Under the guise of minimal presence, slipping away would likely go unnoticed. As they spoke, Huo Mingming fell into silence. Lu Yao had already traversed several paces when a gasp echoed from behind. Here they come again. This time, a figure clad in purple emerged, fanning himself gracefully, reminiscent of a refined gentleman from the mundane world. It appears you all regard me with a hint of caution. Moreover, you mentioned someone else arriving. Have you encountered another? Ling Hu Rue observed them with a smile. Although Huo Mingming and the others noticed that Ling Hu Rue bore little demonic aura, his cultivation was somewhat elusive. Nevertheless, he presented himself with utmost humility, causing them to lower their guard compared to their previous demeanor towards Lin Zhanqing. They had just seen a group of individuals cloaked in black depart. I see that was the group led by my senior brother. He is quite swift in his actions. Did he inquire about anything from you? Ling Hu Rue asked further. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve. And Lu Yao thought to herself, this is not good. The second senior brother has employed poison again. She immediately entered a state of hibernation. This time, he had released a mind-dulling powder, colorless and tasteless. Those who inadvertently inhaled it would become like puppets, responding to inquiries without volition. Chapter 7. Escape to the southwest unbeknownst to them. Huo Mingming and the others had already fallen into a trap, their expressions vacant and bewildered. In an effort to avoid detection, Lu Yao feigned a similar demeanor. They were the fiends of the Yuanma sect, seemingly in pursuit of a young girl with wood element spiritual roots. Overall, there appeared to be no discrepancies, which provided Lu Yao with a measure of relief. Once the inquiries concluded, Ling Hu Rue's gaze shifted toward Lu Yao, who had braced herself for this moment. What is your name? He inquired. Qing Qi, she replied, sensing that the name sounded rather peculiar. What is your background? And why are you with the people from the demon-slaying division? This was rather unorthodox. Lu Yao was acutely aware that Ling Hu Rue's attention was fixated upon her. She dared not reveal any flaws in her facade. With a deliberately measured pace and devoid of emotional fluctuation, she stated, I am a solitary cultivator. Previously, I encountered the Black Python and assisted the demon-slaying division in subduing it in the Mixed River. This was not entirely a fabrication. She merely concealed portions of her techniques and talismans. Ling Hu Rue scrutinized her closely. He could not detect even a hint of the little junior sister within her. Moreover, it was known that the senior brother had previously crossed paths with them. Growing impatient at this juncture, he deduced that the little junior sister likely had not encountered the demon-slaying division's members. She may have crossed the Mixed River before their ambush. He resolved to pursue her, determined not to let the senior brother outpace him. Ling Hu Rue departed, while the others remained motionless, ensnared by the mesmerizing drug, which required time to dissipate. They stood in place, maintaining their postures without a hint of movement. Lu Yao did not head toward Jingzhou, but instead ventured southwest. Meanwhile, Lin Zhanqing and his companions commenced a thorough search, scouring each household upon entering Jingzhou. A fearless and robust man confronted the Yuanma sect, protesting their excessive tyranny. But before he could finish his words, he was brutally slain on the street. This act of violence served as a warning to others, instilling fear in everyone's hearts and silencing any further dissent. Upon receiving the news, the governor of the prefecture did not retreat, but instead acknowledged the threat posed by the Yuanma sect. He dispatched individuals to locate Huo Mingming and others from the exorcism division, while simultaneously reaching out to the Borders Tiger Ben army for assistance. Due to a shortage of personnel, Lin Zhanqing sought reinforcements from the governor, ordering a city lockdown and requesting additional manpower to aid in the search, warning that failure to comply would have dire consequences. As Lin Zhanqing's words echoed, the glint of his unsheathed blade flickered ominously in the wind. Having already taken lives that day, they were unperturbed by the prospect of further bloodshed. The Yuanma sect, situated in the far north, was infamous for its wickedness, having made numerous enemies in its wake. Slaying an official of the Tang state would merely add another transgression to their already tarnished reputation. However, the Tang state could hardly afford to pursue the Yuanma sect across vast distances, especially as they were preoccupied with their war against the demonic tribes. Unable to divert their forces for a large-scale offensive, ordinary soldiers and cultivators would stand little chance against a formidable figure like Lin Zhanqing. After weighing the circumstances, the governor acquiesced, agreeing to assist in the search. Before long, the gates of Jingzhou City were sealed tight, and a palpable sense of dread permeated the air. Ling Hu Rui observed Lin Zhanqing's relentless pursuit, yet progress seemed stagnant, plunging him into contemplation. Previously, the trail led towards the Tang state, and he felt on the verge of catching up with his junior sister. Yet, for reasons unknown, it appeared as though he had lost all sense of her whereabouts. What could have gone awry? Furrowing his brow, Ling Hu Rui pondered whether his master had bestowed upon him some artifact to obscure his presence. Not only had he deceived his master and senior brother, but even the tracking butterfly proved ineffective. As Ling Hu Rui grappled with his frustration, he unexpectedly encountered Huo Mingming and her companions, who had just shaken off the effects of the bewitching drug. Ah, what a delightful reunion! Ling Hu Rui's smile radiated warmth akin to a spring breeze. However, Huo Mingming and her group were not naive, despite their foggy recollections of previous events. They instinctively sensed that their memories had been manipulated upon encountering Ling Hu Rui. They gritted their teeth, aware of his profound cultivation, yet unable to discern when he had slipped them the drug. Their fury simmered beneath the surface, yet they dared not voice it. Ling Hu Rui, unfazed by their demeanor, casually mentioned a name that left everyone bewildered. Ying Qi. Who is Ying Qi? Does anyone recall? Vague memories stirred, but clarity eluded them. Huo Mingming furrowed her brow, recalling that Ying Qi was the one who had aided them against the Black Serpent. Ling Hu Rui merely inquired, but their reactions prompted him to frown. Ying Qi. Shao Qi. They had been deceived. At last, Ling Hu Rui comprehended the discord he felt upon hearing Ying Qi's name. That troublesome girl. This time, he was determined to capture her before his senior brother could. Without further consideration for Huo Mingming's group, Ling Hu Rui swiftly departed from Jingzhou, intent on pursuing Lu Yao. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to catch sight of the second young master, a revelation of considerable significance. As Ling Hu Rui exited the city gates, his pursuit of the tracking butterfly felt aimless, akin to a headless fly, as he struggled to ascertain Lu Yao's whereabouts. Master, is it you who bestowed the magical artifact upon my junior sister? You are decidedly biased. It is one matter to pass on legacies, but to have our demonic pact in her possession is another. Are you not fearful that no matter the distance, we shall relentlessly pursue her? The fury in Ling Hu Rui's gaze intensified considerably. If the system were not dormant, it would undoubtedly alert Lu Yao that Ling Hu Rui's malevolence was surging dramatically. After some time, Lu Yao boarded a convenient teleportation array en route to Fengtian City. Due to the urgent military situation in the southwest, many teleportation arrays offered direct routes at remarkably low costs. Furthermore, this journey to Fengtian City included scholars, Dao practitioners, and martial artists. Inside the teleportation array, righteous and indignant cultivators passionately recounted the ongoing battles ahead. The Confucian scholars were led by a venerable sage, while the Taoists were accompanied by golden core practitioners. And formidable martial masters rested with their eyes closed. Lu Yao felt a sense of reassurance. She believed she had made the right choice in coming to Fengtian City. She could not fathom that upon arriving, her senior brothers would dare to brazenly seek her out. Chapter 8. Fengtian City. Upon reaching Fengtian City, they were greeted by designated personnel. Seizing the moment when others were distracted, Lu Yao quietly slipped away into the city. This place had recently endured several fierce confrontations with the demon race. The city walls bore the scars of destruction and repair, and within, houses lay in disarray, undergoing reconstruction with many residents voluntarily assisting in the efforts. Despite the harrowing experiences of war, a palpable vigor seemed to invigorate everyone. In the streets, one could often see refined scholars alongside brawny martial practitioners, conversing animatedly about their recent encounters in slaying demons. Lu Yao approached an elderly man to inquire about the location of an inn. An inn? We are stationed at the front lines, having battled against the demon race for several years. Most have fled, leaving only the families of the soldiers behind, as no one is managing this situation. However, judging by your attire, you must be a cultivator come to offer support. Please proceed to the central military camp to register your name. They will accommodate your needs accordingly. Thank you. Following the elder's guidance, Liu Yao found the location of the central military camp. However, the entry was heavily guarded, and one must obtain a pass beforehand. You are a new wandering cultivator. Please undergo an inspection before registration, stated a leading soldier. Observing Liu Yao's confusion, he continued to elaborate. Previously, infiltrators from both the demon and devil races had penetrated into Tianfeng City, causing significant losses to our human race. Therefore, we kindly ask for your cooperation. The soldier escorted her to an inspection base where many individuals were queuing. Some of them were familiar faces from the teleportation array, and there were also numerous female cultivators present. In front of Liu Yao stood a youthful-looking and charming female cultivator who had a sword secured at her waist. Liu Yao inquired, "What does the inspection typically involve?" "It mainly checks for any disguises. If found, one must register their true appearance using a shadow talisman. Additionally, we assess for any fluctuations of demonic or magical energy or traces of mixed blood from other races," she replied. "Mixed blood from other races?" Liu Yao expressed her surprise. Indeed, mixed blood refers to those of human lineage intertwined with that of demons or devils. They are required to provide further proof. Oh, the stricter the regulations here, the more advantageous it was for her. This way, the likes of her senior brother, who exuded overwhelming demonic energy, would find it exceedingly difficult to infiltrate. Fortunately, the original owners specialized in wood-based techniques, and the demonic arts were merely a mental discipline that she had not fully cultivated. Nor had she ever entered into a pact with the celestial demon. She had descended the mountain only a handful of times, remaining untainted by the entanglements of worldly affairs. It can be said that she had been well protected by Yingwaya since childhood. This trial should prove to be relatively straightforward. The only concern was that her appearance might be revealed. However, this was of little consequence. In the southwestern region, not everyone was acquainted with the Yuanma sect, let alone a little-known foundational cultivator. After a considerable time, Liu Yao finally completed her registration. The martial artist who handled her registration blushed upon seeing her visage. Although the shadow charm had unveiled her true appearance, the effect of the disguise elixir persisted, and none of her props had been compromised. That individual informed her that female cultivators resided in the western camp, and upon arriving there, she need not overly conceal herself. Liu Yao nodded in acknowledgement, proceeding to the western camp with her identification. Along the way, some female cultivators, taken aback by her attire, found her peculiar, yet they quickly forgot about her. Upon entering the western camp, she was assigned to Cave 301. Although the cave was modest in size, it was equipped with soundproofing charms and minor restrictions to prevent disturbances. Additionally, a training ground was located just outside, where several female sword cultivators and martial artists had already begun their practice. After arriving at the cave, she conducted a thorough inspection and added some restriction talismans, ensuring everything was in order before unlocking the sect master's ring. The legacy left by her master resembled a miniature treasure trove, filled with numerous magical artifacts and spirit stones, the most crucial of which were the technique manuals. The Yuanma technique encompassed 9 layers, and even her senior brother, the most formidable among them, had only mastered up to the 6th layer. The subsequent cultivation materials were all in her possession. No wonder they are all pursuing her. Moreover, there exists the celestial demon contract. Those in the realm of cultivation are known for their asceticism, adhering to the principle of desirelessness. However, once their mental state wavers, they become susceptible to invasion by celestial demons. In stark contrast, the denizens of the demonic sect engage in heinous acts without a shred of concern. The primary reason lies in their binding contracts. The bloodshed they commit partially serves as a sacrificial offering to the extraterrestrial demons. Should the celestial demon contract fall into the hands of others, it may very well invite a backlash from these demons. Over the years, Yingwuyo has suffered retribution from celestial demons due to injuries inflicted by rivals. Witnessing his disciples grow increasingly formidable has instilled within him a sense of threat, prompting him to retain half of the celestial demon contract to maintain a balance of power. While he remains, he is still a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Yet, once he departs, the contract will be entrusted to Liu Yao, who lacks the strength to safeguard it. Thus, it is only natural that he becomes the target of relentless pursuit. In this moment, Liu Yao harbors a notion within his heart. He contemplates auctioning off the celestial demon contract, reasoning that as they are all villains, they likely possess numerous enemies. This item would undoubtedly attract a multitude of buyers. Not only could it yield a fortune in spirit stones, but it could also serve as a means to eliminate foes and cleanse their ranks, thereby alleviating future concerns. Truly a double-edged sword. However, possessing only half of the contract leaves uncertainty regarding the fate that may befall them post-auction. Yet, pondering these matters is futile at present. Tianfeng City is strictly regulated and no auction venues exist. Surrendering such items voluntarily might expose her identity. Although she has not entangled herself in any karmic repercussions, she cannot ascertain how others perceive her. Thus, it is prudent to wait a while longer. For now, she shall diligently focus on her cultivation. The next day, Ling Hu Rue finally exclaimed with excitement. The tracking of the butterfly has commenced anew. At this moment, Lin Zhanqing opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. Where are we? He asked in a low voice. Southwest. Ling Hu Rue replied, then fell into contemplation. The target of the southwest was rather vague. He had intended to seek out his junior sister the previous day, but found himself devoid of any leads, and was subsequently approached by his senior brother. The two decided to lay their cards on the table and reached a consensus. For now, the matters concerning the Yuanma sect and their master's demise could be set aside. The paramount objective was to locate their junior sister together. Thus, they waited for an entire day, and at long last, they caught wind of the tracking butterfly's movements. Southwest. Could it be Fengtian City? After a moment, the two spoke in unison. Presently, only Fengtian City remained, a formidable power that encompassed all, yet it harbored a deep-seated aversion towards those of their kind from the demon sect. It seemed that this time, entering the city would be impossible for the senior brother, which caused Ling Hu Rue to feel a twinge of schadenfreude. Lin Zhanqing coldly inquired, "Are you able to enter?" He had taken many lives, yet had not Ling Hu Rue also poisoned numerous individuals? The karmic ties they bore made it exceedingly difficult to deceive the denizens of Fengtian City. Even if they managed to conceal the truth, if their junior sister did not cooperate, any outcry would jeopardize their situation. Both men fell into silence for a moment. Then Lin Zhanqing spoke. Actually, there might be a way. Chapter 9. The Onslaught of the Demon Clan. What method? Ling Hu Rue leaned in closer. Isn't Fengtian City currently engaged in war with the Demon Clan? Previously, the demons had reached out to our master and the Black Lotus Sect, as well as the 100 Ghost Sect, but our master had declined due to injuries. However, has the situation not changed now? Lin Zhanqing spoke slowly. What do you mean? Senior brother? Allied with the Demon Clan, they swiftly breached the gates of Fengtian City. Let us see where she can escape now, Lin Zhanqing remarked with a cold smirk. This maneuver was akin to cutting off the enemy's supplies at the root. Indeed, the elder brother was ruthless. In Fengtian City, Liu Yao found it challenging to cultivate her Yuanma technique, leading her to choose an alternative sect's mental cultivation method to restart her training. After 2 days, she gradually got back on track. On the third day, she was jolted awake by a thunderous sound. Hastily, she emerged from her retreat to investigate. Numerous female cultivators had already gathered. At this moment, Liu Yao's disguise pill and props had lost their efficacy, and her sudden appearance astonished the crowd. However, their focus quickly shifted. The Demon Clan is launching another surprise attack. Fellow cultivators, arm yourselves and follow the battalion to the city ramparts, proclaimed a striking woman in green, wielding a long sword. Charge, kill. The female cultivators around her eagerly prepared for battle, drawing their weapons in unison, following the lead of the woman in green, indicating that this was not their first encounter with such peril. Liu Yao felt somewhat dazed. Was a battle truly imminent? It was her first experience with war, leaving her uncertain. Beside her stood the familiar doll-faced female cultivator, who had shed her previous soft demeanor and drawn a frost-like purple-green sword. With a solemn expression, she marched forward with determination. Among the throngs, Liu Yao only recognized her, thus she chose to stay close. Noticing Liu Yao's bewilderment, the girl greeted her warmly. Hello, fellow cultivator. Hi, I am Xiao Qi, and you are? Gu Shuangshuang, she replied. Thus, Liu Yao became acquainted with Gu Shuangshuang. Through their conversation, he discovered that she was a female disciple of the Giant Sword sect. Originally, she was to accompany her senior brothers and sisters down the mountain to vanquish demons in training. But upon hearing of the impending invasion of myriad demons at the borders of the Tang dynasty, everyone felt compelled to rush to the scene. My senior sister, the one who spoke earlier, is named Yi Qingyi. She is remarkably skilled and had arrived here to provide support 10 days prior. Gu Shuangshuang was quite loquacious. And soon Lu Yao gleaned insights into the disruptive tactics employed by the demon race, which appeared intermittently. However, he remained uncertain whether this was a full-scale assault or merely a diversion. After exiting the western camp, many male cultivators from the eastern camp emerged as well. Upon encountering one another, they hastened towards the city walls. Gu Shuangshuang advised Lu Yao, "I perceive you are not a combat cultivator. Please stand behind me to avoid injury." "Thank you," Lu Yao expressed, surprised by her concern. To be honest, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Most cultivators had gathered beneath the city gates, where the cacophony of battle cries echoed thunderously as the Wuhou and the White Elephant Legion opened the city gates. As the gates swung wide, the outside world appeared shrouded in a murky haze, akin to a dense fog. In the eyes of most cultivators, however, the air was thick with the noxious stench of demonic energy. The infantry surged forward in a charge. "What should we do?" she inquired. "We must ascend the city walls and assist in channeling spiritual stones to activate the formation. There are numerous spiritual artillery platforms atop the gates that require spiritual energy to function. Do you possess any healing skills?" Gu Shuangshuang asked. "I do not, but I have healing pills." "That is good." Shortly after the army of Wuhou exited the city gates, a high-ranking cultivator leapt onto the city walls. Scholars of Confucianism and Taoism, engaged in mere theoretical discourse, transformed into numerous paper soldiers, joining the fray of slaughter. There were also formidable martial artists, fiercely charging from the battlements into the fray below. Among the Taoists, those skilled in swordsmanship led their brethren, orchestrating various sword formations that fell like rain, their brilliance illuminating the battlefield. However, cultivators like Lu Yaoyao and Gu Shuangshuang lacked the requisite strength, although they could indeed slay enemies, as young cultivators aiding the Tang Kingdom. Wuhou would not permit them to engage directly in battle. Many among them hailed from prestigious sects, and some were even prodigious talents. Their purpose in this endeavor was twofold: to channel their youthful fervor and refine their mental state, and to observe the high-ranking cultivators in combat, gaining insights from the experience. Additionally, they could contribute in some capacity. Cultivators like Yi Qingyi, bold and skilled, after an initial period of observation, chose to leap from the walls to engage in battle personally. Gu Shuangshuang wished to follow suit, but was restrained by Lu Yaoyao. "Did you not see that sinister-faced demon cultivator over there? He is cunning and specifically targets low-ranking human cultivators for slaughter. Though your senior sister has yet to reach the gold core stage, she possesses ample combat experience and is surrounded by other high-ranking cultivators, ensuring her safety. If you descend, others may need to divert their attention to protect you." Upon hearing Lu Yaoyao's concerns, Gu Shuangshuang let out a sigh of regret. "Very well. Let us contribute spirit stones to the cannon." After all, the gunners required precision in their endeavors. However, this posed no challenge for the cultivators. Gu Shuangshuang, holding the credentials of the Giant Sword Sect, was able to serve as an artillery operator. After coordinating with others, she found a cannon and began instructing Lu Yao on how to fire it. From this vantage point, they could see shadows lurking in the battlefield. Gu Shuangshuang's expression shifted to one of confusion as she realized the presence of the demon race. This was troubling. It seemed the demon tribe had come well prepared this time. Anxious for her senior sister who remained below, she hastily briefed Lu Yao before departing. Lu Yao then gazed through the observation mirror of the cannon, witnessing the battlefield where dark figures emerged unpredictably, striking down their foes silently and without warning. As she continued to scan the area, her eyes fell upon a young cultivator clad in black robes among the throng of demons, who was also peering through an observation mirror at the city tower. Lu Yao felt a chill run down her spine. Her senior brother was conspiring with the demon tribe to annihilate the human race? They were fiends, yet not true demons. They belonged to the demonic sect and were indeed part of humanity as well. How could he stoop to such treachery? At that moment, Lu Yao's fury ignited. But soon after, she noticed Lin Zhanqing lowering his observation mirror, his gaze unmistakably fixed upon her location. A wave of dread washed over her. Had he detected her presence? Instinctively, she nearly crouched to conceal herself. Yet, upon further reflection, she considered that despite his awareness, they remained amidst the chaos of battle, and he could not easily breach the ranks of so many. Resolutely, Lu Yao loaded the spirit stones into the cannon, aimed the observation mirror at Lin Zhanqing's vicinity, and fired a shot. She was acutely aware that striking him directly would be a formidable challenge, yet she found him somewhat repulsive. Without a glance at Lin Zhanqing's reaction, She swiftly redirected her artillery towards the members of the demonic sect. One shot after another, each fired with impeccable precision. Chapter 10. The flames of Yuanma technique. Lin Zhanqing was momentarily taken aback, hardly anticipating that Lu Yao would dare to bombard him, leaving him in a daze for several seconds. Senior brother, look over there. At that moment, Linghu Rui pointed towards the shadowy figures being pummeled by Lu Yao's artillery. These were the elite forces of the Yuanma sect. She showed no mercy whatsoever. Lin Zhanqing's gaze turned frosty. Junior brother, why are you still in a daze? Hurry and take action. He urged Linghu Rui to act swiftly with the poison. There's no rush. Let us wait a bit longer until the human cultivators become fervent in their slaughter, then we can draw them over here. Linghu Rui was not so impatient. Whether it was the demon race or the human race, their interests bore no relevance to him. He was merely contemplating how to lure his junior sister down. On the battlefield, the conflict had escalated to an intense fervor. Dust filled the air, and corpses lay strewn across the ground. The blood of demons and humans had become indistinguishable. Marshal General Yang Lai led the charge, engaging in combat with the White Tiger Demon King. His martial spirit was that of a 9-headed lion, while the White Tiger Demon King, transformed, stood 7 to 8 meters long and 3 to 4 meters tall, leaping forth with a roar that shook the heavens. Yang Lai's 9-headed lion martial spirit materialized, clashing fiercely with the Demon King. The White Elephant Legion followed resolutely into the fray, their silver armor stained crimson with blood, the soldiers undaunted by death. The formations of the 2 instruments and 3 talents, as well as the long serpent formation, shifted unpredictably. As the front lines fell, reinforcements quickly surged forth. In the skies, the sword cultivators unleashed their formations, with thousands of flying swords simultaneously launching towards the demon race. The national poem of Confucianism has altered the course of fate, causing the heavens to tremble and thunder to descend, vanquishing demons and monsters. The martial practitioners of humanity are fervently passionate, resolute in their desire to slay foes in retribution for their kind. Meanwhile, the demon clan's practitioners possess creatures that exhale flames and lightning, with enigmatic figures from the dark sect covertly assisting them. Yet, they remain unable to impede the united front and fearless determination of humanity as warriors. Thus, what initially stood as a stalemate on the battlefield gradually shifted in favor of the human forces. The human army's practitioners began to gain the upper hand. Lu Yao continued her bombardment, having perceived the diminishing shadow of the Yuan demon sect. Nevertheless, she did not relent in her assault. Her movements were swift and unerring. However, as her observation mirror swept across the battlefield, she noticed not only the presence of her eldest senior brother, but also that of her third brother, Lung Yifeng. The third brother is a sword enthusiast, and amidst the fierce clashes, filled with bloodshed and carnage, his competitive spirit was ignited. To Lu Yao's surprise, fighting alongside him were Yi Qingyi and several other sword cultivators, who had initially matched Lung Yifeng in combat. However, with the arrival of Gu Shuangshuang, the dynamics of the battle shifted dramatically. Lung Yifeng grew increasingly emboldened, while Yi Qingyi and the others hesitated, compelled to protect Gu Shuangshuang. Lung Yifeng's swordplay became ever more rapid, and his demeanor grew increasingly exhilarated. Lu Yao then turned her observation mirror to the side, where she beheld her second brother, Linghu Rui, who was currently dispersing poison from the air. Wherever Linghu Rui went, human soldiers in proximity fell one after another. It appeared that his target, alongside the eldest brother Lin Zhanqing, was the Marshal General Yang Lai, who had been lured to the mountain peak by the White Tiger Demon King. Master brother Lin Zhanqing, sensing the opportune moment, took the initiative to strike. An aura of malevolence enveloped him as the bloodthirsty blade emitted a mournful wail. Each swing of this dreadful weapon was destined to spill blood, having claimed countless souls over the years, its echoes reminiscent of anguished wails. He cleaved towards the head of the 9-headed lion martial spirit. Yang Lai felt a surge in his chest, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Others rushed to protect Yang Lai, but they were no match for Lin Zhanqing. Soldiers around them fell one after another. The situation was perilous for the martial marquis. Ning Shuzi of the Great Sword Sect and the illusory Sea Master of Shouyang Mountain exchanged glances and hastened to lend their aid. Martial Marquis Yang Lai was the steadfast anchor on the southwestern battlefield, safeguarding the tranquility of the Tang Kingdom's borders. The multitude of human cultivators rallied to support him. not solely due to his fierce resistance against the demonic race and years of gallant service on the battlefield, but also because he upheld righteousness with a heart of sincerity. Thus, they were all deeply concerned for his safety. However, as the two advanced, they were oblivious to the lurking Linghu Rue, who awaited their approach. He did not engage directly, but instead unleashed a colorless and odorless poison. In their haste to assist the martial marquis, they failed to notice. Under normal circumstances, this poison would be troublesome, yet for golden core cultivators like themselves, it was not insurmountable. However, the more they exerted their energy, the quicker the toxin manifested its effects. Lin Zhanqing and Linghu Rue had collaborated on many lethal missions, their synergy unparalleled. One operated in the light, the other in the shadows. Even when faced with more powerful adversaries, they could orchestrate lethal ambushes. They remained indifferent to the conflict between humans and demons. At this moment, I only wish to compel her to reveal the legacy and the contract with the celestial demon. What should I do? Lu Yao noticed the thunder war drum perched atop the wall, silent and unstruck. She approached and began to beat the drum. The resounding sound of the drum invigorated the hearts of those on the battlefield, capable of stirring morale. Yet, this was no ordinary conflict. It involved a battle between the human race and the demon tribe, and most would remain unaffected by such a call to arms. However, some were curious as to why a young girl was striking the war drum atop the wall. Once the drum was sounded, the reactions of others were uncertain. Yet, Lu Yao observed that several of her senior brothers had shifted their attention toward her. What was she intending to do? Ling Zhanqing, initially planning to seize the moment to eliminate Ning Shuzi and Master Huanhai, found his movements slowing upon witnessing Lu Yao's actions. He merely defended himself, refraining from any aggressive advance. In her hand, she wielded a jade tablet, while her other hand conjured a swirling flame of ethereal blue, seemingly intent on incinerating the tablet entirely. Of course, lacking a fire spiritual root, the flame was derived from an external source, burning at a languid pace. Augmented by her spiritual energy, with each moment of combustion, Ling Zhanqing felt his heart race, as if something intimately connected to him was slipping away. At his level of cultivation, one develops a form of telepathic connection to certain critical elements. This was the essence demon technique. He had cultivated 60% of this technique, originally conceived by the enigmatic Waya. Should it be destroyed, the subsequent teachings would be irretrievable. Ling Zhanqing found himself breathing more rapidly, and in that moment, he could no longer afford to engage in combat with others. He charged directly towards Lu Yao. Linghu Rue also practiced the Yuan Mo technique. But being afflicted with the cursed poison body, he delved into the study of toxic scriptures. His reliance on the Yuan Mo technique was not as pronounced as that of Lin Zhanqing, and at this moment, he found himself in a state of hesitation. However, the others were not inclined to grant them the luxury of indecision. They immediately pursued Lin Zhanqing, and Linghu Rue was besieged as well. As for the third senior brother, Lung Yifeng, upon witnessing Lu Yao igniting the jade slip of the Yuan Mo technique, he displayed little reaction. His path was one of the sword, and moreover, he was currently engaged in battle with others. Before long, Lin Zhanqing swiftly ascended to the city tower. Though some attempted to obstruct him, he soared through the air, nearly burning his essence in the process. Lu Yao calculated the timing, and as Lin Zhanqing reached the base of the tower, he tossed the jade slip of the 7th layer of the Yuan Mo technique into the air. Chapter 11. Victory Doubt? The jade slip arced gracefully through the sky. While Lin Zhanqing was indeed furious with Lu Yao, the jade slip held greater significance at that moment. He forsook Lu Yao and rushed toward the slip. Just as he grasped the jade slip and extinguished the surrounding flames, he was swiftly surrounded by numerous cultivators. Formation of swords. Slay this demon. A chorus of voices clamored as they attacked Lin Zhanqing, which included several high-ranking cultivators. Instantly, treasures, talismans, flying swords, and weapons rained down upon him. A kaleidoscope of colors enveloped his figure in a shroud of light. Linghu Rue, intent on lending assistance, found himself ensnared by multiple martial cultivators. "Your foe is us," declared the leader, unleashing his leopard martial spirit. Watching from the city tower, Lu Yao observed this scene intently, subsequently refilling the cannon with spirit stones. At a critical moment, one must always add a bit of firepower. Originally, this was a war between the human race and the demon race. Little did anyone anticipate that those from the demonic path would intervene, aiding the demons and betraying the humans. This incited fury among many. For Lin Zhanqing, who was the first to ambush and injure Wu Ho, they unleashed their skills and treasures upon him without reservation. Despite Lin Zhanqing's formidable strength, penetrating deep into enemy lines gradually proved to be taxing. If this continued, the situation could become dire. He did not come here merely to fight to the death. Currently, capturing Lu Yao was impossible. Retreating was the best strategy. Thus, Lin Zhanqing employed the technique of the primordial demonic manifestation, gathering demonic energy around him to form a colossal, swirling black vortex that firmly ensnared the treasures and flying swords of the crowd. A contest of strength ensued. Although the human cultivators were inferior to Lin Zhanqing in power, their sheer numbers allowed a continuous influx of spiritual energy. Over time, Lin Zhanqing found it increasingly difficult to withstand the pressure. Therefore, he needed to resolve the matter swiftly. However, killing was not his intention. After repelling his foes, he quickly executed the flight technique to escape. Lu Yao, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of regret. She glanced toward Linghu Rui, who similarly chose not to linger, casting a barrage of poison before fleeing. The withdrawal of Lin Zhanqing and Linghu Rui, along with the shadowy sect of the primordial demonic religion, led to a reversal of the situation. The human cultivators, invigorated by this turn of events, surged forward in battle. She finally exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Lung Yifeng, who had been growing more exhilarated with each clash, found Yi Qingyi and others being relentlessly pressured, retreating again and again. Within this turmoil, Gu Shuangshuang felt a pang of guilt and was about to intervene when a beam of sword light struck, blocked by her senior sister. Knight Qingyi was thus wounded. Was it not said that the swordsmanship of the giant sword sect was unparalleled? How could it be at such a level? Lung Yifeng remarked with confusion. The onlookers assumed he was mocking. Do not go too far. Knight Qingyi retorted coldly. Too far. You are unworthy to wield a sword. Lung Yifeng replied indifferently. Suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared, and a massive sword scar descended from the heavens. This was his ultimate killing move. The speed and power of this strike were overwhelming, casting a shadow over the hearts of Knight Qingyi and her companions. Just when they thought they could not withstand the blow, several flying swords formed a circle to intercept the sword scar. However, the flying swords shattered, leaving Lung Yifeng astounded. Descending gracefully on a flying sword was a swordsman clad in a blue robe, tall and noble. He was filled with fierce battle intent. Yet he quickly realized that many human cultivators had gathered around him. Lung Yifeng, a sword enthusiast but not a fool, sensed the precarious situation. This time, everyone was prepared, determined not to let him escape. As a swordsman, Lung Yifeng possessed pride and tenacity. Moreover, the pressure of life and death invigorated him immensely. Today, he yearned for a fierce battle. As time passed, Lu Yao observed that more wounds were appearing on Lung Yifeng's body. His speed in drawing the sword was astonishing, leaving behind only afterimages and trails of sword light. This man was truly a madman. Gu Shuangshuang had already been rescued. Knight Qingyi had sustained some injuries and had just taken healing medicine. Watching Lung Yifeng below, her expression was complex. He is a genius. Little did I expect that after only a brief encounter, he has already mastered the void sword of the spring water sword technique from the great sword sect. Yi Qingyi murmured. Lu Yao thought to himself. Of course, the stringent requirement for Wu Yo to accept disciples is absolute genius. Without such talent, one would never attract his attention. Hence, over the years, he has had only 7 disciples. Is he truly that formidable? What a pity he is a demon. It would be better if my uncle were to eliminate him. He was quite arrogant just now, Gu Shuangshuang remarked indignantly. She then turned to Lu Yao, asking, what was that you threw down earlier? Why did that demon come frantically seeking you? Gu Shuangshuang was curious, as was Yi Qingyi. That demon has a profound enmity with my family. Lu Yao concocted a rather cliché detail, claiming that a treasure within his family had been coveted, bringing about a deadly calamity. Hence the jade slip he discarded was a family heirloom. This is utterly outrageous. Gu Shuangshuang exclaimed with indignation. Yi Qingyi then inquired, where do these demons originate? She was much more rational than Gu Shuangshuang. From the Yuan demon sect. Lu Yao did not conceal the truth. Yet, he sensed that after this incident, it would be difficult to remain in Fengtian City. Before long, Lung Yifeng unleashed his outer demon form, towering at 3 to 4 meters. Entirely devoid of human semblance, appearing quite fearsome. This outer demon form was augmented by the power of the outer heavenly demon, significantly enhancing his strength. At this moment, he broke free from the encirclement and fled rapidly. Upon witnessing this scene, Liu Yao felt a mix of disappointment and relief. The leader of the demon clan, recognizing the inevitable defeat, led a group of lesser demons to fight while retreating. The human soldiers, buoyed by their victory, pressed on in pursuit, their morale soaring from this rare triumph. After the battlefield was cleared, the expressions of everyone appeared somewhat dejected, for they had suffered considerable losses. Upon returning to the city of Fengtian, some cultivators, deeply introspective, sought seclusion, while others began to tend to the wounded soldiers. At that moment, the Marquis summoned her to the central military camp. Liu Yao understood the reason behind the summons and let out a sigh. The soldier who came to escort her was courteous, while Gu Shuangshuang gazed at her with bright, hopeful eyes, naively believing that she was to be commended this time. With so many people present, there was no escaping this summons. She had no choice but to comply. Thus, prior to her arrival, she rehearsed her half-truths once again. Upon reaching the central camp, she beheld the Marquis up close. He appeared to be in his early 30s, and she had initially anticipated a fierce warrior. Yet he exuded a demeanor that was rather gentle and refined, resembling a scholar. However, his complexion was somewhat pale, and his lips bore a purplish hue, indicating that the poison had yet to be fully eradicated. The hall was not occupied solely by the Marquis. There were also the esteemed scholar Chen Chuyang, known for reciting the poetry of the warring states, as well as Ning Shuzi from the Giant Sword Sect, the enigmatic Huan Haizhenren from Shouyang Mountain, and the martial artist Kumingyi. As she entered, several pairs of eyes were fixed upon her. Do not be afraid. I have called you here merely to inquire about the situation regarding those few demons. You all should refrain from using your spiritual perception to pressure her. The Marquis spoke gently. If it were not for the assistance of the esteemed Ying, I might not have been so fortunate. Come, have a seat. The others maintained a watchful silence, their attention focused. Yet, Liu Yao took the initiative to reveal the information regarding Lin Zhanqing and the others, while also expressing her grievances against them with clenched teeth. Hatred, indeed, exists, for it has escalated to the very gates of the city. Liu Yao harbored no doubt that if given the opportunity, Lin Zhanqing would undoubtedly seek to end her life. Her words carried a blend of truth and deception, discernible only through the soul-searching technique. The onlookers, employing their subtle spiritual senses, exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Do not hold it against us for seeking you out, young friending. We were ensnared by a traitor previously, and this plan was devised by me, Chen Chuyang remarked. I have always insisted she posed no threat. Were it otherwise, could I stand before you now? Yet, skepticism persists, Wu Hoyonglai responded, somewhat exasperated. Liu Yao observed their exchange, each speaking in turn, their discomfort palpable, as if they had inadvertently placed her in a predicament, prompting her to exhale a sigh of relief. Yet, at that very moment, a soldier reported, a high monk has arrived, bringing with him a prisoner of war. Oh, the assembly exchanged curious glances, intrigue piqued. Just as Liu Yao contemplated departing, the figure had already entered. The monk, clad in simple garments befitting a hermit, possessed a sun-kissed complexion, his muscular form evident. Beside him stood a bound captive, and Liu Yao recognized him instantly. Chapter 12. To kill or to save. Liu Yao gazed at Lung Yifeng, who returned her stare, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. His condition was dire, marred by countless wounds. His azure robe, stained with blood, bore numerous gaping holes. The dried blood indicated his injuries had yet to heal, and he was thoroughly bound, presenting a pitiful sight. Liu Yao furrowed her brow, apprehensive that he might inadvertently reveal his identity. With a subtle motion of her wrist, she caused the bell to chime softly, though the attention of others remained elsewhere. Thus, it was merely perceived that she had moved slightly. In reality, this was a clandestine signal she had once shared with Lung Yifeng, hoping he would remember to remain calm. Indeed, Lung Yifeng had become considerably more composed. May I inquire, Master, how did you manage to capture this fiend? Asked Wu Hoyonglai. The compassionate monk, with hands clasped in prayer, replied, It is quite a coincidence. It turned out that Lung Yifeng had previously fought fiercely against numerous adversaries, sustaining injuries in the process. Subsequently, he had forcibly unleashed his external demonic form, fleeing 1,000 miles away. As his spiritual energy waned, he sought a tranquil place to recuperate. Little did he know that he would be unexpectedly ambushed by a monk who disregarded martial ethics. It appeared that this villain was somewhat unconvinced. Wu Hoyonglai remarked. Everyone could discern that Lung Yifeng indeed harbored a sense of defiance. If you are discontented, then once your wounds have healed, I shall challenge you to a duel. Should you be defeated, you will annul the heavenly demon pact, henceforth vowing to forsake the path of darkness and follow me loyally. What say you? Ning Shuzi of the Giant Sword Sect cherished Lung Yifeng's prodigious talent, particularly his fervent obsession with the sword. On the battlefield, many engaged in relentless battles, sustaining injuries yet remaining unyielding and resolute. You are far too old. If you lose, you will suffer embarrassment and might take your anger out on me. Even if you win, by the time I reach your age, I shall have already surpassed you. At that point, if you cannot defeat me, I would be bound to you by the heart demon oath, which would be more unbearable than death. Ning Shuzi was thoroughly exasperated by him. The fiend truly shows no respect, leaving one at a loss for words. Even the illustrious Wu Ho is rendered speechless. They can discern that this demon, Lung Yifeng, is unlike any other. He is singularly obsessed with one notion: to submit to those stronger than himself, while placing great emphasis on fairness. For the time being, he remains unconquerable. At this moment, Chen Xiuyang suddenly recalled something. This demon, from the Yuan Ma sect, also known for his swordsmanship. Could it be that you are the sword demon Lung Yifeng of the Yuan Ma sect? After speaking, he cast a glance at Lu Yao, who is reputed to harbor enmity with those from the Yuan Ma sect. Lu Yao promptly replied, I do not know him well. The ones who slaughtered my family were not among his number. Lung Yifeng raised an eyebrow, pondering what his junior sister had divulged to others, as he felt utterly bewildered by their conversation. Lu Yao's heart raced as she stole a glance at Lung Yifeng, who appeared outwardly calm, though his thoughts remained inscrutable. The interrogation seemed unnecessary, as he was already implicated in collusion with the demon clan on the battlefield, a grave offense that could only lead to death. The leader of the Giant Sword Sect, Ning Shuzi, sighed, lamenting the loss of such a prodigious talent in swordsmanship. A collective sigh echoed among the onlookers. Since he could not be subdued, and given his affiliation with the Yuan Ma sect, the only recourse was to bring him before the demon-slaying division in the capital. Lung Yifeng was soon confined to a solitary cell, awaiting his fate. Following the interrogation, it was decided that Chen Xiuyang and the others would escort him to the demon-slaying division in the capital. As for Lu Yao, she took her leave shortly thereafter. Once they had all gradually departed, Lu Yao returned to her own cave dwelling, re-established the protective barriers, and fell into deep contemplation. The third senior brother, Lung Yifeng, has now been captured by others. The reason he refrained from retaliating against his captors is likely due to his belief that she could rescue him. After all, it was she who had used a bell to secure his position. Thus, she found herself faced with two potential courses of action. The first option was to take advantage of his weakened state and find an opportunity to eliminate him discreetly. This could be considered a means of fulfilling her objective of clearing her own faction. However, despite Lung Yifeng currently being injured, should he regain even a fraction of his strength, the difficulty of killing him would be exceedingly high. Moreover, if she could not ensure 100% success in this endeavor, it would undoubtedly lead to a bitter enmity. Conversely, the third senior brother had not harbored any significant grievances against her. In fact, he was the only one among her brothers who had bestowed upon her a notable amount of goodwill. Thus, she hesitated to take such drastic measures. The second option was to devise a plan to rescue him. Not only would this prevent him from exposing her, but it could also allow her to garner goodwill from him. The system required a minimum of 5 points of goodwill for her to awaken anew. Although the 233 system was not particularly reliable, she was confronted with an extraordinarily challenging mission akin to that of a mere pawn. The burden of tackling this task alone was indeed overwhelming. While she was a prodigy capable of secluding herself for rigorous training, her brothers were no fools either. As she grew stronger, they would not remain stagnant. Furthermore, she needed the 233 system to provide real-time information about them, lest she remain unaware of when Lin Jianqing, that formidable adversary, reached 50% of his growth value, leading to her untimely demise. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Yao conceived a plan. That very night, she applied 2 advanced invisibility talismans to herself and executed the tortoise breathing technique. Stealthily, she approached the periphery of the cell where Lung Yifeng was being held captive. The surroundings were guarded by soldiers, yet they remained oblivious to Lu Yao's presence. Employing a sophisticated array-breaking disc, Lu Yao observed that the prison cell indeed possessed a formation. However, it appeared that the formation had been gradually dismantled and had not yet been fully restored, allowing Lu Yao to identify its vulnerabilities. Following the guidance of the array-breaking disc, Lu Yao ventured inside. Within the cell, numerous members of the demon race were imprisoned, all of whom were vociferously cursing. However, they were bound by demon sealing nails, revealing their true forms. Each cell was fortified with special restraints, rendering escape impossible. After a considerable search, Lu Yao finally spotted Lung Yifeng confined in a solitary cell at the far end. Although he maintained his composure, striving to recuperate under such dire circumstances, the martial generals would not afford him such an opportunity. He was ensnared by binding spiritual ropes, and the cell was equipped with the highest level of constraints, leaving him unable to flee or recover. Third senior brother. At that moment, Lu Yao transmitted her voice to Lung Yifeng. Little junior sister. Lung Yifeng's eyes lit up, though he could not discern her location. Shoo, I am just outside your cell. Wait for me to disable the restraints. As soon as Lu Yao's words fell, the 233 system initiated its program. Chapter 13, Ding. Favorability points. Lu Yao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her third senior brother to be so generous, directly granting her 5 points of favorability. The 233 system surprisingly rebooted. Host, you are truly remarkable. You managed to release me so swiftly. Oh, how I miss you. The 233 system now brimmed with excitement, genuinely fearing that Lu Yao might not allow it to emerge, especially since she had never intended to follow the conventional strategy from the outset. Enough with the idle chatter. Are you aware of why Sun Shixiang's affection points have increased so significantly this time? She is yet to rescue anyone, and such a surge in affection leaves her somewhat unmoored. Oh, understood. Host, allow me to investigate. Though the 233 system has yet to comprehend the current predicament, it has already begun its diligent work. The 5 affection points added by Lung Yifeng stem from his astonishment that the host truly arrived. It felt as though he glimpsed a ray of light amidst darkness. Affection increases by 1. Lung Yifeng, once a figure of immense pride, now finds himself in a most precarious situation. Although the junior sister had previously signaled him to remain calm, he believed that their plight had not yet reached a point of no return. Having faced crises before, he had always managed to turn the tide against the odds. However, this time proved to be utterly different. As time ticked away, he found himself unable to free himself from the bonds that restrained him, let alone summon his spiritual energy for healing or escape. The sole flicker of hope during this ordeal lay in the hope that the junior sister would not forget him. Yet he hesitated to believe that she would genuinely come to his aid. After all, he had accompanied the senior brothers to capture her, albeit with the intention of engaging in battle and testing his mettle against other swordsmanship experts. There was no guarantee that the junior sister would not misconstrue his intentions. Thus, he spent an entire day ensnared in a web of internal conflict, self-doubt, and torment. Just as he resigned himself to the belief that Lu Yao would not come, she unexpectedly appeared. The joy he felt at that moment was akin to catching sight of a beacon of light while wandering alone in darkness. As a result, his favorability steadily increased. Furthermore, host, Lung Yifeng believed that he held a unique place in your heart, which added another 2 points to his favorability. Lu Yao realized this and felt even more motivated. She began assisting Lung Yifeng in unraveling the prison's restraints. This advanced barrier was particularly challenging to dismantle. Without the contrivance left to her by her master, it would have been an insurmountable task. After a considerable time, she finally managed to breach the barrier and enter the cell. The task of unbinding the spirit-restraining ropes was considerably simpler. Third senior brother, how do you feel now? Lu Yao inquired as she freed him from the bindings. Seeing the ropes loosen, Lung Yifeng exerted a slight amount of spiritual energy, which caused him to feel a wave of pain throughout his body, yet he no longer felt as helpless as before. Much better, he replied. A notification chimed, indicating that Lung Yifeng's favorability increased by 10. Lu Yao presented him with a healing elixir. Favorability increased by 2. The gratitude associated with this life-saving act swiftly elevated their bond, and Lu Yao intended to capitalize on Lung Yifeng's current vulnerability to further enhance their connection. Thus, she displayed extraordinary attentiveness. How are you faring, third senior brother? After administering the healing elixir, her eyes glimmered with deep concern as they fixated on him. Following the ingestion of the elixir, Lung Yifeng felt his injuries gradually mending. After a while, feeling significantly improved, he asked, Junior sister, could you remove the invisibility talisman? I cannot see where you are. Lu Yao realized that her earlier performance, akin to that of a seasoned actress, had been in vain. Upon hearing third senior brother's request, She initially intended to tear off the invisibility talisman, but refrained, sensing that the patrol outside was still ongoing, and deemed it too risky. Brother San, I shall refrain from tearing the invisibility talisman. Allow me to speak, before your strength is fully restored. It is imperative that you remain in your cell and refrain from wandering about. Fengtian City is unlike any other. It is teeming with experts. You have witnessed the prowess of the martial sage, Yang Lai, whose abilities rival those of our eldest brother. Moreover, there are formidable practitioners of Confucianism, swordsmanship, and martial arts. Even if you were to escape your cell, you would be detected almost immediately. Thus, my counsel is to focus on your recovery. Once you have healed, should the Demon Slayer Division escort you to the capital, devise a plan to flee along the way. Until then, I shall assist you. Liu Yao articulated these thoughts after considerable contemplation. On one hand, Fengtian City indeed harbors a multitude of skilled individuals, making escape exceedingly difficult. A moment of inattention could lead to capture, potentially endangering not only yourself, but also me. On the other hand, were you to successfully flee, it could still implicate me, as the city would undoubtedly initiate a thorough investigation. Therefore, it is crucial to keep Lung Yifeng composed and prevent him from attempting to flee at the first opportunity. Lung Yifeng nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, I shall heed your advice." He was not so foolish as to dismiss Liu Yao's rationale. This exchange further enhanced their rapport. Subsequently, Liu Yao endeavored to reminisce with his third brother, Lung Yifeng, while discreetly inquiring about news concerning their eldest brother. Ultimately, no additional rapport was gained, bringing the total to an accumulation of 18 points. The 233 system was overjoyed. Before departing, Liu Yao repeatedly cautioned him to be careful and prudent, then tied the binding spirit rope around him halfway, securing it with a slipknot that could be easily undone. The constraints prevented Liu Yao from reverting it. Yet the third senior brother assured him that once he regained some strength, he would set everything right. Liu Yao entrusted him with this task, confident that he too wished to keep their visitor's presence a secret. After Liu Yao's departure, Lung Yifeng sighed deeply. He had an inkling of what the first and second senior brothers sought from the junior sister. The Heavenly Demon Pact and its inheritance were of paramount importance. However, he could not afford to be without the other half of the Heavenly Demon Pact. Now, he owed the junior sister a life, and it seemed that next time, he could not allow the first senior brother to pursue her relentlessly. Meanwhile, after Lin Zhanqing and Linghu Rue departed with the remnants of the Shadow Brigade, Lin Zhanqing, despite having acquired the 7th level of the Yuan Demon skill, had never felt so suffocated and helpless. His countenance was dark, and Linghu Rue fared little better. The Shadow Brigade suffered a loss of 78 members. The demon race was furious, accusing them of betrayal and demanding accountability for their significant losses. The Wind Guardian reported the extent of the losses and the demon race's messages, which demanded they leave. "Let them go," Lin Zhanqing replied coldly. After the Wind Guardian finished speaking, Linghu Rue furrowed his brow and glanced at Lin Zhanqing, saying, "This sounds just like the third junior brother. What should we do?" Chapter 14. The Sutra of Enlightenment. What should we do? Who asked him to be so foolish? The battlefield is a place where one either lives or dies. When he should have fled, he chose to show off, and being captured was nothing short of deserved, was it not? Lin Zhanqing regarded Lung Yifeng as more of a hindrance than a help. However, his words left Linghu Rue feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Realizing he had perhaps spoken too harshly, Lin Zhanqing continued after a brief pause, "It is not that I disregard him. Yet, given that we just achieved a victory in Fengtian City, the masters of the human race are all present. To recklessly attempt a rescue for our third junior would only jeopardize ourselves. Here is the plan. Let us first send someone to gather intelligence. As for the handling of demons in the Tang dynasty, it falls under the jurisdiction of the Demon Slayer office. If we ascertain the details, our third junior will likely be transported to Huijing, and we merely need to arrange for assistance along the route." Linghu Rue nodded in agreement with this arrangement. "By the way, let the 4th and 5th brothers bring the 6th brother along," Lin Zhanqing added. Linghu Rue raised an eyebrow. "Are you planning to use the 6th junior as a bargaining chip to coerce our junior sister?" he queried. Yet, he doubted whether this tactic would be effective. He even suspected that the affection she displayed for the 6th junior was merely feigned. This recent conflict had profoundly illuminated Liu Yao's awareness of the vast chasm between himself and his senior brothers. This disparity was not something that could be bridged by the magical artifacts or talismans bestowed by their master. It stemmed from years of accumulation, practice, and combat experience. Therefore, Liu Yao remained vigilant, never daring to relax. In the evening, he practiced the Taoist heart technique, the Tongxian Jing. This text shares theoretical underpinnings with the demonic paths Yuanmagong. Yet significant differences exist between the two. While Yuanmagong harnesses the Yin spirit to absorb the essence of all things, Tongxian Jing focuses on cultivating the Yin spirit, transforming Yin into Yang, thereby nourishing oneself. The former allows for rapid cultivation but risks entanglement in karmic consequences. The latter, while slower in its progress, represents a methodical accumulation that eventually leads to a powerful emergence. Liu Yao observed that her shadowy spirit had become strikingly similar to her own. Yet the spirit emerged from its abode. Sensing the ethereal energies of the universe, it absorbed the surrounding spiritual essence at a rate 2 to 3 times greater than usual. After a night of this practice, Liu Yao felt invigorated and refreshed. Thus, it appeared that the Yuanma technique need not be abandoned. A harmonious cultivation of both demonic and Taoist practices was entirely feasible. Early the next morning, she rushed to the training grounds, where she beheld Yi Qingyi and several female cultivators diligently practicing their swordsmanship. Liu Yao found a spot for herself, focusing primarily on honing her combat techniques. The twining branch technique, a level 3 skill, proved to be exceptionally effective for those with wood-based spiritual roots. She chose the training grounds to repeatedly practice her manual, striving for mastery through relentless repetition. As night fell, she stealthily employed the turtle breathing technique to check on Lung Yifeng. For 5 consecutive days, this routine continued, and Lung Yifeng's injuries gradually healed, although externally, he still appeared quite disheveled, a ruse to mislead others. Third senior brother, I heard that the esteemed scholar Chen Xiaoyang is leaving tomorrow to take you to Huijing for execution. Do you think you can manage to escape? She had gained 5 points of goodwill from him over the past few days and sincerely hoped he could flee. I am nearly recovered, Lung Yifeng replied. Junior sister, will you accompany me? If I manage to escape, news may reach Fengtian City, and they might trace it back to you. We, the members of Yuanma sect, have a notorious reputation that cannot remain hidden for long. Liu Yao shook her head. I shall not accompany you. Perhaps she will depart, but certainly not alongside him. Are you concerned about the elder brother and his companions? Lung Yifeng posed the question. Liu Yao remained silent for a moment, and Lung Yifeng soon comprehended. I shall assist you regarding the elder brother's matters, since it is the legacy bestowed upon you by the master. It belongs to you and cannot be taken by anyone else. However, there is one thing. What the elder brother desires is the heavenly demon pact, and you should simply give it to him. You are still a member of the Yuanma sect, and you will forever remain our little junior sister. The 233 system perceived Lung Yifeng's words as exceptionally astute. Host, you must seize this opportunity. Returning to their side may present a chance for strategy. You have already accumulated 23 points of affinity. Once you reach 50, I will be able to upgrade, and you will also have a chance for a reward draw. Host, keep up the good work. What will happen after your upgrade? Liu Yao inquired with curiosity. The 233 system replied, after the upgrade, I will be able to provide you with greater assistance and a broader selection of rewards for point redemption. Oh, she retorted to Lung Yifeng. Does the third senior brother know how the master met his demise? Lung Yifeng responded. It was due to the backlash of the heavenly demon. It was the elder brother who killed him. Impossible. How could the master possibly be slain by the elder brother? Junior sister, from where did you hear this news? Lung Yifeng sensed that there must be a misunderstanding between them. The master's strength is so formidable. How could the elder brother have killed him? Moreover, he certainly respects the master, yet he holds great esteem for the elder brother as well. From a young age, the master often secluded himself for meditation, leaving the protagonist under the care of the senior brother, who essentially raised him. Initially, he was resistant and continuously challenged the senior brother. However, he eventually recognized the senior brother's invincibility and chose to seek challenges elsewhere. Thus, the senior brother held a prominent position in his heart. Liu Yao sighed, stating, I have my own judgment. Since the third senior brother has chosen to trust the senior brother over me, there is no need for further discussion. From today onwards, do not mention my assistance to you in front of the senior brother. I fear he may grow suspicious and distrustful of you, especially since you will continue to reside in the Yuanma sect. After speaking, Liu Yao stood up, preparing to leave. She appeared somewhat desolate and sorrowful, yet her heart remained calm. She understood the camaraderie between the third senior brother and the senior brother, particularly given the master's prolonged seclusion. She realized that it was impossible to expect the third senior brother to betray the senior brother suddenly. Instead, it was wiser to plant a seed of doubt in his mind. Just as Lu Yao was about to exit the cell, Lung Yifeng called out to her. "Wait a moment." Lu Yao turned back and glanced at her. Lung Yifeng instructed, "Extend your hand." Lu Yao complied, and in an instant, Lung Yifeng seized her wrist, removing the bell that hung from it. Noticing Lu Yao's confusion, Lung Yifeng explained, "There is a tracking spell placed on this bell by the second senior brother. His tracking butterflies can easily locate you." Suddenly, Lu Yao understood. It was no wonder that no matter how far she ran, the senior brothers could always catch up. The second senior brother was truly cunning. She resolved to keep her distance from him in the future. Otherwise, one would remain oblivious to when one might be drugged. "Thank you, third senior brother," Lu Yao expressed earnestly. The following day, Chen Xiaoyang was to escort third senior brother Lung Yifeng and a group of demon clansmen to the capital. Gu Shuangshuang also came to bid farewell to Lu Yao, feeling a tinge of reluctance to part from the sisters who had fought valiantly together. Though their time together was brief, they were truly remarkable individuals. Lu Yao remarked, "If the opportunity arises, let us keep a communication talisman between us. Perhaps we shall have the chance to venture together again. It is a pity you are not a sword cultivator. Otherwise, you could join our sect," Gu Shuangshuang lamented. Lu Yao, struck by a sudden inspiration, inquired, "Do you know of any sects suitable for a disciple like me, with a wood spirit root?" She sensed that it was indeed unsafe in Fengtian City, and that it was time to consider her next abode. Huijing had already been deemed unsuitable. After all, third senior brother was to be sent there, and who could say whether eldest or second senior brothers would come to his rescue? She could not afford to take that risk. The best course of action was to head east, where numerous cultivation sects flourished. Qingyan sect. You would be well suited for Qingyan sect. At that moment, Yi Qingyi approached, speaking with a serene demeanor. Qingyan sect? Lu Yao had never heard of this sect before, as it was quite distant from the northern borders. Chapter 15. The Imaginings of the Great Ones Indeed. The Qingyun sect stands as one of the three major sects on the Tianhua continent, its prowess surpassing even that of my own Jujin sect. Their recruitment process for disciples is notoriously rigorous, yet they embrace all without discrimination. The sect is comprised of 7 main peaks, each presided over by a master who practices a distinct cultivation technique. Among them, the master of the Wood Peak, the venerable Changqing, is a nascent soul cultivator, known for his protective nature towards his disciples. I perceive that your innate talent is extraordinary, and your strength is commendable. You are certain to pass their assessments. The Qingyun sect harbors a profound disdain for those from the demon sect. Should you harbor concerns regarding being pursued by enemies, seeking refuge in the Qingyun sect would be your wisest course of action. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuangshuang seemed to have a revelation and nodded vigorously. Indeed, my senior sister speaks the truth. The Yuanma sect has been rampant in the northern territories, primarily due to the dense accumulation of miasma and malevolence there, with few formidable cultivation sects to oppose them. Should they dare to venture into our Tianhua continent, we shall ensure they face dire consequences. After speaking, Gu Shuangshuang's bright, round eyes turned to Night Qingyi. Senior sister, the Qingyun sect is over 100,000 miles away from Tang country, and without a special teleportation array. Little Seven has no idea how far one must travel to reach the Qingyun sect. Why not allow us to escort her part of the way? She playfully tugged at Night Qingyi's arm, her demeanor imbued with a hint of childlike charm. Though Night Qingyi appeared aloof, she found herself helpless against her junior sister's endearing antics. Casting a glance at Lu Yao, she conceded, "This, however, depends upon whether Taoist Ying is amenable to it. Little Seven, do express your agreement," Gu Shuangshuang urged, winking repeatedly at Lu Yao. Her intentions were pure, and Lu Yao felt a swell of gratitude in his heart. Upon hearing this proposition, she was naturally quite moved. However, uncertainty lingered regarding whether it would cause any inconvenience to others. Ultimately, this matter required the approval of the elders from their sect. I wish to consult them personally. Thank you, Shuangshuang and Sister Qingyi. I wish to join as well. Gu Shuangshuang felt that since Lu Yao had consented, it was likely that there would be no issues. In fact, the elder of their sect was Ning Shuzi, who had always held Lu Yao in high regard and frequently mentioned her, stating that a young girl, unafraid in the face of danger, had bravely beaten the drum amidst the battlefield, thwarting the sinister schemes of the Yuanma sect. Had it not been for her single wood spirit root, they would have claimed her for the Giant Sword sect. Thus, Gu Shuangshuang was confident that her master uncle would surely agree. As expected, the three of them approached Ning Shuzi together, and after explaining their intentions, he appeared somewhat taken aback. Stroking his beard as he said, "I can indeed take you with me, but are you certain that you wish to depart at this moment? Just a couple of days ago, Wu Ho mentioned you to me, having reported your situation upward, awaiting the reward to accept you as his adopted daughter. He is unlikely to let you go." Lu Yao was momentarily stunned. She had always perceived herself as an insignificant individual, lacking any notable importance. In recent days, she had been diligently practicing, tending to her senior brother's injuries at night, busy as a whirlwind, and had naturally not paid attention to the external evaluations of her. In truth, following her remarkable performance that day, several prominent figures had begun to regard her with great esteem. A lonely girl, bearing a deep-seated vendetta against the Yuanma sect, with a pitiable background and outstanding talents, yet forced to hide in the shadows, was indeed the embodiment of beauty, strength, and tragedy. Qin Xiaoyang even contemplated bringing Lu Yao into Huijing, but was rebutted by Wu Ho, who questioned whether following him to the capital would enable her to become the top female scholar. Qin Xiaoyang wished to argue that it was not entirely impossible, yet he understood that both Confucianism and Taoism emphasized innate talent and inspiration, qualities that Lu Yao had not yet demonstrated. The prospect of starting from scratch seemed rather unrealistic. As for Ku Mingyi, a practitioner solely devoted to martial arts, Lu Yao's affinity for wood-based techniques rendered her ill-suited for such a vigorous path. Moreover, a solitary warrior could hardly safeguard a young girl. Thus, Wu Ho, against considerable opposition, decisively resolved to keep Lu Yao by his side. At the very least, in the city of Fengtian, members of the Yuanma sect would find it impossible to intrude. Wu Ho, having achieved remarkable military feats, was entitled to exchange his accomplishments for formidable techniques from the court. Therefore, even though he himself did not cultivate wood-based methods, he could procure commendable techniques for Lu Yao. The city of Fengtian, though beset by conflicts, would have afforded her ample resources and security had she remained by his side. Wu Ho held Lu Yao in high regard because, on a critical day, she had displayed remarkable composure and decisiveness by incinerating a treasure of profound significance to her, only for it to ultimately be seized by the nefarious Lin Zhanqing. Over the days, observing her relentless dedication to practice and her unwillingness to squander a moment, he came to view her as a child of admirable character, wishing to adopt her as a goddaughter. He had intended to discuss this with her in the coming days. Hence, Ning Shuzi was taken aback by Lu Yao's unexpected decision to leave. In an instant, Gu Shuangshuang, Yi Qingyi, and Lu Yao were left bewildered. Lu Yao's inner monologue: "I merely spun a tale, and to my astonishment, the esteemed figures have woven an elaborate narrative of their own." Thus, she felt increasingly embarrassed to remain. She could even envision a day when the senior brother and his companions might come knocking again. Not to mention the possibility of a confrontation, they might instead use a loudspeaker, broadcasting her name like a call to arms, urging her not to hide. At that moment, she would not only suffer social death, but also face accusations from Wu Ho, questioning why she had deceived him for so long. Did she harbor ulterior motives towards Fengtian City? That would spell her doom. Lu Yao resolutely declared, "I have made up my mind. If the Yuan Mo sect could collude with the demon race once, they may very well do so again. I cannot bring further peril to Fengtian City." She understood her senior brother's nature all too well. A temporary retreat would not suffice to quell his resolve. A more comprehensive and meticulous retaliation would undoubtedly follow. As long as she remained in Fengtian City, her senior brother and his allies would not relent in their disturbances. Hearing this, Ning Shuzi sighed. "Very well. Since your mind is set, I shall speak to Wu Ho on your behalf. You should accompany me." Lu Yao nodded in agreement. "All right." After meeting with Wu Ho Yonglai, Lu Yao articulated her intentions. For decades, Fengtian City has endured the incessant harassment of the demon race, yet remains unyielding. Even though the Yuan Mo sect has conspired with the demons this time, they have been unable to undermine the White Elephant Legion within Fengtian City. Therefore, you need not worry about any reprisals from the Yuan Mo sect. I wonder if Ning Zhenren has mentioned my desire to take you as my adopted daughter? Despite his youthful appearance, seemingly in his early 30s and resembling a scholar, Wu Ho Yonglai was, in fact, over 200 years old. He had taken Lu Yao as his goddaughter, a practice not without precedent. Among the young cultivators remaining in Fengtian City, many were his adopted sons and daughters. However, he He did not compel them to stay in Fengtian City indefinitely. Rather, most chose to remain of their own volition. He genuinely admired Lu Yao. She pondered that if her enmity with the Yuan Mazong were not so deeply rooted, there existed yet another intricate layer to their relationship that tethered her to this place. To be honest, she found the lifestyle in Fengtian City quite appealing. Wu Hou had no particularly lofty expectations of her. On the contrary, he consistently considered her well-being. Nevertheless, she understood that a single lie necessitates a multitude of additional lies to sustain it, and ultimately, a lie remains merely a lie, easily exposed. Seizing the moment while she was still held in favorable regard, she resolved to depart resolutely. Thus, Lu Yao once again declined. Wu Hou Yonglai expressed his profound regret, but ceased to press the matter. Before her departure, he bestowed upon Lu Yao 500 spirit stones along with some talismans. Observing her confusion, he explained that this was a reward for her recent performance. Initially, he had intended to grant her a wood-based cultivation technique, but the approval had yet to be finalized. In truth, even acknowledging Lu Yao's contributions, the reward was not as substantial. Part of it was a personal supplement from Wu Hou Yonglai, who believed that had Lu Yao not rallied the troops in a timely manner, Lin Zhanqing and Linghu Rui would not have retreated. At that moment, he had been ambushed and injured, and coupled with Linghu Rui's poison and the presence of the White Tiger Demon King, the outcome had been perilous. Lu Yao expressed her gratitude to Wu Hou. Go forth. Since you aspire to pursue greater realms, it is indeed a commendable endeavor. Wu Hou Yonglai displayed a magnanimous spirit, recognizing that if he could not retain her, he could only wish her a brilliant future. After emerging with Ning Shuzi, Gu Shuangshuang felt a tinge of regret for Lu Yao. Are you truly not staying? Lu Yao nodded, shedding the burden of such a significant falsehood and distancing herself from the senior brothers to pursue her cultivation in a safer sect was indeed a blessing. She appeared quite at ease, yet what she did not anticipate was that accompanying Ning Shuzi and the others were Chen Xiuyang and a battalion. The battalion was escorting several demon clan members, and Lu Yao quickly spotted the presence of Lung Yifeng. The two exchanged a gaze, each surprised by the other. Chapter 16. Team building at the Yuanma sect. Lung Yifeng looked at Lu Yao, and after a moment of astonishment, he felt a surge of emotion. It seemed that his junior sister was still concerned for him and intended to accompany him, fearing that she might be unable to restrain herself from intervening along the way. In truth, he believed he had mostly recovered and felt reasonably confident. However, he didn't expect his junior sister to assert that she wouldn't interfere while her body language suggested otherwise, leaving Lung Yifeng's thoughts in a state of turmoil. Affection level 2. The system suddenly announced, startling Lu Yao. She examined Lung Yifeng's emotional journey, left somewhat speechless. The system remarked, Lung Yifeng is truly a good person, quite suitable for reaping benefits. Host, do you truly not intend to reach 50 points of affection, allowing me to level up and draw a wave of rewards? It could be a 5-fold draw. Lu Yao was not blinded by the sudden influx of affection points. Soon, she inquired of Gu Shuangshuang. Are we really going to leave with Mr. Chen? Gu Shuangshuang replied, yes, Mr. Chen has invited us to Lishan Academy, and our master uncle has some personal matters to attend to in Huijing. However, it would not take long, at most 2 or 3 days. I have heard that the capital of the Tang dynasty, Huijing, is exceedingly prosperous, and it is a perfect opportunity to explore. Gu Shuangshuang's eyes sparkled at the thought of leisure. After all, she and Lu Yao were of similar age, and the Giant Sword Sect, being a rigorous sword cultivation sect, imposed strict discipline. Having finally secured a chance to venture out, Gu Shuangshuang's desire for amusement was palpable. Ultimately, they would still be journeying alongside Chen Xiuyang and his companions. Even the 233 system remarked, destiny is steering you towards conquering Lung Yifeng. Go for it, host. Lu Yao was somewhat exasperated. Was this truly about conquest? If their relationship were to be discovered inadvertently, she could very well find herself sent to the demon-slaying department for execution. If only she had known to postpone her departure for a couple of days. However, the decision had already been made. If she suddenly chose not to leave, it would appear quite odd. For now, she could only take one step at a time, hoping that her senior brothers would not appear during the journey. Fengtian City lacked a direct teleportation array to Huijing, as major cities typically refrained from establishing such connections, fearing that certain factions might take advantage of the information and launch surprise attacks. This journey, undertaken with the Giant Sword Sect and Chen Xiuyang's group, served as a means of mutual support along the way. This precaution was taken to guard against potential ambushes by demon accomplices. The teleportation array was a large-scale one, and just one trip required thousands of spirit stones. This time, over 1,000 individuals were traveling together, among them 300 to 400 demon captives. Naturally, these captives possessed relatively strong abilities. The weaker demons had perished on the battlefield long ago and were not deemed worthy of being sent to the demon-slaying department for execution. After the teleportation array was activated, approximately an hour had passed, and they had already arrived at the distant Yinzhou. At this moment, Lin Zhanqing and his companions were waiting near the teleportation array. They had previously gathered intelligence indicating that today Chun Xiuyang and his associates would be escorting Lung Yifeng to Huijing, and the route from Fengtian City to Huijing inevitably passed through Yinzhou. As expected, the teleportation array had reached its destination. One by one, a group of individuals emerged from within the array. Ling Rue inquired, "Senior brother, shall we take action now?" Lin Zhanqing shook his head, replying, "Let us wait a little longer until they enter the city." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure among the group. Lu Yao had just shared a joke with Gu Shuang, causing her to laugh heartily. Subsequently, Lu Yao received a notification from the system. Your senior brother, second senior brother, fourth senior brother, fifth senior brother, and sixth senior brother are all lying in ambush nearby. Lu Yao sensed a tremor in the system's voice, uncertain whether it was due to excitement or fear. Was this a collective outing of the Yuanma sect? I should have around 20 points by now. What ultimate life-saving items can I exchange for? I can see my junior sister now. At this moment, Ling Rue appeared somewhat exhilarated. To his left stood Lin Zhanqing, while to his right was a young man dressed in blue, whose exquisite and handsome features were striking, exuding an ethereal aura. He was Lu Yao's fourth senior brother, Yu Qi. At that moment, a figure behind Yu Qi stirred slightly, and suddenly, a shadow emerged. This dark figure was Yu Qi's twin brother, Yu Lin. Together, they were known as the Yu Qilin twin stars. In ordinary times, one only perceives one and not the other. Typically, the younger brother, Yu Lin, lurks in the shadow of his elder brother, Yu Qi. He embodies his shadow and serves as his unexpected blade. Should one be unfortunate enough to witness both of their appearances simultaneously, it would signify a death sentence for that individual. However, at this moment, Yulin has stepped out from Yu Qi's shadow because the sixth junior brother, Wen Hang, seeks to seize an opportunity to escape. Junior brother, it would be wise not to make any sudden movements, for my blade does not possess the gift of discernment, Yulin stated coldly. Although Yulin shares the same visage as Yu Qi, their demeanors are worlds apart. Yu Qi exudes an ethereal grace, his every gesture betraying no sign of a member of the demonic sect, while Yulin, even beneath the sun's rays, appears less than human. His countenance is a pallid reflection of illness, and his speech is imbued with an icy detachment, as if devoid of the emotions of a normal person. Wen Hang indeed harbors a desire to flee. He harbors no affection for the members of the Yuanma sect, only resentment. Moreover, he is acutely aware that the senior brother intends to use him as a pawn to lure the junior sister, Lu Yao, into the open. Yet he has no intention of cooperating. At that moment, however, Lin Zhanqing has already sensed the commotion and cast a frigid glance in Wen Hang's direction, a gaze laden with warning. Act immediately, Lin Zhanqing commanded, subsequently disregarding Wen Hang. Following his orders, a throng of individuals surged forth from behind. The shadowy brigade of the Yuanma sect. Their emergence was abrupt, and upon their arrival, various shadowy thunder pearls detonated. Quickly, secure the rear. Do not allow them to abduct the captives. At this moment, Chun Xiuyang and the others could only assume that their advance was aimed at seizing the demon captives. Fortunately, preparations were well in place. The demon captives were securely bound by both heart-piercing locks and spirit-binding ropes. Moreover, the legion was arranged in the demon-subduing formation. However, before it could be utilized, the Shadow Brigade surrounded the front line, confronting Chun Xiuyang and the members of the Giant Sword sect head-on. What are you planning to do? Chun Xiuyang demanded sternly. Meanwhile, Lu Yao was still indecisive about what to exchange. The random teleportation array had the peculiar feature of transporting one away in a quarter of an hour, with the destination potentially 1,000 miles away or merely a mere 1,000 meters ahead. This seemed rather unreliable. There was also the explosive enhancement pill, which could temporarily elevate one's strength to the Golden Core stage, but with notable side effects, leaving one significantly weakened within a month. While Lu Yao was mulling over his options, Lin Zhanqing interjected, I have no interest in abducting the demon clan. I merely require you to hand over the individuals. Individuals? Gu Shuangshuang unsheathed her sword to protect Lu Yao. Lu Yao felt both touched and amused. This foolish girl had only reached the third layer of foundation establishment, her strength inferior to his own. She had already resolved to exchange for the Confucian skill of verbal dueling, as this particular skill was quite challenging for ordinary individuals. Yet for someone like her, who had traversed worlds, reciting a few battle poems posed no difficulty, and most importantly, it had minimal side effects. Just then, Lin Zhanqing pushed Wen Heng forward. Little junior sister, if you do not obediently step forward, what if I accidentally harm the sixth junior brother? Chapter 17. After the revelation, little junior sister? Whom is he calling? Gu Shuangshuang, upon hearing this, turned to Lu Yao with confusion. Do you know who his junior sister is? Others were equally perplexed. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yao yearned to dig a hole in the ground and conceal herself within it, overwhelmed by the sheer embarrassment of the situation. She had anticipated her disguise might be unveiled, yet she had not anticipated it occurring in such a manner. Yao, will you reveal yourself, or shall I take action? It appeared that others had also taken notice. Lin Zhanqing's gaze was fixated solely on Lu Yao. He discerned that the group had accepted her without knowledge of her true identity. Now, he intended to expose her identity to all, testing whether she would still find refuge among these so-called esteemed circles. At this juncture, her facade could no longer be upheld. Lu Yao addressed Gu Shuangshuang. I must apologize. Shuangshuang. Indeed, I am Lu Yao, the former disciple of the late sect leader Ing Wuyin of the Yuanma sect. Little 7 Gu Shuangshuang struggled to grasp the reality of her revelation, as did the others, who were equally incredulous. Upon concluding her declaration, Lu Yao bowed respectfully to Elder Ning Shuzi of the Giant Sword sect and the esteemed Confucian scholar Chen Qiuyang. Master Ning, Mr. Chun, it was never my intention to conceal this from you for so long. Lin Zhanqing has murdered my only kin, my master Ing Wuyin. As a member of the demonic sect, I have always feared that you would regard me with disdain because of it. Lu Yao spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Ning Shuzi and Chen Qiuyang exchanged a glance, both sighing deeply, their thoughts in turmoil. On one hand, their prior impression of her had been quite favorable. On the other, her concealment of such a pivotal aspect of her identity had seeded doubt in their minds, leaving them uncertain whether to continue trusting her. When Lu Yao accused Lin Zhanqing of murdering her master, astonishment flashed across the faces of her fellow disciples, Yu Qi, Yu Lin, and Wen Heng. With the exception of Ling Hu Rui, they all turned their gazes towards Lin Zhanqing. Previously, their coercion of Lu Yao was aimed at extracting the inheritance and the demon contract from him. Now, Lin Zhanqing truly intended to take Lu Yao's life. So, you were aware of everything. Master is dead, but he did not perish because of me. It was due to severe injuries coupled with the backlash from the demon, an outcome he could not survive. I merely expedited his liberation. Lin Zhanqing, no matter how you argue, you cannot conceal the fact that it was your hand that led to Master's demise. There exists an irreconcilable enmity between us. Do you not desire the demon contract? I cannot safeguard it, yet I shall never surrender it to you. Upon hearing this, the 233 system grew anxious. Host, are you truly intent on establishing an everlasting enmity with Lin Zhanqing? The enmity was already forged. It was not her choice. It was Lin Zhanqing who instigated it. She found herself devoid of the option to choose between righteousness and demonic paths. Thus, she had to sever ties with the demonic way. In doing so, she could still garner the favor of Ning Shuzi and Chen Qiuyang, ensuring that when conflict arose, she would not be left isolated and defenseless. Lu Yao's impassioned words were the result of deep contemplation. Subsequently, she unveiled Lin Zhanqing's demon contract. In an instant, Lin Zhanqing's breath quickened. Even the eyes of Ling Hu Rui, the Yu Qi brothers, and Wen Heng did not dare to blink, for this was pivotal to their cultivation. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Yao approached Chen Qiuyang and said, Mr. Chun, I entrust this to you. As a great scholar of Confucianism, upholding the righteous spirit of heaven and earth, I believe you will not allow malevolent creatures or wicked individuals to prevail. The words demon contract echoed with significance. Anyone with even a modest understanding of the demonic path would recognize that this represents the greatest vulnerability for those who traverse its treacherous waters. For cultivators dedicated to vanquishing demons, acquiring such an object equates to a greater than 90% chance of eradicating the malevolent entity. When Lu Yao presented the heavenly demon contract, Chen Xiaoyang's gaze towards her shifted perceptibly. Good, good, he mused. Considering that Lu Yao had severed ties with the Yuanma sect and had not committed any wrongdoing. Thus, preserving her life today would pose no issue. However, at that moment, Lin Zhanqing had already made his move. Lu Yao, are you courting death? Lu Yao's actions had utterly enraged Lin Zhanqing. She dared to entrust the heavenly demon contract to a Confucian cultivator. Lin Zhanqing's speed was astonishingly swift. A torrent of pitch-black demonic energy surged forth, hurtling directly towards Lu Yao. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, a vast and formidable sword mark descended from the heavens, cleaving through the demonic energy in two. At this juncture, Lung Yifeng had freed himself from the binding ropes and positioned himself protectively in front of Lu Yao. Third junior brother, what are you doing? Lin Zhanqing halted abruptly upon recognizing Lung Yifeng. Elder brother, I cannot allow you to harm junior sister. Lung Yifeng sensed the overwhelming demonic energy and the chilling intent to kill emanating from Lin Zhanqing. He was resolute in his determination to protect. Get lost. In response, Lin Zhanqing concentrated even more demonic energy in his chest, forming a dark sphere that hurtled towards Lung Yifeng. Countless tendrils of demonic energy rained down like a torrential storm, engulfing all in their path. The radiant sword light of Lung Yifeng cleaved through the shroud of black mist, and in the blink of an eye, he had carved countless sword marks. Yet, he could not penetrate the ominous demonic energy that stained even the heavens. Third junior brother, do not say that your injuries have yet to fully heal. Even if they were, what could you possibly use to hinder me? His entire being emanated a chilling aura of demonic power, his presence soaring to its zenith. The infernal flames surged high, shrouding the midday sun in a blanket of dark clouds. Then, the shadowy group, led by Ling Hu Rue and others, sprang into action. Qin Xiuyang, Ning Shuzi, and their companions were likewise compelled to engage in battle. This demon must be vanquished. This conviction resided firmly in the hearts of Ning Shuzi and Qin Xiuyang. The demonic energy was overwhelmingly potent and malevolent, thick with a lingering bloodlust that suggested the countless lives extinguished to conjure such a force. At that moment, Lin Zhanqing finally struck a mass of black bloodthirsty energy upon Lung Yifeng. He then disregarded Lung Yifeng's attempts to retaliate, directly manipulating the tendrils of demonic energy to bear down upon Lu Yao. Ah Yao, be cautious. As Lung Yifeng sought to move again, a young man clad in blue interposed himself before him. Third senior brother, I have long wished to ascertain whose weapon is swifter, yours or my blade. Yu Qi, ignoring Lu Yao and Lin Zhanqing, knew that Lu Yao's fate was sealed. He merely needed to hold Lung Yifeng at bay for a moment longer. A sense of melancholy engulfed Lung Yifeng. Was it truly the end for his junior sister? Yet, in an instant, golden radiance pierced through the clouds. A surge of righteous energy converging towards them, cleansing all demonic malevolence and leaving no trace to escape. In the midst of the overwhelming aura of righteousness stood a captivating maiden clad in crimson, her divine visage and ethereal grace evoking the purity of snow upon the mountains and the brilliance of the moon amidst the clouds. With a solemn brow, she chanted incantations, her voice resonating with the essence of the cosmos. The heavens and earth were imbued with this righteous energy, manifesting in myriad forms. Below lay the rivers and mountains, while above shone the sun and stars. In humanity, this was known as the boundless righteousness, a force that surged through the vast expanse of the sky. With each utterance, the righteousness intensified, forming a protective barrier that even the dark energy of Lin Zhanqing could not penetrate. Furthermore, he sensed that this profound aura seemed specifically designed to counteract his own malevolence, diminishing its potency. How could this be? Lu Yao, a disciple of the demonic sect, whom he had watched grow since childhood, possessed such formidable righteousness. The atmosphere was electrifying. Qin Xiuyang was filled with exhilaration, feeling as if his very soul was undergoing a purification. Each word spoken by Lu Yao resonated within him, cleansing his spirit. Likewise, this righteousness inspired every warrior of the White Elephant Legion, igniting within them an infinite sense of valor and strength. Although the members of the Giant Sword sect may not comprehend the Confucian arts, the palpable aura of righteousness stirred their hearts, evoking profound emotions. Any individual with a sense of justice, upon hearing the song of righteousness, would inevitably resonate with its fervent call. In stark contrast, the forces of the demonic sect felt an unsettling discomfort as the balance shifted, the righteousness solidifying in a manner that made them acutely aware of their own vulnerabilities. Indeed, the skill of verbal sparring serves not merely as a means of defense. When the righteous aura solidifies to a considerable extent, it transforms into a celestial sword. The Qingming sword, descending from the heavens and relentlessly targeting the formidable demon, Lin Zhanqing. Lin Zhanqing summoned the essence of his primal demonic arts to their utmost limit, gathering demonic energy once more, yet it lacked the terrifying potency it once possessed. The Qingming sword seemed to have him firmly in its sights, despite his attempts to evade. He could not escape its grasp. With unwavering force, it pierced through, clashing against the chilling demonic energy, a contest between the demonic and the righteous. Simultaneously, Ning Shuzi and Chun Xiaoyang seized this opportunity to launch a coordinated attack from both sides. Linghu Rue and others followed suit in succession. Observing this scene, Wen Heng found himself momentarily entranced. The girl enveloped in golden radiance possessed an otherworldly beauty, akin to a celestial being, standing apart from the mundane world. In that instant, he felt as though he had never truly understood Lu Yao. The chasm between them widened significantly. Contemplating this disparity, Wen Heng clenched his fists, resolved to grow stronger. He then set forth, running with fervor. He heard the shrill sound of swords behind him, accompanied by thunderous roars. Soon after, a resounding explosion echoed, urging him to run even faster. Lin Zhanqing had faltered. His once proud primal demonic arts were subdued, and the demonic core was wounded by the Qingming sword. Although the sword's energy merely grazed him, it was infused with the righteous aura of the heavens and earth. The commotion from the battle outside Yinzhou City had captured the attention of the cultivators within. The demon-slaying division mobilized en masse. The primal demon sect had no choice but to declare a temporary retreat. However, before their departure, Linghu Rue unleashed a barrage of poison. Many cultivators of insufficient strength fell to the ground, requiring immediate medical attention. Qin Xiaoyang and others did not pursue. After Lu Yao demonstrated her skills in verbal combat, she now felt severely drained of spiritual energy and could hardly muster the strength to move. However, the gazes of those around her had shifted dramatically. "Xiao Qi, you are truly remarkable," Gu Shuang exclaimed, her face radiating admiration. Even Yi Qingyi regarded her with newfound respect. As for Qin Xiaoyang, his faith in Lu Yao had solidified completely. Rest assured, if the people of the Yuanma sect dare to approach you, they will be opposing the Lishan Academy. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyang was utterly convinced of Lu Yao's integrity. How could a young woman capable of wielding Confucian rhetoric and exuding such an abundance of righteous energy ever ally with the fiends of the Yuanma sect? Although she had indeed been associated with them in the past, she had undoubtedly emerged untainted from the mire, a quality exceedingly rare and precious. While Qin Xiaoyang was unaware of where Lu Yao had acquired her Confucian techniques, or whether the righteousness song was an original creation or imparted to her by another, it was indisputable that she was a true heir to Confucianism, a prodigy among prodigies. Ning Shuzi and others concurred. Her resolute demeanor radiated an air of righteousness that unmistakably distinguished her from the demonic entities. Thus, Lu Yao found herself encircled, receiving spiritual medicine and expressions of concern from her peers. Lung Yifeng had initially intended to take his junior sister away, but upon witnessing the multitude of affectionate glances directed at her from afar, he refrained from approaching. Nonetheless, he harbored no regrets about intervening, for his junior sister had once saved his life, and moreover, his elder brother had admitted to the murder of their master. This revelation left him in a state of confusion, unsure of how to confront his elder brother. He also pondered the origins of his junior sister's mastery of Confucian and Taoist techniques. Perhaps it was a card left by his master, yet he had no desire to delve into it any further. His junior sister possessed the ability to protect herself and had a circle of friends to assist her, which provided him with a sense of reassurance. After all, the senior brother would not intervene in the near future. Thus, Lung Yifeng sought solitude to refine his swordsmanship. It was the 233 system that alerted Lu Yao of Lung Yifeng's intention to leave. At that moment, Lu Yao had consumed the elixir provided by Ning Shuzi, regaining some of his strength. He bid farewell to them and approached the third senior brother. Ning Shuzi and Qin Xiaoyang exchanged glances, but ultimately refrained from dissuading him. Although Lung Yifeng was indeed a formidable figure, he had assisted them significantly that day. They could easily surmise why he had been released. Thus, they chose to turn a blind eye to his circumstances. As Lung Yifeng prepared to depart, Lu Yao hastily called out to him. Junior sister, are you leaving? Yes. Where are you going? Senior brother, why not accompany me? Lu Yao suggested. Lung Yifeng was an aficionado of the sword, solely captivated by the art of swordsmanship. Fortunately, his worldview had not yet been entirely distorted. Her previous assistance to him was motivated by the desire for strategy points. But now she genuinely recognized him as a senior brother. Accompany you? Lung Yifeng glanced at those behind Lu Yao, who acknowledged her but regarded him with suspicion. No, I trust you will be safe with them. If I were to follow, it would only sow seeds of doubt regarding both of us. Seeing his determination, Lu Yao handed him her communication talisman. Senior brother, wherever you go in the future, do remember to keep in touch with me. Rest assured, I regard you as distinct from others. You shall forever remain my third senior brother. In that moment, a wave of emotion stirred within Lung Yifeng. The 233 system excitedly proclaimed, Host, Lung Yifeng's favorability rating has reached 2. Chapter 19. Have you ever heard of Wen Qing? Oh dear, Lung Yifeng is a good person. Do not let him slip away. In him, I see the hope of my own advancement, the 233 system remarked, for Lung Yifeng is the most effortless source of opportunity. Lu Yao shared a similar sentiment. Yet, she found no compelling reason to persuade him to stay. Lung Yifeng departed. Following this, Lu Yao accompanied Qin Xiuyang and others into Yenzhou. The provincial governor arranged accommodations, stating that after a day of rest, the injured would be ready to embark on the spiritual vessel. Upon returning to the relay station, with some leisure time at last, Qin Xiuyang could no longer suppress his curiosity regarding the Song of Righteousness and her prowess in the art of rhetoric. Lu Yao had been anticipating his inquiry and was prepared with her response. This Song of Righteousness was not composed by me. It was acquired by my master during his travels across the world. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiuyang was not particularly surprised. It was not that he looked down upon Lu Yao. Rather, he believed that at her age, it would be difficult for her to produce such profound reflections. But do you know who the author is? Wen Tianxiang, Lu Yao replied. Qin Xiuyang pondered deeply, realizing that he was entirely ignorant of the illustrious figure behind the powerful and inspiring Song of Righteousness. He sensed that such depth of insight and talent should place the author above the rank of a great scholar, perhaps even approaching the level of a semi-saint. This revelation ignited inspiration within his literary spirit, leaving him feeling inferior to the creator. Uncertain of the reason behind his perplexity, he turned to Ning Shuzi, who similarly shook his head. Thus, Qin Xiuyang once again directed his gaze towards Lu Yao. Who might this gentleman be? I must pay him a personal visit. If the Lishan Academy could summon this esteemed individual, it would be a fortune for countless scholars of our institution, a blessing for the Tang nation, and indeed for humanity. He is undoubtedly a renowned minister of the Southern Song dynasty, a national hero. Alas, we exist in different realms of time, rendering any meeting impossible. Lu Yao inwardly lamented, then remarked, I too am unaware. I have only encountered his writings, yet know not his origins. My master traversed the world in his youth, visiting many places, perhaps not even within the realm of Tianhua continent. It is also possible that this literary giant is not of the present age, but rather an ancient sage. Qin Xiuyang expressed profound regret, lamenting his fortune. To have read the master's poetry yet remain bereft of a personal encounter is indeed my misfortune. Young friend Lu, you must transcribe the master's verses for me. Upon their release, they will surely become a battle poem for our people. Placed on the front lines, they shall instill terror in our enemies. Very well, Lu Yao responded without hesitation. If this battle poem could reach Fengtian City, it would undoubtedly save many lives under the command of the Martial Marquis. She immediately took up her brush and ink. Each character she inscribed seemed to possess a soul of its own. Threads of ethereal energy flowed forth, entering through her spiritual center. It was these characters that bestowed enlightenment upon her, as well as the righteous spirit emanating from the Song of Righteousness that inspired her. Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism share a universal principle. The law transcends mere forms. The truths of the universe hold a common rationale, justice and righteousness. Lu Yao felt a spark of inspiration, as if she had grasped something profound. When her thoughts flowed seamlessly onto the paper, her pen fell with a resounding impact. A myriad of radiant hues unfolded, with colorful cranes and auspicious omens resonating in harmony. The brilliance she conjured was akin to the five-colored divine light. Within the Tang Kingdom, scholars of renown from various provinces sensed a shift, as the essence of heaven and earth was enriched anew. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Chen Xiuyang gazed upon the Song of Righteousness and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yet, upon reading it through, he found himself perplexed by some allusions. What was meant by the line, in the style of Qi's Grand Historian and in the pen of Dong Hu from Jin? The historical context of ancient China diverged from that of the Tianhua continent's Tang Kingdom. These references were still somewhat elusive to Lu Yao. If she articulated them too clearly, Chen Xiuyang might question how she possessed such an intricate understanding of the allusions within a poem of uncertain origin. Lu Yao's words stirred something within Chen Xiuyang. Was this permissible? The more he observed Lu Yao, the more he felt a burgeoning delight. With her master, Ing Wuyo having passed away, it seemed entirely reasonable for him to take her under his wing as a student. Furthermore, a former practitioner of the demonic arts, now teaching Confucian principles, could hardly be deemed contradictory. No, Mr. Chun. It was settled then. I shall devote myself to revising the poem. Chen Xiuyang clutched the Song of Righteousness as if it were a treasured gem, joyfully setting about his revisions. Lu Yao hadn't even had the chance to clarify that her sharp wit and eloquence were not merely a testament to her talent. What could she achieve at Lishan Academy? Would she merely be a scribe? That was not her true calling. Her innate ability lay in her singular wood-based root, a talent that could indeed shine brightly even within the ranks of Qingyun's sect. Little 7, congratulations. Lishan Academy is quite splendid. I truly did not anticipate your remarkable talent. You have inspired nothing but envy in me. Gu Shuang, with her starry eyes, gazed in admiration. Lu Yao remarked, my abilities do not permit me to act pretentiously. Ning Shuzi felt that Lu Yao possessed extraordinary talent, lamenting that their great sword sect only accepted sword cultivators, which was indeed regrettable. Gu Shuang nodded fervently, otherwise, she could have been a sister disciple to Lu Yao. Lu Yao smiled faintly, suggesting, Ning Zhenren, I believe we should adhere to our original plan and head to Qingyun's sect. Ning Shuzi dared not respond to her statement, as it was evident that Chen Xiuyang was serious this time. It was a rare opportunity to capture a genius. Who would wish to let it slip away? You must discuss this with Chondaro later. I shall not intervene. Lu Yao wished to voice her thoughts, but had yet to find an opportune moment. Chen Xiuyang worked tirelessly through the night, revising his manuscript with unwavering dedication. Upon completing it, he still felt dissatisfied, obsessively refining every word, leaving no chance for her to speak. The following morning, the local magistrate arranged for a spiritual vessel. As everyone exited the post station, they prepared to depart from Yinzhou City. At that moment, the 233 system alerted. Your sixth senior brother, Wen Hang, is on the street. Chapter 20. Beyond recovery, he must have come out. The 233 system continued. Since he is alone, this is a rare opportunity. Hurry. Lu Yao cast a glance at Wen Hang, only to find that he was also looking at her, seemingly staring for quite a while, as if fearing she might rush towards him at any moment. Was it really necessary? If Lu Yao recalled correctly, among all her senior brothers, aside from the eldest, Wen Hang harbored the most animosity towards her. Moreover, she had racked her brains without comprehending one crucial matter. The original owner seemed not to have treated Wen Hang excessively. At most, she had been a tad clingy. Why, then, did he harbor such intense aversion towards her? It was futile to attempt to win him over. It was hopeless. Onward to the next endeavor. Lu Yao despised the notion of pressing her warm face against a cold shoulder. She was not one to revel in self-deprecation. As for this inherently sensitive, suspicious, and brooding young lad, she held no aspirations of redemption. The host, he is the Xian Sha Tian Mo body. Do not be deceived by his currently low growth value. Once he erupts, his progress will surpass that of anyone else. Therefore, do not forsake the treatment. The Xian Sha Tian Mo body? That sounds vaguely familiar. Lu Yao felt as though she had heard her master mention it. Indeed, it is quite well known. He is the most sought-after genius of the demonic path in the entire realm of cultivation, seemingly born to be a grand demon. He possesses the capability to cultivate all forms of demonic arts and absorb various demonic energies. He merely needs to succumb to his darker inclinations to thrive. Typically, those who pursue the path of demonic cultivation must contract with a celestial demon, a process fraught with difficulty. He, however, requires no such arrangement. From the moment of his birth, he has been surrounded by numerous otherworldly celestial demons vying to form contracts with him. Presently, he is accompanied by an exceptionally powerful, yet dormant, otherworldly celestial demon. Thus, one must never afford him even the slightest relaxation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao's expression grew somewhat peculiar. So, Wen Hang harbors a vigilant, celestial demon within him. No wonder her master had always maintained a lukewarm demeanor towards Wen Hang. It seems he had long since realized that this was a wolf that could not be tamed. What is Wen Hang's darkening value? Lu Yao inquired. 41. And what of my senior brother? 42. To her astonishment, the difference was negligible. Despite the futility of the situation, Lu Yao pondered deeply and reluctantly nodded in agreement. What you say does seem plausible. Perhaps I should eliminate him right away. After all, he is still but a child. Yet to realize his potential, the 233 system interjected. It appears the host is quite serious, contemplating action. But is this truly a viable course? This is a system, not a tool for slaughter. It feels rather off. Will there be no repercussions for such an act? After further contemplation, Lu Yao continued. It seems he has not committed any heinous deeds thus far. If I were to take his life, it would inevitably entangle me in a web of karma. This is not a righteous path and contradicts my principles. Though destined to become a villainous boss, he has yet to leave the confines of his sect due to his formidable powers and the nature of his Xian Sha Tian Mo body. Whenever he steps outside, he inevitably attracts all manner of demons and spirits, either seeking to possess him or to abduct him. The annihilation of the Wen family was a direct consequence of this predicament. After joining the Yuan Mo sect as a disciple, he was filled with resentment. His master, not imparting full guidance, left him believing he was merely a pawn in the grand scheme concerning his Xian Sha Tian Mo body. Upon reflecting on this, Lu Yao realized that he could not simply let him go. What are you muttering about? Gu Shuang inquired with curiosity. I believe I just caught a glimpse of my sixth senior brother, and I find him rather pitiable. Regardless, I should bind him to my side for the time being. This will stifle his growth potential. Should he still succumb to darkness and resort to violence, I shall act in accordance with justice and cleanse the world of his menace. Then hurry and locate him. Gu Shuang exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Although she had witnessed the ferocious and bloodthirsty side of Master Lu Yao and his senior brothers, she also observed the moment when Lu Yao's third senior brother stood up courageously at a crucial juncture. She held no prejudice against Lu Yao's brothers, believing that the world is filled with both good and bad individuals. Even within the dark depths of the Yuan Ma sect, there existed righteous souls like Lu Yao, a little fairy with a pure heart. Lu Yao nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, sixth senior brother Wen Hang had vanished from sight. Lu Yao briefly explained the situation to Qin Shuyang, intending to search for him. Gu Shuang insisted on joining, and Yi Qingyi decided to accompany them as well. The three of them ventured forth together. Not far ahead, a sudden commotion erupted. A crowd had gathered, and Lu Yao exchanged glances with Gu Shuang before they could not resist moving closer to investigate. They beheld Wen Hang, who was being restrained by a Taoist priest. This priest had tossed a few pieces of silver to compensate the vendor whose stall had been damaged. Clad in a flowing gray robe, he exuded an extraordinary aura, embodying the ethereal spirit of a celestial being. Despite being a practitioner of the Tao, he did not abuse his power. Many commoners who witnessed this scene felt an immediate sense of goodwill toward him. However, Wen Hang's expression was far from pleasant. He struggled desperately, akin to the monkey king trapped in the palm of the Buddha. The Taoist, possessing a kind heart, acted with benevolence. Since Gu Shuang did not recognize Wen Hang, she perceived the Taoist's actions as commendable. Yi Qingyi could not help but nod in agreement, yet Lu Yao interjected. Gu Shuang, intrigued by the apparent weakness of Lu Yao's sixth senior brother, scrutinized Wen Hang more closely. Yi Qingyi also nodded, casting a glance at her, signaling that this was not acceptable. It was evident that strength was not extraordinary. However, she and Yi Qingyi had no absolute confidence in capturing the old Taoist. They needed to proceed with caution to prevent his escape. Thus, Lu Yao stepped forward and said, Taoist, it appears this little thief is your disciple. He has just stolen my belongings and must return them. The Taoist, originally intent on departing, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a young girl, which stirred some commotion among the crowd. At this moment, Wen Hang noticed Lu Yao and furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, Lu Yao seized her vine whip and struck down, only to be intercepted by the Taoist. What are you doing? He inquired. I said he stole my belongings. Shouldn't I retaliate? The onlookers murmured among themselves, further tarnishing Wen Hang's reputation. He found himself under a silent spell, unable to defend himself, sensing that Lu Yao was deliberately seeking to humiliate him. The old Taoist, still attempting to play the Good Samaritan, remarked, What did he take? I shall compensate you. It is merely a little girl. What valuable possessions could she possibly have? Yet Lu Yao replied, "Oh, just a storage ring, containing merely 10 bottles of high-quality elixirs." Before she could finish, the old Taoist's demeanor turned icy. "You impudent girl, are you mocking me?" Chapter 21. Huanglong Taoist, how is this mocking you? Did you not promise to compensate me? I lost a family heirloom storage ring. Look, it is right in his hand. Taoist, please retrieve it so that I may inspect it in person. Otherwise, we shall take this matter to the authorities. Lu Yao stated deliberately. This was Yanzhou, the territory of the Tang Kingdom. Yesterday, a venerable scholar of Confucianism and an elder from the Great Sword Sect led a group of captured demon clans into Yanzhou. The old Taoist suppressed his emotions and stripped the storage ring from Wen Heng's hand, tossing it to Lu Yao. "This is for you." Lu Yao accepted it and remarked, "But I must conduct an inventory first. One must be wary of unforeseen calamities born from insatiable greed." The old Taoist had begun to caution Lu Yao, his words imbued with an air of authority, revealing his prowess as a golden core cultivator. Nevertheless, Lu Yao withstood the pressure and replied with a smile, "Master, are you instructing me on how to proceed? That sentiment should rather be directed towards you." Seeking death, the old Taoist was evidently incensed by Lu Yao's retort. He immediately swept his whisk towards her, closing the distance in an instant, yet halted mere half a meter from her, suspended in midair. For it was Chun Xiaoyang and Ning Shuzi who had arrived just in time. Chun Xiaoyang immobilized the whisk with his floating life brush. Which demon dares to lay hands on a disciple of the Confucian school? Chun Xiaoyang, fiercely protective, could not allow any harm to come to Lu Yao, especially after she had just bestowed upon him the Song of Righteousness, adding a battle hymn to the humanities arsenal. Ning Shuzi chimed in, "You, an elder, shamelessly bully the young. If you possess courage, let us spar outside the city." He unsheathed his 3-foot-long sword, embodying the fiery temperament of a sword cultivator. This yellow dragon Taoist was indeed a practitioner of the sinister path, a hybrid of foreign bloodlines. Yet, through a fortunate turn of events, he had acquired a protective Tao stone that concealed his malevolent karmic burdens, allowing him to masquerade as a sage with an innate aura of Tao. His innate charisma was profound. When he adopted an air of pretense, he appeared even more ethereal than bona fide cultivators. Little did he expect to be so easily exposed today, igniting his fury. The two individuals who arrived were formidable, one a Confucian sage and the other a sword cultivator of the Golden Core stage. His words clearly indicated a desire for peace and resolution. Under ordinary circumstances, if a foundation establishment cultivator offended a Golden Core cultivator, a reprimand would be expected. Even with the arrival of an elder, one would need to carefully consider their own abilities before deciding whether to intervene. Moreover, although the venerable Huanglong had made a move, he had yet to inflict any harm upon Lu Yao, suggesting that a mutual retreat would be the wisest course of action. Regrettably, Chun Xiaoyang and Ning Shuzi had already been informed that Wen Heng was in his possession, and since Wen Heng was Lu Yao's senior apprentice, the old Taoist's insistence on claiming him as his disciple revealed ulterior motives. Were it not for the bustling street filled with innocent bystanders, Chun Xiaoyang and Ning Shuzi would have certainly dismissed his prattle. "You may leave, but he must remain," Chun Xiaoyang declared. "Why?" inquired the venerable Huanglong. "Because he is not your disciple at all. He is the 6th disciple of Ing Wui, the master of the Yuanma sect," Lu Yao slowly replied. The name of the Yuanma sect was well known. It was a notorious force in the northern regions, instilling fear in the hearts of children who misbehaved. Often warned that a demon from the Yuanma sect would come for them. Although Yanzhou was somewhat better off, its convenient transportation meant that tales of the sect's infamous reputation often reached its ears. Furthermore, the recent battle at the city gate had solidified the Yuanma sect's notoriety. Upon hearing the name, the crowd's expressions shifted. They were ready to call for violence. Seeing his scheme unravel, the venerable Huanglong immediately seized Wen Heng and took to the air. However, Lu Yao's vine whip was swift, ensnaring Wen Heng in an instant. The Taoist of the Yellow Dragon swiftly severed the vine whip and fled at an astonishing speed. Chun Xiaoyang and Ning Shuzi closely pursued him. She produced Wen Heng's storage ring, which contained a contract for the celestial demon. Combined with the one given to her by her master, the two formed a singular pact. The ritual to summon the celestial demon commenced. At this moment, after tracking for a while, Chun Xiaoyang and Ning Shuzi realized that the Taoist of the Yellow Dragon had seemingly eluded them. His speed of flight was extraordinary, as if he possessed some arcane secret technique. He must be of mixed blood descent, Chun Xiuyang remarked, his brow furrowed. He grasped a brush of demon painting and began to sketch in midair, exclaiming, "Reveal." The Taoist of the Yellow Dragon sensed that he had been firmly locked onto by some unknown force. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to relinquish Wen Hong, busily attempting to sever the binding created by the brush with the blood of the demon. The walking body of the celestial demon posed little threat to him. Given his mixed heritage, were it to fall into the hands of the Hundred Abyss Alliance, the situation would be vastly different, and he could claim great merit. However, suddenly, Wen Hong broke free from his restraints, her eyes a fierce crimson, exuding an icy demeanor. Yet at this moment, she had already succumbed to unconsciousness. The expressions of the two esteemed figures were complex. Qin Xiuyang directly addressed Lu Yao, "Come with me." Gu Shuangshuang watched Lu Yao depart, her heart tinged with worry. Lu Yao understood the gravity of the situation and remained composed. He had chosen to unveil Wen Heng's celestial demon body today, not only to prevent the yellow dragon from absconding with her, but also to inform Chun Xiuyang and the others. The emergence of the celestial demon body was a momentous event for both the righteous and demonic paths. Henceforth, it seemed that Wen Heng's life would not be tranquil. He resembled a born harbinger of doom, destined to flourish amidst a tempest of blood and chaos, evolving into a formidable dark overlord. Chun Xiuyang engaged in a private conversation with Lu Yao, inquiring, "Are you aware of the nature of your 6 senior brother's physique?" "The Xian Sha Tian Mo body," Lu Yao replied. At that moment, Chun Xiuyang felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty. Although he had previously witnessed Wen Heng's astonishing demonic energy, his heart had harbored a vague suspicion. Yet, hearing this revelation directly was still disconcerting. "Have you disclosed this to anyone else?" Chun Xiuyang further questioned. Lu Yao shook her head, "No. However, several of my senior brothers are aware. He is the fated child sought by the demonic sect. It is unexpected that he has fallen into the hands of the Yuan Mo sect," Chun Xiuyang lamented. As for the storage ring from today, Lu Yao had secured it well, deciding against returning it to Wen Heng. Chapter 22. How do you know? At this moment, the Huanglong Taoist had already retreated 1,000 miles away, feeling a profound anguish over the loss of this incarnation. The Xian Sha Tian Mo body indeed lived up to its fierce reputation. Qin Xiuyang and Ning Shuzi had caused him to lose an incarnation. This enmity could not go unpunished. I must swiftly convey this information to the Baiyuan Alliance. With this thought, the Huanglong Taoist departed rapidly. Although he had been delayed for a time, fortune smiled upon him as everything proceeded smoothly. The spiritual vessel was already prepared. Lu Yao, Gu Shuangshuang, and the others boarded the grand spiritual ship, which from a distance appeared as if a vessel was soaring through the sky. The Zhao Yao Division's spiritual ship boasted 3 levels, accommodating over 1,000 individuals. The uppermost level housed the imprisoned demon clans, while the second and third levels served as quarters for the practitioners and warriors. The vast expanse of the Tang Empire meant that even upon reaching Yanzhou, one would still traverse 3 provinces, 5 passes, and over 10 prefectures before arriving at Huijing. Even under normal circumstances, the journey by spirit vessel would take a day or 2. During this time, Lu Yao and Gu Shuangshuang, among others, occupied the 3rd level of the vessel. Each had their own chamber, with windows sealed yet composed of a transparent material, allowing glimpses of the world outside. Half a day had elapsed, and Wen Heng remained in slumber. Gu Shuangshuang gazed at him for a moment before turning to Lu Yao, inquiring, "He has taken the elixir. Yet why is he still unresponsive? Could he have been secretly poisoned? Rest? Not at all. I feel quite invigorated." Before Gu Shuangshuang could finish her thought, Yi Qingyi interjected, "Shuangshuang, you have yet to complete your studies today. It is indeed time to depart." Without further ado, Yi Qingyi took Gu Shuangshuang by the hand and led her out of the room. Gu Shuangshuang, though perceptive, feigned ignorance. The young man had long since awakened. Perhaps out of pride, he chose to remain in pretense. Besides, it was a reunion between senior and junior, and their presence felt somewhat intrusive. As Gu Shuangshuang and Yi Qingyi exited, Lu Yao couldn't help but admire Yi Qingyi's grace and intelligence. "Cease your charade. It is apparent to all, and they are merely sparing your dignity." Wen Heng continued to lie with eyes shut, silent. Lu Yao pulled back the covers, prompting Wen Heng to finally sit up. "Lu Yao, what is it that you wish to accomplish?" Lu Yao eagerly awaited his response. "Get up and copy the texts." She had meticulously prepared ink, paper, and the examples he was to transcribe. Wen Heng stared incredulously at the supplies Lu Yao had laid out before him. You must be out of your mind. Wen Heng spoke, and with a swift motion, Lu Yao lashed a whip before him. Speak more courteously, if you have yet to learn politeness. Then dedicate yourself to mastering it. The whip did not strike his body, but landed sharply upon the quilt. Nevertheless, Wen Heng was filled with astonishment and fury. His gaze fixed intently upon Lu Yao. She smiled and leaned closer. Do you despise me? I can guess that your innermost thoughts are inclined towards thoughts of my demise. Alas, your spiritual powers are sealed. This was the information relayed to her by the 233 system. Wen Heng's favorability plummeted by 1, while his darkening value increased by 1. If I were in your position, regardless of the disdain I harbored, I would never reveal it. You find yourself under this roof, yet you are unwilling to even feign civility. Do you possess such confidence that you believe you can rely on the elder demon to see you through? Upon hearing this, Wen Heng was once again taken aback. How do you know? Lu Yao remained silent, taking the sacred paper for herself to begin transcribing. The content she copied was specifically curated by Chen Xiuyang, consisting of battle poems designed to counter the malevolent forces. Aside from an adapted version of the Song of Righteousness, the others were renowned poems from the Tang dynasty, embodying the spirit of righteousness that fears no evil. That day, Lu Yao had gained insight from transcribing the Song of Righteousness, and now she intended to diligently copy these verses as well. With great focus, she began her transcription. However, Wen Heng felt as though all his secrets had been laid bare before her. The act of transcribing poetry nurtures the spirit and suppresses demonic thoughts, preventing retaliation from the elder demon. Wen Heng's gaze fluctuated between light and shadow as it remained locked upon her. He longed to escape. Yet when he glanced out the window, he realized they were suspended thousands of miles above the ground. Within the confines of the Lingzhou, devoid of spiritual power, escape was utterly futile. A fleeting glance at the content copied by Lu Yao revealed Song of Righteousness and Demon Exorcism Chronicles, which elicited an uncomfortable sensation within him. If you feel discomfort, that is indeed correct. You have been influenced by the celestial demon for far too long. Anything aligned with righteousness will inevitably unsettle you. At that moment, as Lu Yao inscribed the character for righteousness, a faint golden radiance emanated from the strokes. Why should I heed your counsel? Lu Yao's demeanor, exuding an air of strategic foresight, seemed to lay bare his very being, which irked him. After all, he was the senior. You may certainly choose to disregard my words. Yet without daily transcription, your spiritual power shall remain constrained. If you find this state agreeable, I shall not coerce you. Upon concluding his statement, Lu Yao turned his attention away from him. Half an hour later, Lu Yao completed his transcription. He felt an invigorated state of mind. As he resumed his practice of the Tongxian classic, the moment his Yin spirit emerged, he sensed an ethereal aura enveloping him, distinct from the energy drawn from the spirit stones, as if infused with an indescribable clarity. Once absorbed by the Yin spirit, it appeared more pronounced and three-dimensional. Could this ethereal essence be the righteousness of heaven and earth? Today, as practice flowed with greater ease than usual, prompting a heightened diligence. Wen Heng observed this scene, rendered momentarily speechless. Stealing a glance at Lu Yao, who was engrossed in his breathing exercises, he picked up a brush to transcribe the Song of Righteousness. Yet, with each character he penned, a throbbing headache ensued. The Yin spirit of Lu Yao bore witness to this struggle, but did not intervene. Before he could finish the Song of Righteousness, he was left cradling his head in despair. Lu Yao retracted his Yin spirit and approached him. Are you deliberately seeking to take revenge on me? His head is pounding. Lu Yao furrowed his brow. Is Wen Heng's reaction truly this intense? A day later, they officially arrived at the outskirts of Kyoto. The spirit vessel came to a halt, for within the imperial city, protective formations were in place. Reluctantly, the spirit vessel, along with other flying artifacts such as the Sword of Flight or flight talismans, breached the boundaries. The passengers aboard the spirit vessel began to disembark one after another. Lu Yao, Gu Shuangshuang, Yi Qingyi, and Wen Heng departed together. After consuming the Tranquil Heart pill yesterday, his vitality seemed considerably improved, yet his expression remained less than cheerful. Although no one bound him, his strength was now sealed, rendering him powerless, making it quite unreasonable for him to feel joy. Upon entering Kyoto, the demon-slaying division first took charge of the demons. Lu Yao and the others leisurely strolled behind. The capital truly is vast, and the illusions over there are extraordinarily beautiful. Gu Shuangshuang found everything intriguing. To promote their businesses, the merchants of Huijing employed illusion arrays as advertisements. Typically, shop advertisements featured their own signs, For instance, a store selling spirit beasts would showcase various ferocious beasts and demon birds emerging from a forest, rendered in a remarkably lifelike and three-dimensional manner, as if one were experiencing it firsthand. Some advertisements were rather empty, merely displaying a few beauties at the entrance. With charming smiles and alluring eyes, they beckoned guests to enter. What is that place? Aren't those beauties spirit foxes? Gu Shuang wondered in confusion. How can demons appear so ostentatiously as advertisements in Kyoto? Lu Yao, however, was captivated by the fox tail behind the lady, sensing a hint of wicked amusement. She must be of mixed heritage with the demon clan. Those of mixed lineage from the demon clan are often exceptionally beautiful. Behind Gu Shuang, a senior brother gazed at the beauty a moment longer, offering his opinion. Gu Shuang curled her lips and muttered, "Humph, she isn't as lovely as our little Qi." Yi Qingyi nodded in agreement. Only when Hung scoffed, unable to comprehend what was so appealing about Lu Yao. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xiaoyang interjected with some elucidation. She is of mixed blood from the demon race. In the capital, the existence of such beings is not entirely prohibited. This world is not merely black and white. Humans do not necessarily need to call for the extermination of demons. Just as there are good and bad among humans, the same applies to demons. The Demon Extermination Department only slays those demons that have inflicted harm upon humanity. Those earnest and diligent demons striving for cultivation have been granted a sliver of hope by the heavens. What right do cultivators have to strip them of their chance to cultivate? Upon hearing this, Gu Shuang appeared slightly dazed, followed by a look of confusion. But how can one differentiate between benevolent and malevolent demons? Ning Shuzi took the chance to tap her forehead lightly. That depends on your level of cultivation. With sufficient power, one can discern with a mere glance. Those demons steeped in malevolence emanate a foul aura, and each one of them is guilty as charged. Oh, Gu Shuang nodded. But even if we cultivators can distinguish between good and bad demons, how can ordinary people do so? Lu Yao inquired. Benevolent demons require no confrontation, while malevolent ones cannot be evaded. Thus, an increasing number of cultivators are needed to oversee this matter. Shouldn't we, as cultivators, strive to safeguard the lives of the populace? Indeed, at that moment, a consensus was reached among them all, though Wen Hung seemed somewhat preoccupied. As they conversed, they continued on their way. In the illusionary Array Pavilion, which exclusively features hybrid demoness women for its enchanting advertisements, a window on the upper floor stood slightly ajar. A languid woman, her hair half done, appeared with a dignified yet commanding presence. However, her movements exuded a beguiling charm, mirroring the women depicted in the advertisements. At that moment, her gaze fell upon Lu Yao and his companions. Behind her, a maidservant dressed in traditional attire remarked, "These individuals have arrived from Yenzhou, and among them is the Xian Sha Tian Mo body. Just yesterday, the Bai Yuan Alliance sent a letter instructing us to intercept the Xian Sha Tian Mo body. Yet, here we are in the imperial capital, under the watchful eyes of a half-saint. Even the current emperor is a third-tier martial master, akin to a golden elixir cultivator." She compared the captured image of Wen Hung in her hand, swiftly tearing away her facial disguise and submerging it in water. Subsequently, she affixed a man's visage onto her own, transforming into a youthful lad of striking appearance. Her original features were devoid of any discernible traits. Meanwhile, within the Wanma Hall of the Yuanma sect, Ling Hu Rui summoned his two junior brothers, Yu Qi and Yu Lin. The Shadow Group had also suffered considerable losses, rendering the once vibrant Yuanma sect noticeably desolate. It was rare for the two brothers, Yu Qi and Yu Lin, to appear together before others, and both noticed the letter in Ling Hu Rui's hand. Yu Qi, maintaining a composed demeanor, inquired, "Second brother, what urgent matter brings us here today?" Ling Hu Rui slid the letter toward them. "Take a look at this." The correspondence was from the Bai Yuan Alliance, requesting their assistance in locating Wen Hung. The name Bai Yuan Alliance resonated with familiarity in Yu Qi's mind as he murmured to himself. Yu Lin spoke indifferently. Master's old rival is an elder from the Bai Yuan Alliance. It can be said that the grievous injuries Master sustained this time were inflicted by this person. Hearing this, Yu Qi immediately set down the letter. Ling Hu Rui continued. The origins of the Bai Yuan Alliance are shrouded in mystery. It has developed over the past decade, welcoming demons and evil cultivators alike. Yet their true intentions remain unclear. Initially, their scale was modest, attracting little attention, but they have gradually emerged into the public eye. They have set their sights on 6th Junior Brothers Constitution. He possesses the legendary Xian Sha Tian Mo physique. How could this be possible? Both Yu Qi and Yu Lin were astonished. Little did they know. Sixth junior brother bore such a blood-soaked and tempestuous constitution. Master had concealed this for so many years and prohibited sixth junior brother from descending the mountain. Sixth junior brother had shown no interest in cultivation, nor had Master allowed me and the elder and third junior brothers to guide him. Could it be that he remained oblivious? Linghu Rue sneered. What was the origin of the Xian Sha Tian Mo physique, and why would Master act in such a manner? Both Yu Qi and Yu Lin were utterly perplexed. Who knows? Perhaps he is merely seeking a suitable vessel for possession. The Xian Sha Tian Mo physique is the most extraordinary demonic constitution, Linghu Rue remarked. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why Master Ing Wuyo found such a prodigy, yet remained so indifferent. Yu Qi and Yu Lin fell silent. It is no wonder that sixth junior brother has struggled to interact with anyone outside the sect, always exhibiting a demeanor of utmost vigilance toward others. If it were not for Master's influence, he surely would not have developed such a disposition. Yet, second brother, must we truly collaborate with the Baiyuan Alliance? They have slain our master, and it is unlikely they will engage with us in earnest. Collaborate? Linghu Rue retorted, who proclaimed it to be collaboration. They demand our allegiance to the Baiyuan Alliance. After a moment of silence, the fourth disciple, Yu Qi, inquired, What is your stance, second brother? With Master deceased, the influence of the Yuanma sect has significantly diminished. It won't be long before word spreads, and adversaries will come forth to assault the Yuanma sect. Eldest brother is currently injured. The rift between our junior sister and us has reached an irreparable state. It is evident that she harbors animosity towards eldest brother, even contemplating transferring the heavenly demon contract to the Confucian Grand Sage. As long as the heavenly demon contract remains in her possession, we shall find no peace. Are we to forever toil in pursuit of our junior sister? Is this your perspective, or that of eldest brother? Yu Qi asked. It is both my perspective and eldest brother's, Linghu Rue replied. Within the Baiyuan Alliance, there exist methods to counter the heavenly demon backlash. What do you both think? He turned his gaze toward Yu Qi and Yu Lin. Exchanging glances, Yu Qi and Yu Lin seemed to perceive a lack of alternatives. Having previously followed orders to capture their junior sister, it was likely that she bore resentment towards them as well. We shall heed the guidance of our two elder brothers. The Lishan Academy is nestled on the hillside of Lishan in the capital, sprawling across a vast area with picturesque scenery. Upon arriving at the entrance, the resonant sounds of scholarly recitation greeted them. The atmosphere was vibrant and spirited, embodying righteousness. Lu Yao glanced at Wen Hang, noticing his furrowed brow. However, his reaction was not as pronounced as the day before, alleviating Lu Yao's concerns. Chapter 24. I am truly not humble at Lishan Academy. The pursuit of knowledge knows no gender. Lu Yao observed several female disciples strolling together, cheerfully engaging in discussions about their newly composed poetry. Upon noticing Chun Xiaoyang approaching, they greeted him with respect. Gu Shuang, witnessing this scene, remarked, Shao Qi, with your talent, you could indeed aspire to become a top female scholar in the future. In the Tang dynasty, women were not barred from official positions. Both princesses and princes enjoyed the right of succession to the throne. However, throughout the lineage of the Tang dynasty, spanning over a dozen generations, only 4 female emperors had successfully emerged. The current emperor is one such empress. Before Lu Yao could utter a word, Wen Hang burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Lu Yao inquired, casting him a surprised glance. Wen Hang had initially intended to assert that Lu Yao lacked the capability for such an aspiration. Qin Xiaoyang, with a beaming smile, was pleased by Gu Shuang's comment. Come, let me take you to meet the dean. After navigating several winding paths, they arrived at the serene residence of Hengwu, adorned with towering pines and arrow bamboo, where a pavilion stood. In the pavilion, a middle-aged scholar and a young man were engrossed in a game of chess, with several onlookers nearby. Outside the pavilion stood 2 guards. Ning Shuzi, observing the scene, remarked, It seems we have arrived at an inopportune moment. The dean appears to be entertaining esteemed guests. However, Qin Xiaoyang replied, Not to worry, that is His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. It is a fortuitous opportunity to meet him. The group was taken aback. The current empress had long been enamored with martial arts, attaining the pinnacle of a mid-level martial artist. She seldom attended court, leaving governance to the Crown Prince, who was appointed to oversee affairs with the assistance of several ministers. The empress would only intervene in matters of great significance. Qin Xiaoyang was not surprised to see the crown prince present, as the dean had been his mentor in earlier years. In recent years, I have withdrawn from court affairs to focus on the administration of Lishan Academy. Both the Empress and the Crown Prince regard Lishan Academy as the foundation of the Tang nation. It seems that the Crown Prince has sought the headmaster's counsel due to his indecision in a pressing matter. Qin Xiaoyang walked ahead, followed closely by Lu Yao and others. The game between the Crown Prince and Headmaster Lu was nearing its conclusion, with the Crown Prince facing inevitable defeat. Hearing a commotion, he voluntarily remarked, "Master, I concede my defeat. Your skill in the game is truly exceptional, and I accept my loss with great respect." The Crown Prince, Long Hengshuan, displayed no hint of displeasure. However, Headmaster Lu sighed, clearly perceiving that the Crown Prince was preoccupied and absent-minded today. Just then, Qin Xiaoyang and Ning Shuzi entered the room. After greeting Headmaster Lu, Qin Xiaoyang paid his respects to the Crown Prince, while Ning Shuzi merely offered a slight nod, embodying the pride typical of those from the cultivation sect. Qin Xiaoyang succinctly recounted the recent incidents of demon slaying in Fengtian City, noting that previous skirmishes had escalated into more frequent attacks by the demon race. Furthermore, it was revealed that the demon race had collaborated with the Yuanma sect. Thanks to the numerous skilled individuals who came to assist, including this esteemed person, Ning Shuzi from the Giant Sword sect, along with several of his disciples. Qin Xiaoyang continued, "Real Master Ning is also a revered figure of the demon-slaying department. It is thanks to Master Ning and the valiant individuals that Fengtian City remains safe." The Crown Prince, Long Hengshuan, rose to pay his respects to Master Ning. His gaze briefly flickered to Yi Qingyi, Gu Shuangshuang, and others standing behind Ning Shuzi. The latter, moved by the Crown Prince's deference, acknowledged, "Your Highness is too kind. Slaying demons and eradicating evil is our duty as cultivators. We shall not shirk from it." Qin Xiaoyang swiftly spoke of the collusion between the Yuan demon sect and the demon race, recounting how Lu Yao had used the sound of drums and a jade slip to ensnare the demon heads of the Yuan demon sect, leading them into the encirclement of the Tang army. Subsequently, through a battle of wits and words, he repelled the members of the Yuan demon sect with the Song of Righteousness. At this juncture, the previously indifferent expression of Dean Lu underwent a profound transformation. The Crown Prince, who had regarded everyone equally, ultimately found his gaze drawn to Lu Yao. A battle of wits? Could it truly be executed? Dean Lu inquired with curiosity. Ning Shuzi naturally nodded in affirmation. Dean Lu, unable to maintain his composure, rose from his seat and asked, "Do you have the Song of Righteousness?" Yes, indeed." Qin Xiaoyang presented the Song of Righteousness to Dean Lu, who lowered his gaze to examine it. Lu Yao hastily interjected, "The battle of wits is not truly my doing, there's no need for modesty." Qin Xiaoyang replied, Yao, I am aware that you are also a prodigy of the wood element spiritual root, aspiring to join a sect for cultivation. However, what the sect can offer you, our Lishan Academy can provide as well. Only those of literary merit can wield the battle of wits." When I witnessed Lu Yao's mastery, it was evident that her innate talent had reached an extraordinary level, with vital energy surging around her, enabling her to recite the Song of Righteousness in one breath. This cannot be easily dismissed. Even if Lu Yao claims it is not her doing, I perceive it merely as her humility. Her thoughts remain unanchored at Lishan Academy, as she is eager to pursue the Qingyan sect. Lu Yao furrowed her brow. This truly defies explanation. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Such an exquisite piece. How is it that I only witness it today? Dean Lu, deeply moved by the Song of Righteousness, became oblivious to the presence of the Crown Prince and the others. He felt an urgent need to disseminate this poem, allowing the teachers and students of Lishan Academy to study it diligently. It was rare to witness the instructor in such a state of disarray. He leaned in for a closer look at the Song of Righteousness and finally comprehended the source of the teacher's fervor. The emergence of this poem would undoubtedly add a new battle song to the battlefield. Upon gazing at the verses, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease, as though he were basking in the warm embrace of sunlight, dispelling any lingering feelings of despondency and igniting a spirited resolve, radiating with righteousness. This poem transcended mere battle poetry. Its daily recitation would nurture the noble spirit of scholars. No wonder Director Lu was so exhilarated upon acquiring the Song of Righteousness. He stepped forward and bowed, startling Lu Yao. "Miss Lu, whether for yourself or for humanity, Your ability to transcribe this song of righteousness and present it to Lishan Academy warrants my heartfelt gratitude. Lu Yao quickly replied, Director, you flatter me. I merely perform my duty as a member of humanity. This poem holds little significance in my hands, but for the students of Lishan Academy and the esteemed scholars, it can wield immense influence. I believe even others who obtained the Song of Righteousness would make the same choice. Chapter 25. Would you like to be my disciple? Lu Yao's character was well understood by Chun Xiuyang throughout their journey. However, seeing her speak so humbly before the director, without seeking accolades or exhibiting pride, he couldn't help but nod in approval. You are commendable, Director Lu remarked. Would you be willing to join Lishan Academy and become my disciple? He asked with utmost seriousness, acknowledging that all students of Lishan Academy could be regarded as his prot-gs. However, the dean had not taken on a personal disciple for many years. The last disciple he accepted was none other than the prince, which rendered both the prince and Chun Xiuyang exceptionally astonished. After the initial shock, Chun Xiuyang found himself somewhat unsettled, for it was he who had first set his sights on this opportunity. Lu Yao was also taken aback, yet after a moment's contemplation, she firmly declined, stating her unwillingness. She did not dare to accept such a proposition, attributing her reluctance to having wielded an excessively grand golden opportunity in the past, which now led her to repeatedly doubt her own capabilities in the art of verbal dueling. Moreover, she had not yet consolidated her literary prowess, and their disbelief in her words was palpable. The assembly was evidently unprepared for Lu Yao's abrupt refusal, which left no room for negotiation. She had decisively closed the door on the matter. Chun Xiuyang and Ning Shuzi comprehended the implications of this rejection more than anyone else. Lu Yao, do you understand what it means for Dean Lu to personally take on a disciple? The last disciple was His Royal Highness the Prince. Ning Shuzi promptly signaled to Lu Yao, emphasizing that this was a rare opportunity. Even if she were to join the Qingyun sect, her innate talent might not be held in such high regard. The Tang nation ranks among the foremost in the realm of cultivation on the Tianhua continent. The fact that Dean Lu was personally accepting disciples, particularly at the level of closed-door students, with the prince as a senior brother, would essentially guarantee a smooth ascent in her future endeavors. Even Wen Heng's gaze towards Lu Yao bore an unusual quality. Though he too was a genius, it seemed he had consistently encountered misfortune. His innate gifts had not afforded him superior resources. Rather, they had ensnared him in numerous predicaments. In stark contrast, Lu Yao had been favored throughout her life. Her master had shown her immense favoritism, and even after her master's passing, she found herself surrounded by eager individuals vying to take her as their disciple. Wen Heng has begun to comprehend why she consistently harbors an intense aversion towards Lu Yao. Given such a splendid opportunity, she brazenly declined it. I am aware of my limitations. I am neither exceptionally gifted nor particularly talented. That moment of eloquence was merely a fleeting occurrence, not to be taken seriously. My senior brother can attest to my mediocrity in literary prowess, as I have merely acquired a few characters, not entirely illiterate. Lu Yao spoke with utmost sincerity. However, Dean Lu and Chun Xiuyang exchanged glances, fully understanding the implications. Was such verbal dexterity merely a coincidence? Were they bartering in the marketplace? Such skill requires a profound accumulation of literary knowledge and innate talent. Yet, she remained reluctant, devoid of interest. Nonetheless, they could not press her too hard. After all, Chun Xiuyang had proclaimed Lu Yao to be a genius with a wood-type spiritual root. The brilliance of a genius can be a double-edged sword. The abundance of choices can lead to confusion about which path to pursue. Very well. It is indeed challenging to persuade you to acquiesce to this matter at present. Instead, why not reside at Lishan Academy for a few days to acclimate to the environment and atmosphere? Do not assume that the Tang nation solely cultivates the literary path. In truth, Tang cultivators often engage in diverse disciplines. The current sovereign is a master of martial arts. Even if you dedicate yourself to cultivation and the arts of immortality, there exist methods for practice at the Tungwang Pavilion. Dean Lu remarked. The Crown Prince chuckled and added, the teacher speaks wisely. Miss Lu, do not be so quick to dismiss. All of them regarded Lu Yao with expressions brimming with warmth and kindness. That kind of tolerance and indulgence seemed to embrace a rebellious young girl who was oblivious to the value of her choices. Alas, she truly is not. The matter regarding Lu Yao has thus been settled. Chun Xiuyang subsequently disclosed the circumstances surrounding Wen Heng. The Crown Prince and Director Lu were once again taken aback. After examining Wen Heng, Director Lu sighed and remarked, "In that case, it would be prudent for you to reside in the academy alongside your junior sister for mutual support." Upon hearing this, Wen Hang fell into silence, clearly reluctant. Very well. Qin Xiaoyang acquiesced and led Lu Yao and the others away. Shortly after their departure, the crown prince could no longer contain his thoughts. The Xian Sha Tian Mo body has historically given rise to formidable demons. Was it not the former demon emperor who established the Bai Yuan demon sect, sweeping across the entire Tianhua continent? The existence of such a physique heralds nothing but chaos and bloodshed. Must we truly permit him to remain? Just moments ago, the crown prince had refrained from voicing his concerns in front of everyone. Yet upon learning that Wen Hang possessed the Xian Sha Tian Mo body, his displeasure was palpable. In recent years, a dark organization known as the Bai Yuan Alliance has emerged among the nations, with rumors suggesting they are remnants of the Bai Yuan demon sect, seeking to resurrect it and unleash its influence once more. Should they discover that the Xian Sha Tian Mo body resides within the Tang Kingdom, our tranquil days may soon be disrupted. Let us observe for now. While the emergence of the Xian Sha Tian Mo body is indeed remarkable, we have also encountered prodigies like Lu Yao. Director Lu maintained an optimistic demeanor. Nevertheless, it was clear that she did not wish to stay in the Tang Kingdom. The crown prince sighed, finding the young lady quite intriguing. I have indeed encountered the ancient demon, Ing Wui, during his prime. Only a half-saint could stand against him. The demon, with his overwhelming and arrogant demeanor, surprisingly managed to cultivate such a righteous disciple. I observe her pure intentions and remarkable presence. The Song of Justice was transcribed by her that day, with a radiant five-colored light illuminating the land of Tang, embodying the lofty righteousness that pervades the universe. Such a disposition surely indicates that she is not one to bow before wealth and glory. It is understandable for her to hold her own thoughts. We must engage her with patience and care, even if she remains unwilling to serve in the Tang Kingdom in the future. We shall have forged a benevolent connection in advance. Upon hearing this, Long Hengshuan gained clarity. Qin Xiaoyang arranged for Lu Yao and Wen Hang to reside in the Cuiwei Pavilion of Lishan Academy. This place was originally the residence of a music professor, who had since moved away, leaving it vacant. The Cuiwei Pavilion is serene and elegant, featuring several rooms and situated close to the director's residence for the convenience of overseeing Wen Hang. Gu Shuang and others were naturally accommodated in an inn. After touring the Cuiwei Pavilion, she eagerly insisted on going out to play with Lu Yao. Wen Hang averted his gaze, disinterested in such outings. Well aware of his current predicament, captured and restricted in his movements, unable to do anything. Do you wish to go out? Lu Yao inquired. You need not feign concern. Wen Hang frowned. Then you may stay here comfortably. Lu Yao then turned to Gu Shuang and said, let us go out together. Gu Shuang linked her arm with Lu Yao's, and the two of them set off together. As Wen Hang observed that Lu Yao truly seemed indifferent to him, leaving him in such a foreign place, he was infuriated and impulsively hurled a teapot from the table. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yao and Gu Shuang heard the commotion. Chapter 26. The Illusory Array Pavilion. The Shadow Retaining Pavilion. Is it really all right for your senior brother to be like this? Gu Shuang inquired. Lu Yao shook his head. It's fine. We need not concern ourselves with him. The Lishan Academy is fortified with formations and has dedicated guards. He cannot escape. Xiao Qi, are you truly not considering staying in the Tang Kingdom? The Lishan Academy is quite splendid, Gu Shuang remarked. Ning Shuzi and Yi Qingyi could not help but lean in attentively. Do you believe me when I say I possess no talent or aptitude? Lu Yao gazed at Gu Shuang and the others. Their expressions were unmistakably filled with skepticism. Lu Yao sighed, lamenting the difficulty of being believed in an age where honesty is often met with disbelief. After accompanying Gu Shuang on a tour of the capital, she purchased numerous items, while Lu Yao refrained from buying anything, opting instead to visit the Illusory Array Pavilion and the Shadow Retaining Pavilion, where he gained considerable knowledge. The Illusory Array Pavilion primarily sells various illusory arrays, akin to modern advertising design. Most of the advertisements in the capital are produced by this establishment. Surprisingly, the proprietress of the shop is a bewitchingly beautiful half-demon, exuding allure and charm. The staff, also of mixed demon heritage, often flaunts foxtails and rabbit tails, attracting a plethora of male patrons, making the Illusory Array Pavilion not only a hub for advertising, but also a venue for diverse performances and culinary delights. The proprietress certainly demonstrates a keen acumen for business. Another establishment known as the Shadow Recording Pavilion preserves the combat experiences of numerous esteemed predecessors through recorded footage. The clientele here predominantly comprises martial artists and sword cultivators, individuals whose livelihoods depend on their combat prowess. The ground floor primarily features the combat experiences of third-rate martial artists, focusing on comparisons between Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. The second floor caters to mid-tier martial artists, while the third floor is accessible only to those of exceptional standing. The Shadow Recording Pavilion not only sells these combat recordings, but also purchases them, with the price for a one-time transaction being quite substantial. Upon observing the entrance of Lu Yao and the others, led by the Golden Core cultivator Ning Shuzi, the staff within displayed considerable politeness. However, as they departed, only Yi Qingyi and her two senior brothers procured the combat recordings from the second floor. Yi Qingyi paid 500 spirit stones to complete the transaction. Such a hefty sum for these recordings. You sword cultivators seem remarkably generous. The benefits at the Giant Sword Sect must be quite favorable, remarked one of her companions. 300 spirit stones is not a trifling amount, yet Yi Qingyi opted to purchase 3 combat recording talismans. She added, "We also sold one of our recordings. The one we sold fetched 1,000 spirit stones, which is quite a profit. It is worth noting that once a recording is sold, it is a one-time buyout and cannot be resold to others. However, merchants are able to replicate the recordings for resale, ensuring that both parties benefit." Lu Yao listened in astonishment. Realizing that there existed such a lucrative method for profit, she wondered if she had missed out on a considerable opportunity. She timidly inquired, "If I had recorded my previous verbal duels, could I have also made a profit?" Ning Shuzi replied, "In theory, yes. But Confucian techniques hold only commemorative value and lack practical combat reference. Thus their price would be lower. However, your situation is indeed unique. Your magnificent poem, which stirred the ethereal brilliance of 5 colors, was indeed a sight to behold. It is a moment that ought to have been captured. Its worth would surely rival that of the wares being sold by Qingyi." Lu Yao had initially relished the outing with her companions, but now she felt utterly despondent. As if she had missed out on a fortune. She silently reminded herself that in the future, whenever she demonstrated her skills, she must remember to utilize the capturing talisman. Gu Shuangshuang lamented, "I had every intention of preserving that moment, yet we were engulfed in battle, leaving no time for such endeavors." The others remained silent. Though they had missed an opportunity worth a fortune, they had at least gleaned a method to generate wealth. Lu Yao felt reassured that resources would no longer be a concern. However, she pondered, if you sell your combat techniques, what if others learn of them? They could easily devise countermeasures. Knight Qingyi and several senior brothers exchanged glances and remarked, "Foolish one, who would divulge their unique secrets? Besides, mere techniques without the accompanying mindset are futile for others to master. Furthermore, what we are selling is not even ours. Our current strength is insufficient to fetch a handful of spirit stones." Lu Yao, intrigued, inquired, "Then whose techniques are they? Do not take offense, but they belong to your third senior brother. We witnessed his formidable prowess as he single-handedly faced 10 opponents atop the city wall. Such mastery cannot be easily countered. Rest assured, the capturing talisman was tampered with to obscure his likeness, rendering it unrecognizable to others." "Ah, so it was pixelated," Lu Yao mused, feeling as though she had again lost a fortune. Had she known, she would have captured a moment of her senior brother's battle atop the city tower that day. "Here, take these 500 spirit stones." Lu Yao was momentarily taken aback. "Why, wasn't it you who recorded the scene? Consider it your senior brother's appearance fee. You may hand it to him next time." Yi Qingyi felt a twinge of guilt. In truth, many high-level cultivators yearn to observe battles. Yet finding a suitable vantage point is often challenging. Too far, and details are lost. Too close, and one risks being caught in the fray. That day's battlefield was undeniably an exceptional location. Others also possessed recording talismans, but did Wu Ho have any? Lu Yao had collected them for their third senior brother, already contemplating how to affix the recording talismans to her person next time her brothers emerged, ever ready to capture the moment. Wu Ho's merchant dared not accept them. However, the court certainly had them. The Zijin Pavilion should house records of past generals. Upon finishing her thought, Yi Qingyi noticed Lu Yao beginning to comprehend. Wu Ho Yonglai was a general of the Tang Kingdom, the divine needle of the sea, and all pertaining to him was shrouded in utmost secrecy. Certain secret techniques employed would create illusions and special effects, obscuring their spells. Thus, It was rare for high-level cultivators to possess complete recording talismans, and those that did exist were of considerable value, priceless indeed. Aside from the recording pavilion, Liu Yao also specifically visited the auction house and the black market. Initially, the sword cultivators of the giant sword sect scoffed at the black market, yet after their visit, they ended up purchasing a substantial amount of materials, quite a revelation. Liu Yao sought to understand the rules of the auction house and black market, primarily feeling that the heavenly demon contract she bore was a veritable hot potato. On that day outside Yenzhou City, she intended to present the Master Brother's demon contract to Qin Shuyang, but was interrupted by him. Subsequently, she refrained from mentioning it, and Mr. Qin also chose to disregard the incident. Deep within, Liu Yao grappled with the dilemma of whether to eliminate the Master Brother. Should she hand the demon contract over to Lishan Academy, or should she auction it instead? After reviewing the rules of the black market, she found herself formulating some ideas. Chapter 27. The Demon Emperor from Beyond the Realm. As evening fell, Liu Yao and Gu Shuangshuang parted ways and returned to Lishan Academy. Upon entering, she was greeted by a gathering of individuals surrounding a stone tablet. This tablet was originally inscribed with a pair of cautionary phrases, but now it bore the Song of Righteousness. How exquisitely composed the Song of Righteousness was. Indeed, apart from engaging in verbal sparring, she had contributed significantly to the recent battle against the demons. Is she joining our Lishan Academy? Someone inquired. Undoubtedly, the dean intends to take on disciples, and even the crown prince has come to acknowledge her as a junior sister. Liu Yao finally understood how rumors proliferated, growing increasingly exaggerated. When had she ever engaged in mere verbal posturing? And when had Tianxiang ever been her mentor? Fearing that the conversation would escalate, she quickly slipped away, lest they declare her the newly appointed top scholar. Little did she know that the dean and Mr. Chun had conspired to safeguard her privacy. Worried that revealing her association with the master of Yuan demon sect, Ing Wuyo, would incite controversy, thus obscuring her teacher's identity instead. The result was that everyone's imaginations ran wild. In the blink of an eye, numerous versions had spread. Not only were they engaged in verbal sparring, but they also indulged in theoretical discussions. Liu Yao inquired, "Has anyone emerged from this?" The two individuals shook their heads. Did he have any reaction? He smashed a few items. After that, there was no further commotion. Oh, when Hang had already heard Liu Yao's voice from within. He had nearly shattered the seal moments ago, fearing that Liu Yao might intrude and uncover something. Thus, he deliberately positioned himself at the desk, arranging the ink and paper. However, after a while, he noticed that Liu Yao had not entered. Clearly, she had no intention of visiting him. When Liu Yao opened the door and glanced inside, she saw that when Hang had already shut the door. Feeling somewhat speechless, she wondered what had possessed him. Liu Yao commenced her practice of the Tong Xian Jing. The Lishan Academy was a sanctuary of Confucianism and Taoism, making the cultivation of spiritual energy here not only swift, but also infusing the Yin spirit with remarkable solidity. If she were to cultivate here for 2 to 3 years, she estimated she could attain the level of Yang spirit. Liu Yao contemplated visiting the Academy's library the following day to explore the battle poems of this era. Should she manage to transcribe a few, the continuous reflection would significantly benefit her understanding of the Tong Xian Jing. Throughout the night, she practiced until dawn. As Liu Yao opened her eyes and stretched, when Hang in the adjacent room had just released the seal. At that moment, he was internally calling upon the name of the outer heavenly demon emperor, Fudu Tian. Fudu Tian, are you there? Can you assist me in escaping this wretched place? He could not bear to remain in the Lishan Academy for even a moment longer, for he was the body of the Xian Sha heavenly demon, burdened with a sea of blood vendettas. His sole purpose from the very beginning has been to grow stronger. Yet, within the confines of Lishan Academy, they would never allow him to attain such strength. Instead, they would impose a form of soft imprisonment under the pretext of controlling his demonic energy. It remains uncertain whether his current deficiency in elemental power stems from the sudden possession he experienced last time, or if it is due to other matters in the outer realm that have prevented him from receiving timely information. The outer celestial demons, as their name suggests, exist beyond this world, their entire clan residing in another dimension. Only by forming a pact with those who cultivate demonic arts can they traverse freely and possess the bodies of their contract holders. This relationship is symbiotic. However, it is not entirely equitable. Generally speaking, the strength of outer celestial demons surpasses that of their contract holders. Emperor Fuyun revealed to him that his power in the realm of outer celestial demons far exceeds his expectations. With his capabilities, he could seek out a more powerful contract holder, yet he is particularly drawn to the potential of Wen Hang's mysterious demonic physique. At this moment, he hears a commotion outside the door. It is Chun Xiuyang come to find Lu Yao. It seems Lu Yao is preparing to venture out once again. Not wishing to remain passive, Wen Hang could not resist the urge to open the door. As expected, he encountered Lu Yao and Chun Xiuyang, who were poised to leave together. Perhaps alerted by the noise from Wen Hang's side, both Chun Xiuyang and Lu Yao turned to face him. At this juncture, the system informed Lu Yao that Wen Hang had darkened slightly once more. He had succumbed to darkness twice since yesterday. Lu Yao harbored little hope for him now, uncertain of what kind of mischief he might cause. Lu Yao, where are you headed? I want to go too, he awkwardly declared. Were it not for the intent to escape, he would have preferred to remain silent, for he did not wish Lu Yao to think he desired to follow her. Indeed, Lu Yao was taken aback, furrowing her brows in contemplation. The 233 system had not indicated any change in Wen Hang's affection for her. When she inquired kindly yesterday, he had shown no inclination to accompany her. Today, however, he suddenly seemed to harbor such thoughts. Lu Yao pondered whether his seal had been lifted and his power restored, or if the otherworldly demon had stirred once more. She cast a glance at Chun Xiuyang, who sighed and asked, "Have you finished copying the Song of Righteousness?" Wen Hang remained silent, his expression revealing that he had not completed the task. "I am not a criminal," he asserted. "Even though I possess the body of a Xiansha demon, I am cleaner than you. To judge me solely on what I have yet to do, and to presume that I will inevitably become malevolent, is something I shall never accept, unless you can keep me confined indefinitely." His words resonated as genuine sentiments from Wen Hang, illustrating the differing perspectives on his treatment by the Lishan Academy. Had he committed murder, he would have been suppressed long ago. "Very well. Today we shall visit the Academy's library. Since you are willing to join, then come along," Chun Xiuyang declared. The mention of the library evoked an unsettling feeling in Wen Hang, reminiscent of the negative emotions tied to the Song of Righteousness. Nevertheless, this opportunity was rare. Even if he could not leave the Lishan Academy today, he could at least observe its layout along the way. Thus, Wen Hang replied, "Let us go." Chun Xiuyang nodded in agreement. The library visit was at Lu Yao's request, and both he and the principal had no objections. They certainly wished to seize this opportunity to familiarize Lu Yao with the library of Lishan Academy. Throughout the journey, Lu Yao observed Wen Hang following closely behind them. She inquired, "Are you able to devote yourself to the cultivation of Confucianism or the Taoist heart method?" "I possess a tome titled Tong Xian Jing. Even if one were to delve into the demonic path, it would not significantly impair your cultivation." Wen Hang's words led her to reconsider her previous perception of him as merely a great villain. It seemed somewhat unjust. If he could be guided towards righteousness, the realm of cultivation would be rid of one less formidable adversary. Chapter 28. Xie Jing. I am not as good as her Tong Xian Jing. Wen Hang had never heard of it before, likely a product of his master's favoritism. He remained silent. Chun Xiuyang's remarks took Lu Yao by surprise. It appeared he regarded Wen Hang as a student of Lishan Academy. She felt a surge of emotion, realizing she had underestimated the breadth of the righteous path's magnanimity. "Thank you, Mr. Chun." Lu Yao expressed her gratitude to Chun Xiuyang, then playfully winked at Wen Hang. He was less than cooperative. The notion of being captured, offered a token of sweetness, and expected to feel grateful was beyond his capabilities. Moreover, why was Lu Yao pretending to be thankful on his behalf? He stared at her, reminiscing about the days when she would trail behind him, incessantly calling him sixth senior brother. Recently, however, she had exhibited a rather indifferent demeanor. It was all so evidently feigned. He thought uncomfortably. The system notification indicated that Wen Hang's favorability rating had increased by 2. Lu Yao was somewhat taken aback. It was well known that this individual's favorability had always been negative. Although it had now risen by 2 points, it remained in the negative. Yet, astonishingly, it was not diminishing further, but rather taking an unexpected turn for the better. The Lishan Academy is indeed a place of remarkable individuals and extraordinary surroundings, embodying the adage that proximity to excellence fosters excellence, while association with the base breeds the base. Lu Yao encouraged Wen Hang, saying, "Sixth senior brother, persevere. I have faith in you." Wen Hang averted his gaze, feigning sincerity. It was merely another ploy to coax him into copying texts. Upon arriving at the library, Lu Yao was astounded by the towering rows of ancient texts, akin to mountains. Numerous disciples occupied the space, most immersed in quietude, some engaged in silent reading, others scribbling in corners, while a few borrowed books and departed after registration. This grand library functioned with remarkable order and discipline. Lu Yao's astonishment hinted at her fondness for this place, where talent flourished and righteousness was most palpable. To cultivate the Tong Xianjing here would yield exceptional results. The moment she entered, her astonished expression was noted by Chun Shuyang, who breathed a sigh of relief. Evidently, the dean's words held truth. Any scholar endowed with talent would find it impossible to resist the allure of the Lishan Academy's library. Presenting her with this vast ocean of literature would surely captivate her. Overwhelmed by the multitude of books, Lu Yao sought Chun Shuyang's recommendations. For ordinary students, the first floor's collection was accessible, as it comprised their required readings. However, for her, the second floor awaited, already prepared for her arrival. Lu Yao felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation, sensing that Chun Shuyang and the others held her in too high regard. What if the poetry and prose proved too profound for her comprehension? That would be rather awkward. Most students occupied the first floor, while the second floor was reserved for those with academic titles and notable contributions. Thus, when Chun Shuyang led Lu Yao up, many were taken aback. Which class does the girl guided by Mr. Chen belong to? How come we have never seen her before? Someone inquired. Logically, given Lu Yao's appearance, even without any notable talents, it would be improbable for her to remain unheard of within the academy. Could she be the one? Some students began to speculate. Which one? The genius we spoke of yesterday. It was she who brought forth the Song of Righteousness, having first gained fame by vanquishing demons with her sharp tongue and wit. Enthusiastic discussions of Lu Yao's legendary feats began to circulate, drawing an ever-increasing crowd, all eager to behold this prodigious young lady. At that moment, even the third princess was astonished. So, this is the genius maiden esteemed by the crown prince? She and the crown prince share a familial resemblance. Though the third princess's features are softer, exuding an air of grace and nobility. She then glanced at a remarkable young man beside her, distinguished and possessing an extraordinary demeanor. Xie Jing, how does she compare to you back in the day? Xie Jing, having risen to fame at a young age as a prodigy, attracted considerable attention. During this period, some placed their hopes in him, while others believed that early brilliance does not necessarily predict future greatness. Perhaps excessive praise would lead him to fade into obscurity. Yet, he repeatedly defied the world's expectations of him, achieving the status of a scholar at the age of 14. And over the next 5 years, he excelled in 3 major examinations, eventually becoming a disciple of a semi-saint. He had also ventured to Fengtian City to slay demons. However, due to the attention garnered by his genius, his identity was exposed, and he fell victim to an ambush along the way. At that moment, he independently composed a stirring battle poem titled Drawing the Bow to Vanquish the Demons. Beneath the scorching sun, a grand bow manifested from thin air, devoid of arrows. Yet he transformed the flames of the celestial phoenix into arrows, unleashing a barrage of golden fire that swiftly annihilated the fiends. Following his rise to fame after this battle, that scene was immortalized and spread to the capital, the Lishan Academy, where all the students were afforded the opportunity to witness it for 3 days. Countless common folk clamored to purchase his commemorative talismans, rumored to possess the power to obliterate the demon race completely. Of course, the talismans did not hold such efficacy, but the remnants of his battle poem preserved a sense of righteousness. Even if possessed by an ordinary household, it might not slay demons. Yet it could significantly bolster one's confidence, dispelling fears. If she is indeed as rumored, I am inferior to her, Xie Jing remarked objectively. The third princess was greatly astonished. Xie Jing was known for his considerable pride, and never had anyone received such an assessment from him. Not even you. Xie Jing was the most likely candidate among the younger generation to attain sainthood. If he deemed her lesser, then she must surely be someone worthy of befriending. This only deepened her curiosity and anticipation for Lu Yao. At that moment, Lu Yao was blissfully unaware that not only was she being recognized by the Lishan Academy, but also by a semi-saint. She eagerly pored over the battle poems recommended by Chun Shuyang. These poems encapsulated the essence and spirit of their creators, and with each one she comprehended, she experienced profound insights within her heart. Chun Shuyang, standing beside her, sensed the transformation within her. Not only did she grasp the poems, but she also cultivated her own interpretations, prompting him to nod in satisfaction. He did not disturb Lu Yao, allowing her to observe from the second floor. After an hour, Lu Yao finally finished reading 3 war poems. She felt utterly drained, as if a part of her had been hollowed out. Initially, she had hoped to spend the entire day immersed in her reading, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Continuing in this manner, she realized she would gain no further understanding. Turning to Qin Xiaoyang, she said, "Sir, I have finished." A hint of embarrassment washed over her. Indeed, she felt somewhat inadequate. Struggling to grasp the essence of just 3 poems, she feared that Mr. Qin Xiaoyang might now perceive her as a talentless illiterate. Yet, Qin Xiaoyang smiled warmly and asked, "How do you feel after reading?" Chapter 29, The Height of Understanding Good, Particularly Good. It evokes deep empathy, as if one is truly present. The experience had profoundly shifted her perspective. The second poem was not a poem of slaying demons, but a simple landscape poem, envisioning a world devoid of malevolence. The third was a poem of aspiration, through which she seemed to glimpse the poet's entire life. The sheer volume of insight she had gained in such a short time left her feeling exhausted. She found herself speaking to Qin Xiaoyang in a somewhat disjointed manner about her experiences, uncertain if he believed her. "Your level of understanding is exceedingly rare. To claim you are unfit for Lishan Academy, who then could possibly be deemed suitable?" Qin Xiaoyang seized the moment. Lu Yao felt a bit bewildered at that instant. Was he implying that her innate talent was indeed commendable? She sensed that this had little to do with Confucianism or Taoism, and even less with mere talent. Yet, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. With a sigh, she pondered her situation. Beside her, Wen Heng observed Lu Yao with a complex array of emotions. While she immersed herself in her reading, he took the opportunity to study her. After all, having been fellow apprentices for several years, he had never perceived her to possess any innate talent in Confucian or Taoist philosophy. The books, which he had attempted to peruse, left him with a headache, and thus he seldom engaged with them. Yet, watching her enraptured, sometimes furrowing her brows and at other times appearing enlightened, it seemed as though she truly delved into the text. He could not quite articulate his feelings, though a sense of discomfort lingered. Lu Yao nodded, and the 3 of them descended the stairs together. During their descent, she inquired of Wen Heng, "What book did you read today?" After a brief silence, Wen Heng replied, "I read the first poem you looked at. I later revisited it." "What did you think?" she asked. "Not very comfortable. At the time, due to Qin Xiaoyang's attention, I forced myself to finish it, feeling quite uneasy, though it was somewhat better than Song of Righteousness. I must continue," he admitted. Lu Yao encouraged him, saying, "You have improved today compared to the day before. It will only get better from here." Wen Heng merely pouted, refraining from retorting. Qin Xiaoyang regarded this as a positive omen. If Lu Yao remained at Lishan Academy, her influence could soften Wen Heng's resistance towards the principles of righteousness, benefiting both apprentices. As Lu Yao, Wen Heng, and their companion reached the ground floor, they found a throng of people congregated, blocking the staircase. "She is coming down," someone shouted. And soon all eyes converged upon Lu Yao. There were expressions of admiration, curiosity, and skepticism among the crowd. The skeptics simply could not fathom that anyone could surpass Xie Jing in prowess. Xie Jing initially gained fame throughout the realm. Each step she took was meticulously grounded. Lu Yao's Song of Righteousness resonated powerfully within the walls of Lishan Academy, accompanied by the vibrant 5-colored radiance witnessed by all the literati of the Tang nation. However, it was the Song of Righteousness that brought such acclaim, and it was not a creation of Lu Yao. Naturally, it cannot be equated with Xie Jing, who had personally crafted the bow drawing and vanquished the demonic soldiers. As for Lu Yao's eloquent debates, they had only been heard of but never recorded. When it comes to beauty, one might rightly declare her the fairest maiden of the capital. Yet, in terms of literary prowess, she pales in comparison to Xie Jing. Xie Jing is undoubtedly the foremost talent of the past century, and the stirrings of the literary star were first felt upon her becoming a disciple before the sage. She is the most promising genius destined for sainthood. Those who spoke these words were ardent supporters of Xie Jing, their voices filled with fervor, deliberately loud in hopes that Lu Yao would overhear. Lu Yao, unaware of who Xie Jing was, found some merit in their assertions, acknowledging her own inferiority in talent compared to the scholars present. Just then, 2 figures emerged from the crowd, akin to Jade and Orchid, a man and a woman, radiating brilliance. Upon their arrival, the crowd instinctively parted to grant passage. Xie Jing had arrived. Would she challenge her? Excitement rippled through the onlookers. Qin Xiaoyang spoke up. These two are the third princess and the half-saint disciple, Xie Jing. Wen Heng remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. It seems your rival has come? Lu Yao caught sight of the young man before her, in his early 20s, embodying the essence of a gentleman, graceful and warm as jade. With dignified conduct and an unblemished demeanor, like the stalwart pines and verdant cypresses, the third princess and Xie Jing had yet to utter a word. Lu Yao turned to Xie Jing and said, "There is no need to compare. I cannot surpass you." A soft chuckle escaped the lips of the third princess, her smile radiant and enchanting. Yet, Lu Yao found himself somewhat perplexed. The third princess, Long Xinyan, remarked, "Just a moment ago, Xie Jing expressed the very same sentiment to me. He said that at your age, if you truly wielded the art of wit and eloquence, stirring the nation, he would not hold a candle to you." Upon hearing these words, the assembly fell into a stunned silence, their gazes shifting towards Xie Jing. To their astonishment, Xie Jing indeed nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I have uttered such words," he acknowledged, having previously met Miss Lu. He offered a formal greeting, embodying the decorum of a respectful peer. Lu Yao quickly reciprocated, "Young Master Xie, Your Highness." Xie Jing continued, "My purpose in coming here is twofold. Firstly, to convey my teacher's specific invitation for Miss Lu to gather at Ziyun residence. Secondly, I have long admired your reputation, and I believe that meeting in person is far superior to mere hearsay." His gaze was open and sincere, directed toward Lu Yao, imbued with admiration and a sense of mutual respect. The subtext of his words was intricate. Lu Yao's renown had indeed reached even the ears of a semi-saint. Those who once claimed Lu Yao was inferior to Xie Jing now fell silent. It was Xie Jing who, after composing Drawing the Bow, had garnered the attention of a semi-saint and was subsequently accepted as a disciple. Yet Lu Yao had captivated the semi-saint's interest even earlier, and it was not inconceivable that she too might be welcomed as a disciple. No wonder Xie Jing would concede to Lu Yao's superiority. In that moment, the expressions of those present were profoundly complex, a tapestry of envy and admiration. This was an audience with a semi-saint. Even if not formally accepted as a disciple, the experience would be immensely enriching. How many individuals traverse their lives without ever laying eyes on a demigod? Even if they were to behold him, they would hardly dare to present themselves before his esteemed presence, let alone be summoned for his guidance. In stark contrast, Lu Yao exuded an air of tranquility, neither servile nor arrogant. In that moment, many found themselves admiring her greatly. Truly, she is a prodigious talent. Even when graced by the presence of a demigod, she remains remarkably composed. Such a state of being is beyond our reach. The crowd sighed in admiration, and even Xie Jing and the third princess subtly nodded in agreement. The truth behind Lu Yao's calm demeanor lies in her lack of overthinking. She merely assumed that the demigod's interest in her stemmed from curiosity. Moreover, she acknowledged that the poetry was not her own creation, and she had candidly confessed her lack of talent. Thus, even in the presence of the demigod, she felt no shame. Chapter 30. This is truly arrogant within Wen Heng. Tumultuous emotions surged and ebbed. Lu Yao heard the system indicate that he had darkened 2 points and couldn't help but steal another glance at him. Suddenly enlightened, she realized that the source of his ongoing darkening lay in comparison. Lu Yao sighed. Sometimes, one's suffering arises from the exceptional prowess of those surrounding them. Senior brother, when Xie Gongzi and I depart shortly, you must remain obediently at the academy. Lu Yao instructed. Wen Heng retorted, "Why?" "Because I fear you might succumb to jealousy. You man with a heart as narrow as a needle. After all, he is a demigod, and should he harbor a grudge, I worry I might not be able to protect you." Lu Yao opted for a slightly gentler phrasing, speaking with genuine sincerity. Wen Heng fixed his gaze upon her for a moment before replying. "Do you truly possess such goodwill? This young man is truly infuriating. There must be a reason he has failed to win the master's favor all these years." Lu Yao found herself at a loss for words. However, the system emitted a sound of excitement, exclaiming, "It moved. Wen Heng's affection value has increased by 1. Host, would you like to see the reason? It appears that junior sister is concerned about me." Lu Yao mused. Is it just arrogance? A stubborn pride, indeed. Both awkward and sharp-tongued. Without the system, I would be utterly oblivious to his internal shifts. Who could possibly decipher his thoughts through mere speculation? Lu Yao contemplated for a moment, gazing at Wen Heng with utmost sincerity. "Of course, I do not wish for you to come to harm. After all, you are one of my few remaining relatives." Under Lu Yao's unwavering gaze, Wen Heng quickly averted his eyes, feigning ignorance of the moment. Meanwhile, the system noted, Wen Heng's affection level is now at 3. At last, all negative feelings have dissipated. Host, you are remarkable. The term relative resonated deeply with Wen Heng. When he was but a child, his entire family was slaughtered before his eyes, a traumatic event that sowed the seeds of hatred within his heart. He had lived perpetually in anguish and animosity, perceiving himself as profoundly unfortunate. In contrast, Lu Yao was far more fortunate. Bolstered by her master's affection, she seemed to have everything she desired, unable to fathom his plight. Furthermore, he suspected that her master harbored ulterior motives and might even be his enemy. Given that Lu Yao was the master's closest kin, he found it even more impossible to harbor any fondness for her. To him, her closeness felt like a deliberate ploy orchestrated by her master to encroach upon him, thus intensifying his aversion to her presence. Yet now, with the master's demise, there had been numerous opportunities to seize control before his passing, but that plan had never come to fruition. This prompted him to question his own judgment. Moreover, Lu Yao had lost her only close relative and was being relentlessly pursued by several senior brothers. Suddenly, she felt that she was not so fortunate after all, but rather shared a sense of mutual sympathy. This dissipated any ill feelings he harbored towards her. Although Lu Yao did not permit him to accompany her, he did not insist further. Miss Lu, please, Xie Jing implored. Lu Yao glanced at Chun Xiuyang, who nodded in agreement. The semi-saint wished to meet Lu Yao, which was undoubtedly a favorable opportunity for her. Lu Yao felt reassured. I shall join you, for I am not familiar with the route, she then said to Xie Jing. Xie Jing smiled, of course. He walked alongside Lu Yao, with the third princess in their company. The three of them together were quite a striking sight, attracting many onlookers along the way. However, the third princess and Xie Jing appeared to be accustomed to such attention. Upon exiting the gates of Lishan Academy, the third princess turned to Lu Yao and said, The day after tomorrow marks my birthday. I hope you will come to the princess mansion to celebrate. I shall not attend Ziyun residence. The semi-saint had not extended an invitation to her, making it awkward for her to attend. Even as a princess of the Tang Kingdom, she could not act capriciously before the semi-saint. The third princess clearly expressed her admiration and desire for friendship towards Lu Yao. It was no wonder they failed to perceive that she lacked the literary talents they attributed to her. This matter she must disclose to the semi-saint, otherwise, the situation would only escalate, leading to an undesirable conclusion. Had I not attended Qingyun's sect, I would certainly come to celebrate the third princess's birthday, Lu Yao remarked. As the members of the Great Sword sect were set to depart within the next day or two, she intended to take advantage of their swift spiritual vessel, as they possessed their own teleportation array connection point. It is generally elusive and difficult to access. Thus, Lu Yao chose to accompany them on their journey. Princess Long Xinyan expressed her surprise upon hearing this. Her aspirations do not lie within the Tang Kingdom, which is why this incident has stirred the interest of the half-saint. The princess then remarked with a smile, You may speak of this once you have encountered the half-saint. She held great confidence that the half-saint would take a liking to Lu Yao. Xie Jing then addressed Lu Yao, inviting him to board the carriage. After Lu Yao climbed aboard, Xie Jing followed suit. At that moment, Chun Xiuyang encountered Dean Lu, who was preoccupied with arranging his chess moves. Has he departed? Chun Xiuyang inquired. Indeed, Dean Lu replied. A moment later, Chun Xiuyang asked again, Is there a significant possibility that the half-saint will take her as a disciple? Dean Lu Jingyuan hesitated, holding a chess piece in his hand. Her talent is exceptional, and she possesses a noble spirit. Yet there seems to be a lack of dynamic energy within her. I find it somewhat perplexing. Overall, she is a rare gem, but the decision of the half-saint to accept disciples is beyond our influence. Chun Xiuyang nodded in agreement. Soon after, he heard the dean inquire, By the way, how did Wen Heng fare today? He also visited the library. Ah, the youth. He is always restless when constrained. Patience is key. My concern is that he may not be able to keep this matter under wraps within the academy. We must keep a vigilant eye on all fronts. At that moment, Dean Lu finally placed a chess piece down, nearly crushing it in his fervor. Wen Heng observed that the cat before him was merely an ordinary wild feline, devoid of any discernible spiritual energy. Yet, the sudden appearance of the note piqued his curiosity. It bore the words, 3 days hence, at the back mountains Chu Shui Lake. Ba Yuan Alliance. The 100 Abyss Alliance. This organization is vaguely familiar. In the past, it was driven away and hunted by my master in the northern regions. Why would they assist me? Or perhaps they are not aiding me at all. They might merely covet my constitution, leaving me uncertain whether their intentions are beneficial or malevolent. Wen Hang is left in a state of indecision, pondering whether to trust this note. Chapter 31. The half-Saint Lu Linyuan Ziyun residence is nestled within a bustling alley on East Street. The carriage came to a halt at the mouth of the alley. Lu Yao and Xie Jing disembarked together, and the nearby vendors recognized Xie Jing, greeting him enthusiastically. "Young Master Xie, would you care for a bowl of soup noodles?" Their familiarity with Xie Jing was palpable. Displaying no trace of arrogance befitting a top scholar, he engaged with them as he typically would. The vendors warmly inquired about Xie Jing, casting curious glances at Lu Yao, yet they maintained a respectful distance, ensuring no discomfort was caused. However, Lu Yao overheard snippets of their conversations, which seemed to touch upon the half-saint. Yet, none dared to express casual judgments. After all, who among them was not a celestial being in their own right when visiting Mr. Lu? Indeed, the half-saint Lu Linyuan has resided at Ziyun residence for an indeterminate span of time. Since their earliest memories, he has made this place his home. Even during the days of their forebears, the half-saint was already a fixture at Ziyun residence. Everyone knows him as the half-saint Lu Linyuan. Yet none have ever witnessed an ounce of arrogance from him. His esteemed presence in the area has attracted numerous literary talents, many of whom have relocated their families nearby. This region places a significant emphasis on scholarship. Even those who attain renown through their studies find little inclination to depart from this place. Lu Linyuan, who once served in the imperial court under the reigns of Emperors Xuanzong and Yongkang, withdrew from political life in the 23rd year of Yongkang's rule. He realized that he had been unable to make any significant breakthroughs and became entangled in a conflict of ideologies with the prime minister. Caught in the web of mundane affairs, many literati were embroiled in factional strife, while Emperor Yongkang sought to maintain balance through princely tactics, allowing the demon race to exploit the situation. Consequently, he took it upon himself to confront the demons directly, quelling the chaos. Feeling that his literary spirit and talents were stifled within the court, he resolutely chose to withdraw. However, he did not completely retreat from the world. He found solace in nature, yet also pursued relentless vengeance against traitorous scholars on the battlefield. Rumor has it that he established a school in remote, uncivilized areas under the alias Li Xianyu, cultivating a generation of scholars. Eventually, after 33 years, he experienced an epiphany and penned the Ode to the Flying Birds, elevating himself to the ranks of a demigod. On that day, the literary temple trembled, and a rainbow-colored auspice adorned the sky, stirring both the demon race and the literary circles. The empress, elated, granted a universal amnesty. Upon attaining the status of a demigod, his realm became even more inscrutable, and he accepted only one true disciple, Xie Jing, under the auspices of his newfound title. Lu Yao had previously been informed of all of Lu Linyuan's remarkable exploits. She felt a deep admiration and curiosity towards this enigmatic demigod. However, upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of a man in his 30s, rolling up his sleeves to tend to the garden. He possessed a refined appearance, tall and slender, with a healthy wheat-colored complexion, and the contours of muscles were visible on his arms. Had it not been for Xie Jing's respectful call of master, Lu Yao would never have associated this individual with a semi-saint. He appeared to exude none of the refined demeanor typical of a scholar, resembling an ordinary person from the outside. Nevertheless, Lu Yao held no disdain. Instead, she bowed with even greater reverence, stating, "I have met Mr. Lu." Her master had once remarked that should she ever find herself independently traversing the world of cultivation, the truly fearsome individuals would not be those who flaunted their strength and caused disturbances, but rather those who, devoid of any sharp aura and seemingly lacking in prowess, could nonetheless move about with ease. The return to simplicity is a profound state of being. At present, she was evidently far from grasping the essence of such a state. "Please, make yourself comfortable," Lu Linyuan said, as he scattered seeds and covered them with soil. At that moment, the peach tree in the courtyard stirred. A rustling sound emerged, and above Lu Yao's head, a large peach gradually descended from the branch, landing in her hand. Astonished, she felt as if the peach tree had come to life. Yet, standing in this courtyard, she sensed no trace of malevolence, but rather a refreshing clarity, as if this place were imbued with spiritual veins. "This is for you," Xie Jing said, as he too held a peach, smiling. "Your arrival has brought me fortune. The little peach adores you. As a guest, this fruit is given to you specially." The peach tree swayed its branches, seemingly in agreement with Xie Jing's words. Lu Yao felt a sense of wonder, yet she was not without her own wisdom. It is evident that the peach tree has flourished under Lu Lingyuan's watchful eyes, a tacit acknowledgement on his part. All living things possess a spirit, and heaven harbors a benevolent disposition towards life. As long as no malevolent deeds are committed, even spirits can attain enlightenment. Thank you, dear peach. Lu Yao inhaled the fragrance of the peach, distinctly sensing its alluring aroma, unlike any fruit she had previously tasted. A flicker of anticipation stirred within her, as she believed this peach might prove beneficial. With determination, Lu Yao grasped the peach tightly, while Lu Linyuan washed his hands and then addressed Xie Jing, saying, I have reviewed your poetry. You may take a look now. Xie Jing, upon hearing this, was filled with joy. Yes, teacher, he exclaimed, rushing into the room. Lu Yao, observing Xie Jing's departure, felt a tinge of nervousness as she faced Lu Linyuan alone. Please, have a seat. Lu Yao noticed that Lu Linyuan had already settled down, and after a brief moment, she too stood up again. Lu Linyuan regarded her attentively. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yao spoke. Mr. Lu, if you summon me today in light of the verbal sparring I exhibited previously, I must confess something to you. I possess no talent in Confucianism or Taoism, nor do I. I am aware, Lu Linyuan interjected. Lu Yao had painstakingly prepared her words, eager to express her honesty, only to find him already cognizant of her sentiments. Stunned into silence. It took her a while to respond. Mr. Lu, you knew? Every individual of literary distinction is recorded in the sacred temple. However, your name is conspicuously absent. Moreover, on that day, the Song of Righteousness illuminated the Tang Kingdom with its five-colored radiance. I sensed an additional stroke of brilliance gracing the Tang Kingdom. Yet it eluded my ability to pinpoint a specific individual. If you possessed a literary palace, such a sight would not be the case, Lu Linyuan remarked with a smile. He exuded a delightful fragrance, his entire presence imbued with a serene aura that easily endeared him to others, reminiscent of a familiar and affectionate elder. Oh, so that is how it is, Lu Yao thought, unable to articulate her feelings, yet overall, she felt a sense of relief. She had unwittingly revealed herself. Yet, a lingering confusion plagued her. If I am not a prodigy of Confucianism or Taoism, what could be the purpose of Mr. Lu summoning me? Chapter 32. A heart of exquisite perception. Lu Yao pondered whether it was due to the Song of Righteousness, a fact that must remain undisclosed, lest it lead others to suspect possession. Her explanations remained consistent with her previous assertions. She could only insist that it was bestowed upon her by her master, knowing nothing beyond that. However, Lu Linyuan had a different perspective. It is because you have maximized the value of the Song of Righteousness. The five-colored radiance shining upon the Tang Kingdom was articulated by one devoid of a literary palace or scholarly disposition. This piques my curiosity, along with the verbal sparring that ensued. Upon hearing Lu Linyuan's words, Lu Yao realized that even this matter was extraordinary. Was it not due to the inherent power of the Song of Righteousness itself? Lu Yao inquired. Without meeting her gaze, Lu Linyuan prepared a cup of tea and placed it before her. After careful contemplation, Lu Yao realized that she had not done much at that time. It was merely during the process of transcribing that she felt an extraordinary fluidity, and furthermore, a sudden insight struck her, the unity of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. The interconnectedness of all laws. After she spoke, Lu Linyuan gestured for her to drink tea. Upon tasting it, she sensed that this tea was remarkable, as if wisps of ethereal energy were infusing her heart and lungs. This is indeed right. It seems you possess a keen insight and are destined to connect with my teachings of Confucianism and Taoism. Lu Linyuan's words prompted Lu Yao to ponder another interpretation of enlightenment. If you do not mind, may I request you to extend your palm, so I may observe your dantian? Lu Linyuan accepted part of her statement, but wished to further examine Lu Yao's physique. She hesitated, uncertain whether her concealed practice of demonic arts would be revealed. Is it inconvenient? Lu Linyuan discerned her hesitation. Sir, I was once a practitioner of the demonic path. I have indeed cultivated demonic arts, Lu Yao finally confessed. There is no distinction between righteous and demonic methods. Only the practitioner embodies the dichotomy of good and evil, Lu Linyuan remarked. This statement resonated deeply within Lu Yao. The more she contemplated it, the more aligned it felt with her own philosophy. So, you share this belief as well? She inquired, extending her hand. If you wish to see, Then please do. Lu Linyuan chuckled heartily. He merely placed his index and middle fingers upon her palm, and soon after, his brow furrowed slightly. He gazed at Lu Yao, who returned his curious look. A hint of unease flickered in his clear, luminous eyes. What is it? Is there a problem? She asked. No, it appears your master treats you quite well. Lu Linyuan replied. Lu Yao nodded, acknowledging the truth of the statement. Indeed, he has been quite kind to me. However, Mr. Lu, why do you say that? Because there lies a seed within your dantian, harmonizing with your wood's spiritual root. I surmise that this seed was planted by your master since your youth, and its significance will reveal itself when you solidify your core. Is there anything else? Lu Yao inquired. Are there any other changes within me? You are a prodigy. The principles you mentioned may indeed hold truth. As long as you steadfastly pursue this path, while you may not necessarily be a genius of Confucianism and Taoism, you will undoubtedly carve out your own way, a path imbued with righteousness, Lu Linyuan replied with a smile. It seemed to her that this notion had never been addressed by her master before, yet she felt that Lu Linyuan was not deceiving her. She nodded resolutely, stating, I shall certainly endeavor to do so. Even if she were reluctant, the system would not permit it. Her existence and mission were to eradicate malevolence and uphold justice. This path indeed suited her remarkably well. Lu Yao's determination was unwavering, devoid of any semblance of coercion. Lu Linyuan discerned her genuine intent and silently acknowledged it with a nod, though a barely audible sigh escaped him from deep within. He had presumed she lacked literary insight. Yet he was mistaken. She possessed a literary heart, or perhaps a heart full of intricate understanding, which was also a heart of justice. It was no wonder that only when she transcribed the Song of Righteousness could she resonate with the essence of heaven and earth. Yet, that heart seemed pieced together, incomplete. What mischief had the old demon, Ingwaya, wrought? Lu Linyuan could not fathom. A century prior, Ingwaya had risen in the Northern Territory, founding the Yuan demon sect, which swiftly engulfed the region, instilling fear in the hearts of all. However, no one is aware of his origins. Lu Linyuan chose not to disclose this matter to Lu Yao. As long as she steadfastly pursues her own path, perhaps one day she might fortify her exquisite heart. By that time, she would be impervious to all malevolence. After saying all this, do you wish to remain? Lu Linyuan inquired. Lu Yao, intrigued, replied, I lack both literary talent and scholarly aspirations. Do you truly wish for me to stay? The cultivation of the 7 apertures exquisite heart is indeed challenging. Remaining under personal tutelage would be far more advantageous. It is not solely the possession of literary talent that guarantees suitability. Even those of the opposing faction possess literary aspirations. You possess an unwavering sense of justice that surpasses all. Have you not noticed how exceptionally comfortable you feel in the distinguished Lishan Academy, in a place that seems to resonate with your very essence? Upon reflection, Lu Yao recalled the profound insights she had gained while reading in the library of Lishan Academy. She sensed that her cultivation was yielding remarkable results. To be candid, she was indeed somewhat tempted. However, I fear that in the Tang Kingdom, my senior brothers will pursue me, which may cause trouble for Tang. Lu Linyuan chuckled. With me here, what is there to fear? His laughter exuded a certain carefree and commanding aura that reassured Lu Yao significantly. The 233 system also encouraged her to stay. When Hang had finally managed to dispel any negative sentiments, she should seize the opportunity to win him over completely. Moreover, with the support of such a formidable ally, she need not worry about her senior brothers. After some deliberation, Lu Yao said, May I take some time to consider? It seemed unrealistic for her to become Lu Linyuan's disciple without literary talent and aspirations. If she were not his personally instructed disciple, she felt that this support would not be substantial enough. Lu Linyuan looked at Lu Yao, momentarily taken aback, and then remarked, As you wish. Shortly thereafter, Xie Jing emerged, holding his manuscript. He noticed Lu Yao engrossed in transcribing the Ode to Birds, writing each stroke with utmost seriousness. Just as he intended to approach her, Lu Linyuan shook his head. Master, does this mean I will have an additional junior sister? Xie Jing inquired. Chapter 33. I have decided to stay. Lu Linyuan cast a glance at Lu Yao, who was diligently copying, and stated, Let us see if she can persevere. Xie Jing understood the implication of Lu Linyuan's words. The master was assessing Lu Yao, perhaps even contemplating the idea of taking her as a disciple. Her exceptional talent promised no disappointment. Xie Jing felt no discomfort in his words. However, Lu Linyuan cautioned, though her talent is remarkable, it differs from your path. Henceforth, do not allow anyone to proclaim her abilities, nor disclose to outsiders that I intend to accept her as a disciple. Simply claim it to be a misunderstanding. The art of verbal sparring is not her forte. She merely harnesses external forces. Upon hearing this, Xie Jing fell silent for a moment before saying, "Does the master mean to keep her concealed?" Lu Linyuan nodded. Her strength is insufficient. Excessive fame and attention would only become a burden. Especially if those malevolent scholars and demons learn of my intentions to take her as a disciple, they would surely target her. In fact, you were once in a similar situation. When you first became a candidate for the sacred examination, I had already taken notice of you. Later, I devoted myself to helping you remain inconspicuous, fearing that too much fame would incite resentment from demons, leading to your demise. Only when you had developed the capability for self-preservation did I accept you as my disciple. Indeed, the student has been enlightened. Xie Jing gazed at Lu Yao, contemplating that she would need to offer more guidance in the future. Lu Yao, engrossed in her copying, was only roused by a delicious aroma wafting through the air as evening approached. Realizing that it was getting late, she decided it was time to take her leave. Xie Jing inquired, "Have you finished copying?" "Yes," she replied, glancing around but not spotting Mr. Lu. She then asked, "Where is Mr. Lu?" Xie Jing pointed inward and said, "He has gone to prepare dinner. You are in for a treat today. Usually, when I wish to stay for a meal, the teacher sends me away. But thanks to you, I can finally enjoy a meal prepared by him." Upon hearing this, Lu Yao couldn't help but smile, finding Mr. Lu quite an amusing character. It was remarkable that someone of his stature as a semi-saint would personally take to the kitchen. She inhaled the enticing aroma, curious about the dish being prepared. Before long, Lu Linyuan emerged with a platter of dishes, calling for Xie Jing to assist him. He had prepared 4 dishes and a soup. The fare appeared to be homely, with some ingredients freshly plucked from the garden. The soup resembled a broth made from some kind of bird. Lu Linyuan served Lu Yao a bowl and said, "Don't stand on ceremony. Eat and drink as you please." Though Lu Yao had been practicing abstinence from food, the delightful fragrance awakened her appetite, and she found herself unable to resist. Initially, she maintained a semblance of restraint, but it wasn't long before she realized that Mr. Lu's cooking was exceptionally delicious. Not only were the seasonings perfectly balanced, but the ingredients were also extraordinarily fresh, distinct from anything she had tasted elsewhere. Before long, the table was in disarray, filled with empty dishes and cups. After a satisfying meal, Lu Yao and Xie Jing exchanged a glance and suddenly burst into laughter. Lu Yao mused to herself that Xie Jing was not merely a refined gentleman, at least not when it came to dining. Xie Jing, in turn, began to perceive Lu Yao's genuine nature. It seemed that this new prospective junior sister possessed a degree of authenticity. Following the meal, Lu Yao took the initiative to assist in clearing the table and washing the dishes. Lu Linyuan remarked to Xie Jing, "We invited him today because you are the guest. Tomorrow, it will be your turn." Xie Jing readily accepted the task of tidying up, prompting Lu Yao to pause in her actions. After a moment, she suddenly recalled that she had not confirmed whether she would return the following day. From Mr. Lu's words, it seemed he had already arranged for her presence. However, this place was indeed delightful. Under the setting sun, the leaves of the peach trees appeared to be imbued with layers of golden radiance, stretching out in graceful display. Lu Yao smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. "Very well, I shall return tomorrow, provided Mr. Lu does not mind my hearty appetite." Lu Linyuan casually added, "If you come, bring a jug of wine, preferably the Huadiao from the Shang Yuan family." "Certainly." Once Xie Jing finished washing the dishes and stepped out again, he resumed his elegant demeanor as the newly crowned scholar. At this point, Lu Linyuan expressed his desire for the two to take their leave. Xie Jing and Lu Yao bid farewell to Lu Linyuan and exited the Ziyun residence, arriving at the mouth of the alley. Upon hearing Lu Yao's words, Xie Jing contemplated that indeed, the capital was quite safe. As Lu Yao was set to meet with the members of the Greatsword Sect, it would be inappropriate for him to accompany her. He thus advised her, "Be cautious on your way, and in the future, do not refer to me as young Master Xie. I am but a few years your senior. If you do not mind, call me Brother Xie." Since the teacher has not yet accepted her as a disciple, it is currently inappropriate to refer to each other as senior and junior siblings. However, they can still cultivate a bond akin to that of siblings. "Very well, Brother Xie." Lu Yao responded amiably. Xie Jing nodded, and the two parted ways. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yao arrived at the inn mentioned by Gu Shuangshuang. Gu Shuangshuang had come out to greet her. "Shao Qi, you finally made it. I was planning to come find you today. However, when I visited the academy, the principal informed me that you were in the library. Given that I am not fond of reading and did not wish to disturb you, I decided against going. I never anticipated that you would seek me out. It's perfect timing for us to explore the enchanting night of Huijing together. Lu Yao inquired, but what about Sister Yi and Master Ning? As well as your other senior brothers? My senior sister is an ardent cultivator. She spent the entire day with us yesterday and is reluctant to go out today. As for my senior brothers, they have already ventured out for some leisure, and my master is meeting an old friend. Had you not come, I would have been left to my own cultivation. Come, let us go. Lu Yao nodded in agreement. The night in Huijing indeed held a unique charm. The streets were adorned with lights, bustling with life. Gu Shuangshuang was thoroughly enjoying herself. But Lu Yao couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been following her throughout their walk. If indeed someone were tailing her, who could it be? Her senior brothers should not have arrived so soon. If they had, the system would have notified her. Yet, if it were not her brothers, who could possibly be tracking her? Lu Yao pondered this in silence. Gu Shuangshuang sighed. Huijing is truly delightful. But it is a pity that we must depart the day after tomorrow. I wonder when we shall return. Is it truly so soon? Though it was anticipated. Lu Yao still felt a pang of melancholy. Gu Shuangshuang gazed at Lu Yao and inquired, Shao Qi, are you not coming along with us? If she had harbored any uncertainty prior, her interactions with Lu Linyuan at Ziyun residence had solidified her resolve. I have made up my mind. I wish to stay in. Chapter 34. A commitment to cultivation. Before she could utter the words the capital, Gu Shuangshuang had already spotted Ning Shuzi. Master Uncle, I believe I see your figure, she exclaimed, pointing to a distance where some commotion had erupted. Something had leapt into the lake, seemingly without any reaction. Lu Yao turned to look, and indeed, it was Ning Zhenren. Thus, he and Gu Shuangshuang approached him. Master Uncle, they called out in unison. At that moment, Ning Shuzi halted upon seeing them. Master Uncle, what has transpired? Gu Shuangshuang asked with curiosity. Did you not notice that someone was tailing you too? Ning Shuzi replied. Gu Shuangshuang was taken aback, her eyes widening as she scanned the surroundings. Who was following us? It was a puppet, which I have destroyed. However, I am uncertain who was orchestrating it. A trace of energy fled into the water, Ning Shuzi explained. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao's expression grew serious. It seemed his instincts had not failed him. Ning Shuzi then scrutinized Gu Shuangshuang and Lu Yao, asking, Shuangshuang, Lu Yao, how did you both come to be here? Is it just the two of you? It was my suggestion to come here. Senior Sister Qingyi is currently in meditation, Gu Shuangshuang stated. Lu Yao gazed at Gu Shuangshuang, pondering the unusual events of the day. If even Master Ning had discerned the presence of a stalker, then his earlier intuition was indeed accurate. Gu Shuangshuang, being a disciple of the Giant Sword Sect, had rarely descended the mountain prior to this expedition. This time, she accompanied her fellow disciples down the mountain for training. And even a visit to Fengtian City would only serve to broaden her horizons. She should not have offended anyone. If the Giant Sword Sect had incurred someone's wrath, it was unlikely that the focus would solely be on her, especially since Knight Qingyi had vanquished more monsters than she had. Conversely, Lu Yao's senior brothers were not to be trifled with. As he contemplated, Ning Shuzi seemed to have come to a similar realization. At that moment, Gu Shuangshuang turned her gaze toward her. Shao Qi, I believe what our uncle said is correct. You should accompany us. After a moment's reflection, Lu Yao replied. Today I encountered a semi-saint who suggested that I remain here. Is that so? Ning Shuzi inquired, hesitating. This was indeed a significant and fortuitous matter. What are your thoughts? I, too, wish to stay, Lu Yao replied. Remaining here would allow her to discern the direction of her destined path. Both the Ziyun residence and the library of Lishan Academy exuded a comforting aura. She felt that this ambience greatly aided her cultivation. In contrast, everything at Qingyun sect remained shrouded in uncertainty. Of course, there was one major advantage. It kept her away from her senior brothers. Yet mere distance was not a solution, as their growth was rapid, and she yearned to enhance her own strength expeditiously. Gu Shuangshuang fixed her gaze upon Lu Yao, finally comprehending what he had endeavored to convey earlier. Even her master uncle remarked that this was an exceptional opportunity. Who could possibly be unfamiliar with the name of Lu Linyuan, the half-saint of Tang Nation? Even upon reaching the Qingyun sect, one could not hope to rival a half-saint. Very well. If you choose to stay, do exercise caution henceforth. Tomorrow, I shall mention today's events to the demon-slaying department, urging them to remain vigilant against the monsters in the capital. However, you must also take care of yourself. In times of necessity, do not hesitate to seek assistance from the half-saint and the esteemed elders of Lishan Academy, Ning Shuzi advised earnestly. Lu Yao nodded in agreement. I will. Xiao Qi, I am truly delighted that you have garnered the favor of a half-saint. Yet, I cannot help but feel a tinge of regret that you cannot journey alongside me. Remember, once you achieve success, you must come to visit me. Of course, I shall also come to see you. We have our communication talismans, so let us stay in touch. Gu Shuang felt a blend of joy and reluctance in her heart. Lu Yao mirrored her sentiments. Indeed, I will remember. You must also diligently cultivate. Perhaps in the future, we shall have the chance to vanquish demons together. Indeed, diligent cultivation is essential. Opportunities will abound in the future. Ning Shuzi observed the two, sensing the invincibility of youth in the lengthy journey of cultivation ahead. Both were remarkably gifted, and time was on their side. Before their return, Lu Yao thought of her proud sixth senior brother, Wen Hang, and purchased some delicacies along the way. Upon arriving at Lishan Academy, dusk had already fallen. The academy enforced a curfew, and they nearly could not gain entry. It was only through Ning Shuzi's provision of a token that they were allowed in. Lu Yao took note of this, resolving to mention it the following day. The light in Wen Hang's room was still aglow, prompting a gentle knock at the door. At that moment, Wen Hang was engaged in cultivation, having set up a barrier. Upon hearing the knock, it took him a while to dismantle the barrier, and only after he opened the door did he realize it was Lu Yao, his brows furrowing slightly in displeasure. Lu Yao peered into the room, puzzled by the lengthy delay in his response. Wen Hang obstructed her view. She placed a box of pastries before him, saying, I visited Gu Shuang and informed her of my decision to remain at Lishan Academy, which took some time. However, I did not forget to bring you these pastries. They are warm. Have you not eaten all day? Please enjoy. Wen Hang regarded the pastries with evident disdain. Lu Yao mused. Could it be that he has truly regained his strength? Upon hearing Lu Yao's intention to stay, Wen Hang could not help but inquire, You intend to remain? Has that semi-holy truly accepted you as a disciple? It seems you harbor little affection for your master. His tone dripped with sarcasm, as though he believed he was the epitome of loyalty. Lu Yao sighed. Being a disciple of a semi-holy is not as simple as it appears, and I lack the requisite talent and aptitude. She seemed somewhat disheartened. Wen Hang furrowed his brow and remarked, If that is the case, why do you wish to stay? It is because of you, sixth senior brother, she replied earnestly. I have considered this. If you were left alone at Lishan Academy, you would undoubtedly grow bored. Moreover, your cultivation has been sealed. What would happen if someone were to bully you? It would be different if I were here. Lu Yao blinked sincerely. Wen Hang, feeling quite vexed under her gaze, retorted, Who gave you the right to meddle? Had it not been for you, I would never have found myself in this predicament. Indeed, without my intervention, you would not be here in relative safety. Rather, you would have been seized by others for possession. If you choose to disregard it, so be it. Lu Yao replied, turning to leave. Holding the box of pastries, Wen Hang felt an inexplicable irritation wash over him. After a while, Lu Yao set aside the matter and began her cultivation. Before commencing, she recalled the peaches in the courtyard of Ziyun residence and could not resist taking a bite. The influx of spiritual energy was far more intense than directly absorbing spirit stones. She immediately settled into a meditative posture, oblivious to the notification from the 233 system indicating an increase of 1 point in Wen Hang's favorability. Chapter 35. Clinging to Father Lu's leg after a night of diligent practice, she fully assimilated the essence of the peach by midday the following day. This session of cultivation felt equivalent to a month's worth of training. She had not anticipated the potent effects of the peaches from Ziyun Pavilion. It seemed prudent for her to visit Ziyun Pavilion more frequently to gather more peaches. At that moment, Lu Yao glanced out the window, noticing the sun was high in the sky. She recalled something the 233 system had mentioned the previous night and could not help but inquire. The 233 system responded, Host, following your cultivation yesterday, your sixth senior brother's favorability increased by 2 points. What does that mean? Lu Yao appeared somewhat perplexed. The manner in which this favorability had increased seemed rather peculiar. She recalled offering him pastries and speaking kindly, to which he had reacted with disdain. How was it that after she had stormed off in anger, his favorability had risen? The path of this young man is rather wild and enigmatic, indeed. Regardless of him, I have resolved to seek the support of Father Lu. After all, Father Lu Linyuan is far more dependable. Not only is he extraordinarily capable, But his peach trees are also exceptional. She adores Father Lu's peaches. Now that I have decided to stay, I must cultivate a good relationship with him. Just yesterday, I promised to bring him some fine Huadiao wine. As I glanced at the time, it seemed the hour was just right for me to venture out. However, I regretted that I had missed one assignment at the library. I recalled that I still needed to obtain a student ID from Mr. Qin Xiuyang for Lishan Academy. Yet, I felt a twinge of reluctance to part with the vast collection of books in the library. Thus, I must pay Mr. Qin Xiuyang a visit. Upon stepping outside, I unexpectedly spotted Wen Hang in the courtyard. He appeared to have been standing there for quite some time, his back turned toward me, perhaps sensing my presence. Wen Hang turned around. After the disagreement we had last night, he merely glared at me in silence, seemingly anticipating that I would be the one to initiate a greeting. To his surprise, I chose to ignore him, glancing his way before making my exit. "Are you going out again?" Wen Hang inquired, prompting me to halt in my tracks. He trailed after me, knowing that within the confines of Lishan Academy, he was not trusted and was restricted from leaving alone. However, following me made a significant difference. "Wherever you go, I shall accompany you." Initially, his somewhat awkward declaration transformed into a bold assertion. My gaze lingered on him, imbued with a hint of depth. Before I replied, "What if I were to visit the library to read? Then I would go as well." Perhaps sensing that his tone seemed overly urgent, Wen Hang added, "Did you not say that reading and copying texts can suppress one's demonic tendencies? The library pavilion houses the greatest collection of books in the entire Tang Kingdom, as well as the most unique works of sages and literati. Spending time there would surely benefit me." "Oh," he spoke. Yet Lu Yao did not believe a word of it. It is implausible for a person to undergo such a swift change in attitude within a short period, unless prompted by a significant catalyst. Instead of attempting to flee, he sought to accompany her to the library pavilion. What could be the reason for this? Lu Yao displayed no outward signs of her thoughts, merely smiling as she replied, "Since you are willing to join me, let us go. However, we must first pay a visit to Mr. Qin Xiuyang. It would be prudent to discuss this matter with him." Exiting the Ziyun residence, it was noon, and classes had long since ended. Yet, within the academy, a few disciples still wandered about. Upon seeing Lu Yao, they appeared, for reasons unknown, to have shifted from admiration and respect yesterday to mere sympathy today. As one passed by her, they could not help but say, "Miss Lu, do not lose heart. Even if you have been rejected by the half-saint and lack the credentials of the Wen Palace, you remain a paragon of humanity. Your accomplishments in slaying demons will not be erased. Indeed, Miss Lu is valiant and remarkable, even if she is not one of our scholarly brethren. She ought to be regarded as a prodigious talent. Yes, a prodigy." Listening to their tones, it seemed they were there to console her. Lu Yao found herself both amused and perplexed. What news had the half-saint conveyed to Xie Jing? How was it that overnight everyone's demeanor towards her had changed so drastically? However, Lu Yao did not offer any defense. He merely nodded slightly. After Lu Yao departed, the students sighed in unison, expressing their disappointment. They had anticipated the addition of an extraordinary talent to the realm of Confucianism, only to discover that it was not the case. What a shame it was. Some lamented, believing they had witnessed the rise of a promising new star in Confucianism, only to see it extinguished prematurely. Yet, there were others who secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Having endured the challenges posed by Xie Jing, they were now eager for their own moment to shine. The emergence of yet another prodigious talent would undoubtedly be a boon for humanity, but for their contemporaries, it would overshadow their own brilliance. Thus, their feelings were somewhat conflicted. Wen Heng observed Lu Yao and, noting that she was indeed not angry, could not help but inquire, "Was the sharp retort you displayed that day a treasure imparted by your master? If you believe it to be so, then it is." Lu Yao replied. He had suspected as much. After all, having practiced alongside her for so many years, how could he have been unaware of Lu Yao's superior prowess? Nevertheless, this realization seemed to alleviate some of the pent-up emotions he had harbored for days. System notification: Wen Heng's corruption value decreased by 3. Lu Yao's inner thoughts confirmed that this young man was indeed plagued by a strong sense of jealousy. Upon arriving at Qin Xiuyang's residence, they did not find him present, but 2 attendants emerged to greet them. One of them informed the scholar Lu Yao, "The master has been waiting for you for quite some time." Did the master know I would seek him out? Lu Yao pondered. Perhaps the dissemination of today's news was also attributed to Master Chen's influence. The attendant nodded and led the way ahead. Before long, they arrived at the threshold of Qin Xiuyang's study. Wen Heng intended to follow Lu Yao inside. but was halted by the young attendant. The master has decreed that only Miss Lu may enter. Lu Yao then turned to Wen Hang and said, "You should wait outside. I will be quick and return shortly." There were certain matters that he ought not to overhear. Although Wen Hang was somewhat reluctant, he knew he had to acquiesce under the circumstances. Lu Yao stepped into the study, and the door was promptly closed behind her by the attendant. Inside, Lu Yao beheld Chen Xiuyang cradling a guqin, his expression filled with a poignant melancholy, suggesting he was a person of depth and stories. Lu Yao bowed and greeted, "Mr. Chen, you have arrived." Chen Xiuyang, without putting down the instrument, replied, "Do you play the guqin?" Lu Yao inquired with curiosity. Chen Xiuyang shook his head. "It belongs to a deceased friend. Though a gentleman should master the 6 arts, the path of Confucian and Taoist cultivation is arduous. It is paramount to remain focused. If one attempts to dabble in too many pursuits, one risks neglecting their studies." Lu Yao began to comprehend that her primary endeavor must be scholarship, while pursuits like music and painting were merely ancillary. "This morning, Xie Jing came to seek you, but upon seeing you in your practice, he chose not to disturb you. He conveyed the intentions of the semi-saint. We at Lishan Academy will offer our utmost support, so do not worry. Regarding your talents and abilities, we shall ensure they remain concealed until you achieve a breakthrough in strength. Lishan Academy will do everything possible to safeguard your safety." Chen Xiuyang then brought up the rumors circulating about Lishan Academy, which had spread after Xie Jing's visit, sanctioned by the principal and the esteemed scholars, aiming to obscure Lu Yao's extraordinary gifts. Chapter 36. North Hall Master Bei Roli. Lu Yao respectfully bowed to Chen Xiuyang, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your support. There is no need for such formality," Chen Xiuyang replied. "Your righteous heart and exceptional talent are indeed a blessing for our human race." He set aside the guqin and rose to his feet. "Moreover, the half-saint holds you in high regard. Today, the esteemed Ning Shuzi visited our Lishan Academy and informed me that you were followed last night. However, he could not locate the pursuer. He merely destroyed a puppet. I have already instructed the demon-slaying department to investigate this matter." Upon hearing this, Lu Yao inquired, "Is this related to my senior brothers?" The art of puppet crafting generally has 2 origins, one from the witch clan and the other from the malevolent practitioners of the Baiyuan Alliance. "We should have clarity in a few days," Chen Xiuyang concluded. Lu Yao then recalled that the Black Lotus Sect practiced the arts of witchcraft and could indeed craft puppets. Their past ties with the Yuanma sect were quite intimate, yet she had severed her connections with her senior brother. It was only a matter of time before they would cross paths again. Surely, he would not abandon his pursuit of information about her. After all, the greatest leverage, the demon contract, remained firmly in her grasp. If she were in his position, she would likely be restless, unable to find peace in either sleep or sustenance. While Lu Yao was lost in contemplation, Chen Xiuyang interrupted her thoughts. "You need not fear this situation. They dare not act recklessly in the capital. This holy page bears my handwritten song of righteousness. Should you find yourself in peril, you may ignite it personally to repel any threat." With that, Chen Xiuyang entrusted the page of Song of Righteousness to Lu Yao. He meticulously penned the Song of Righteousness, a work imbued with an extraordinary spirit that surpasses the ordinary. Moreover, this paper is a rare sacred page, blessed by a sage, capable of inspiring valor on the battlefield. Handing it over to himself, Lu Yao felt it was a pity. "Sir, my master has bestowed upon me certain treasures for self-defense. Even in the face of a typical enemy assault, I remain unafraid. Especially since this is under the emperor's reign, I trust they would not dare to act recklessly. This item should be reserved for those who require it more than I do." Chen Xiuyang gazed at Lu Yao, then sighed softly. This child undoubtedly possesses a talent for Confucianism and Taoism. Regrettably, he did not grow up in the Great Tang dynasty, but rather in the Yuan demon sect. Yet, even in such an environment, he has cultivated such commendable character. It is both admirable and lamentable. Chen Xiuyang spoke with sincerity. Lu Yao ceased to decline and accepted the offering. She inquired, could a cultivator at the Golden Core stage withstand it? Originally, Lu Yao had come with the intention of acquiring just that. After pondering her question, Chen Xiuyang nodded. "Very well, this afternoon. I shall bring him along to class so he can study diligently. I appreciate your assistance, sir." This arrangement was quite favorable, with Chen Xiuyang present. Lu Yao felt reassured that Wen Heng would not cause any disturbances, allowing her to focus entirely on her cultivation. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yao produced her senior brother's demon contract. She presented the demon contract. deciding it was wiser to act proactively rather than ponder whether this matter was orchestrated by her senior brother and his companions. Even if it were not, it would still be prudent to resolve the issue concerning Lin Zhanqing first. Due to the irreconcilable conflicts between the parties, there remains no room for reconciliation. Moreover, Lin Zhanqing is undeniably a villain who cannot be redeemed. Lu Yao handed over the Heavenly Demon Pact, which took Chen Qiuyang by surprise. He had originally assumed she would withhold it, as it served as her lifeline. The Heavenly Demon Pact was only half complete. Although the likelihood of backlash was significant, I perceive Lin Zhanqing as a prodigious talent. I cannot guarantee his demise. Should he survive, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment. After Chen Qiuyang spoke, Lu Yao sighed in resignation. He killed my master first, and then relentlessly pursued me for the Heavenly Demon Pact. Even if I choose to do nothing, he would still seek vengeance. It is said that to strike a snake, one must aim for its vulnerable spot. Otherwise, by the time he reacts, it would be Lu Yao who suffers the consequences. Chen Qiuyang returned the Heavenly Demon Pact to Lu Yao. Given these circumstances, Lu Yao had no choice but to consult the semi-saint, Lu Linyuan. Upon her emergence, she exchanged a glance with Wen Heng before departing directly. Wen Heng attempted to follow, but was halted by Chen Qiuyang. Wen Heng, you shall accompany me to class this afternoon. At this, Wen Heng was utterly taken aback. He glanced at Lu Yao, who offered him an encouraging nod. Consequently, his darkening aura only intensified. The Baiyuan Alliance has established contact points in various locations, including the northern region, where they learned that the Yuan Demon Sect intended to collectively join the Baiyuan Alliance. The Baiyuan Alliance demonstrated immense sincerity, dispatching the Northern Hall Master to the Yuan Demon Sect. This Northern Hall Master, possessing an enchanting demeanor and captivating charm, sat gracefully in the upper right corner of the Demon Hall, facing Linghu Rue, while her gaze was particularly drawn to the Yuqilan brothers. Yuck's expression remained relatively calm, while Yul exuded an icy demeanor, nearly reaching the brink of violence. They both understood that this Northern Hall Master had a particular fondness for young men. Yet each time after the act of Yang replenishing Yin, those young men were left drained, resembling dried meat, a sight too pitiful to behold. Being targeted by her was undoubtedly a grave misfortune. After a moment of silence, Linghu Rue was the first to break the tension, stating, Northern Hall Master, our immediate concern must be our collaboration. Collaboration? Bei Ruoli chuckled, her charm captivating. To be frank, with our intelligence network, we have no need for your assistance. We have already established connections with Wen Hong. Meanwhile, your foolishness allowed the disciples of the Moon Worship Sect to employ puppets for tracking in the capital, leading to a complete failure. No sooner had Bei Ruoli's words echoed than the sound of Yul, and drawing his sword, pierced the air. Little brother, do temper your temper. Your sister does not appreciate such volatility, she said with a cheerful smile, while Linghu Rue remained unperturbed, aware that the plan to have the Moon Worship Sect follow Lu Yao had indeed been exposed. He had not anticipated that the Baiyuan Alliance could connect with Wen Hong within the confines of Lishan Academy. Was this the stark difference between the two factions? What I struggle to comprehend is, if you require no collaboration, why then does the Baiyuan Alliance seek out my Yuan Ma sect? The Yuan Ma sect is of little consequence. What truly matters is you. Bei Ruoli leaned closer to Linghu Rue. He made no attempt to evade her gaze, smiling charmingly, his alluring peach blossom eyes captivating. He appeared to bear a romantic disposition towards everyone, yet deep within, he was devoid of sentiment. Why us? Linghu Rue inquired, sharing a glance with Yuck and Yolin. Their thoughts clouded with uncertainty. However, Linghu Rue smiled and remarked, that would be the best outcome. Our little junior sister has grown up under our watchful eyes. How could we lack affection for her? Yet, due to her master's demise, she harbors deep-seated grievances against us. I too wish for her to set aside her prejudices and engage in a heartfelt conversation. The intent to eliminate Lu Yao is not the ultimate goal. Acquiring the Yuan Mo skill and the Heavenly Demon Pact is of paramount importance. Linghu Rue and his companions, Yu Qi and Yu Lin, were all acutely aware of this. After all, they did not share a genuine enmity with Lu Yao. Only Lin Zhanqing truly did. Bei Ruoli chuckled softly, as if amused by his words. They were all seasoned players in this game. There was no need to feign innocence before her. Such discussions could wait for future conversations with your little junior sister. Today, I have come to seek an audience with Lin Zhanqing, Bei Ruoli stated. Linghu Rue countered. Is there anything I cannot decide? Really? Bei Ruoli replied playfully, gazing at Ling Hurue. Do you possess the capability to command the entire Yuan Imo sect? If Ling Hurue were to claim he could, he would undoubtedly arouse the suspicions of the senior brother later on. Realizing this, he said, in that case, I shall go and summon the senior brother. He should have recovered significantly from his injuries over the past few days. After all, he managed to flee in time and did not sustain any critical damage. Upon seeing Ling Hurue depart, Yulin, the younger twin, expressed his unwillingness to remain in the same vicinity as Bei Ruoli and stated, I shall also take my leave. The younger brother, Yulin, followed Ling Hurue, while the elder brother, Yuqi, remained unfazed. Bei Ruoli found this quite amusing and laughed, addressing Yuqi, why do you not accompany him? You do not seem to share your brother's fear of me. The esteemed leader, Bei Ruoli, possesses the early stage of the nascent soul realm, and her age remains a closely guarded secret, though it is said to be no less than several centuries. Yuqi remarked nonchalantly, since the Baiyuan alliance seeks us, it signifies our value. A fondness for you is indeed blossoming within me. You surpass all the other younger brothers I have encountered. Bei Ruoli leaned closer to Yuqi, adding, however, the affection I hold for my favored is not solely for the purpose of sustenance. Upon hearing this, Yuqi furrowed his brow in contemplation. At that moment, a tremor seemed to shake the cave where Lin Zhanqing resided. Seizing the opportunity, Yuqi rose and hurried over, while Bei Ruoli, deep in thought, followed closely behind. Upon their arrival, they discovered that all the protective barriers of Lin Zhanqing's cave had been shattered, and the atmosphere was thick with demonic energy. Lin Zhanqing's internal aura had erupted violently, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Yet, he remained alive. Ling Hurue and Yulin arrived just in time to administer a medicinal pill. Big brother, how could this happen? Ling Hurue was profoundly shaken by the scene before him. Lin Zhanqing, the illustrious prodigy, was known for his formidable prowess, publicly recognized as being at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. However, if he had succumbed to the influence of the heavenly demon, his combat strength would rival that of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Although Lu Yao had temporarily repelled him with righteous energy, the injuries he sustained were minimal. He had merely feigned rest, engaging instead in seclusion and cultivation. Now, to see him in such a state was disheartening. The heavenly demon contract. It has been destroyed, Lin Zhanqing managed to articulate with great difficulty. How could Lu Yao dare to do this? How could she possibly dare? Ling Hurue's expression was one of shock. Upon arrival, Yuqi and Bei Ruoli were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. Lin Zhanqing's contract with the otherworldly demon was no ordinary one. The seamless execution of his demonic transformations and the celestial sorcery was nothing short of remarkable. Under typical circumstances, even with a partial contract with a celestial demon, it would not have led to such dire straits. Lin Zhanqing's pursuit of Lu Yao was largely motivated by his desire to obtain the legacy of the Yuan demon sect. He held confidence in his own strength and a measure of faith in the contracted demon. However, he never anticipated reaching such a critical juncture. Amidst the pervasive demonic aura, Bei Ruoli detected the presence of smoldering sacred flames. It seemed that a sage of the Confucian path had intervened. To her astonishment, the junior disciple showed no regard for their brotherly bond. Ling Hurue narrowed his eyes. He had always believed that Lu Yao would not dare to act. Yet, unexpectedly, she had allied with a Confucian cultivator from the Tang Kingdom and had initiated a counterattack. Was there any hope left to save his senior brother? Ling Hurue turned to Bei Ruoli, who shook her head. His injuries are too severe. The backlash from the celestial demon is overwhelming. The otherworldly demon should be dead, and in its final moments, it likely perished alongside your senior brother. What do you mean by likely? Ling Hurue's gaze turned icy. Lu Yao watched as the sage unleashed his wrath. The fury of the sage ignited a raging inferno, incinerating the celestial demon's contract. Soon, thick smoke billowed, and the anguished cries of the demon's struggles filled the air. With swift strokes, he inscribed war poems to seal the demon, and with his mouth, he summoned a 3-foot-long sword to vanquish it from miles away. Lu Yao could not escape the harrowing echoes of those cries, feeling an overwhelming tremor in his very being. As the infernal contract of the demon burned to ashes, it signified the successful slaying of the celestial fiend. At this moment, the semi-saint, Lu Linyuan, experienced an unusual sense of fatigue. Lu Yao promptly presented a medicinal pill to him. Lu Linyuan chuckled and shook his head, affirming that he had fulfilled his duty by vanquishing the demon. You can rest assured now. The outer world demon contracted by your senior brother is truly extraordinary. The backlash from its demise will be stronger than any demon we have encountered previously, and it seems he cannot escape his fated end this time. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao fell into a contemplative silence. She had consulted the 233 system, and currently, Lin Zhanqing was still alive. With the demon's destruction, his growth had plummeted from 40% to a mere 5%. All of his data had turned gray, indicating a dire situation. The 233 system, which had initially opposed Lu Yao's decision to eliminate the villainous fiend, now found itself extolling her virtues. Host, you are truly wise and formidable. His growth value has dropped to 5%, which translates to an increase of 35 in our favorability rating, coupled with your 6 senior brother's recent 8 points. If you exert yourself just a bit more to gain 7 points, I shall be able to upgrade, along with an additional 5 draws. The 233 system was genuinely exuberant. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Lu Yao, inspired by its enthusiasm, inquired, "Does the 5% growth value for my senior brother imply that he is now rendered ineffective?" Chapter 38. The princess's birthday. Hearing this, Lu Yao felt a sense of satisfaction. Although deep down, she did not believe that Lin Zhanqing had any further potential for growth. She then asked, "Can I repeatedly exploit this opportunity?" "It is not permissible. Otherwise, the program will deem the future affection strategies ineffective." Oh, Lu Yao suddenly comprehended. She noticed the semi-saint gazing at her and hurriedly produced the fine Huadiao wine. "Mr. Lu, I specifically went to the Shang Yuan family at noon to procure this exquisite Huadiao." "Well, go and copy the text." Lu Linyuan opened the wine jar, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth. After tasting a sip, he confirmed it was indeed splendid wine, but this time, drinking it would necessitate a half-day's rest. Lu Yao immediately sat up straight. The following morning, Lu Yao deliberately rushed to bid farewell to Gu Shuangshuang and the others, escorting them all the way to the city gate. Yi Qingyi and Gu Shuangshuang both expressed hopes for a future meeting. Gu Shuangshuang added, "If things do not go well here, just tell me directly, and I will have my master uncle come to fetch you and take you to Qingyun Gate." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ning Shuzi lightly tapped Gu Shuangshuang's forehead. Gu Shuangshuang stuck out her tongue. Chen Xiuyang remarked, "Who would dare treat her poorly here? I would be the first to oppose it." The group chuckled heartily. Unbeknownst to the others, Chen Xiuyang was fully aware. Even if he did not assist Lu Yao, the semi-saint would ensure her safety. Hence, Lu Yao was exceedingly secure in Huijing. The spirit vessel was retrieved from storage, signaling the moment of parting. Lu Yao and Chen Xiuyang watched as Ning Shuzi and Gu Shuangshuang boarded the vessel, continually waving goodbye. The spirit vessel soared into the sky, growing increasingly distant and minuscule until it vanished from sight. After a while, Lu Yao nodded. She did not feel a sense of loss. They would each thrive and flourish in their respective paths. On her way back, Lu Yao walked lightly, her pace brisk. Though the matter concerning the senior disciple has been resolved, one must not grow complacent on the path of cultivation. Consequently, he refrained from informing her about Wen Hang. Chen Xiuyang indeed discerned that Wen Hang had managed to lift the seal. However, since he was at Lishan Academy, he would not be able to exhibit any remarkable feats. Chen Xiuyang chose not to reveal that Wen Hang had broken the seal and continued to take him to class, assigning him the tasks of copying texts and memorizing scriptures. For Wen Hang, these tasks were exceedingly intolerable, yet he grudgingly persevered, driven by the anticipation of the excursion to Chushui Lake in 2 days. He could not afford to let others perceive any anomalies in his demeanor. He needed to perform commendably to earn the trust of Chen Xiuyang and the others, thereby granting him the freedom to roam Lishan Academy. In the morning, Lu Yao spent his time reading in the library, and by afternoon, he was at Ziyun residence transcribing texts. Xie Jing brought along an invitation from the third princess, Long Xinyan. Lu Yao recalled that the third princess had mentioned this just a couple of days prior and had nearly forgotten about it. At that moment, the semi-saint Lu Linyuan was enjoying the shade. Lu Yao observed his silhouette. "Yes, sir." Lu Yao then departed with Xie Jing. On their way, Xie Jing shared a few details about the third princess. This particular princess, much like her imperial mother, practiced martial arts and had a rather forthright disposition. The path of martial arts is notably more arduous than that of other cultivators, requiring rigorous training in the winter's chill and summer's heat. One must diligently strengthen their muscles and bones day by day. Even with exceptional innate martial spirit, one must refine their skills through dedicated practice and medicinal enhancement. Few women pursue the martial path, as it often leads to a physique of hardened muscle and impenetrable skin. The third princess, Long Xinyan, has only recently attained the second rank of martial artist. Her prowess comparable to that of a novice at the foundational stage of cultivation. However, in terms of practical combat, Wu Xiu surpasses ordinary cultivators of the same level. Furthermore, Xie Jing introduced the second princess. She is not of noble birth, being the offspring of the Emperor and Lady Lu, and she practices the arts of the left path. The Emperor has little inclination for male beauty, and apart from her, there are no other princes or princesses. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao felt a flicker of curiosity. What is the left path? The left path corresponds to the unorthodox sections. Those lacking the orthodox spiritual roots, yet yearning to embark on the path of immortality, may delve into these unorthodox teachings. However, in the eyes of the orthodox cultivation sects, they are ultimately of lesser status, though they can still acquire some magical arts for subduing demons, dispelling evil, and prolonging life. It seems that the cultivation paths of the three princes and princesses are quite distinct, Lu Yao remarked. This is also due to the differing choices of the two royal consorts. The first royal consort was the legitimate second son of the Duke of Qing, originally a Confucian disciple who had also studied at Lishan Academy. That year, he achieved the rank of the third place in the imperial examination and was chosen by the late emperor for the then princess. The Lu royal consort was the son of Minister Lu from the Ministry of Works, initially serving as a royal bodyguard. He harbored aspirations for the path of immortality, but lacked exceptional talent. Thus he learned the left path. Due to his meritorious deeds in slaying demons, he was promoted to the position of royal bodyguard, continuously attending to the emperor, and as feelings grew, the second princess was born. Later, during the emperor's southern tour, he was attacked by assassins, and the Lu royal consort protected him. Since then, the emperor has shown particular favor towards the second princess. So that is how it is. Lu Yao mused, realizing that the living cannot compete with the dead, especially since the Lu royal consort died for the emperor. The first royal consort was granted in marriage, while the second was chosen by the emperor himself. Thus, the emotional bonds differ significantly. If you happen to meet the second princess, it would be wise to keep your distance, Xie Jing added. Why? Lu Yao inquired, her expression one of confusion. It's nothing, Xie Jing replied, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. Although Lu Yao found this odd, she nodded in agreement. All right. Xie Jing then exhaled in relief. As they spoke, they arrived at the residence of the third princess. Today marked the third princess's birthday, and the number of gift bearers was exceedingly high. Lu Yao hesitated at the entrance. What's wrong? Xie Jing asked her, observing her expression. Is it because you haven't prepared a gift? She continued, I have already arranged something for you. Xie Jing retrieved a box from her sleeve. What is this? Lu Yao inquired. This is a dragon's blood inkstone, Xie Jing replied. Lu Yao recognized the inkstone's immense value, understanding that even Xie Jing would not part with it lightly. The dragon's blood inkstone could enhance one's poetic talent, significantly increasing the odds of success in a contest. No, I cannot accept this. How can I allow you to go to such lengths for my gift? You should keep the dragon's blood inkstone for your poetry. It will serve you well. Mr. Lu had advised her to be modest, and presenting such an extravagant gift would surely raise eyebrows. Furthermore, Lu Yao was reluctant to accept such a significant favor from Xie Jing. Upon hearing this, Xie Jing considered her words and found some merit in her reasoning. But didn't you mention you had not prepared anything? Chapter 39, The Princess's Birthday, Part 2, Before entering the princess's residence. Lu Yao deliberately retrieved a medicinal pill from her storage ring and placed it in the box. As soon as she took it out, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. What kind of pill is that? Xie Jing inquired. Don't you recognize it? Lu Yao questioned in surprise. Xie Jing shook her head. It's merely a trinket for a girl, of little value. Consider it a token of my regard, Lu Yao explained. Xie Jing no longer paid any heed. The two entered the princess's residence, where Xie Jing was a frequent guest. The household servants and the steward greeted him with utmost courtesy. Lu Yao followed closely behind, presenting the invitation. Noticing that Xie Jing did not hand the gift box to the steward, she could not help but inquire, why not give the gift to the steward? I have long been mindful of it. I personally delivered it to her to spare her the trouble of seeking it out. Upon hearing this, Xie Jing's words hinted at a touch of gossip, prompting Lu Yao to stifle a laugh. Xie Jing asked, What are you laughing at? Nothing, she replied. Then what about this gift? Lu Yao pressed further. Let us take it in for her. Most people merely present pearls, agate, jade, and coral, which she finds unimpressive. Yours, being elixirs, is undoubtedly distinct. Lu Yao chose to remain silent. At this moment, the princess's residence was bustling with activity, as many guests had arrived. In Tang, the atmosphere was liberal, and there were no strict boundaries between men and women. The courtyard had already gathered a considerable crowd. An announcement echoed, proclaiming, "Xie Jing from the Hanlin Academy has arrived, and Lu Yao from Lishan Academy is here." Instantly, countless gazes turned toward them. Xie Jing was a well-known name, recognized by all. However, many were unfamiliar with Lu Yao from Lishan Academy. The crowd's attention focused on her. Who was Lu Yao from Lishan Academy? She had not been heard of before. It was said that the recent national anthem, Song of Righteousness, was brought forth by her, and that she had even been summoned by the semi-saint. A disciple of Lishan Academy elaborated, "Oh, so it is she." The crowd gradually began to comprehend the situation, and upon learning that both Xie Jing and Lu Yao had arrived, the third princess personally came forth to receive them. She cast a glance at Xie Jing, yet immediately stepped forward to grasp Lu Yao's hand. "I specifically instructed him today to bring you here." Long Xinyan was aware of the semi-saint's intention to take her as a disciple, thus she treated Lu Yao with great courtesy. The others, however, were oblivious to this and were quite taken aback, wondering how Lu Yao had gained the princess's favor. At that moment, Xie Jing presented his painting, viewing the vast sea, saying, "It was a sudden inspiration. I hope the princess does not find it lacking." "Humph. It was clearly my persistent urging that led you to create this." The third princess, Long Xinyan, then unfurled the artwork. In that instant, many felt a gust of sea breeze, as if the sound of crashing waves filled their ears. Such a painting possessed an extraordinary quality. Those closest to the princess gathered around, and upon seeing the lifelike depiction of tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, they could not help but exclaim, "Xie Hanlin's artistry has reached new heights. Gazing upon this daily will surely yield profound insights." Were it not for his dedication to Confucianism, our Tang nation might have welcomed another saint of painting. In truth, the realms of painting and Confucianism complement each other. The crowd showered Xie Jing with praises, each word dripping with admiration. The third princess felt a surge of delight within her. Indeed, he had put forth genuine effort. However, it lacked an accompanying poem. The third princess, Long Xinyan, remarked, "One must understand that Xie Jing takes greater pride in his literary prowess than in his paintings. Is there no poetry?" The princess need only view it a few more times. Xie Jing smiled faintly. As the third princess gazed at the painting, she sensed a resonance akin to the sound of golden bells emanating from the crashing waves. Upon hearing the poem Guansong Hai, she felt a surge of passion, realizing that Xie Jing not only composed poetry but also martial verses. Others sensed the same. "Ah, brother Xie, on that day, I wished for you to compose a poem Wang Gong, yet you were unwilling. Today, you present both a painting and a newly released battle poem. How excessive!" A handsome young man interjected, unable to restrain his complaints. "He Chung, you are being rather presumptuous. You are not the third princess. Why should brother Xie compose poetry for you?" Indeed, the crowd erupted in laughter. Lu Yao perceived a peculiar atmosphere, akin to a gathering where individuals indulged in sweet nothings. It seemed evident that the third princess and Xie Jing were enveloped in an aura of affection. The third princess, Long Xinyan, appeared quite pleased and instructed for the painting to be put away, clearly satisfied with Xie Jing's thoughtful gift. At this moment, Lu Yao felt a twinge of uncertainty. Would her own gift be well received? Had she inquired about what Xie Jing had presented? Noticing Lu Yao holding the gift box, the third princess smiled. "Is this for me?" "Yes." Lu Yao nodded. "How thoughtful. No matter what you give, I shall cherish it," Long Xinyan replied, not even opening the box to see its contents. Just then, the second princess, Long Xinzi, suggested, "Why not open it and see what this newly renowned figure from Lishan Academy has bestowed?" Upon her words, most of the crowd fell silent. Though the two princesses had always shared a somewhat contentious relationship, the early demise of Lord Lu left the second princess in her tender years. While it was rumored that the empress had fallen out of favor during the reign of the current emperor, at the time of the emperor's sacrificial rites, he inexplicably encountered an assassin, and the Lu family has long harbored suspicions regarding the empress, yet they could not uncover any evidence. As the second princess matured, the emperor became increasingly engrossed in martial pursuits, and her frequent visits to her maternal grandfather's household led her to believe these suspicions. In casual conversation, she often employed veiled barbs directed at the third princess. Were it only for these exchanges, it might have sufficed, but there was another matter involving Jing, who at that time was not yet renowned throughout the realm. A prodigious talent named Qin Fei emerged from Lishan Academy. He was once betrothed to the second princess and had been hailed as the most esteemed young man of the Tang dynasty, hailing from a prestigious family, unlike Jing, who came from humble beginnings. Qin Fei had always enjoyed a smooth journey through life until Jing began to excel, consistently overshadowing him. Consumed by a sense of rivalry and resentment, he realized that his jealousy could ultimately undermine his own literary pursuits, prompting him to devise a scheme to suppress Jing. However, it was the third princess who intervened, rescuing Jing, which resulted in the downfall of Qin Fei's literary career. Consequently, he distanced himself from the capital, his fate shrouded in uncertainty. Meanwhile, Jing thrived, and his close association with the third princess became evident to all, their relationship tinged with ambiguous affection. Each time the two appeared together, the second princess, Long Xinsai, felt as though a thorn had pierced her heart, causing her discomfort. At this moment, Long Xinsai requested the third princess, Long Xinyan, to open the box containing Lu Yao, likely believing that the third princess had taken an interest in him and wishing to expose Lu Yao's shortcomings. Unbeknownst to Lu Yao, the unfolding events mattered little as the box was to be opened regardless. A common elixir. I possess nothing particularly remarkable to offer, and I hope that the third princess will not find it lacking. This statement from Lu Yao serves as a means to salvage his dignity. The others bore no intentions of mockery. After all, the third princess is of noble lineage, and it is likely that few gifts would genuinely capture her attention. The third princess, Long Xinyan, wished to convey that it was of no consequence. However, the second princess, Long Xinzi, interjected, asking, "What is it?" "It is a youth-enhancing pill," Lu Yao replied. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. "What did you say?" gasped the second princess, Long Xinzi. Even the third princess, Long Xinyan, was taken aback as she opened the box to reveal a crystal-clear, orange-hued pill. The scent of medicinal herbs was rich, and it appeared to possess an almost ethereal quality, as if it were about to take flight. It was evident that this pill was of considerable quality, and the alchemist who crafted it was indeed highly skilled. Oh, the youth-enhancing pill. Lu Yao thought it curious that they reacted with such astonishment. To her, it seemed rather unremarkable. She had an entire vial of them. Besides the youth-enhancing pill, there were also beauty pills and transformation pills, an array of various elixirs. Her master had believed that girls had a penchant for beauty and had specifically left these for the original owner, advising her to refrain from using the youth-enhancing pill until she was a bit older to avoid perpetually retaining a youthful appearance. However, upon turning 16, the original owner could no longer resist and secretly consumed one. She felt that this elixir was not particularly extraordinary. This pill could only be refined by practitioners at the Golden Core stage, and furthermore, one of its ingredients was not found in our Tianhua continent. At this moment, the third princess, Long Xinyan, elucidated the situation, causing astonishment to fill the gazes of all present. Many women expressed their envy, yet in truth, Long Xinyan felt that this gift was remarkably timely. She was about to embark on a journey to cultivate a resilient physique, thereby transforming her body in various aspects. Like many young women, she harbored a desire for beauty, especially since there was someone she admired. She too yearned for the rejuvenation elixir. Upon hearing that the potion was a beauty-enhancing elixir, the second princess, Long Xinsai, retorted with a hint of jealousy. Could it possibly be a counterfeit? Absolutely not. Lu Yao countered, perplexed by the second princess's sudden hostility. "I have never heard of such a thing before. And where did you acquire it?" Long Xinsai inquired. The Tianyuan continent possesses no such medicinal ingredients, and very few cultivators would waste their efforts on such a trivial elixir. This elixir required refinement by Golden Core practitioners. Yet it was rather redundant, as typically, it was the lower-tier practitioners who sought beauty-enhancing remedies. High-level cultivators, having reached a certain stage, possessed techniques to maintain their appearance. How many low-tier practitioners can truly afford such luxuries? Moreover, the energy expended in crafting a rejuvenation elixir is no less than that required for producing other potions of equal rank. Thus, how many Golden Core practitioners would deliberately choose to concoct such an elixir? Consequently, the noble women of the Tang Kingdom had heard of this elixir, yet few had ever encountered it. As the second princess, Long Xinsai, voiced her skepticism, all eyes turned to Lu Yao, uncertain of what had provoked the second princess's ire. Lu Yao wondered why she seemed so fixated on her. This elixir was naturally bestowed upon me by my master. It is not intended for the second princess. It is meant for the third princess. If the third princess harbors any doubts, could it not be appraised by the national master? The current national advisor is also a practitioner of immortality and an adept in alchemy. Upon hearing this, the third princess, Long Xinyan, smiled and said, "No need for authentication. I trust you." With that, she consumed the elixir directly. Within a quarter of an hour, everyone could perceive the radiant glow on the princess's face. Her skin transformed into an incredibly smooth and rosy complexion. Lu Yao observed this phenomenon, reminiscent of the beauty-enhancing effects from her era, and marveled at the efficacy of this exquisite rejuvenation pill, which also possessed beautifying properties. She still had a few left and contemplated giving one to Shuang next time. The elixir proved to be genuinely effective, though she wondered if more remained. The third princess, already beautiful, sought to enhance her allure even further after consuming the pill, which stirred the hearts of the noble ladies present. They, with rather modest talents, realized that a lifetime of cultivation might not even bring them close to the threshold of immortality. Thus, their demand for the rejuvenation pill grew immensely. Who wouldn't desire to retain their youthful beauty, eternally resembling a 17 or 18-year-old? Consequently, they gazed eagerly at Lu Yao, intent on fostering a favorable relationship with her. This reaction was entirely contrary to Long Xinxi's expectations, for she desired something different. With a cold snort, she remarked, "I see you are too afraid to reveal your true identity, fearing exposure as a remnant of the Yuan Mo sect." As soon as she uttered these words, before others could grasp their meaning, both the third princess, Long Xinyan, and Xie Jing exchanged surprised glances, for this information had not been disclosed by them. Lu Yao narrowed her eyes and inquired, "May I ask how the second princess came to know this?" Long Xinxi realized she had let slip a crucial secret. However, upon observing that Lu Yao seemed intent on seeking retribution, she coldly remarked, "Are you not a remnant of the Yuan demon sect? You do not even acknowledge your master, the old demon Ingwui." As these words echoed, a flurry of discussions erupted among the crowd. The Yuan demon sect, were they not the notorious fiends of the Northern Territory? They were known to be a bane to society. The second princess, Long Xinxi, surveyed the murmuring crowd with evident satisfaction. Long Xinyan, stung by the remarks, felt a surge of anger. Yet, Lu Yao merely chuckled. "Your Highness, though I hail from the demonic order, I have never harmed anyone. On the contrary, I have slain demon soldiers in Fengtian City and penned the Song of Righteousness, which summoned a radiant light of 5 colors. Even half-saints have praised my sense of justice. The disciple certificate from Lishan Academy is my current identity. Are you, Your Highness, questioning the half-saints or the decision of Dean Liu?" Lu Yao presented the disciple certificate from Lishan Academy. Long Xinxi's face shifted between hues of blue and white, and after a moment of silence, she coldly retorted, "You are indeed eloquent, able to defend yourself so adeptly. Even if you are innocent, can you claim the same for your master? He is none other than the old demon Ingwui. Ah, and he is also your great-great-grandfather, is he not?" Lu Yao fixed his gaze upon Long Xinxi, a probing intensity in his eyes that made her hesitate to meet his gaze. Deep down, she pondered how such a clandestine matter had come to her knowledge. It is worth noting that aside from a few senior brothers, very few were aware of this within the Yuan demon sect. In our dynasty, even a saint may be born of a servant, and the ancestors of the fierce king were of the demon race. A mixed blood from a foreign tribe may ascend to kingship, as long as the demon race has committed no transgressions. They may possess identification and freely enter and exit the Tang kingdom. The demon clan and the mixed blood of foreign tribes do not adhere to the archaic practice of collective punishment. How could the second princess demand the life of someone who has never committed an evil deed and possesses a heart of righteousness? Xie Jing coldly remarked. This assertion was not unfounded. Initially, even the semi-saint and director Lu saw no issue with it. Yet, the second princess insisted on scrutinizing the lineage, which seemed somewhat unreasonable. However, upon facing Xie Jing, the eyes of Long Xinxi ignited with a fervent flame, a blazing inferno of wrath. "Xie Jing, you." Long Xinyan also grew indignant. "Sister, have you come to ruin my birthday celebration today?" Chapter 41. The arrival of the crown prince. Everyone sensed a palpable tension, as if a confrontation were imminent. Lu Yao discerned the acrid atmosphere between the two princesses. At this moment, an inner servant announced, "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." The arrival of the crown prince brought a collective sigh of relief. All present turned to pay their respects in the direction of his approach. Crown Prince Long Hengxuan strode in with an imposing presence, cheerfully stating, "Xinyan, I hope I am not late." The third princess, Long Xinyan, replied with a smile. "You arrived just in time, brother." She cast a sidelong glance at Long Xinxai. The crown prince, already somewhat aware, realized that yet again a conflict had arisen between his second and third sisters. Noticing Lu Yao's presence as well, he recalled the words of his mentor, Lu Zhenyuan, and offered her a gentle smile. Seeing the crown prince's arrival, Long Xinxai felt a sense of disinterest. The bond between the two was genuine sibling affection. The crown prince was particularly protective of Long Xinyan. Continuing her argument would yield no favorable outcome, so she chose to fall silent. A collective sense of relief washed over the assembly. She remained deeply troubled by the words of the second princess, momentarily speculating whether the second princess had established contact with her own senior brothers. Yet, she found this possibility somewhat absurd. Casting a glance at the second princess, she noticed her preoccupation. Had it not been for the crown prince's arrival, she likely would have taken her leave by now. Subsequently, the crown prince unveiled the exquisite ice silk armor he had gifted to his sister, which the third princess received with great delight. The second princess, however, regarded this with disdain. Lu Yao observed her from the side, and it seemed she sensed his gaze, promptly shooting him a glare in response. The other young nobles were similarly affected. Although Lu Yao appeared to be favored by the semi-saint and acknowledged as a distinguished disciple of Lishan Academy, boasting remarkable prowess and striking looks, her background was exceedingly sensitive, compounded by the second princess's disfavor. The emperor's affection for the second princess surpassed that for the third princess, a fact that deterred many from approaching her. The noble ladies and gentlemen refrained from seeking her out, much to Lu Yao's relief. However, Xie Jing felt quite embarrassed. "Ah Yao, I regret not clarifying matters with you beforehand, causing you undue distress." Initially, Xie Jing believed that no matter how erratic the second princess might be, she should still observe decorum, especially since Lu Yao had done her no wrong. Yet, it appeared he had misjudged the situation. The second princess, harboring animosity due to his and the third princess's favor towards Lu Yao, had unjustly directed her ire towards her as well. Today's celebration for the third princess's birthday offered no respite. "Why do you say that, brother Xie? What does this matter have to do with you?" Lu Yao queried, perplexed. She simply noticed that the second princess's erratic behavior today seemed unusually targeted, as if she had precisely set her sights on her. How could it be so coincidental that she lost her temper? However, Xie Jing sighed. With so many people around, he could not elaborate to Lu Yao. So he said to her, "I will explain it to you later." Lu Yao nodded, indeed feeling a tinge of curiosity. Meanwhile, the third princess, Long Xinyan, had discreetly conveyed the events to Crown Prince Long Hengxuan in just a few words. Long Hengxuan furrowed his brow. What more did she want from Xinci? Qin Fei, with his inflated self-importance, had failed in his schemes and ended up shattering the Wen Palace, fleeing in disgrace. The Empress, considering the second princess Long Xinxi's position, chose not to pursue the Qin family's transgressions. Otherwise, given Qin Fei's attempts to plot against the prodigy of Confucianism, the Empress would not have spared him. On that day, my second sister believed that I had acted with intent, for it was Qin Fei who had been betrothed to her. At that time, the entire Huijing was aware that Qin Fei, the scion of the Qin family, was the foremost young master and an unparalleled genius of Lishan Academy. There were those who asserted that Qin Fei would at least reach the level of a grand scholar and was most likely to attain the status of a semi-saint. The second princess was undeniably elated. Yet, she found him utterly devoted to her, disregarding other ladies. She believed that if she married Qin Fei, the two would surely harmonize beautifully after their union. Little did she know that the seemingly smooth Qin Fei had been thrown into disarray upon encountering Xie Jing. Even less did she know that after repeatedly suffering defeats at Xie Jing's hands, the stability of the Wen Palace was jeopardized. Qin Fei continued to make blunders without respite, resolving to make one final desperate attempt to dismantle Xie Jing's Wen Palace in order to appease the heart of the sacred path. However, what was unforeseen was that every situation seemed beyond calculation. No one anticipated that the third princess, Long Xinyan, would emerge at this critical moment to rescue Xie Jing, ultimately leading to Qin Fei's utter defeat, as he was personally vanquished by Lu Zhenyuan, the head of Lishan Academy, who shattered his literary court. The second princess, Long Xinxi, harbored resentment towards Xie Jing for having pushed Qin Fei into such dire straits. Furthermore, she resented the third princess for being willing to assist Xie Jing rather than her own brother-in-law. Lastly, she was infuriated that Lu Zhenyuan, the head of Lishan Academy, had ruthlessly destroyed Qin Fei's final glimmer of hope. Even if Lu Zhenyuan had refrained from intervening, Qin Fei's schemes were destined to fail, and his literary court would inevitably collapse unless he transformed into a rebellious scholar, overturning all his righteous beliefs to preserve it. Lu Zhenyuan was the tutor of the crown prince, which led the second princess to suspect that the third princess had already conspired with Xie Jing. Hence the crown prince's invitation to Lu Zhenyuan. In recent years, due to the matter concerning Qin Fei, the third princess had often shown deference towards the second princess. Although the third princess believed she had acted rightly in dealing with Qin Fei, the fact remained that he was the betrothed of Long Xinzi. Their affection had once been profound, and they were merely a month away from marriage. The crown prince understood that as long as his younger sister, Long Xinzi, remained unwavering in her affections, she would never relinquish her grievances. Ultimately, this matter was insolvable. After a moment of contemplation, he approached Liu Yao. Having only taken a couple of sips of wine, Liu noticed the surrounding chatter had ceased. Upon raising her head, she beheld the crown prince, clad in a brilliant yellow robe, striding towards her. Glancing around, she confirmed that the corners were indeed devoid of company. The crown prince's piercing gaze was fixed upon her, prompting Liu Yao to hastily rise and bow. "Your Highness," she greeted, "I have come to honor you with a toast." The crown prince's words sent ripples of intrigue through the crowd, as whispers of gossip began to circulate. Liu Yao raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. "From now on, you shall be a disciple of Confucianism and Taoism in the capital, with no ties to the demonic sect. If anyone dares to question your identity, let them come seek me. This I declare." Liu Yao nearly spewed the wine he had just consumed. How had this suddenly turned into a display of authority? Observing the peculiar gazes of the majority present, he wondered if the crown prince had been overly forceful in his assistance. At that moment, Long Xinzi realized the crown prince's words were directed at her, making her feel as though she could no longer bear to remain in this place for even a moment longer, to the extent that she shattered the cup in her grip. Chapter 42. Students from Humble Origins thank you, Your Highness, Liu Yao declared with righteous fervor. "From this day forth, I shall diligently cultivate my skills to vanquish demons and uphold my innocence." He positioned himself as a disciple of Confucianism and Taoism, ensuring that others recognized the crown prince's admiration for his talents. The crown prince, Long Hengshuan, nodded slightly. He had not misjudged Liu Yao. "I shall bestow upon you another token, granting you free access to the crown prince's residence henceforth." With that, he unfastened a token from his waist and handed it to Liu Yao. The expressions of the onlookers shifted once more. Liu Yao was momentarily taken aback. "If anyone bullies or insults you, come seek me," he added before turning to glance at Long Xinyan. "I have matters to attend to today, so I shall take my leave." Now that the crown prince held the reins of the state, the daily affairs of the court occupied much of his attention. Even for his sister's birthday, he could spare little time to celebrate. Long Xinyan understood this well. She glanced at Liu Yao. While others might not discern the significance of the crown prince's actions today, she certainly did. Liu Yao is a disciple highly regarded by the semi-saint, and it is likely that she has already communicated with the esteemed headmaster of Lishan Academy, Lu Zhenyuan, since she has chosen to remain in the Tang Kingdom. Her innate talents, given time, will undoubtedly make her a pillar of the nation. I believe Headmaster Lu has conveyed this to His Royal Highness, who also intends to nurture her potential. Recently, Liu Yao was pursued. Yet the demon-slaying office and the Ministry of Justice have been unable to ascertain the identity of her pursuers. This indicates that there are indeed demons lurking within the capital. Huijing. The token His Royal Highness prepared for Liu Yao was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Rather, it was intended for her all along. The presence of so many witnesses only serves to enhance its significance. Should word of this spread, it will demonstrate the prince's eagerness for talent, disregarding origins and backgrounds, and affirm that those who align with the Tang Kingdom will be valued. Additionally, it serves as a warning to the demons engaging in subtle machinations within Huijing. Farewell, Your Highness. As Prince Long Hengshuan departed, everyone rose to see him off. His exit alleviated some of the tension that had pervaded the atmosphere. After all, while he is the crown prince, the pressure is not as daunting as that faced by the empress, yet it is not without its challenges. Shortly after the prince's departure, Long Xinzi could no longer contain herself and declared, "I am unwell today and shall not accompany my third sister." "Do not trouble yourself," Long Xinyan replied coolly. After a brief pause, Long Xinzi quickened her pace until she exited the door. Only then did everyone truly relax. Lu Yao found herself surrounded by several individuals. "Did you, Miss Lu, perhaps have an audience with His Royal Highness?" Someone inquired cautiously. Some individuals, with a hint of envy, remarked that the Crown Prince seemed to hold a particular fondness for you. However, the Crown Princess has long been decided upon. She comes from an esteemed lineage, is a descendant of loyal and virtuous families, and is even a disciple of the revered Qin sage. Their wedding is set for next month. The Crown Princess is Zui Yunyun, a cherished pupil of the Qin sage. Although their marriage could have been realized long ago, she has delayed it for 3 years due to her extensive training abroad. Zui Yunyun, in terms of character, beauty, family background, and talents, is not inferior to her peers. With veiled barbs, she pretended not to hear, yet in her heart, she mused that such gatherings ultimately lacked significance. Among these individuals, few possessed true strength, yet many harbored ulterior motives. If she were to squander her time on such social engagements, her cultivation would stagnate. Thus, she resolved to evade any social obligations she could, focusing solely on her training, which she deemed the true path. At that moment, the third princess approached with several young ladies. "Allow me to introduce you to my 3 dear friends." From left to right, they varied in height. The first on the left donned a blue gauze dress, her oval face radiating a gentle charm. She was Rong Ying, the granddaughter of Minister Rong, a disciple of Confucianism. The second lady, clad in green, had a slender face and appeared somewhat haggard, with dark circles under her eyes. She was Jian Xiu, the daughter of the Minister of Justice. Although she practiced the left-hand path, her approach differed from that of the second princess, Long Xinzi. She specialized in the soul-severing technique, aiding the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice in their investigations. Consequently, her prolonged dealings with corpses and lingering souls had taken a toll on her complexion. The third girl, tall with a square face and a striking appearance, was clad in a vibrant red outfit. Her spirited attire and poised gestures revealed her martial arts background. Her father, Xian Yan, was a prominent general under the Wuhou, stationed in Fengtiang City to combat demons. Her name was Xian Ning. Jian Xiu and Xian Ning regarded Lu Yao with a hint of curiosity. However, Ronging was not unfamiliar with Lu Yao, having seen her from a distance at Lishan Academy. "I have heard of your reputation, but alas, during my recent visits to Lishan Academy, you were quite occupied, and we hardly crossed paths," Ronging remarked. "There will be opportunities in the future." Observing their lively conversation and the warmth in their gazes, Lu Yao felt a desire to forge connections. The third princess noticed the 4 of them engaged in cheerful discourse, alleviating her earlier concerns about the atmosphere. "I knew you would grow fond of one another. I am relieved. Please enjoy your conversation while I attend to other matters." As the host of the gathering, the third princess, despite it being her birthday, felt a responsibility to ensure her numerous guests, primarily students from Lishan Academy, particularly those from humble backgrounds, felt welcomed. After her departure, Lu Yao, along with Rong Ying and the others, gathered around a table. The subsequent events were both splendid and refined, featuring visits to the pavilions and towers of the princess's residence, as well as engaging in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Among them, Xie Jing shone the brightest, though he was discreet in his displays of talent, ensuring that he did not overshadow others. The young men and women showcased their own talents as well. Knowing that Lu Yao lacked a literary reputation or artistic prowess, the third princess naturally did not extend an invitation to her. Lu Yao glanced around, observing that this generation of impoverished scholars was making quite a name for themselves, showcasing their poetic and literary talents. However, among the 4 arts of Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting, the first 3 were still firmly dominated by the scions of noble families. It was rare for those from humble backgrounds to excel. After a while, noticing that Jian Renjing, Jian Xiu, and Xian Ning were not participating, Lu Yao curiously inquired, "The prize is quite substantial. Why are you all abstaining?" Had she not felt inadequate herself, she would have joined in the festivities. The reason for their reluctance, as explained by Jian Xiu and Xian Ning, one a disciple of the left path and the other of the martial arts, was their utter ineptitude in the arts. They had no desire to embarrass themselves. As for Renjing, she was a Confucian disciple, distinguished in her studies and currently a top student in the 1st class at Lishan Academy. Yet, Her temperament was not one to seek the limelight, and the rewards offered were not particularly alluring to her. She elaborated, "The third princess has invited numerous scholars from humble origins to today's banquet, deliberately creating an opportunity for them to shine. Historically, it has been rare for those from modest backgrounds to rise to prominence. However, ever since Xie Jing achieved remarkable success, even shaking the foundations of the literary star, it has instilled considerable confidence in the underprivileged. For years, educational resources in Confucianism, eclectic studies, and legalism have been monopolized by noble families, which explains the decline of those from humble origins. Yet, in this era of conflict between the human race and the demon clan, where resources and fortunes are fiercely contested, neither side can afford to yield. Take the Tang Kingdom as an example. Every year, thousands of cultivators head to Fengtian City for support, and among them, many talented individuals have met their demise. Xie Jing's rise is attributed not only to his exceptional talents, but also to the inevitable trend of the times. Confucianism, being the pinnacle of the 100 schools of thought, must inevitably present a representative from humble origins to set an example, allowing all factions to understand that it is no longer acceptable to cling to their own trivial interests. This matter pertains to the fate of humanity, wherein the number of talented individuals from humble backgrounds far exceeds that from aristocratic families. Thus, talent must be selected from the entirety of the populace. Consequently, this year, the princess's birthday celebration has drawn an exceptionally large crowd, as many distinguished youths from both noble and humble origins have gathered. Upon hearing Rong Ying's explanation, Lu Yao was suddenly enlightened. Chapter 43. Several Peculiar Cases. I had initially assumed that Brother Xie hailed from an aristocratic lineage, given his composed demeanor and graceful presence. However, it turned out he came from humble beginnings, embodying the elegance of a gentleman, enriched with the wisdom of literature. Lu Yao sighed. Rong Ying pondered Lu Yao's words carefully, repeatedly murmuring, "Enriched with literature. One exudes an innate elegance. How beautifully expressed." Lu Yao opened her mouth to clarify that it was not her original thought, but after some contemplation, she chose not to refute it. May our human race flourish in numbers, producing exceptional talents amidst its fertile lands. Both humble and noble families must unite in purpose, standing together to swiftly resolve the threats posed by the barbaric demons. Although Rong Ying is a talented woman, she possesses a sincere fervor. Well said. This is not solely the responsibility of the humble. It is the duty of all cultivators. Xian Ning resonated deeply with these words, as her father resides in Fengtian City. Therefore, she raised her cup towards the three and drank heartily. Xian Ning exuded a bold spirit, clearly reflecting the ethos of a martial family. Rong Ying and Lu Yao joined her in the toast, while Jian Xiyu remained somewhat silent. Noticing that Jian Xiyu seemed out of sorts since arriving at the princess's residence, Xian Ning inquired, "Usually, your cheers are louder than mine. What is the matter today?" Jian Xiyu appears frail, yet she demonstrates remarkable agility when it comes to handling cases and capturing demons, surpassing both Rong Ying and Xian Ning in prowess. Jian Xiyu remarked, "I seem to have caught a faint whiff of demonic presence just now. I am unsure if it is merely an illusion." "Demon?" Xian Ning retrieved a dagger from her sleeve, only to be restrained by Rong Ying. "Do not act recklessly. Today is the birthday of the third princess." Xian Ning muttered, "But Xiyu's sense of smell is exceptionally keen. She has never been wrong before." Lu Yao, intrigued, turned her gaze toward Jian Xiyu. Having grown up alongside both of them, they shared a deep understanding of one another. Today marked her first meeting with Lu Yao, and feeling embarrassed by Xian Ning's praise, Jian Xiyu explained, "I have made mistakes too. Do not heed Ning's words. I believe I must have misinterpreted things. How could there possibly be demons in the third princess's residence? The Imperial Astronomical Bureau and the National Master would never permit such a thing." Jian Xiyu's latter statement served to reassure herself. Lu Yao inquired, "When did you first sense it?" "Not long ago," Jian Xiyu replied. "And now?" Lu Yao pressed further. Jian Xiyu shook her head. "Nothing now. It was merely a fleeting sensation, akin to a gentle breeze, which led me to question whether I may have been mistaken." In recent days, she had been exceedingly busy, as several inexplicable cases had arisen in the capital, prompting her to rush to the scenes immediately. However, to her dismay, she had found no traces of souls. Consequently, the cases remained unresolved, and the dark circles under her eyes bore witness to her concerns. Lu Yao inquired again, "To what extent can you pinpoint the timing of the demonic aura?" Both Jianxiu and Ronging turned their attention toward her. Uncertain of why Lu Yao approached this matter with such gravity, one could sense an unusual aura that might not necessarily indicate the presence of a demon. The essence of certain witch clans bears a resemblance to that of demons. When the crown prince arrived, Jingxiu candidly expressed her thoughts. Lu Yao was momentarily taken aback, only to inquire after a brief silence, "Are you certain?" "Indeed, I am certain," she affirmed. "That is precisely why I have refrained from speaking of it. Please do not mention this to anyone. I am certain it has nothing to do with the crown prince, but delving deeper could lead to complications." This was a sentiment all three could comprehend, and they nodded in agreement. In her heart, Lu Yao suspected it might be related to the second princess. Having heard the second princess expose her past, she felt that the second princess must have formidable connections behind her. Whether it was a leak from the head of Lishan Academy or something else entirely remained unclear. Furrowing her brow, Lu Yao continued the conversation. When the third princess, Long Xinyan, found a moment of respite, she approached to join them. "What engrossing topic have you all been discussing?" she inquired, noticing the fervor of their dialogue. At this juncture, they could not broach the sensitive subject. It was Ronging who mentioned the current batch of students from humble backgrounds, prompting the third princess to remark, "They are indeed commendable, yet it is unlikely we will see another Xiejing." Xiaoning teased the third princess. "Of course, it has taken our nation many years to produce a single Xiejing. Such talent does not appear annually." The third princess, Long Xinyan, then turned her gaze toward Lu Yao, stating, "I had been anticipating your presence." The other three were left somewhat bewildered, unaware of Lu Yao's connection to the semi-saint. Subsequently, the third princess realized the inappropriateness of her previous statement and deftly shifted the conversation. She turned to Jianxiu and said, "If you have some free time in the coming days, could you assist Ai Yao in investigating the case that has been transferred to the Demon Extermination Division?" Jianxiu paused momentarily, puzzled. "The Demon Extermination Division? What case?" She then glanced at Lu Yao, only to discern that she was equally unaware of the matter, as were the other two individuals present. Jianxiu replied, "I will keep an eye on this issue for you. However, I have encountered several cases recently as well, and I would appreciate your insights." She proceeded to outline the essential details of her cases. The first involved the murder of a wealthy man's concubine and her lord. Both found lifeless in bed, their demise only discovered the following day. The wounds were exceedingly minor. Upon examination, the coroner concluded that a needle-like object had pierced the center of the forehead. Yet, no trace of their souls remained at the scene. The second case pertained to a 7th-rank official from the Demon Extermination Division, who perished in an alley at dawn. The injury resembled a razor's cut across the neck, with blood spilling profusely. By the time he was discovered, he had just drawn his last breath, warmth still lingering, yet there were no signs of a struggle, and Jianxiu could not locate any lingering spirits upon her arrival. The third case involved a server from the Illusion Array Pavilion who was murdered, his true form revealed. A severed tail was discarded by the lakeside, while his body hung upside down from a willow tree. He had been found early as well, but like the others, no trace of his soul could be found. This server was of mixed blood, a descendant of the demon race. In the span of just a few days, 4 individuals have met their demise, each by a distinct method, yet they share no apparent connection. What binds these tragedies is the meticulousness of the acts. Not a soul heard a sound. For instance, the civil official from the Bureau of Demon Extermination was found lifeless at the entrance of a narrow alley in the morning. Amidst a throng of vendors and passers-by, his body was discovered within moments of his death, yet no one witnessed the perpetrator, nor did anyone hear cries for help. Despite my timely arrival, I was unable to detect any lingering spirits. The case at the Illusion Array Pavilion by the lakeside was similarly perplexing. Although Jianxiu hails from an unconventional background, she possesses unwavering confidence in her soul-severing technique. In every homicide, she can reconstruct the scene, gleaning a semblance of understanding. For even if a complete spirit is not left behind, there are fleeting memories at the moment of death that can be traced through the manipulation of the surrounding domain, unraveling the chain of events. However, in this instance, she could uncover nothing. "It must be the work of an adept," Xiaoning remarked, who is unaware that it is the handiwork of a master. Jianxiu sighed in resignation. Xiaoning, too, felt powerless. Lu Yao pondered deeply. "As far as I know, achieving such feats does not necessarily require a master. Specific talismans, formations, and magical artifacts could suffice. Yet, if that were the case, Would it not seem excessively extravagant to target the individuals you mentioned? GNCU shared this sentiment. The group exchanged glances, unable to formulate a coherent thought. After all, unraveling a case was not within their expertise. Nevertheless, they collectively sensed an inherent connection among these incidents. Rather than hastily investigating the methods of murder, let us begin by examining the recent interactions of the victims, exploring any potential links. Lu Yao remarked, and GNCU's eyes brightened. Chapter 44. The Structure of the Human Race. For this was beyond her realm of capability. She then inquired of Lu Yao, if you say it is not the work of a master, then what precisely possesses the ability to conceal one's aura, to kill unseen, and to extract souls without detection? At the mention of this, Lu Yao was invigorated. It is quite simple. First, one must possess an invisibility talisman, and then combine it with the turtle breathing technique to suppress one's presence. As long as one does not encounter an unfortunate fate with a half-saint or a figure like Dean Liu, one would not be easily detected. When it comes to murder, it is certainly not done overtly. As you mentioned in the first case, all that is required is a stabilizing needle to resolve the matter. Lu Yao subsequently elaborated eloquently on the fundamentals of talismans, prohibitions, magical artifacts, and formations. The three of them, including the third princess, were left astounded. They had only known of the notorious reputation of the Yuan Ma sect, yet were unaware of the depth of its resources and knowledge, which were indeed rare. Lu Yao, your explanations are splendid. I have taken note of everything, GNCU said, having kept her eyes closed in contemplation to absorb this knowledge. Although the others did not take notes, they exhibited expressions of enlightenment and learning. Once again, Lu Yao gained a renewed understanding of her own background. Her master was not only partial, but had also provided her with a comprehensive array of magical artifacts and talismans. It seemed as though he had anticipated that one day she would need to flee, thus ensuring she was well prepared for any eventuality. This sparked a curiosity within Lu Yao regarding her master, Ing Wui. What kind of person was he truly? The third princess's birthday banquet extended into the evening. Around the hour of the rooster, approximately 6 or 7 o'clock, and everyone departed only after having dined. The third princess initially wished to retain Lu Yao and her companions, suggesting that they could enjoy an evening together in merriment. However, as the gates of Lishan Academy would close at the second watch, she reluctantly proposed. Then I shall invite you four on another day, so we can gather as sisters and truly enjoy one another's company. Do not decline, please. Ronging replied. That sounds splendid. Let us convene at my residence. Agreed. After visiting your home, we shall proceed to mine. Summer Ning chimed in, finding the idea quite delightful. Thus, it was settled. The third princess, Long Xinyan, observed that Lu Yao and GNCU had no objections either. The carriage was already prepared, and the group bid farewell at the entrance. Upon boarding the carriage, Lu Yao was surprised to find Xie Jing also present. Xie Jing remarked, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you privately, to which the third princess acquiesced. Is this concerning today's affair with the second princess? Lu Yao inquired. Xie Jing nodded. Did you already deduce that? I sensed the second princess arrived with a purpose today. I wonder if it was directed at the third princess or myself. Lu Yao shared her perplexity regarding the situation, having long intended to inquire but hesitated due to its implications for the royal family's reputation. She had noticed the tension between the second and third princesses, yet the matter seemed shrouded in silence, with no one daring to mention it. Having only recently become acquainted with Rong Ying and the others, she felt it inappropriate to broach such a delicate topic. To her astonishment, Xie Jing chose this moment to address the issue, alleviating her unwarranted speculations. In truth, this matter bore relevance to me. The second princess has misdirected her anger towards the third princess, and you have become an unfortunate victim of this turmoil. Xie Jing subsequently recounted the events from 3 years prior, when Qin Fei competed against him. After the fall of the Wen Palace, Qin Fei was not immediately taken away by the Qin family, yet he vanished without a trace thereafter. The second princess harbors resentment towards the third princess for extending her hand to save me, and she blames me for the downfall of Qin Fei and the Wen Palace, leaving his fate uncertain. At this point, Xie Jing could not help but sigh. Lu Yao interjected, stating that Qin Fei's narrow-mindedness is to blame. The contention over the sacred path is a noble endeavor. If he seeks to destroy you, what does Confucianism say about repaying kindness with vengeance? One ought to respond to malice with integrity. Thus, there is no need for you to feel remorse, Brother Xie. As for the third princess, Her actions are in defense of the interests of humanity. Qin Fei, consumed by immediate gains and honors, had the potential to achieve greatness as a scholar or even a semi-saint. Yet, due to your rise, Brother Xie, he perceives a threat and wishes to eliminate you swiftly. His path is far from the orthodox Confucian way. Life is fraught with challenges, and should he encounter setbacks, he is prone to veer off course. Even without you, he would eventually stray due to other circumstances. Xie Jing replied, acknowledging that what you say reflects the teachings of our mentor. I understand it all too well. Yet the second princess does not grasp this. Her affection for Qin Fei runs deep, especially since they were once on the verge of marriage. This situation has tarnished her reputation, further fueling her resentment. This illustrates the disparity in their perspectives. The third princess embraces open discourse during today's birthday banquet. She mingles with the scions of noble families and students from humble origins, valuing the talents of humanity and emphasizing the rise and future of our kind. Her act of rescuing Xie Jing was also motivated by the interests of humanity. If Xie Jingrua were to perish, the loss would extend far beyond the ascent of a singular literary star. It would encompass the aspirations of countless humble scholars. These diligent students, who have toiled for years in obscurity, relying solely on their own merits, find themselves mercilessly struck down by those threatened by their potential. Over time, how can such scholars dare to harbor ambitions of rising above their circumstances? Even if the third princess shares a mutual respect with Xie Jing, the notion of matrimony remains unspoken. The third princess aims to illustrate to the world that Xie Jing's worth does not hinge upon marriage. Her elevation of humble scholars is resolutely not predicated on Xie Jing alone. Consequently, Lu Yao's admiration for the third princess deepens. As she converses with Xie Jing, their carriage arrives at Lishan Academy. Upon disembarking, the two part ways. Upon her return, moved by the struggles of the human race, Lu Yao reflects that cultivation is not merely about subduing a few antagonistic senior brothers, but rather about vanquishing demons and purging the world of malevolence. Thus, she meticulously transcribes the Song of Righteousness once more, feeling as though her inner realm has ascended a level, and she embarks on an all-night session of cultivation. The following day marks precisely 3 days since Wen Heng received that note. Regrettably, during this period, the vigilant old man, Chen Xiuyang, has insisted on accompanying him everywhere, causing Wen Heng considerable discomfort and prompting him to question whether the unsealing of his powers has indeed been exposed. Regardless of whether it has been revealed, he has grown weary of his days at Lishan Academy. Therefore, he resolves to act upon the contents of the note, come what may. Lu Yao spends half a day in the library, feeling that her vitality has been significantly depleted. Just as she stretches to take a moment to recuperate and absorb spiritual stones to replenish her energy, a sudden explosion reverberates throughout the library, shaking its very foundations. All the students set their books down in unison. What could have happened? This is indeed at Lishan Academy. Chapter 45. The array of Chu Shui Lake is breached. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation. However, many quickly rushed to investigate. Lu Yao was among them. Fortunately, the sound of the explosion was not far off. There, on the hillside behind the library, lay Chu Shui Lake. As Lu Yao and her companions made their way, they encountered several other teachers along the path, engaged in animated discussions. From their conversations, Lu Yao learned that several years prior, an incident had occurred at Lishan Academy involving a music teacher, a disciple of the master of the Guqin, who, for reasons unknown, perished by the shores of Chu Shui Lake. Rumors suggested that a monster lurked beneath its depths, prompting a seal to be placed upon it. Since then, Lishan Academy had treated the matter with utmost secrecy, and all new students were warned that Chu Shui Lake was a forbidden area, strictly off-limits. Who, then, had the audacity to defy the Academy's regulations and venture to Chu Shui Lake? Uncertain, perhaps a visit would reveal the truth. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of Chu Shui Lake, only to be halted by the supervising teacher. The supervisor was responsible for maintaining discipline and enforcing the rules at Lishan Academy. Upon his command, the students had no choice but to cease their advance. It appeared that the excitement they sought would be out of reach. At this moment, no ominous energy was sensed, only the echoes of the explosion. It seemed that everything remained within the teacher's control. As other students gradually departed, Lu Yao contemplated leaving as well. However, at that moment, a voice called out to her. Lu Yao, stay? Lu Yao glanced around, realizing that it was the supervisor who had personally called her to stay. A sense of doubt lingered in her heart as she surveyed her surroundings once more. Is it me? Wen Hang is your senior brother, correct? Come with me. The supervisor uttered only this single sentence, leaving Lu Yao's mind buzzing. Was Wen Hang causing trouble again? Yet, inexplicably, she had not received any system notifications indicating changes in his data. Hastily, she made her way over, only to find Lu Junyuan, Chen Xiuyang, and several other instructors present, all seemingly exerting effort to reinforce the array. Worry etched on each of their faces. Meanwhile, Wen Hang lay by the lakeside, bloodied and unconscious. The extent of his injuries unclear, truly a stroke of bad luck. It was no wonder the system had not alerted her to his darkening value. Presumably, everything would remain shrouded in mystery until he regained consciousness. Though Lu Yao had surmised that he might stir up trouble, she had not anticipated the situation escalating to such proportions. Approaching Wen Hang, she administered a medicinal pill. Her gaze fixed on the wound on his chest, a deep black claw mark, perilously close to his heart. Yet, she could detect a faint pulse and breath, albeit weak. The alarming injury, though drenched in blood, was nonetheless within manageable bounds. After consuming the pill, she noticed his complexion gradually improving. Sixth senior brother awakened. Lu Yao attempted to rouse Wen Hang, but her efforts proved fruitless. This time, he was not merely feigning unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the array had been successfully repaired by Dean Lu and the others. Reluctantly, Lu Yao rose, her mind awash with an overwhelming tide of confusion, particularly at the pallor of Mr. Chen Xiuyang's face. Mr. Chen Xiuyang is aware of Wen Hang's intentions to cause trouble and has already informed the dean. Initially, the speculation pointed towards his attempt to escape. However, it was unexpected that he would venture to Chu Shui Lake. The instructor guarding Chu Shui Lake possesses formidable strength, rendering it impossible for Wen Hang to defeat him unless he has other accomplices within Li Mountain Academy. What exactly has he done to end up in such a predicament? Lu Yao countered, cognizant that her association with Wen Hang might cast suspicion upon her as well. Fortunately, Dean Lu and the others placed great trust in Lu Yao. Chen Shuyang sighed, suggesting that he too may have been manipulated. Someone has exploited the heart's blood of his Xian Sha Tian Mo body to corrupt the array here, and they also seek to seize his essence. Thankfully, we arrived in time, and he was rescued. Upon hearing this from Chen Shuyang, Lu Yao sensed that the entity sealed beneath Chu Shui Lake is far from trivial, likely a great demon or monster. Such a constitution as Wen Hang's is inherently fraught with calamity. Previously, in Yenzhou City, he had already attracted the attention of the venerable Huang Long. One would assume that entering Li Mountain Academy, the birthplace of Confucianism, would ensure safety from any demonic incursions. Yet it appears that Li Mountain Academy is not without its troubles. Might I inquire, Mr. Chen, has the sealed entity escaped? Chen Xiuyang shook his head. It has not escaped. Everything has occurred just in time, which is precisely what we find perplexing. The other party exerted such considerable effort, even going so far as to disrupt the formation established by Wen Hang, creating quite a commotion in the process. Yet, the sealed entity managed to escape. What could their intentions possibly be? However, neither Chen Xiuyang nor Dean Lu mentioned that the sealed item in Chu Shui Lake was a demon. Lu Yao chose not to pursue the matter further. May I take my senior brother with me? Rest assured, I shall keep a vigilant watch over him, Lu Yao declared. After such an incident, the other instructors at Li Mountain Academy fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, Lu Yao exhaled deeply. Due to Wen Hang's destruction of the Chu Shui Lake formation, which nearly resulted in the release of the sealed entity, the personnel from Li Mountain Academy contemplated action against him. Lu Yao found himself at a loss. He subsequently hoisted Wen Hang onto his shoulder and exited Chu Shui Lake. Upon witnessing Lu Yao's departure, the supervisor inquired of Dean Lu. This Lu Yao is a disciple to be retained by the semi-saint, which is understandable. However, Wen Hang's Xian Sha Tian Mo physique remains a menace. It would be prudent to eliminate him now. Chen Xiuyang countered. He has not harmed anyone. Yet, this time he nearly brought disaster upon Li Mountain Academy. The supervisor disagreed. Dean Lu replied calmly, let us observe for a few more days. Given his constitution, others may locate Li Mountain Academy, and it is likely he will be sought again. He then glanced at the other instructors, his brow furrowed with concern. The Li Mountain Academy, with its millennia-old Confucian and Taoist heritage, now harbored demons among its ranks. It was imperative to conduct a thorough purge and eradicate the threat entirely, ensuring that the mistakes of years past were not repeated. Chapter 46. Wen Hang's injury due to the necessity of attending to Wen Hang. Lu Yao did not venture to Ziyun residence today. Not only that, but she also ensured she remained steadfastly by his side. Subsequently, Lu Yao meticulously fortified the entire room with impenetrable barriers. With a sense of vigilance, she even retrieved the sacred page that Chen Xiaoyang had given her. She contemplated that should anyone intrude unexpectedly, she would promptly ignite the sacred page, hurl the explosive talisman, and then swiftly carry Wen Hang away using the teleportation talisman. Lu Yao had once believed that Lishan Academy was the safest haven, yet she was taken aback to discover that demons had infiltrated it, compelling her to be thoroughly prepared. Fortunately, after half a day's passage, her fears did not materialize. With a notification from the system, Lu Yao learned that Wen Hang had awakened. His expression appeared quite vacant. Lu Yao approached him, offering a bowl of water. "You are awake? Would you like to drink some water?" Wen Hang's gaze remained largely unchanged. Lu Yao set the water aside, drew her chair closer, and sat beside him. This afternoon, there was a sudden explosion at Chu Shui Lake. When I arrived and found you, you had been injured and had lost consciousness. The formation has also been breached, reportedly due to the taint of the blood from the Xian Sha Tian Mo body contaminating the formation's core. At this point, Lu Yao paused, observing Wen Hang. Upon hearing this, Wen Hang fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "How will Lishan Academy deal with me?" Awakening to the realization that he had neither been rescued nor possessed, and upon first seeing Lu Yao, he understood that he had failed, having been overly trusting of others. "I do not know. If you could divulge all the truths to me, I would plead for mercy on your behalf," Lu Yao remarked, yet Wen Hang responded with indifference, stating, "I do not require your pity. I am not pitying you. There is nothing about you that warrants sympathy," Lu Yao replied. Wen Hang shot her an irritated glance, yet he understood that he bore no semblance of authority before her. "Indeed, you are merely mocking me," he conceded. "I do not mock you, for I am aware that your relentless efforts are driven by a desire for vengeance." Upon hearing this, Wen Hang widened his eyes, surprised that Lu Yao had discerned his thoughts. "You expend great effort for revenge. However, those who seek to annihilate your kin are indeed practitioners of the demonic path. If I were in their position, I would undoubtedly spare no effort in locating you, to kill you and usurp your body." Lu Yao's words left Wen Hang speechless. "Even so, you still contemplate fleeing, for you aspire to grow stronger. I comprehend your intentions, yet your approach is foolish. With your current capabilities, wherever you go, you will be dependent on others. How can you ascertain whether they wish to usurp you or nurture you?" Lu Yao's assertions rendered Wen Hang momentarily mute. He recognized the truth in her words. Yet, how could he grow if he remained stagnant? He was the Xian Sha Tian Mo body, destined to undergo trials within the demonic realm. We both grew up in the demonic sect and should understand that camaraderie among practitioners of the demonic path is scarce. Self-interest is their greatest motivator. To usurp the Xian Sha Tian Mo body is undoubtedly more advantageous than nurturing a boy who has long since become unmanageable. Lu Yao spoke earnestly, genuinely striving to persuade him. As she sought to influence Wen Hang before the members of Li Mountain Academy could impose any punishment upon him, she hoped to guide him towards redemption. If he remained obstinate and unyielding, she would have to concede that she had done all she could. Wen Hang's expression was inscrutable. "What exactly do you wish to convey? Follow the righteous path. This is your sole avenue of escape, and my most earnest counsel," Lu Yao urged. "Have you lost your mind? I am the embodiment of the Xian Sha heavenly demon. Embracing the righteous path is utterly impractical." Yet, deep within, he was somewhat swayed by Lu Yao's words. "I am not mad. Embracing the righteous path will temper the malevolent essence of the Xian Sha heavenly demon body. Although the journey along the righteous path is slow, it still offers you a glimmer of hope. Should you persist in your reckless pursuit of the demonic path, even I will be unable to protect you. Even if Li Mountain Academy chooses not to act against you this time, news of your presence here has likely spread, and those from the demonic realms will surely come. You must realize, in your heart, whether they are drawn to you as a person or merely your corporeal form." Wen Hang understood her words to be true. "Why do you wish to assist me?" he inquired once more. After her earnest entreaties, he questioned whether he was truly deserving of such kindness, for he harbored doubts about the sincerity of others' goodwill. Lu Yao replied with a smile, "Because you are my sixth senior brother." This answer did not satisfy him. Wen Hang fixed his gaze upon Lu Yao. "Helping you is akin to aiding myself," she continued, and there was merit in her statement. Ultimately, the strategy could unfold in two ways. either to eliminate him or to guide him towards redemption. Since she had chosen not to take his life, she would permit him the chance for reform. Nonetheless, Wen Hang was not particularly content with this explanation. He scrutinized Lu Yao intently for a prolonged moment. The system notified that Wen Hang's favorability had increased by 2 points, which surprised Lu Yao. Before she could discern Wen Hang's thoughts, he slowly began to speak. A black cat sought me out, delivering a letter that claimed the Baiyuan alliance could aid in my predicament. Following its instructions, I arrived at the outskirts of Chu Shui Lake, only to find an elderly man rendered unconscious. I initially assumed it was the work of the Baiyuan alliance. Upon reaching the lake's edge, I witnessed the black cat speaking human words, instructing me to use blood to taint the formation's eye. After disrupting the array, I was to walk out from the lake's depths, for it led to the outside world. I heeded its counsel, but what transpired next was beyond my expectations. I was struck by a shadow behind me. Wen Hang recounted everything to Lu Yao in detail. She was both astonished and solemn. Are you speaking the truth? Wen Hang nodded affirmatively. If you doubt me, you may test it. I once had that note, but I lost it after the attack. I believe you, Lu Yao affirmed. This revelation seemed significant, and she intended to inform Director Lu later. However, she harbored some confusion. If it was not the shadow at the lake's bottom that harmed you, then why was it a shadow behind you? Quick, show me your wound. Lu Yao had previously examined the front, but neglected the back. Upon hearing this, Wen Hang furrowed his brow. No, do not act childishly. In these trying times, I care not for trivialities. Why should you? Consequently, Wen Hang awkwardly refused to reveal it. His expression markedly poor, insisting that Lu Yao leave. I have said all that I needed to. If you do not believe me, then so be it. Lu Yao was left speechless. Never mind, if I don't look, I won't look. However, the wound on my chest is truly the most terrifying. Chapter 47. If he is a demon, I shall slay him. At this moment, Lu Yao transcribed the first part of the Taoist scripture and handed it to Wen Hang. Although the Taoist scripture is a method of the Taoist sect, its essence of the Yin spirit shares similarities with the cultivation of the original demon, thus providing a smoother entry into the practice. You possess the Xian Sha Tian Mo body, yet you remain untainted by malevolent deeds. This is your greatest advantage at present. The Lishan Academy, being a sanctuary of Confucianism, is filled with righteous qi. If you can cast aside your prejudices and cultivate the righteous path here, it will be immensely beneficial to you. Lu Yao imparted his cultivation philosophy to Wen Hang. The master leads the student to the door, but the cultivation must be pursued by the individual. Lu Yao was uncertain whether Wen Hang would adhere to a systematic approach in his training. Upon receiving the Taoist scripture, Wen Hang hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Are you also cultivating this? He inquired. Lu Yao nodded. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Hang said, I shall give it a try. He recognized the truth in Lu Yao's words. While practicing demonic techniques was forbidden at the Lishan Academy, there was no issue with cultivating Taoist scriptures. He aspired to grow stronger and could not be confined by rigid forms. Seeing his response, Lu Yao felt a sense of relief. In that case, rest well. I shall not disturb you. Should anything unusual occur, or if those individuals find you again, you must inform me. Do you remember our communication talisman? Trust me, it is far better than relying on those who seek to usurp you. Wen Hang merely pouted at this, yet did not offer any rebuttal. Nevertheless, the system indicated an increase of 1 in Wen Hang's favorability rating. Host, I currently possess 46 points. With just 4 more, I shall ascend, and you will also be able to participate in the lottery, a quintuple draw. Lu Yao, having been infected, couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation regarding what splendid treasures her inaugural draw might yield. She involuntarily squinted her eyes in excitement. Upon seeing Lu Yao step outside, Wen Heng did not rest. Instead, he tightened his grip on the Tong Xian Jing and began to sit cross-legged, attempting to practice according to the scripture's teachings. Not long after Lu Yao had left, the 233 system suddenly remarked, "This is bad. Lin Zhanqing's growth value is on the rise and has now reached 10%. 10%, compared to his previous state, likely still indicates he is at the qi refining stage, nearing foundation establishment," Lu Yao pondered. Indeed, host, while your observations are astute, he previously suffered a backlash from the celestial demon. How could he recover so swiftly in merely a few days? Moreover, his growth value continues to increase. The system's words served as a reminder for Lu Yao. Are you suggesting that we have failed? Lu Yao furrowed her brows. Not necessarily. There may be others aiding him. The system's statement cast a shadow over Lu Yao's mood. This was her first proactive attempt to counter Lin Zhanqing, signifying a complete rupture in their relationship, leaving no room for reconciliation. As the saying goes, if you fail to eliminate a snake, it may turn against you. Should Lin Zhanqing restore his former strength? She feared he might retaliate with even greater ferocity. Pay close attention to Lin Zhanqing's data over these days. Report back daily. Lu Yao instructed. With his growth at 10%, it is not yet a cause for alarm. I must dedicate myself to my training without delay. Lu Yao harbored a profound sense of urgency as she hurriedly made her way to Hengwu residence, unexpectedly colliding with the superintendent. Your Excellency, Lu Yao greeted respectfully, acknowledging the two senior female teachers accompanying the superintendent. Are you on your way to see Dean Lu? The superintendent inquired. Yes. Has my senior brother awakened? Lu Yao responded eagerly. The superintendent's eyes brightened. Did he mention anything of significance? That is precisely what I wish to report to the dean. However, since you are present, it is but the same to inform you, Lu Yao replied, subsequently relaying the information conveyed by Wen Heng to the superintendent. The 100 Abyss Alliance. Again with this 100 Abyss Alliance, exclaimed one of the senior teachers, adorned in a gray robe, her indignation palpable. She was Vice Superintendent Yin Fengfeng, who, despite being in her 60s, appeared as though she were in her 30s. Her demeanor was grave, though somewhat rigid in her principles, she was resolute. The mere mention of the 100 Abyss Alliance stirred her evident disdain. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yao inquired, what has the 100 Abyss Alliance done to the Lishan Academy in the past? Lu Yao had indeed heard of this organization. It seemed that her master's nemesis was an elder of the 100 Abyss Alliance, and after her master had sustained injuries, the original owner had probed into the matter. However, it was likely that Ingwaya, considering the original owner's insufficient cultivation and strength, had refrained from divulging much useful information and had responded vaguely. Perhaps fearing that the naive original owner might seek retribution from the 100 Abyss Alliance. Although she possessed scant knowledge of this organization, it did not preclude Lu Yao from perceiving it as formidable, at least more powerful than the Yuan Demon Sect. Otherwise, an elder alone would not have been able to inflict such severe harm upon Ingwaya. This is an organization of malevolent spirits and demons, a confederation of wicked beings that encompasses all manner of monstrous entities. Initially, they attempted to incite the students of Lishan Academy, hoping to convert them into their ranks of aberrant scholars. A few disciples, lacking in resolve, were seduced by the allure of the Baiyuan Alliance and ultimately turned against their peers, resulting in tragic bloodshed. The mere recollection of this incident stirs deep resentment within her, particularly because one of her cherished disciples fell victim to the treachery of these aberrant scholars, meeting a gruesome fate. What transpired thereafter? Lu Yao inquired. Naturally, they were dealt with decisively, came the response. Isn't Lishan Academy a bastion of Confucian and Taoist ideals? How could the Baiyuan Alliance, being a coalition of malevolent spirits, infiltrate such a sanctum? Lu Yao pondered, curiosity piqued. At that moment, the supervisor cleared his throat and replied with a measured tone. It was merely a lapse in vigilance that allowed them to exploit a weakness. Do not cultivate an excessive curiosity towards this organization. Those who join their ranks do so because their initial curiosity leads them down a treacherous path. This incident surely harbors deeper secrets, potentially linked to the mysteries of Lishan Academy, he continued, reluctant to divulge the truth, as Lu Yao was not a formally recognized disciple of the academy. Very well. If you wish to report on Wen Heng's situation, you may proceed. The supervisor gestured dismissively. As Lu Yao was about to enter, he added, demons are inherently malevolent. Once they harbor ill intentions, it is exceedingly difficult to alter their course. You, being a person of significance to the half-saint, should grasp the weight of my words. Maintain a prudent distance from your senior brother. Should he stray towards heresy, it is imperative that you remain steadfast in your convictions. Rest assured, should he embrace darkness and wreak havoc upon humanity, I shall wield the sword of justice to sever his head from his shoulders without hesitation. However, he has confided in me his desire to cultivate Taoist practices and to foster righteousness at Lishan Academy. As for the losses he has inflicted upon the academy, you hold the authority to determine the appropriate punishment. Having spoken, Lu Yao bowed silently before taking her leave. This child possesses a commendable disposition, Yin Fengfeng remarked. The overseer responded, since she has garnered the attention of a semi-saint, I dare not question it. My only concern is whether the Baiyuan Alliance might also take interest. Who could have foreseen that Zhang Bai would evolve into a rebellious scholar? Yin Fengfeng fell into contemplative silence. The initial calamity that befell Lishan Academy stemmed from internal issues among its instructors, a source of shame that is best kept from outsiders. Chapter 48. The six-character true secret of Confucianism. After bidding farewell to the overseer, Lu Yao exhaled deeply, hoping fervently that Wen Heng would indeed turn from his misguided ways. Upon arriving at Hengwu residence, she encountered Dean Lu Zhengyuan and Mr. Chun Xiuyang in the pavilion, a fortunate coincidence that spared her the need for additional visits. As she approached, however, she sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Mr. Chun appeared to be in a state of contrition, as if he had erred in his responsibilities towards his senior. Did this stem from his failure to properly oversee him? Lu Yao furrowed her brow, and at that moment, both Dean Lu and Mr. Chun noticed her presence. With a sigh, Dean Lu said, "You may leave now. Go to the sacred temple and reflect on your actions." Mr. Chun did not attempt to defend himself, simply replying, "Yes," before slowly withdrawing. Lu Yao observed Mr. Chin's departure and greeted him as he exited. "Mr. Chin, there is yet another matter I wish to discuss with you. It pertains to your senior brother, I presume? You should simply speak with the dean about it." However, Chen Xiuyang sighed deeply. "Yao, I shall be undertaking my cultivation at the sacred temple from now on. For any matters concerning you, feel free to approach the dean directly." Lu Yao was taken aback. "Is the punishment truly that severe? You bear some responsibility for this incident, yet no one anticipated such a turn of events. Perhaps I should speak with the dean myself." After all, no one expected the Baiyuan alliance to make a resurgence at the Lishan Academy. Even Lu Yao felt quite secure within the walls of the academy, which is why she initially dismissed her senior brother's peculiar behavior. Going to the sacred temple is indeed a fortuitous opportunity, a place for introspection and moral rectitude. Nevertheless, Lu Yao still felt as though she had been wronged. She was deeply grateful to Chen Xiuyang, for he had brought her to the Lishan Academy and believed in her potential for Confucianism, even though she had yet to demonstrate such talent. It could take a month or perhaps several years. The time frame remained uncertain, akin to being exiled. "May I visit you often?" "Yes, but only with the consent of either the semi-sacred or Dean Lu, for the sacred temple is not a place one may enter lightly." He smiled gently. "Enough of this discussion. The dean awaits your presence." He urged Lu Yao to meet Dean Lu. Reluctantly, Lu Yao replied, "Then, farewell." Indeed, as Chun Xiuyang departed, his demeanor lacked the previous nonchalance. As Lu Yao watched him depart, her heart felt no lighter. She remained uncertain about how the supervisor would handle Wen Heng. Subsequently, she went to meet Dean Lu, who once again arranged the chess pieces before her and said, "You have bid him farewell." Indeed, Lu Yao nodded, and promptly informed Dean Lu of her senior brother's predicament. Dean Lu appeared somewhat unsurprised. After a moment of silence, Lu Yao could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, "This incident stems from an internal traitor at Lishan Academy. The elder guarding Chu Shui Lake was not injured by my senior brother. He lacks the capability to do so. The Black Cat is also highly suspect, and Mr. Chen likely did not foresee this." "You." With a soft thud, a chess piece landed on the board. Dean Lu gazed at Lu Yao and smiled. "Are you advocating for Chen Xiuyang?" Lu Yao indeed harbored such sentiments. The pressing matter at hand should be to seek out the allies of the Baiyuan alliance. Lu Zhengyuan chuckled lightly. "It is commendable that you possess such feelings, yet this is the punishment he rightfully deserves. I have already shown leniency." Lu Yao fell silent. Lu Zhengyuan then continued, "Do you know what it means to be a reverse scholar? The Confucian and Taoist principles are encapsulated in the 6 characters of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trust, and forgiveness. Thus, cultivating the Confucian way to attain the literary heart is to embody these virtues. A typical scholar who can embody even one of these 6 truths throughout their life may be deemed to have grasped their literary essence. Only a sage can embody the 9 truths and attain the path of the supreme sage. A reverse scholar, however, is one whose literary heart has been tainted. For instance, if the heart of benevolence is corrupted, it ceases to be benevolent. However, if someone during this process is unwilling to embrace the ordinary, refusing to tarnish their literary spirit, they may stray down a path contrary to the sacred way, validating a distorted literary essence through demonic means. In such circumstances, their literary spirit endures daily torment, as it contradicts their original essence. This compels them to engage in relentless slaughter, even consuming the scholarly individuals who possess literary standing. thereby perpetually corrupting their perverse literary spirit. Consequently, once the literary spirit is tainted and one becomes a perverse scholar, their ruthlessness in slaying fellow literati often surpasses that of demons. It suffices for you to understand this. Our Lishan Academy has indeed produced perverse scholars. The esteemed supervisor of talents once conveyed this to me, Lu Yao remarked. Yet he would not divulge who the first perverse scholar truly was. Director Lu spoke with a hint of melancholy. Would you be willing to tell me? It would be no trouble. For this was originally a disgrace to our Lishan Academy. That individual was none other than Zhang Bai, the disciple of the Saint of Qin. He was exceptionally talented, with a promising future ahead, poised to inherit the legacy of the Saint of Qin. Upon reaching this point, Lu Yao was somewhat astonished. Is he not the one from Chushui Lake, who was said to have died? It was rumored later that he was slain by a demon. That narrative emerged subsequently, on the day of the incident. It was to protect the reputation of the Saint of Qin that the truth was concealed. Naturally, although he became a perverse scholar, he did not engage in the slaughter of Confucian disciples. However, he did provide a convenient passage for the Baiyuan alliance, allowing them to insidiously corrupt several disciples, ultimately leading to subsequent bloodshed. How could Zhang Bai, both a disciple of the Saint of Qin and a prodigy of Qin arts, embark on such a treacherous path? Logically, Zhang Bai, as a musician of that era, should possess considerable strength. Who could have tainted his resolve? This remains a mystery to me. The Hundred Abyss Alliance was an exceedingly secretive organization back then. Were it not for that particular incident, it would have been hard to believe that a demonic organization from thousands of years ago had resurfaced, and with a different strategy. But why did Zhang Bai meet his demise at Chushui Lake? In truth, Zhang Bai did not perish at Chushui Lake. He was instead suppressed within its depths. Interestingly, Chushui Lake was never a lake in the original sense. It was conjured by the Sage of Painting and the Sage of Music. The Sage of Music played the flowing wine song while the Sage of Painting infused the essence of the melody into the lake, intending to imprison a dreadful entity. This body of water later became a place of enlightenment for the disciples of the musical and painting arts at Lishan Academy. Yet, after Zhang Bai lured the members of the Hundred Abyss Alliance, the formation protecting Chushui Lake was breached for the first time. By that point, the Sage of Painting had already passed on, and without his guiding touch, Chushui Lake could not be fully sealed. The Sage of Music had once declared that henceforth, no one should seek enlightenment at Chushui Lake, as it would attract an unending stream of malevolent spirits. After meeting the Sage of Music, Zhang Bai willingly chose to atone with his own flesh, enduring the sinister energy of the evil sealed beneath the lake. Chapter 49. Inciting public sentiment. Zhang Bai was not entirely malevolent. It seems he still held on to a moral compass. Ultimately, he managed to redeem himself, preventing a greater calamity. All of this stemmed from the Hundred Abyss Alliance. The name Hundred Abyss Alliance weighed heavily on Lu Yao's mind as he silently contemplated it. The affairs of the Hundred Abyss Alliance are not yours to concern yourself with. For now, focus on your studies and cultivation. Regarding your senior brother, he indeed must face some repercussions this time. Otherwise, it would be challenging to maintain order. Director Lu's words resonated within Lu Yao. Thank you, Director. I will ensure he adheres to the arrangements. She was not one to overlook the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, the losses incurred this time were minimal. Otherwise, Wen Heng would be hard-pressed to absolve himself of blame. Lu Jinyuan nodded, his expression betraying a hint of fatigue. Lu Yao had no choice but to withdraw. In truth, she had several more inquiries to make, but she sensed that Director Lu was reluctant to provide further answers. Not long after stepping out, she noticed a throng of students gathered together, seemingly discussing the events of the day. At that moment, someone called out to her. Lu Yao. Turning around, she saw Rong Ying, clad in the uniform of Lishan Academy, her hair neatly styled in a bun adorned with a silver hairpin, her complexion unadorned, yet radiantly graceful. It dawned on Lu Yao that she too was a disciple of Lishan Academy. Rong Ying, Lu Yao approached her. At that moment, the students began to stir restlessly, prompting her to inquire, what are they gathered here for? Song Yuanshan was just taken away by the supervising official, Song Ying replied. Song Yuanshan. The name was somewhat unfamiliar to Lu Yao. Actually, you met him yesterday. He penned 2 poems about Daxian at the princess's residence, and she even rewarded him. Rong Ying elaborated. With this revelation, Lu Yao recalled a particularly outstanding student from a humble background who had eloquently expressed himself, leaving a lasting impression. So, he was indeed Song Yuanshan. At this moment, The other disciples were engaged in animated discussions, for Song Yuanshan was a well-known figure at the Lishan Academy. The chief supervisor's decision to take Song Yuanshan away raised suspicions of collusion with malevolent forces. Surely, there must be evidence. Otherwise, such an abrupt action would not be justified. I had always suspected that Song Yuanshan's incessant flattery towards the princess was questionable. These scholars from humble origins, driven by trivial gains, could betray humanity. Some had cast aspersions on the students from lower social strata, igniting sensitivities among them. What do you mean by that? On what grounds? They protested, feeling unjustly targeted. At this juncture, the students from modest backgrounds united in indignation. Just because you belong to the lower class does not exempt you from the possibility of acting against the principles of humanity for personal gain. This statement incited outrage among the humble scholars, and the crowd on both sides swelled. Lu Yao and Rong Ying furrowed their brows, apprehensive that a conflict might erupt. What is the meaning of this? A voice interjected, commanding attention. It was Xie Hanlin. The humble scholars felt as though they had found a beacon of support, as they generally held Xie Jing in high regard, for in the realm of Confucianism, merit speaks volumes. However, someone from the crowd challenged, Xie Jing, are you not here to shield Song Yuanshan? After all, you have been quite close to him, even recommending him to the princess's residence. Lu Yao fixed his gaze on the challenger, who was the one to initially cast aspersions. Who is he? He inquired. An Huiran, Rong Ying replied. Now it makes sense. Lu Yao suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, realizing the ongoing instigation of discord. If this situation were to be mishandled, it could escalate into a conflict between the commoners and the aristocrats. Lu Yao gazed at Xie Jing, who slowly spoke. Firstly, it is true that Song Yuanshan was taken away by the supervisor, but has the supervisor ever claimed that he colluded with demons? Xie Jing scanned the crowd, and everyone exchanged glances. The supervisor had indeed never uttered such a statement. However, an Huiran seemed poised to voice an objection. Xie Jing continued. Secondly, even if we were to entertain the notion that Song Yuanshan truly conspired with demons, the supervisor would address the matter accordingly, and he would undoubtedly investigate the incident at Chu Shui Lake. Do you not trust the supervisor? Xie Jing's words resonated with conviction, prompting the crowd to reconsider. The truth of the matter had yet to be clarified, and the supervisor would surely disclose the findings once they were available. Nevertheless, an Huiran interjected, Xie Jing, when it comes to eloquence, we cannot compete with you. If Song Yuanshan is innocent, why would the supervisor take him away? Furthermore, you are closely associated with him, so it is natural for you to defend him. Should he be found culpable, you too would bear the consequences. His assertion was laden with certainty, as if he were convinced of Song Yuanshan's guilt. At that moment, Rong Ying could no longer remain silent. And Huiran, I recall that your cousin is Qin Fei, who harbors malicious intent towards Xie Jing. Should I then conclude that your aggressive stance is merely an act of personal vengeance? You. And Huiran was taken aback by Rong Ying's defense of Xie Jing. Her words were sharp and precise, effectively dismantling an Huiran's arguments. Not all aristocratic scholars were solely concerned with immediate interests. Upon grasping Rong Ying's implication, the onlookers turned their attention to an Huiran. Indeed, you have grown close to the third princess, so kindly speak on behalf of Xie Jing and refrain from aiding an Huiran. Do not be surprised, then, when an Huiran lets out a cold snort. He perceives that it is no longer difficult for him to stir up trouble. Thus he issued a stern warning to Rong Ying. For reasons unknown, his words firmly suggested that Song Yuanshan was culpable. Consequently, he turned away. Xie Jing sighed and addressed everyone, stating, we, the cultivators of the human race, must unite as one. At no time should we afford the demons and monsters any opportunity to exploit our discord, whether from the humble origins or the noble clans. The interests of our people must always take precedence. Indeed, the incident at Chu Shui Lake signifies the pressing threat posed by the demons. We should not be at odds with one another. Yes, whether from humble backgrounds or prestigious families, we are all of the human race. In this moment, the scions of the noble families took a step back. A few among the students of humble origins also led the way in acknowledging, we too have erred. Clinging too firmly to our sense of identity, both sides exchanged apologies, with only a handful choosing to depart with an Huiran. Lu Yao observed this scene with a sense of relief. The majority of students who study the classics are rational individuals. However, the matter of Chu Shui Lake may evoke memories of the fear they once felt under the dominance of the traitorous literati, hence their words may be somewhat impassioned. making them susceptible to manipulation, incitement of public sentiment, and the sowing of discord. Chapter 50. What kind of person is Song Yuanshan? Ronging, thank you. There are certain matters that Xie de Gu cannot voice, nor can I, and I am grateful for your willingness to step forward. Lu Yao solemnly bowed to Ronging. Lu Yao felt guilty for not being a disciple of Lishan Academy, and for having a clearly problematic sixth senior brother who would only hinder progress. Her emergence would easily render her a target. Xie Jing nodded in agreement. However, Ronging remarked, this is of little consequence. As Xie Hanlon stated, at this juncture, we should not be embroiled in disputes between the humble and the noble. Rather, we ought to unite as one. The demons have yet to be unmasked, and to allow our own kind to descend into chaos only serves the interests of those who thrive on discord from the shadows. Upon hearing this, I sensed that the timing of Huairan's emergence today seemed rather peculiar. Is he typically like this? Lu Yao inquired. Both Xie Jing and Ronging exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. He is usually quite reserved. This is particularly true given that Huairan's cousin is Qin Fei, who, having failed in his own schemes, found himself utterly disgraced. The esteemed director Lu was notably incensed by this affair, and those who conspired alongside Qin Fei were stripped of their scholarly titles. For the murder of our kind's pillars is indeed a grave offense. After entering the academy, Huairan, fearing Xie Jing's retribution, had actively distanced himself from Qin Fei. Nevertheless, Xie Jing had not pressed Huairan over this matter. Yet, Huairan's sudden emergence raises eyebrows and elicits confusion. Lu Yao speculated. Could it be that he has indeed uncovered some hidden truths? He fervently claims that Song Yuanshan is suspect. How well do you know him? He and I are not in the same class, and our interactions are limited. However, he is quite renowned for his talents, with his essays and poetry frequently featured in the Academy's publications, earning accolades from our instructors, Ronging replied. Song Yuanshan is remarkably diligent, dedicating more hours to his studies than most, particularly after achieving the status of a scholar, as he now sleeps only 2 hours a night. Aside from meals and essential exchanges within the Poetry Society, he devoted all his time to reading. The arduous path through the mountains of books is paved by diligence. Compared to those endowed with extraordinary talents, he epitomized this adage to perfection. It is precisely for this reason that I hold him in some esteem and recommended him to the princess. The ability to concentrate on learning is a form of talent in itself. He embodies the archetype of a diligent genius. However, this acknowledgement pertains solely to his academic pursuits. Brother Xie, in truth, does not possess a profound understanding of him, be it concerning his familial background or his character. It is indeed a matter of embarrassment. Nevertheless, his passage through the trials of the literary world suggests that his character has been tested. Otherwise, the numerous instructors within the academy would not hold Song Yuanshan in such high regard. Ronging nodded in agreement. Yet, could it be possible that he has already been tainted in his literary aspirations? Perhaps he is unwilling to succumb. Lu Yao raised this possibility, recalling that Zhang Bai, once a disciple of the Saint of Qin's, also fell victim to the corruption of his literary spirit, a situation Lu Yao deemed quite grave. Moreover, both incidents were orchestrated by the Baiyuan alliance, raising the concern that they might employ similar tactics again, albeit this time they faltered. Upon hearing this, both Ronging and Xie Jing chuckled. Ronging elucidated to Lu Yao, following the incident at Chushui Lake. It stirred the attention of the sages of the human race. Dean Lu made a special trip to the sacred temple to seek a divine decree, which was subsequently hung at the entrance of Lishan Academy. Henceforth, any student entering Lishan Academy whose literary spirit is tainted will have nowhere to hide. Not only that, but Lishan Academy is inherently fortified with the great Qi of righteousness array, specifically designed to counteract the insidiousness of literary deviants and demons. Xie Jing further added that Lu Yao had previously expressed concerns about the potential danger posed to Lishan Academy once it fell into the hands of malevolent beings. However, it now appeared that the place remained remarkably secure. Yet, a lingering question troubled him. Isn't my senior brother also affiliated with the demonic sect? How is it that he managed to enter? Lu Yao retorted. Xie Jing elucidated. He was allowed entry due to Mr. Chen Shuyang, who deliberately sealed his powers and suppressed his demonic attributes. As long as he refrains from employing his dark abilities, he remains unharmed. However, should he resort to them, he would be subdued by the Great Formation. Thus, it follows that when Hung is merely floundering about, even if he were to regain his strength, he would hardly stir up any significant disturbances within Lishan Academy. No wonder Lu Yao noted that when he informed Mr. Qin Xiuyang about Wen Heng's potential restoration of power, the latter appeared remarkably composed. At this moment, a sudden insight struck Lu Yao, igniting a sense of unease within him. Everything concerning Wen Heng seemed to unfold too smoothly. Is it truly the case that the Baiyuan alliance possesses sufficient strength to influence the grand formation of Lishan Academy? In retrospect, Mr. Chun has indeed suffered an unwarranted calamity, remarked Rong Ying, who was also a student of Qin Xiuyang. Lu Yao felt a twinge of embarrassment, considering his connection to Wen Heng. After all, he was her senior brother, and it was he who had persuaded her to bring him to Lishan Academy. During the incident at Chu Shui Lake, Mr. Chun had also lost his closest friend. I ought to pay him a visit, Xie Jing concluded. To which Rong Ying responded, I shall accompany you. She glanced at Lu Yao, who stood momentarily dazed. Repeating the words, Zhang Bai and Mr. Chun are friends. Recalling my previous visit to Qin Xiuyang, I remember the sight of the piano in his room. A cherished possession of his, which he claimed belonged to an old friend, none other than Zhang Bai. I am now aware of this connection, yet I feel compelled to seek further validation. Suddenly, Lu Yao dashed toward the Zui Pavilion, leaving both Xie Jing and Rong Ying bewildered, exchanging puzzled glances. Uncertain of what had transpired, what had sparked her sudden revelation. It seemed she had mentioned that Zhang Bai and Mr. Chun were acquaintances. Xie Jing remarked, increasingly perplexed. What does that have to do with anything? Come, did we not agree to visit Mr. Chun? Let us proceed together. This particular moment held immense significance. She was resolute in her intention to investigate further. Chapter 51. Farewell. Wen Heng's complexion flushed with indignation. Lu Yao, what are you doing? I am your senior brother. Your behavior is utterly excessive. He stammered, his words laced with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Lu Yao discerned the scars on his back, evidence of considerable healing. These marks were not the result of demonic powers, nor were they inflicted by a creature of the monster clan. Yet, why did they resemble handprints? The imprint, it aligned with some of her suspicions, while diverging in others. Lu Yao paced restlessly within the room, contemplating. The claw marks seemed to be the true handiwork of a creature from the monster clan. However, had not the Lishan Academy been fortified with protective formations? Should a creature of the monster clan attempt to wield their powers, they would be subdued by the formations, unless they possessed extraordinary strength or concealed their presence with some means. Lu Yao, what on earth are you doing? Wen Heng, now dressed, inquired with evident displeasure. Lu Yao disregarded him entirely and bolted out of the room. Lu Yao silently added a thought. Do not add to my troubles. Wen Heng was momentarily taken aback, witnessing the door slam shut with a resounding thud. After a brief interval, the 233 system notified Wen Heng of a favorability level of 1. Host, we still possess 3 strategy points, which will enable us to upgrade and draw lots. Keep striving. Keep pushing. Persevere. Yet, it seemed Lu Yao was oblivious to it all. Her mind was solely preoccupied with the matter concerning Qin Xiuyang. Indeed, she harbored suspicions that Qin Xiuyang might manipulate the situation at Chu Shui Lake due to his friend Zhang Bai. If the demons infiltrating Lishan Academy were to be suppressed in their cultivation, then the only individuals capable of injuring the elder guarding Chu Shui Lake must originate from within Lishan Academy itself. Although Song Yuanshan possessed diligence and talent, it was evident that he was unlikely to achieve such feats of strength. However, there was one other person who could potentially accomplish this, Qin Xiuyang, the first to discover Wen Heng's disappearance. Since Lu Yao had reported to Qin Xiuyang that Wen Heng had regained his powers, he should have been aware that Wen Heng was up to something. What a remarkable coincidence it was that he was afforded such an opportunity. Coupled with the punishment imposed by Dean Lu this time, it felt excessively harsh to Lu Yao. After all, the news of Wen Heng's regained strength was not known solely to Qin Xiuyang. Dean Lu was also privy to it. Initially, Dean Lu seemed unconcerned, merely entrusting the matter to Qin Xiuyang. Even if Qin Xiuyang had been momentarily inattentive, it could be perceived as an unintentional oversight. Why then was he sent to the sacred temple? Such a place, being the abode of the sage's spirit, is also the realm imbued with the utmost literary and righteous spirit in this world. Dean Lu claimed it was for the benefit of Mr. Qin Xiuyang. As a distinguished scholar, Qin Xiuyang should possess a solid foundation in literary heart, palace, and courage. There is no need to enter the holy temple to solidify one's resolve. The arrangements made by Director Lu seem to imply that Director Qin Xiuyang's faith in Wen Xin has wavered. Lu Yao draws this conclusion with a heavy heart, preferring to believe that it is the work of malevolent forces rather than that Chun Xiuyang would take such risks for the sake of a friend. However, at times, reasoning requires bold assumptions and cautious verification. No possibility, however improbable, should be overlooked. Thus, Lu Yao resolves to visit Chun Xiuyang. In the courtyard of Chun Xiuyang, a considerable number of students have gathered, all of whom are his disciples, gazing regretfully at the doorway. Chun Xiuyang has prepared his belongings, consisting mainly of books stored in a mustard seed space, while he cradles a single guqin in his arms, indicating the profound significance it holds for him. Upon stepping outside, he is met with the sight of many students standing in the courtyard. Leading the group are Xie Jing and Rong Ying, each with reddened eyes. "Teacher, we cannot bear to see you go," mutters one, prompting others to join in. "Teacher, is there any way you could refrain from going to the Holy Temple? Please stay with us. We will petition the director for leniency." "Yes, teacher, we wish for you to continue guiding us." These students express their heartfelt sentiments. Chun Xiuyang maintains a gentle smile, assuring them, "You are all wonderful. Yet, the director acts with my best interests at heart. I accept this punishment." Furthermore, the opportunity to visit the Holy Temple is one that is seldom afforded. It is a place where all sages have once resided. Even if you wish to go, such an opportunity would be out of reach. This is a fortuitous event, a tremendous blessing. You should all rejoice, for I am indeed very happy. Chun Xiuyang stirred the emotions of those around him, his laughter resonating with genuine joy. The others joined in, though their smiles were somewhat forced. While the teacher's reasoning held some merit, indeed, a trip to the sacred temple was not an overly severe punishment. The students remained unconvinced. "Well, your journey is still long, and mine is as well. This parting does not signify a final farewell. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your studies or feel lost in your careers or lives in the future, do not hesitate to reach out for further discussions." With these words, the atmosphere lightened considerably. "Teacher, allow us to escort you," Rong Ying suggested. The others echoed her sentiment, and Chun Xiuyang chose not to dispute their request. "Very well. If you wish to see me off, then let it be." He was surrounded by his students as they made their way out. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Lu Yao. There were numerous questions he had initially intended to ask, but at that moment, the words eluded him. Was the truth of paramount importance? Was it necessary to delve into every detail? "Mr. Chun, I too would like to see you off," Lu Yao said. Chun Xiuyang acknowledged her with a nod. However, a few of his students remained dissatisfied, murmuring complaints. Why is it that only the teacher faces punishment, while her senior, the true instigator, remains unscathed? "Let us refrain from discussing unpleasant matters while we are seeing off our teacher," came the reminder. Though their voices were hushed, Lu Yao heard them clearly, and Rong Ying cast a worried glance in her direction. Lu Yao recognized the imbalance in their sentiments. Yet, in this situation, Wen Heng was merely a pawn in the larger game. Moreover, the Lishan Academy found itself in a quandary regarding how to handle Wen Heng. The situation was delicate, neither to be taken lightly nor too harshly. A lenient approach might displease others, while a severe response could alert the Baiyuan Alliance or other organizations, potentially giving them an opportunity to stir up trouble. Thus, they refrained from addressing Wen Heng immediately. Lu Yao, alongside her peers, escorted Chun Xiuyang to the academy's entrance. Upon reaching the gate, the vice supervisor was ready to take him to the Holy Temple. Many students struggled to contain their emotions. "Teacher, well, parting is such sweet sorrow. This is where we must say goodbye," Chun Xiuyang remarked, casting a final glance at them, his gaze resting on Lu Yao. He then warned, "Be cautious of the Baiyuan Alliance." Upon hearing this, Lu Yao was momentarily taken aback, her instincts telling her that Mr. Chun was privy to something significant. "Mr. Chun." Lu Yao wished to inquire further, but Chun Xiuyang interjected, "Take care." With that, he turned and boarded the carriage, followed closely by Vice Supervisor Nian Fengfang. The carriage, drawn by 4 dragon horses, swiftly turned a corner and vanished from sight. Some female students were overtaken by sorrow, tears cascading down their cheeks. Even Rong Ying felt a pang in her heart. Nevertheless, she grasped Lu Yao's hand, reassuring her, "Do not pay heed to what others say. In Teacher Chen's eyes, you are the best." This sentiment served as a comfort to herself. Lu Yao smiled, fully aware that she would not be swayed by others' opinions. The students of Lishan Academy, despite any grievances they might harbor towards her, would not act recklessly, particularly with Dean Lu and the semi-saint as her shields. Yet, What truly piqued her curiosity was the meaning behind Chun Xiuyang's warning to be wary of the Baiyuan alliance. His words were only half-spoken, leaving her with an insatiable itch for understanding. As Chun Xiuyang departed, Song Yuanshan was taken away, and Wen Heng also found himself in confinement. As for the demons and the rebellious literati, there was no cause for concern regarding their presence at Lishan Academy, for the scrutiny there had intensified considerably. Lu Yao found herself perplexed by the matters of the Baiyuan alliance, yet she resolved not to confront this organization head-on until her own strength had matured. It was prudent to focus on her own development, avoiding recklessness. With this thought, she curbed her curiosity about the Baiyuan alliance and grasped Rong Ying's hand. Let us proceed inside. The faceless one had lost yet another mask. She discarded even the house she had purchased in the East District, as the critical items had already been destroyed. Upon returning to the Illusion Array Pavilion, she received news from Bei Ruoli, the northern master of the Baiyuan alliance, currently stationed in the northern frontier. Did you manage to retrieve the items? She inquired furiously. What utter incompetence! Not only did you fail to bring back the goods, but you also left Wen Heng behind, thereby alerting the enemy. Bei Ruoli was incensed. Her subordinates fell silent, each one terrified of provoking her wrath. Not a sound was uttered, except for Yulin, who could not suppress a laugh. Upon hearing the laughter, Bei Ruoli shot him a piercing glare. Yulin remained disdainful, while his twin brother Yuqi tugged at his sleeve. Before we came here, the northern master boasted about the prowess of your Baiyuan alliance and looked down upon our Yuanma sect. It appears, however, that you are not as formidable as you claimed. Ignoring his brother's admonition, the twin brother Yulin continued with his sarcasm. Initially, they accompanied Bei Ruoli to the Baiyuan alliance, where she had been imperiously commanding them, suppressing their frustration. Now, however, they were relieved to discover that she too could face setbacks. Much like exhaling a pent-up breath of indignation, the thousand-faced man, having overheard this, responded affirmatively. Upon finishing her words, Bei Ruoli abruptly severed the communication talisman and, in an instant, arrived beside Yulin, seizing him by the throat with astonishing swiftness, so rapid that neither Yuqi nor Yulin could react in time. My brother. It was merely an inadvertent mistake, Yuqi pleaded. Upon entering my territory, one must obediently heed my commands. Let it be known that today's incident is but a prelude. Even if I were to assert that the sun is the moon, you would be required to acquiesce, lest I find myself displeased. Should I be displeased, all of you shall suffer the consequences. Yulin offered his apologies, while Yuqi exchanged glances with him. Yulin felt profoundly aggrieved, yet he was powerless in the face of such overwhelming force. The pressure exerted by her presence felt akin to being trapped beneath the palm of a divine being, rendering him utterly immobile. This exemplified the stark disparity between the Yuaning stage and the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Although the two brothers could generally contend with ordinary early Golden Core practitioners when united, facing Bei Ruoli of the Yuaning stage felt like an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly futile. Overcome by fear, Yulin steeled himself and admitted, I, the subordinate, acknowledge my error. Now, that's more like it, Bei Ruoli remarked, releasing him and playfully patting his cheek with a smile. As the illustrious twin stars of the Jade Qilin, you are undoubtedly exceptional geniuses. Although your cultivation speed in the past has been commendable, within the vast expanse of our Baiyuan alliance, you still appear somewhat lacking. Henceforth, I shall impart to you a method of cultivation, requiring you to engage in seclusion with me for 1 month. Yukelin and Yuqi exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of irritation and anxiety. Bei Ruoli playfully flicked her hair, her laughter ringing like melodious silver bells. Meanwhile, the second princess, Long Xinzi, found herself in a state of considerable contentment. Despite her previous unsuccessful attempt to seek favor with the empress in front of the third princess, Long Xinyan, she did not allow this setback to dampen her spirits. Upon returning to the princess mansion, she shed her elaborate attire and donned male garments, slightly altering her appearance to present herself as an energetic young lad. What do you think, Siphon? Will anyone still recognize me in this guise? She inquired of a nearby maid. The maid promptly shook her head, replying, Your Highness now resembles a dashing young gentleman. No one would suspect you are a woman. Pleased with this assessment, Long Xinzi turned gracefully, adjusted her collar, and waved her folding fan. Then I shall take my leave now. You must guard the princess mansion well. If anyone inquires, simply inform them that I am unwell today. She was well aware that her mother, the empress, was currently in seclusion and no one else possessed the audacity to intrude upon the princess mansion. Thus, she felt confident that her absence would go unnoticed. Siphon hesitated, as if wanting to say something, but as a servant, she felt constrained in her ability to challenge the princess. In the imperial household, only the empress held the authority to restrain her. Yet the empress had a particular fondness for her. Thus, Qin had no choice but to comply. In the past, when the second princess ventured out, even when disguised as a man, she would stride confidently through the main entrance. Today, however, she deliberately chose to depart from the back door, accompanied only by the skilled guards arranged by her maternal grandfather, leaving everyone else behind. The carriage she occupied was unremarkable, so cramped that it could barely accommodate 2 or 3 individuals. The guards maneuvered the chestnut horse through the winding streets of the capital, meandering through several locations before finally halting at the rear entrance of a 3-courtyard residence. The second princess, Long Xinzi, rapped lightly on the door, following a rhythm of 3 gentle knocks followed by 3 firm ones. It was not long before the door creaked open. Before her stood a tall man adorned with a Shura mask, his imposing figure clad in a gray robe, the only indication of his identity being the jade pendant that hung at his waist. "Who are you?" Long Xinzi scrutinized the figure before her, sensing an odd mix of familiarity and strangeness. Yet, as he removed his mask, she could no longer contain herself and rushed forward to embrace him. Chapter 53. Has the sun risen in the west? Another 2 days passed. The Lishan Academy remained unchanged. Lu Yao had not received any news regarding Director Lu's handling of Wen Hang, but instead, a half-saint requested to meet with Wen Hang. This time, it was the supervisor who was responsible for escorting Wen Hang, and his expression was quite complex. Lu Yao took the liberty of checking Wen Hang's darkening value, noting that it had not increased over the past 2 days. In fact, it had decreased by 2 points. This was likely due to his progress with the Tongxian Jing, as he had grasped the methodology and was focused on cultivation, showing no inclination to stir trouble. Conversely, she was rather surprised to find that her 4th and 5th senior brothers had experienced a significant increase in their darkening values, collectively rising by 8 points. Lu Yao found herself at a loss, unable to speculate due to their absence. As for the eldest senior brother, he had indeed accrued 2 additional growth points in the past few days. In a few months, his speed might very well return to its former glory. Could it be that, being a natural-born villain, even the demonic contract was handled personally by a demigod, resulting in an outcome akin to that of an indomitable cockroach? Lu Yao inquired of the 233 system, but it replied, "Host, I have yet to upgrade, and I do not possess that authority. All will be revealed post-upgrade." Lu Yao feared that the villain might be entangled in theories concerning the fated children, which would complicate matters. She could only nod in acknowledgement. Subsequently, after boarding the carriage with Wen Hang, Supervisor Jian began to ask Lu Yao about the daily life of a demigod. Lu Yao casually shared her thoughts, perceiving the demigod as an exceptionally calm individual, devoid of any pretentiousness, who took great pleasure in gardening and cooking. Were it not for his occasional imparting of profound strategic insights, Lu Yao might have deemed him an ordinary uncle. Little did she know, her words resonated differently in Supervisor Jian's ears. This was the essence of returning to simplicity, a realm that many strive for their entire lives yet fail to attain. He reflected, his gaze towards Lu Yao growing increasingly gentle. "Yao Yao, in the future, you may discuss any significant matters at the academy with Teacher Han." As a strict supervisor, he had always maintained an air of authority to instill a sense of reverence and fear among the students. However, this time, he made a concerted effort to present a warm and approachable smile, which only made Lu Yao feel more unnerved than before. "Very well," Lu Yao responded. Regarding the matter raised by Supervisor Han, Lu Yao expressed his willingness to give it a try. Even so, Supervisor Han was already quite pleased, as if a floodgate of conversation had been opened, and he engaged Lu Yao in a variety of topics. Since boarding the carriage, his attitude towards Lu Yao and Wen Hang had been marked by a distinct double standard. As the supervisor of Lishan Academy, his foremost duty had always been to uphold the tranquility of the institution. Consequently, he harbored a profound disdain for both rebellious scholars and malevolent beings. Wen Hang, by virtue of his affiliation with the demonic path and his near release of the seal at Chu Shui Lake, had inadvertently crossed into Han's sensitive territory. It was only due to Lu Yao's presence today that he managed to suppress his emotions and refrain from confronting Wen Hang with a stern demeanor. However, he chose to ignore him throughout the journey. To Lu Yao's astonishment, This time, Wen Hang maintained an unexpected calmness, sitting obediently like a model student. Was this a case of the sun rising in the west? Observing him for a moment longer, Wen Hang straightened his posture, clenched his fists, and with a stoic expression inquired, "Why are you looking at me? I've noticed that you've changed over the past few days. And you didn't cause a scene when I took you to meet the semi-saint," Lu Yao remarked. Wen Hang cast a mocking glance at Supervisor Han, responding, "Would causing a scene even be effective? That is indeed a point. One must bow their head beneath the eaves," Lu Yao conceded. "Besides, do you not wish for me to create any disturbances?" Wen Hang added thoughtfully, "Very perceptive. Do continue in this manner." Lu Yao encouraged him. Wen Hang furrowed his brow and retorted, "I am the senior brother." "Oh," Lu Yao replied with a playful grin, "the sixth senior brother." At this, a smile finally graced Wen Hang's lips. However, they soon arrived at the entrance of Ziyun residence, and the carriage came to a halt. Han Jianjing addressed Lu Yao and the others, stating, "We have arrived. Disembark now." Wen Hung clenched his fists tighter, his expression growing increasingly solemn. After Han Jianjing descended, Lu Yao followed suit, only to witness Wen Hung jump down rigidly, nearly stumbling in the process. Lu Yao cast a puzzled glance at him, to which Wen Hung quickly asserted, "I am not nervous." In no time, they reached Ziyun residence, the abode of the semi-sage. Han Jianjing looked up, caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance, and closed his eyes to savor it further. "This must be the legendary peach tree, renowned for its enchanting aroma," he mused. "Since you are aware that the semi-sage resides here, why do you not visit more often?" Lu Yao inquired. "The semi-sage prefers solitude. Moreover, he is not always present at Ziyun residence. Many have come only to find him absent. At times, he may be away for several days or even years. Thus, you must recognize your fortune. Not only has the semi-sage been at home of late, but he has also taken the time to guide you." Though Han Jianzheng harbored envy towards Lu Yao, he also felt a sense of elder affection for the younger generation. Lu Yao understood well the significance of the semi-sage's name within the scholarly circles of Tang country. While the semi-sage professed a heart for justice, did not the Confucian disciples share the same virtue? Yet, they had not been afforded such an opportunity. Lu Yao pondered what the semi-sage saw in her. She sensed that during their last encounter, he had discerned something within her, but overall, she felt no malice from him. It would be splendid if one could attain the golden core stage, allowing for complete introspection to uncover the underlying reasons. At that moment, Han Jianzheng rapped gently on the door, which swung open of its own accord. He exchanged a glance with Lu Yao before both stepped inside. After a brief interval, Lu Yao emerged to usher Wen Hung in. A flush crept across Wen Hung's face as he awkwardly shuffled his feet, unable to deny his nervousness. Taking a deep breath, he heard Lu Yao reassuring him, "Do not fear. I am here. The half-saint will not take your life." At that juncture, the 233 system notified Lu Yao, and Wen Hung readily granted 2 points of affection. "Host, keep up the good work. We are just 1 point away from leveling up and obtaining a lottery draw." The excitement of the 233 system somewhat influenced Lu Yao, making her view of the young Wen Hung considerably more favorable. She was correct. Given Wen Hang's current strength, there would be no need for a half-saint to eliminate him. The very invitation from the half-saint indicated that it was not for the sake of Wen Hang's life. However, upon arriving in the courtyard, they discovered not only the half-saint, but also another imposing figure in official garb, Yuan Ming, the chief of the Demon Extermination Division. As expected, the courtyard gate was not firmly shut. After entering, Han Jianzheng felt a twinge of anxiety, yet he took a moment to explain to Lu Yao. The individual accompanying the half-saint is none other than Yuan Ming. True to his name, Yuan Ming was known for his unwavering integrity throughout his life, a quality that enabled him to secure his esteemed position. Hailing from the legalist school, he also practiced martial arts and was on the brink of reaching the half-saint realm in the legalist path, having attained mid-first grade status in martial arts. In comparison to the Taoist cultivation realm, his strength could be likened to that of an early-stage nascent soul. No wonder there exists an overwhelming sense of pressure, akin to a grand and majestic mountain. As Han Jianzheng concluded his introduction, his piercing gaze swiftly turned towards Lu Yao and Wen Hang. It lingered on Lu Yao for a brief 2 seconds before ultimately resting upon Wen Hang. To be scrutinized by a figure nearly at the nascent soul stage was indeed daunting. Wen Hang bit his lip, feeling a chill creep down his spine, overwhelmed by discomfort. Lu Yao pondered whether this stern official had come specifically for Wen Hang. Just as she was engulfed in uncertainty, The semi-saint interjected, urging her to approach without delay. Why are you so muted today? Come here at once. This was a summons directed at Lu Yao. She glanced back at Wen Hang, assuring him, if your conscience is clear, there is no need to be overly afraid. Yet, her words did little to comfort him. He had once been untroubled by guilt. But this time, he had indeed caused a significant mishap. Who could have foreseen that such an incident would occur at Chu Shui Lake? The Bai Yuan alliance had not only deceived him, but also sought to bring about his demise. Wen Hang's impression of this organization had soured considerably. At that moment, as Lu Yao led him forward, he instinctively attempted to pull away, but they had already reached the front of the semi-saint and Yin Ming. Lu Yao naturally released his hand. Suddenly, an excited voice echoed in her ears. Host, Wen Hang's favorability rating has reached 1, accumulating a total of 50 strategy points. May I assist you in upgrading? To her surprise, Wen Hang had gained an additional point of favorability. She surveyed him once more. His complexion had indeed brightened significantly, and his ears bore a faint blush. He appeared much healthier than before, rendering her previous worries unnecessary. In her heart, Lu Yao silently intoned, upgrade. The system is currently undergoing an upgrade. At this moment, Yin Ming attentively listened to Lu Banqing's introduction of Lu Yao, sensing a hint of pride and satisfaction in his tone, which took him by surprise. The strict laws of the legalists leave no room for leniency. Typically, when encountering demons, they would eradicate them completely without hesitation. It is difficult to fathom that amidst the multitude of formidable and minor demons within the Yuan demon sect, there exists a righteous individual untouched by corruption. After scrutinizing Lu Yao for some time, she perceived that Yin Ming harbored a certain disfavor towards her. The connection between individuals often relies on mutual affinity, and Lu Yao was left to wonder why he held such disdain. Nevertheless, she felt uncomfortable under his gaze, which seemed to regard her as a felon. Fortunately, Yin Ming ultimately recognized that Lu Yao was a favored disciple of Lu Linyuan, so he refrained from voicing any objections. Instead, he pointed at Wen Hang and declared, "This one, I shall take with me." Why? Lu Yao retorted, "Because he is colluding with the Baiyuan alliance." Yin Ming frowned as he uttered. However, Lu Yao was reluctant to see Wen Hang taken away by Yin Ming, especially since he had recently grasped the essence of the Tong Xian Jing, leading to a decrease in his corruption value, but in a completely unfamiliar setting. That progress could easily be compromised. My dear girl, the law does not concern itself with the intentions behind a person's actions, but rather with the harm they have inflicted upon society. The Chu Shui Lake incident has already been reported to us by the Lishan Academy, and now the Demon Extermination Bureau is fully responsible for it. Yin Ming took a sip of tea and set it down, prompting Lu Yao to glance at Lu Linyuan, who nodded in affirmation. Lu Yao turned to Wen Hang, his eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, he resembled a forsaken child, embodying a blend of sorrow and indignation. Lu Yao sighed. The half-saint had consented. The demon-slaying division was determined to take him away. Yin Ming addressed Lu Yao, stating that the matter hinged on whether Wen Hang had committed any wrongdoing. He then invoked the technique of the legalists, manifesting an intricate golden net before them. Lu Yao felt a surge of rage bubbling within her, as her aura instinctively shifted to a defensive state. However, she quickly summoned the Tongsuan Sutra from the Taoist scriptures, reciting the righteous song with fervor, which gradually alleviated the fury in her eyes. Consequently, the demonic energy remained contained, while Wen Hang's malevolence surged to an alarming height. Had it not been for the legal net, his dark aura would have permeated the very walls of the house and spilled into the outside world. Wen Hang's gaze turned a furious crimson, his visage contorted into a fearsome snarl. "I will kill you all. I will slay every last one of you," he roared, struggling against his confinement. Yet, Lu Yao found herself ensnared alongside him, and in a moment of desperation, he directed his wrath toward her. "Enough," the half-saint bellowed. A beam of golden light shattered the intricate web of magic, and at this moment, Lu Yao found herself clasping hands with Wen Hang. She sensed a surge of courage and strength accompanying the sounds in her ears. When she glanced back at Wen Hang, she noticed that after their hands met, he took a step back, leaving her astonished by her own formidable power. Yet, Wen Hang's gaze regained its clarity, albeit with a complexity that reflected both his contemplation of his own hand and a sidelong glance at Lu Yao, hinting at a touch of frustration. "Yin Xijing, do you now doubt even me?" Lu Yao exclaimed, her voice tinged with indignation. Yin Ming replied coolly, "It is my duty to eradicate demons and monsters. I shall not spare any fiend. This is my principle of conduct. His words served as an implicit acknowledgement of his earlier actions, which had indeed been directed towards Lu Yao. Lu Linyuan, vexed, interjected, Yin Ming, do you not trust me either? Of course, I trust you. However, the Baiyuan alliance must be approached with caution. He seemed to recognize that the unexpected test imposed upon Lu Yao had indeed provoked the semi-saint's ire. Subsequently, he presented Lu Yao with a square seal. This shall serve as my token of apology. Lu Yao turned her head away. I do not wish to accept this. Take it back. Who could endure such sudden hostility born of suspicion? Moreover, he intended to take Wen Hang with him, and she was uncertain of what would transpire next. Wen Hang looked at her with a pained expression, yet he had revealed a sinister side of his demonic aura. Even if the Demon Extermination Division chose not to execute him, he would likely undergo a severe transformation. And she found herself at a loss for reasons to plead on his behalf. Yin Ming listened intently, yet Lu Yao remained unmoved. She addressed Wen Hang, saying, Senior brother, please cooperate with the investigation. Wen Hang opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. The old man shall take him away. The items are my tokens of apology. Do not simply discard them. He subsequently placed the seal upon the table and took Wen Hang away. Chapter 55, System Upgrade. Lu Yao's eyes widened in astonishment, as she had not anticipated such unyielding resolve from this individual. Lu Linyuan placed the seal into Wen Hang's hands, stating, I have known him for over a century and am well aware of his stubborn temperament. Given the current circumstances, the information that the Demon Slayer Division possesses regarding the 100 Abyss Alliance is exceedingly delicate, and he is deeply concerned about any potential mishaps. This is, of course, one reason. Another aspect is Yin Ming's disposition, which has always been quite obstinate and rigid, a consequence of the legalist philosophy, which inherently remains unaffected by emotions. His trust in the semi-saint is insufficient to prevent him from testing Lu Yao's capabilities. The results of his probing were relatively satisfactory. Lu Yao is a cultivator of demonic arts, yet she practices both demonic and Taoist disciplines. Her mastery of the demonic techniques is still in its infancy. Coupled with her detachment from karmic entanglements and her concurrent study of Taoism, her demonic nature can be effectively restrained. Thus, even when Yin Ming provoked the darkest aspects of her demonic nature with the phrase the law is vast and encompassing, Wen Hang lost control, but Lu Yao did not. This alone suffices to demonstrate her competence. This seal not only garners the recognition of the Demon Slayer Division and the Legalists, but also embodies Yin Ming's dedication. In the future, you will find that you can easily comprehend the legal codes and demon laws of various nations, and the law transcends mere statutes, encompassing the rules of heaven and earth. Are you certain you do not want it? At this point, Lu Yao responded, this is his compensation to me. While I have no particular desire for it, discarding it on the ground would merely contribute to environmental pollution. Therefore, I shall keep it for now. Lu Yao found a way to excuse herself, clutching the seal and placing it into her storage ring. Han Jianzheng and Lu Linyuan exchanged knowing smiles. In truth, the decision to take your senior brother was not solely his own. It was also influenced by the Empress. Otherwise, I would have ensured your safety. Lu Linyuan articulated the crux of Yin Ming's visit today. The Empress? She is aware of Wen Hang? Lu Yao was intrigued by the Empress. Lu Linyuan shook his head. It is not that she knows Wen Hang. Rather, she harbors the intent to eradicate the Baiyuan alliance, even if she cannot entirely eliminate them. She aims to drive them out of the Great Tang. Are you aware of the origins of the Baiyuan alliance? It is the largest orthodox demonic sect in the Tianhua continent, which has produced the most formidable demons. Indeed, after several millennia, they have returned. We must be vigilant against the resurgence of the Baiyuan demonic sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao began to grasp some of the situation. Looking up at Lu Linyuan, she recalled Han Jianzheng had remarked on her fortune, not anticipating that the half-saint would depart so soon. How long will you be away? It sounded bearable. So Lu Yao readily accepted. She hurried to the study, a place she knew well. At this moment, Han Jianzheng seemed hesitant, having arrived with much to say, but now rendered speechless in the presence of Lu Linyuan. Please, feel free to ask anything. Sit down. As the supervisor of Lishan Academy, there is no need for formality. Lu Linyuan prepared a fresh pot of tea, pouring a cup for Han Jianzheng. After savoring a sip, Han Jianzheng gradually relaxed, and their conversation became more at ease. Lu Yao had meticulously selected a dozen books personally written and annotated by Lu Linyuan. With great delight, Lu Yao said to Lu Linyuan, Mr. Lu, I have made my choice. She noticed a number of perfectly ripe peaches adorning the table. Are all these for me? She swallowed hard. Lu Linyuan nodded and added, they are from Xiao Tao. Thank you, Xiao Tao, and thank you, Mr. Lu. Luya placed her book into the storage ring and carefully wrapped the peaches, glancing at Han Jianzheng with a hint of hesitation. Lu Linyuan reassured her. Do not mind him. He has already received his share from Xiao Tao. Han Jianzheng's complexion was flushed, reminiscent of intoxication. Today, he had gained immense insights while discussing with the semi-saint. The peaches and tea were delightful, providing him some benefit, yet as a grand scholar, their effects were minimal for him. The most significant gain lay in the profound discussions he had with the semi-saint, which had truly enriched his understanding. Luya sensed that Han Jianzheng appeared to have entered a state of enlightenment. Given Lu Linyuan's words, she decided to accept all the peaches, considering that each one could equate to a month's worth of cultivation, indeed, a substantial gain. Unbeknownst to her, this was the effect of the first consumption, and subsequent intakes would yield diminishing returns. Once she had secured the peaches, Mr. Lu assumed a posture indicating it was time to bid farewell. A twinge of reluctance washed over Luya as she thought of Ziyun residence. Lu Linyuan had treated her exceptionally well, second only to her benefactor, and she felt she had no other means to repay him than by diligently cultivating her skills. Thus, she offered a respectful bow to Lu Linyuan, who graciously accepted it. She remained uncertain whether she had fully grasped Lu Linyuan's intentions, but upon completing her gesture, he nodded in response. A surge of joy surged within her. It seemed that Lu Linyuan had indeed agreed to accept her as a disciple. Her lips curled into a gentle smile, and her spirits lifted considerably. Perhaps Xiao Tao understood her feelings. The rustling leaves seemed to celebrate Lu Yao's joy. Time had slipped away unnoticed. No matter how late it became, she would not linger. Understood. Lu Yao playfully stuck out her tongue and waved goodbye to Xiao Tao before stepping out with Han Jianzheng. Once outside, her steps felt remarkably lighter. If it weren't for Han Jianzheng's presence, she would have felt inclined to leap with joy. Congratulations. From now on, you shall also be my disciple in the Confucian Tao. Han Jianzheng beamed. He smiled in silence as they exited the alley and boarded the carriage. At that moment, the 233 system announced the completion of its upgrade. 233. Have you become more sophisticated after the upgrade? What about my 5 consecutive draws? The 233 system replied. The features have increased compared to before, but some require corresponding points to unlock. The host must strive harder. Shall we initiate the 5 consecutive draws now? Lu Yao mused that she had always been rather unfortunate with luck. Wasn't there some sort of ritual one should perform before a draw to enhance the outcome? You have indeed upgraded. Your intelligence is now somewhat intimidating, Lu Yao remarked. Then let's proceed with the 5 consecutive draws. She was eager to see what she would obtain. Upon initiating the 5 draws, her luck seemed fair, netting her 3 rewards. 1 substitute talisman, a one-time item that guarantees a 100 target transfer in critical moments. 1 rabbit tail, which allows transformation into a half-breed, delightful bunny girl, and 1 rainbow candy, which, once consumed, randomly unlocks items, with a high chance of acquiring exquisite treasures. The last 2 seemed rather dubious, did they not? Lu Yao felt deceived, realizing that she should not harbor any expectations for this abysmal system. Chapter 56. The Upgraded Functions. Host, you may try my capabilities, the system declared. What functionalities do you possess? Lu Yao inquired. Teleportation. For every 2 points of strategy value, you can be transported to any coordinate on the Tianhua continent, the system boasted with pride. That does have some utility. What else? Additionally, it allows the host to create new aliases. What does a new alias entail? Lu Yao asked, intrigued. You can establish a new persona with distinct attributes, skills, and even conceal your gender. Even your senior brothers would be utterly unable to recognize you. It's an alias that even formidable cultivators cannot see through. You deserve this. Lu Yao felt a stir of excitement at this prospect. What are the usual side effects, and how many points are required for the exchange? Creating an alias is a benefit of the system upgrade. However, it can only be used once every 3 days, and for no more than 2 hours at a time. The side effect is that each time you use the alias, you must find a safe place. Otherwise, if others see through it, your alias may be exposed. It seemed that this time, the system had genuinely upgraded. Host, once you accumulate 100 points again, I can upgrade once more, and it will be a 5 consecutive draws. The mention of the 5 consecutive draws soured Lu Yao's mood. Furthermore, with the system's upgrade, Her previous points had been reset to 0. At this moment, she felt a twinge of regret. Subsequently, Long Xinsai felt a twinge of vigilance. Unconsciously, it seemed she had begun to develop a certain reliance on the system. This was an ominous sign. Noticing that there were no guards at the entrance and that there was an unsettling stillness in Wen Heng's chamber, she felt a sense of discomfort. The sky gradually darkened. The guards urged the second princess to depart, to which Qin Fei remarked, "You should also take your leave." "No, I do not wish to go. I want to stay with you. It is inappropriate. If anyone discovers that you are not in the residence, it would lead to trouble." Qin Fei paused momentarily before continuing. "Moreover, I do not intend to leave the capital immediately. There will be ample opportunities in the future." Upon hearing this, the second princess felt a flicker of joy. "Ah Fei, how I wish there would come a time when we no longer have to be so furtive." Each of Qin Fei's words pierced Long Xinsai's heart. At this moment, she harbored a deep-seated hatred for Xie Jing and Long Xinyan. "Ah Fei, you have endured so much over the years. It is not I who has suffered. The true hardship lies with you. Although it is painful to rebuild my literary aspirations outside, the thought of you and the Qin family sustains me. Yet, you remain in the capital, unaware of my circumstances, tirelessly attending to the Qin family." Qin Fei observed Long Xinsai, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears at his words. "Ah Fei, you remain as gentle as ever. It has not been in vain for me to wait all these years, steadfast in my belief that you were alive and would rise again. This is Ah Fei, my Ah Fei. I do not find it burdensome at all. Just the thought of you dispels all my fears," Long Xinsai replied, wiping away her tears. "Is there anything I can do for you?" Killing Xie Jing was beyond her capabilities. If the Feather Forest army were to be mobilized for such an act, even if the Empress Mother cherishes her dearly, she would undoubtedly refrain from assisting her in this matter. Her Ah Fei, once a person of immense pride, would certainly be unable to endure this situation. "Since you are willing to assist me, please keep an eye on 2 individuals. If time permits, bring them to me." Upon witnessing the second princess's unwavering affection for him, Qin Fei felt a stir of emotion within him. Yet, these feelings could not sway his resolve for vengeance and his ambition to overturn the Confucian orthodoxy. "Who?" The second princess, Long Xinsi, blinked her eyes and declared, "As long as you can name them, I can locate anyone within the Tang Empire." She was eager to offer her entire heart to him, let alone merely tracking down 2 individuals. Lu Yao and Heng. Upon hearing Lu Yao's name, Long Xinsi paused in surprise. "It is she?" Soon, a look of confusion crossed her face. "Why them? It seems you have already encountered this person. That makes things easier. These 2 individuals are favored by my esteemed teacher, who once saved my life. This is his request, and I must comply. If I wish to exact revenge on Xie Jing, even with my current strength, I could contend with Xie Jing but would struggle against a half-saint. Only my teacher possesses the capability to assist in this regard. Xinsi, I seek only to express my gratitude to my mentor. I cannot find another to aid me. In the capital, you are the only one I can truly trust." Upon hearing Qin Fei's words, Long Xinsi felt that he had lost everything, with only herself remaining as his most reliable ally. "Very well. I shall certainly help you bring her forth." It is worth mentioning that Lu Yao is indeed affiliated with the Sanmei faction, and her initial encounter was quite unfavorable. With Long Xinsi's assurance, the 2 arranged to meet the following day. Upon her second consumption of the peach, the effects had diminished significantly. This time, she gained an additional 15 days of power, but by the 3rd day, after consuming the 3rd peach, the increase was merely 10 days, and on the subsequent day, it was reduced to 7 days. Yet, she mused, how wonderful it would be to reach the pinnacle of the 9th, or even the 10th layer of foundation establishment. Unexpectedly, on that day, an imperial decree summoned her to the palace. Had it not been for Dean Lu personally bringing a female official to seek her out, Lu Yao would have thought it a jest. How could His Majesty be aware of my existence? Although Lu Yao felt a twinge of curiosity towards the Empress, she was informed that someone must have mentioned her, given her close association with the 3rd princess, and even the Crown Prince held her in high regard. Rest assured, His Majesty values talent and is not constrained by one's background. Any individual of capability will be acknowledged. Years ago, when Qin Fei sought to harm Xie Jing, despite the second princess and the Qin family's relentless pressure, His Majesty still imposed penalties on the Qin family and dealt with those who sought to take advantage of the chaos. Hearing Dean Lu's words, it became clear that the Empress was merely curious about her. "Thus, I shall proceed to the palace now. With renewed confidence and an abundance of curiosity regarding the Empress, Lu Yao set forth. Chapter 57. The Empress's audience. Dean Lu chuckled softly as he escorted Lu Yao to the door. The newly appointed female official appeared to be in her 20s or 30s, exuding a calm demeanor that did not suggest a background in Taoism or Confucianism, but rather that of a scholar from a diverse school. Her features were not soft, but rather sharp and commanding. "Please, Miss Lu," she beckoned. "Very well. May I inquire your name, dear sister?" Lu Yao inquired. "Lian Xiao." "Sister Lian Xiao." Lu Yao, ever compliant, contemplated subtly, probing the Empress regarding the reason for her summons. However, this female official was adept at evasion, maintaining an enigmatic demeanor that suggested clarity would only come upon arrival. Lu Yao refrained from further inquiries. The palace loomed majestically, exuding an air of grandeur. Yet, having witnessed the opulence of the princess's residence and the serene elegance of Lishan Academy, she felt little astonishment. Instead, she marveled at the profound heritage of Tang country. Noticing Lu Yao's composed demeanor, Lian Xiao secretly nodded in approval. Upon reaching the Yangxin Hall, the emperor's training ground, they found what was once a garden transformed into a martial arts arena. The expansive area was meticulously arranged with weapons, though the ground bore the marks of the emperor's rigorous practice, appearing somewhat uneven. Lian Rong urged Lu Yao, "Please, step inside." The Yangxin Hall was understated, sparsely furnished, and somewhat cavernous. Lu Yao's gaze fell upon the empress seated at the head, though she dared not scrutinize her closely. To her surprise, another figure was present, Princess Long Xinci, who arched an eyebrow in Lu Yao's direction. The presence of Long Xinci was unexpected, especially given their previous discord, coupled with Lu Yao's newfound camaraderie with the third princess. She wondered whether the second princess would pose any difficulties. Subsequently, Lu Yao bowed respectfully, refraining from the customary act of kneeling. "Mother Empress, this is the illustrious disciple of the renowned Yuan Mazong, Ing Wuyo, who has now garnered the admiration of even semi-saints," Long Xinci remarked with a sardonic tone. Lu Yao was aware that the last time, she had been deliberately targeted by the second princess. However, Xie Jing had explained the rationale behind it. There was no genuine enmity between them, so why was the second princess still fixating on her? Even if it was to retaliate against the third princess, it seemed excessive. After all, what substantial harm could she inflict upon the third princess? She found herself perplexed about the second princess's true intentions. At that moment, the empress set aside the contemplation chart she had been studying and turned her gaze toward Lu Yao, nodding slightly. "Your talents are exceptional, indeed, remarkable. It is no wonder that the crown prince and my two princesses have spoken so highly of you." The empress's voice emanated an air of regal authority, tinged with an icy detachment. Before her arrival, Lu Yao had learned that the empress was a mid-tier third-grade martial cultivator, akin to a golden core practitioner, yet still relatively young at just over 50. In her youth, she had focused on body refinement, refraining from revealing her original yin until her martial soul was formed, which only occurred in her 20s when she officially became a martial artist. Both of her royal consorts were slightly younger than she. Presently, she appeared to be in her late 20s, possessing an alluring yet sophisticated beauty that bore some resemblance to Princess Long Xinci. However, she exuded a greater sense of authority and dominance. Having resided in a position of power for an extended period, she naturally radiated the aura of a formidable figure, coupled with the elegance of royalty. It was the praise from the crown prince and the two princesses that had led to Lu Yao's humble acknowledgement. The second princess, Long Xinci, curled her lips in disdain, muttering, "Who has favored her?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yao realized that with the second princess present, she would undoubtedly face challenges. As the conversation shifted to Wen Hang and the demon-slaying division, Lu Yao furrowed her brow. Although Wen Hang was not central to the matter at hand, he had indeed been manipulated and had inadvertently unlocked the seal of Chu Shui Lake. This matter holds the potential to be significant or trivial. It entirely depends on your majesty's intentions. Lu Yao turned her gaze towards the empress, whose expression exuded authority and calmness, rendering her thoughts inscrutable. However, Long Xian's tone shifted, and with keen interest, she regarded Lu Yao, continuing, "The affairs concerning Wen Hang have no bearing on you, Lu Yao. I trust the crown prince. The esteemed scholars of Lishan Academy, and those I hold in high regard, are not wicked villains. Are they, Lu Yao?" The second princess's words successfully elicited a fleeting expression of astonishment on Lu Yao's face, which she could not help but feel a tinge of pride about. Lu Yao was utterly perplexed by the second princess's antics. With her mention of Wen Hang in her praise, what was her true intention? Nevertheless, Lu Yao did not lower her guard simply because the second princess had lavished her with compliments. The empress then remarked, "Heartkind, your words hold merit. You hail from the Yuan demon sect, and you have a senior brother named Wen Hang, who possesses the Xian Sha Tian Mo physique. I am aware of the deep bond between you siblings, which is why you previously arranged for him to be placed at Lishan Academy. However, such a constitution as the Xian Sha Tian Mo will ultimately evolve into a nefarious fiend, and he has already posed a threat to Lishan Academy. Should he refuse to cooperate with the Demon-Slaying Bureau's investigation, they will have no choice but to execute him. I hope you can persuade him." The Empress's hope was not a request for her opinion. It was a directive, indicating that if even she could not sway Wen Hang, he would certainly face execution. "Indeed, I shall certainly go," Lu Yao replied. The Empress's demeanor softened, and there was no rush in her tone. "Since Heartkind holds affection for you, why not remain in the palace today and share a meal together? This is indeed a privilege, a treatment not afforded to the average person." However, Lu Yao was momentarily taken aback by this reward, casting a glance at Long Xinzi, who appeared increasingly proud. Long Xinzi's demeanor resembled that of a mischievous child who had seized a beloved toy from another. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lu Yao understood in his heart that Long Xinzi could never harbor feelings for him. He could only take each step as it came. Meanwhile, the third princess, Long Xinyan, had the opportunity to arrange a meeting with Lu Yao and several of her companions. However, upon arriving at Lishan Academy, she discovered that he was not present. "How could the Empress summon her without my knowledge?" Long Xinyan frowned. She had mentioned Lu Yao to her mother, but the Empress was often absorbed in her training, indifferent to such trivial matters. Perhaps it was due to the involvement of either the half-saint or Wen Hang. Recently, she had overheard her elder brother, the Crown Prince, mention that Wen Hang's Xian Sha Tian Mo body was displeasing to the Empress, and that the demon-slaying division was notoriously strict, upholding justice. Wen Hang's lack of cooperation would surely lead to difficulties for him. She had intended to persuade Lu Yao to visit the demon-slaying division during their next encounter. Yet her mother had summoned her instead. Chapter 58. The second princess's contemplations that make sense. The third princess, Long Xinyan, reassured herself, dismissing her earlier unease. After all, the Empress valued talent and would not subject the younger generation to undue hardships. However, as they waited until the afternoon, Lu Yao's return was still not forthcoming. "I must take my leave," Jin Siyu announced. "I have matters to attend to at the government office this afternoon." "I shall accompany Siyu," Xian Ning replied. Her current state of mind is not ideal, and she requires someone to look after her. With that, the two departed. Long Xinyan glanced at Rong Ying, who smiled and said, "I have nothing to do this afternoon. I shall accompany the princess." Long Xinyan nodded in agreement. "Why not join me for a visit to the palace?" Rong Ying was somewhat taken aback. "Is your highness concerned about a Yao? She has just entered the imperial palace. It would be unfortunate if she were unaware of the protocols and inadvertently caused offense." Rong Ying contemplated that Lu Yao was not a reckless individual. As for etiquette, she had adapted quite well at Lishan Academy. Given that Her Majesty the Empress cherishes talent, her expectations of those pursuing immortality are not particularly stringent. However, seeing the third princess's concern, she remarked, "Perhaps it is because Her Majesty favors her that she has been retained." "Perhaps," the third princess replied. Nevertheless, she had already arranged for a carriage and was prepared to set off. Yet, shortly after their departure, they encountered the Crown Prince's carriage, which came to a halt. The Crown Prince lowered the curtain and inquired, "Xinyan, where are you headed?" Long Xinyan replied that they were going to the palace, aware that the Crown Prince, as the regent, was well acquainted with the affairs within. She also mentioned a Yao's entry into the palace. Upon hearing this, Long Xinyan felt increasingly uneasy. "Sister, she must be in this predicament because of me. I must enter the palace." Long Xinyan's resolve was unprecedentedly firm, even causing Rong Ying to lose some of her usual composure. If that were indeed the case, a Yao could be in some danger. The second princess was notoriously willful and accustomed to Her Majesty's favoritism. If she desired something, no one would dare to stop her. After a moment's thought, the Crown Prince declared, "I shall accompany you as well." Thus, the prince's carriage turned around, entering the palace alongside the third princess. At this moment, Lu Yao had already exited the palace, sharing a carriage with the second princess, Long Xinzi, on their way to the demon-slaying office. The recent meal shared with the Empress had left Lu Yao feeling rather unsatisfied. However, she had anticipated that the second princess would create difficulties for her. In reality, that was far from the case, as the second princess lavished her with compliments on multiple occasions, much to the Empress's evident delight. During the meal, the Empress even served the second princess several dishes, which were all her favorites, reflecting the extent of her favor. As a result, Lu Yao witnessed a different facet of the Empress, one that contrasted starkly with her demeanor as a sovereign. Noticing Lu Yao's silence, the second princess, Long Xinxi, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "So, do you now realize that you have chosen the wrong faction upon arriving in the capital?" Lu Yao remained silent. The second princess continued, "In truth, I could offer you another opportunity, even going so far as to rescue your senior brother. However, this would require you to swear an oath of allegiance, forsaking any further association with those two wretched individuals, Long Xinyan and Xie Jing. What do you think?" The second princess was evidently growing impatient. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yao could not help but inquire, "Is that all?" "That is but one condition. The second condition is that you shall follow my every command henceforth. Naturally, as someone in my favor, I shall ensure that you are well compensated. What Long Xinyan can provide, I can offer in abundance." A glimmer of light flashed in the second princess's eyes. Yet, she knew that these promises were far from feasible. Moreover, she was uncertain if Fei, having taken her and Wen Hang away, might ultimately seek their lives. However, she can certainly toy with them, and in doing so, allow Long Xinyan to experience the taste of betrayal, which is rather delightful. It truly sounds intriguing. Lu Yao pretended to ponder seriously for a moment. Nevertheless, the benefits offered by the third princess are manifold. Long Xinxi rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. Truly, she is a creature of the northern realm. What the third princess provides, I can offer as well, but only if you can persuade your senior brother, Long Xinxi remarked with feigned indifference. She looked down upon such superficial individuals, yet Long Xinyan seemed to relish in their company. She had no intention of providing anything substantial. Her aim was to coax Wen Hang out through Lu Yao. "Is that so? Then I am immensely grateful to the second princess," Lu Yao exclaimed in delight. Inadvertently, she brushed against the hem of the second princess Long Xinxi's garment, her face betraying a hint of distaste that she could not entirely conceal. Deep down, Lu Yao understood that the second princess had no genuine desire to subdue her. This display served to provoke the third princess, and perhaps it was also aimed at her sixth senior brother. Lu Yao continued to flatter, saying, "But, second princess, what exactly do you wish me to persuade my senior brother about? I recall that the last time he shared everything with me, there was no reason for him to conceal anything from the Demon Extermination Division." How foolish she was. Given that this was a collaborative investigation into the Baiyuan Alliance, it was, of course, about persuading him to act as bait. The second princess Long Xinxi wore a look of disdain. Lu Yao frowned. "Bait? Did not Mother Empress say so before?" The head of the Demon Extermination Division stated precisely this. "I must inform you, this is a confidential matter that cannot be disclosed." It turned out that after employing a special method, the Demon Extermination Division had inquired about Wen Hang, and his responses bore no trace of deceit. However, the clues provided by Wen Hang are of little significance to the investigation of the Baiyuan Alliance. As the Empress stated, Wen Hang's Xian Sha Tian Mo body holds no value for the Tang dynasty. Instead, it would attract the relentless attention of demons. They might either kill him to eliminate future threats or use him as bait to ensnare the entire Baiyuan Alliance. The Empress, being a martial cultivator, is inherently resolute. Killing Wen Hang addresses only the symptoms, not the root of the problem, as the Baiyuan Alliance has already risen to pose a considerable threat to the Tang dynasty. Since they are intrigued by the Xian Sha Tian Mo body, it would be wise to turn the tables and exploit this interest to deliver a decisive blow. Thus, the second princess suggests that I persuade my sixth senior brother to cooperate. However, to be frank, my sixth senior brother does not harbor much affection for me, and I may not succeed in this endeavor. It seems exceedingly perilous. Lu Yao even suspects that the second princess might play a significant role in this scheme. If she indeed proceeds with such a plan, it would fulfill her intentions. The second princess, with a disdainful smile, retorted, "Really? I find that hard to believe. This Wen Hang has endured 3 days of coercive interrogation in prison and has barely cooperated. The only time he mentioned you was when he insisted on seeing you before making any decisions." Chapter 59. The Demon Slayer Department In the punishment division, this revelation took Lu Yao by surprise. The 233 system seemed somewhat moved by this turn of events. Host, let Wen Hang bear the burden of his sins and earn his redemption. Assisting him in regaining his freedom will surely yield a wealth of points. If only the rewards from the lottery were not so disappointing, there might still be hope. Yet, at this moment, I have no desire to court death. The prospect of rescuing Wen Hang is contingent upon the circumstances. Initially, the successful extraction of the third senior brother from Fengtian City was facilitated by his willingness to cooperate, coupled with the relatively low security of the prison there. It was not a primary holding facility for demons, and he was swiftly relocated within a few days. In contrast, the Demon Extermination Division in the capital serves as a crucial stronghold for detaining and executing demons, characterized by its formidable defenses and the multitude of skilled practitioners present. Should her presence be detected, the tranquility she currently enjoys would be irrevocably shattered. Furthermore, when Hang's fate is not necessarily sealed, there is no urgency to act hastily. Moreover, should they indeed manage to dismantle the Baiyuan alliance, it would be a commendable achievement. It is entirely reasonable for the Empress and the head of the Demon Extermination Division to harbor such intentions, though it is curious that the second princess exhibits such fervor in this endeavor. Lu Yao pondered this matter. The Demon Extermination Division's torture chamber is situated at the foot of Crane Mountain, on the outskirts. The surrounding landscape is a vast plain, with the torture chamber being the only substantial edifice in the vicinity. Its architectural style diverges from the traditional courtyard houses found in the capital, featuring conical spires constructed from a dark metallic substance, soaring skyward, reminiscent of modern architecture, yet devoid of visible windows. From a distance, it resembles a towering black spire, but upon closer inspection, it evokes an unsettling sense of dread. This feeling emerged even before entering the courtyard, merely from observing it from outside. The princess's carriage halted at the entrance, where the surrounding fence, crafted from obsidian, presumably concealed a protective array. Upon descending, Lu Yao caught a fleeting glimpse. Sensing a thin veil enveloping the courtyard above, yet further scrutiny revealed nothing discernible. Only after the second princess presented her token did the personnel from the Demon Extermination Division grant them passage. However, the grand door remained closed, and she entered through a side gate. Upon stepping inside, she was greeted by a wave of chill, as if dusk had already descended, shrouding the place in a gray haze despite the bright sunlight outside. What a peculiar establishment this was, the second princess lamented. The Demon Slayer Department, having long been engaged in the execution of malevolent beings, was rife with lingering resentment and malice, which coalesced and refused to dissipate. Thus, it was generally forbidden for ordinary individuals to enter without special circumstances. As a royal of high standing, the second princess found this place most disagreeable. Enough with the chatter, she retorted, expressing her disdain for the loquacious staff accompanying her. I have come on the authority of the Empress to summon the notorious criminal Wen Hang. Simply bring him forth. Upon entering the hall, she was assaulted by an overwhelming stench of decay and blood, which made her feel quite ill. She had intended to ascend the levels, but her resolve had waned. All she desired was for Wen Hang to be presented to her, if he could be persuaded. So be it. If not, he could simply be taken away. Wen Hang? The officer, upon hearing this, shook his head and replied, I cannot make that decision. What? Dragon Xinci was taken aback, having encountered no hindrance until this moment. This is the Empress's decree. Do you not see my royal insignia? Anger simmered within her. Yet she was acutely aware that the Demon Slayer Department operated independently from any other governmental office. Here, orders were executed before reports were made. The power of the crown permitted such actions. In matters concerning serious offenders, no one was afforded leniency, unless His Majesty himself intervened. Although the second princess was exceedingly favored, she possessed only verbal commands, not an imperial edict, and sought to take someone away. Such a significant matter could not be decided by a mere minor official. Your Highness, I am not in a position to make this decision, the middle-aged man stated. In a fit of rage at having lost face before Lu Yao, Long Xinci kicked out in frustration. You insolent wretch, how dare you disregard my words? Although the second princess came from a humble background and lacked formidable power, her opponent dared not resist and took the kick squarely. Lu Yao then suggested, perhaps we might compromise and go see if we can resolve this without taking anyone away. At that moment, the second princess, Long Xinci, cast a sharp glance at him. Should he dare to defy her again, she would not hesitate to draw her whip. I am heading to see Wen Hang now. Do you dare to stop me? Long Xinxi's beautiful phoenix eyes glinted with intensity. The minor official from the Demon Slayer division found himself unable to obstruct her at this juncture. Very well, however, Wen Hang is on the 33rd floor. You may see him, but the prison cell cannot be opened. You. Long Xinxi fumed. The rules of the Demon Slayer division were indeed troublesome. Then please lead the way, Lu Yao said. Long Xinxi shot her a glare. She had not consented, so what right did Lu Yao have to interject? Lu Yao gently reassured her. Let us first see the person. Moreover, he is merely a minor official and dares not take charge. Continuing this quarrel will yield no fruitful outcome. Lu Yao discerned that the regulations of the Demon Slayer division were stringent, and they likely had no prior knowledge of the second princess's visit. Perhaps it was the second princess who had persuaded the empress, who, in her indulgence, allowed the princess some leeway to play. Upon hearing the words, Long Xinxi tilted her head in contemplation. You make a valid point. Dog slave, do lead the way. Let us first meet the person, and then inquire about the nature of the Demon Slayer division's execution chamber. Long Xinxi ceased her harassment, and the other party naturally breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. However, on the other side of the Demon Slayer division, someone had already reported to the chief, Yin Ming, that the second princess Long Xinxi had arrived with a company at the execution chamber. At that moment, Yin Ming was at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer division. Upon learning that the second princess was seeking Wen Hang, he could no longer remain seated. This little sovereign, if delayed, who knows what calamities might unfold. Most importantly, the Demon Slayer division, with the second princess's strength, could easily be confronted by any malevolent energy. The path to the Demon Slayer division must be traversed layer by layer, where the use of spiritual power is restricted to prevent any prison break attempts. The higher one ascends, the more dense the malevolent energy becomes. At this moment, the system also informed Lu Yao that Wen Hang's growth value had increased by 1. She was not at all surprised. For ordinary individuals, the Demon Slayer division was indeed a prison and a torment, yet for someone like Wen Hang, with his dark, demonic physique, it was akin to a fish thriving in water. If presented with only two choices, Lishan Academy and the Demon Slayer division, Lu Yao was certain he would undoubtedly choose the latter. As they climbed to the 12th level, Long Xinxi began to feel overwhelmed. What a ghastly place this is. Cough, cough. In the midst of her speech, a sudden roar of a beast echoed, reminiscent of a desperate struggle before death, as if a colossal predator was launching a surprise attack. The second princess, Long Xinxi, was taken aback. Had it not been for Lu Yao's timely intervention, she would likely have fallen to the ground in shock. Are you all right, Your Highness? Inquired the officer from the Demon Extermination Department with genuine concern. You wretched lackeys, you are nothing but dogs. Long Xinxi exclaimed furiously. How dare you use such ghastly apparitions to frighten me? Lu Yao mused that Long Xinxi was merely a fade of strength, concealing her fragility. I dare not, Your Highness. However, the demons confined above the 10th floor of the Demon Extermination Department possess immense power. If this demon retaliates upon its demise, and should you ascend further, you might be struck by malevolent energies. As they spoke, the ominous sounds from above grew increasingly terrifying, causing Long Xinxi to waver in her resolve. Lu Yao? Perhaps we should wait until Lord Yin arrives next time to bring your senior brother out. She truly wished to avoid ascending this dreadful place, and began to doubt whether she could rescue Wen Hang even if she reached the 33rd floor. First, let us secure your position, she decided. Lu Yao, eager to meet Wen Hang and discover what inquiries the Demon Extermination Department had made, as well as whether Chief Yin truly intended to enlist his cooperation with the Fishing 100 Abyss Alliance, inadvertently stirred Long Xinxi's temper. No, I must go as well, she declared, gritting her teeth. There was no reason she should yield to Lu Yao. Observing Lu Yao's unwavering calm demeanor, she felt a surge of defiance and resolutely continued her ascent. The darkness deepened with each level they climbed. Indeed, every level is inhabited by executioners of the demon-slaying division. At the very bottom, there are mere mortals, but as one ascends the ranks, the presence of cultivators becomes increasingly evident. The executioners on the 10th floor possess the strength equivalent to that of chi refinement, while those from the 10th to the 20th floor are comparable to Foundation establishment practitioners. Among the executioners from the 20th to the 30th floors, it is said that there are only 5 who take turns in their duties. When Lu Yao caught a glimpse of one, he saw a rugged man with a dark complexion, his muscular physique radiating power. likely a third-grade martial artist capable of reaching the golden core stage. He paid little heed to the princess, showing no inclination to bow, and after a brief glance, he simply walked away. The second princess, Long Xinzi, was taken aback. She even forgot to scold her attendant, and, once the man departed, inquired, "Who is he, that he does not pay his respects before me?" "This is the executioner Zhongli. He was once a martial artist and has been with our demon-slaying division for 120 years, never having left. He likely does not recognize the princess," the judge replied, somewhat embarrassed. In truth, even he cannot command executioners above the 20th floor. No wonder he is so uncouth and lacks decorum, the second princess huffed, considering herself magnanimous for not deigning to quarrel with such a crude warrior. However, Lu Yao felt a spark of curiosity. What benefits could the executioners possibly receive to remain in such a dismal place for 120 years? The executioners of the demon-slaying department can acquire corresponding martial arts techniques, and each month they receive elixirs. Additionally, some individuals possess skills that are particularly suited for honing in such an environment. Much like Zhongli, who was merely an ordinary person 120 years ago, it becomes evident that Zhongli is a product of the demon-slaying department's meticulous cultivation of martial practitioners. His martial technique is known as the demon slaughtering art, and there are not many other places where he could encounter such a plethora of demons to vanquish. This realm is the most fitting for his endeavors. Year after year, day after day, he slaughters demons, refining both his swordsmanship and the spirit of martial arts. However, not every executioner below the 10th level will successfully advance like Zhongli. Most who enter have not reached that level of cultivation before their bodies succumb to the malevolent energy. In severe cases, their physical strength may falter within 3 to 5 years, and some may even perish. The demon-slaying department releases individuals every 5 years, allowing them to choose whether to remain. Lu Yao pondered this, wondering if the 33rd level was guarded by nascent soul cultivators. "Let us continue our ascent," Lu Yao declared. At that moment, she noticed the second princess seemed somewhat reluctant to proceed. "Your Highness?" Lu Yao inquired tentatively. Despite the darkness, Lu Yao's vision was exceptional, and she could discern that the second princess's complexion had noticeably deteriorated. Coming from a humble background, her martial arts lacked substantial resistance to such vile energies. The second princess, unwilling to let Lu Yao underestimate her, exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Let us go." She stubbornly climbed onward, and Lu Yao offered her support. The second princess leaned her weight onto Lu Yao, her cultivation being inferior to that of the third princess, compounded by her less-than-ideal innate talent. With the emperor's favor, she had not devoted herself to rigorous cultivation. Her current level was merely a result of medicinal pills. Thus, her abilities were rather superficial. As she ascended, she found herself increasingly unable to withstand the malevolent energy. Lu Yao sensed that even the second princess would likely falter by the 33rd level. Even the executioner himself appeared somewhat troubled. Lu Yao expressed her confusion. "Given the abundance of resentful energy above, how can we ensure that even the righteous enforcers from the demon-slaying department will not be tainted by it after prolonged exposure?" The name Qingyun sect startled Lu Yao, as she had once aspired to join it. "Indeed, the Qingyun sect," the executioner remarked. "Cleansing resentful energy is, in fact, a meritorious endeavor for practitioners of the righteous path. The Qingyun sect, with its formidable strength and the precious Qingyun pearl, can absorb vast amounts of malevolent energy effortlessly, as long as their cultivators are present. They can easily dispel the dark energy here. The same is true for practitioners of the Buddhist path who possess relics." The executioner's mention of the 3-year intervals referred to the competition among the 3 major teachings, Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, for their rights within the Tang dynasty. Although Taoism focuses on immortality, Buddhism on asceticism, and Confucianism on governance and harmony, they all share a common interest, the need to attract disciples, which requires the court's approval. Furthermore, absorbing dark energy is indeed an act of immense merit. Many cultivators experience temptations from inner demons during later stages of tribulation, yet with the protection of merit, these challenges become trivial. Thus, this endeavor is eagerly pursued. The Qingyun sect is not only associated with the Great Tang's demon-slaying division, but also encompasses similar divisions from other nations such as Qi and Xia. Of course, it is not merely the Qingyun sect. Other formidable cultivation sects would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. You, my dear, remain blissfully unaware of the vastness beyond. Ultimately, The northern region is rather limited. I have previously encountered Master Hongzheng and the esteemed Qingyun sect's Chongqing. The second princess spoke with a mix of disdain and eloquence as she reflected on this. As they ascended to the 33rd level, the oppressive aura of malevolence seemed to wane. It was considerably lighter compared to the 25th level, allowing even the second princess to regain her vigor. Lu Yao speculated that the protective formations here were meticulously fortified, effectively repelling the dense evil energy. She glanced above, where a faint righteous aura surged, seemingly emanating from a Confucian treasure suspended in the air. The other two directions exuded distinct energies, confirming that this was indeed a place beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Are there nascent soul cultivators stationed here? Lu Yao inquired. Upon hearing the term nascent soul cultivators, the enforcer paused momentarily before responding. Well, somewhat. There are 2 cultivators here whose levels are comparable to your Taoist nascent soul practitioners. However, I have not personally seen them. Others have. 2 nascent soul cultivators. Lu Yao marveled. It seems that Wen Hang is better off remaining here. She felt that regardless of whether the demon-slaying division permitted Wen Hang's involvement in the fishing for the Abyss Alliance plan, she would wholeheartedly support their decision. As for how many years that lad remains here, it is of little consequence. After all, the environment of the demon-slaying division is particularly suited for him. For she truly lacked the ability to rescue anyone from the hands of an infant soul cultivator. Chapter 61, the 33rd Layer. There were not many demons imprisoned on the 33rd layer. Each cell was tightly sealed, impenetrable to the outside world. Nevertheless, Lu Yao and Long Xinzi could still hear the sound of curses. Let me go, you old fool. What if I've devoured a few wicked souls? I am in the right here, acting on behalf of the heavens, and I shall be rewarded for my virtuous deeds. Ha ha ha. Long Xinzi expressed her discontent. What a charade. Who dares to speak in such a manner? Suddenly, there was a loud crash, as if a heavy object had struck the door frame of one of the cells they passed. Though they could not see what lay inside, the sound grew increasingly thunderous. Bang, bang, bang. Each echo was more forceful and urgent than the last. A young girl's voice emerged. She surely hasn't left her chamber yet. She must be quite delectable. Someone inside was speaking, seemingly in a frenzy, saliva dripping as they spoke, punctuated by a slurping sound. Long Xinzi was startled, momentarily immobilized. Lu Yao swiftly lifted her up. Do not worry. They are imprisoned. Nothing will happen to us. Before Lu Yao could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a massive claw imprint, as if it were about to tear through the door. TSK, there's even a little girl in there. What a delightful feast today. Lu Yao furrowed her brow. Although she had confidence in the protective measures of the demon-slaying department, she nonetheless prepared to take out the holy page, for one must understand that the demons capable of residing on the 33rd layer were not to be underestimated. Otherwise, there would be no need for infant soul cultivators to guard them, with the exception of Wen Hong, who served as bait for larger prey. In that moment, Long Xinzi clutched Lu Yao's arm tightly. Lu Yao, quickly protect this palace. She was quite anxious. However, a cold voice soon reprimanded. Who dares to come here? Her presence immediately silenced the demon in the cell. The interrogator, upon hearing this authoritative voice, promptly stated, "It is Her Royal Highness, the second princess. She wishes to visit an important prisoner, Wen Hang." Nonsense. She merely cast a fleeting glance at Lu Yao and Long Xinzi, sending a chill down Lu Yao's spine. It turned out that the guardian of this 33rd level was a female martial cultivator, wielding a somewhat rusted machete, the history of which was lost in time. She was only remembered by her former designation, number 11. Her appearance was merely delicate, yet her attire was remarkably casual, clad in martial attire. Her hair styled in a manner akin to a man's. Despite spending years in a place like the demon-slaying office, her skin radiated a healthy, sun-kissed hue, indicative of her frequent outdoor training. Under her penetrating gaze, even the second princess dared not act recklessly. Though Long Xinzi could be somewhat headstrong, she was no fool. In this world, strength commanded respect. A third-grade martial cultivator would garner respect even from her own mother. Long Xinzi clung tightly to Lu Yao. The third-grade martial cultivator, having sensed no immediate danger, chose to disregard them and departed. Is she leaving just like that? Why not come to protect this palace? What if the demons within were to escape and disrupt the peace of this palace? The judge hastily replied, "That is impossible. These chambers are fortified by a special formation, and the demons have been thoroughly suppressed, rendering them incapable of escape." Preposterous. What then was that creature we just witnessed? The second princess exclaimed in fury. That was a river dragon, possessing immense strength. Its tail struck the doorframe, yet it could not break free, the judge clarified. However, Lu Yao was perplexed. A river dragon can summon clouds and rain, accruing merit. How could it possibly be confined here? It initially possessed merit enough to transform into a true dragon, yet it found the power of cloud summoning too meager. Thus, it sought to perform good deeds, punishing evil and promoting virtue. At first, it accumulated merit, but later, it colluded with malevolent spirits. The spirits, through illusions, lured mortals into slaughter, using the old dragon to kill those of the human race, thereby stealing its merit. Given this, why was it not subjected to the death penalty? Lu Yao retorted that the treatment of demons above the 30th level is determined by Lord Xizheng. As for why the death penalty was not applied, I am uncertain, the judge responded. No sooner had the judge finished speaking than the old dragon began to thrash wildly, banging against the door. Lu Yao and Long Xinzi quickened their pace, and upon reaching the second cell, they faintly heard a woman's alluring voice. While Lu Yao and Long Xinzi felt nothing amiss, the judge's gaze was fixated, as if irresistibly drawn toward the cell. Come here, my lord. The voice was soft and beguiling. This is dire. It is an enchantment. How could we be ensnared, even through the wall? Fortunately, it is only of use to men. Lu Yao's fingers gathered righteous energy as he tapped the executioner's brow. It was only then that he awakened, drenched in cold sweat. Thank you, young lady, thank you, he exclaimed. You foolish dog servant, falling for such a trick, truly pathetic. Long Xinzi expressed her disdain, recalling the executioner's earlier lewd expression. Nevertheless, at this moment, all three possessed a profound understanding of the dangers present on the 33rd level. Although the demons imprisoned here were sealed with special methods and could not escape for the time being, they still posed a threat to cultivators of average strength through other arcane means, just as Long Xinzi and the executioner had both experienced earlier. Typically, the 33rd level was not a place where ordinary individuals could venture. It was only due to Long Xinzi's recklessness and possession of a token that she was permitted to ascend. Fortunately, the journey ahead was relatively smooth, save for the earlier encounter with the flood dragon and a demonic witch. The final prisoner confined on the 33rd level was Wen Hong. It appeared that the arrangement was likely intended to protect him from undue influence. We have arrived, the executioner announced. Before them stood a door, firmly shut and shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to see inside. All the cells of the demon extermination department were completely enclosed. What are you dawdling for? Open the door, Long Xinzi urged. However, the executioner hesitated, saying, I do not possess the key to this door. What do you mean? Long Xinzi retorted, having painstakingly ascended from the very bottom, having been affected by malevolent energy and frightened by various unsettling occurrences along the way. After finally reaching this point, she had not even caught a glimpse of Wen Hong. Your Highness, this is also for your safety. There is a ventilation hole here that allows us to observe the situation inside. Words spoken from here can be heard within, the executioner said with a forced demeanor. You wretched servant, are you mocking me? Long Xinzi kicked again. At that moment, Lu Yao approached the ventilation window, which could be opened without a key. Upon opening it, she saw Wen Hong. Coincidentally, Wen Hong sensed someone outside and turned his gaze toward her, their eyes locking in a moment of recognition. What can one possibly see through such a small window? Long Xinzi murmured to herself. Chapter 62. The Doctrine of Legalism's Sixth Senior Brother. Lu Yao called out to him, while her mind engaged in silent communication with the system. Wen Hong's darkening value had risen to 50, and his affinity for you had diminished slightly. Host, this is not good. Wen Hong bears resentment. He has been imprisoned here for several days. After disclosing everything he needed to, the demon-slaying division has yet to release him. Lu Yao has not visited him again, and he feels as though he has been abandoned and exiled. Now, upon seeing Lu Yao again, the glimmer of hope he once held quickly vanished, replaced by an icy, poker-faced demeanor, filled with resentment. Please lower it a bit. This was less than Lu Yao had anticipated. She thought it might drop by 2 or 3 points, or even 5 or 6. Yet, it seemed that the previous goodwill had played a crucial role. Sixth Senior Brother, please listen to me. It has been incredibly difficult for me to come to the demon-slaying division to see you. Lu Yao had much to express, such as the inquiries the division had made of him during these days, whether he had been subjected to severe torture, and if they truly intended to use him as bait to draw out the Baiyuan alliance. However, before Lu Yao could finish speaking, The second princess urged him, "Hurry up. Get to the point." Such a narrow window was decidedly detrimental to fostering any feelings. Upon hearing another voice, Wen Hung immediately furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, "Are you here specifically to see me, or is there another reason?" At that moment, his favorability fluctuated unpredictably. "It was the second princess who sent me," Lu Yao replied. Wen Hung clenched his fists. "Sixth senior brother, you must be aware that this place is heavily guarded. Without the second princess, I doubt I could have even arrived." Lu Yao continued. The second princess, Long Xinzi, nodded. It was indeed only through her influence that they could have made it. Wen Hung was acutely aware of the difficulty of entering and the impossibility of exiting this place. "Then what brings you here?" Wen Hung asked again. "It is because the Baiyuan Alliance seeks to locate you, and we, the Great Tang, wish to apprehend the Baiyuan Alliance in its entirety. All you need to do is cooperate with us in finding the Baiyuan Alliance, redeem yourself, and should your performance prove commendable, we may overlook your past transgressions." "What do you say?" The second princess, Long Xinzi, believed her words to be entirely reasonable and without fault. Having shown such magnanimity, she expected Wen Hung to be grateful. Yet, Lu Yao noticed a rise of 2 points in Wen Hung's darkening disposition. "Second princess, what is it?" Long Xinzi frowned in confusion, questioning why Lu Yao was calling her. "May I speak with sixth senior brother alone?" Lu Yao requested. "Why? No need." Almost simultaneously, the voices of Long Xinzi and Wen Hung rang out. The second princess possesses a formidable influence, not only increasing Wen Hung's darkened disposition, but also diminishing his favorability by a point. Curiously, the second princess remains oblivious to the erroneous nature of her actions. At this juncture, Yan Ming, the chief of the Demon Slayer division, arrived with an air of authority. "What is happening here?" he inquired. "Yan Ming, your arrival is most opportune. Assist this princess in opening the door," she commanded. Once Yan Ming arrived, the second princess, Long Xinzi, found herself emboldened. Aware of Yan Ming's formidable prowess and unwavering loyalty to the royal family, often praised by the empress herself, she felt reassured. With him present, the malevolent entities of the Demon Slayer division seemed trivial. "Your Highness, this place is not suitable for your presence," Yan Ming expressed, a hint of exasperation creeping into his tone. Yet, before he could elaborate, Long Xinzi produced a command token. "By the Empress's decree, I have come to assist Chief Yan in interrogating Wen Hung." As she clarified her true intentions for being there, Yan Ming's gaze shifted between her and Lu Yao. He had indeed discussed this matter with the Empress, who harbored a strong resolve to eradicate the Baiyuan Alliance. The second princess's decree was likely genuine. Ultimately, Yan Ming proposed, "Let Lu Yao enter alone to communicate with Wen Hung. I must accompany him." Long Xinzi protested, dissatisfaction evident in her tone. "Your Highness." Yan Ming had already witnessed Wen Hung's obstinate demeanor. This youth was as stubborn as a mule, having even been threatened with punishment, yet remaining unyielding. Only upon mentioning Lu Yao did he exhibit a flicker of agitation. Now that Lu Yao had finally arrived, the second princess's desire to intrude could easily provoke Wen Hung into a more extreme reaction. Yan Ming has encountered many such offenders and understands their defensive psychology. Only those who are intimately familiar with them can induce a lapse in their vigilance. Is the second princess not being absurd? Upon witnessing this, Lu Yao whispered softly into Long Xinzi's ear. Long Xinzi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really?" "Indeed." Lu Yao nodded affirmatively. Reluctantly, Long Xinzi conceded. "Very well, you may enter alone." Yan Ming, at this level, could hear what Lu Yao had said. Her hushed words were not a secret to him. However, it was surprising that the second princess actually quieted down, refraining from causing a scene. "Yan Xizhong, if you trust me, allow me to enter alone," Lu Yao said to Yan Ming with a calm demeanor. "Agreed," Yan Ming replied. "However, I have a request." Lu Yao continued. "If my senior brother is willing to cooperate, regardless of whether the Baiyuan Alliance is ultimately eradicated, please release him." Yan Ming countered. "I'm afraid that's not feasible." Lu Yao turned on his heel and walked away. "Hey, where are you going?" Long Xinzi called out. "Since my senior brother will not be released whether he cooperates or not, it is better to let him remain imprisoned without any glimmer of hope. I need not become the villain in this matter. One cannot expect a horse to run while withholding its fodder. Where in the world does such a favorable situation exist? How is this being a villain? As a person of the Confucian Tao, you should be well aware of the existence and the significant threat posed by the Baiyuan Alliance. Eradicating the Baiyuan alliance is the duty of every righteous cultivator. This is the responsibility of your Demon Slayer division, not that of my senior brother. My senior brother is merely a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. Although he indeed practices demonic cultivation, he has never taken a life to date. What justification do you have for him to undertake such perilous endeavors for your plan to eradicate the Hundred Abyss Alliance? Is the path of the legalists one that permits the sacrifice of others to achieve one's goals? Lu Yao retorted. Yet Yin Ming replied, indeed. The path of the legalists seeks results over the process. If sacrificing a single individual can bring about peace for the world, then that individual must be sacrificed. Lu Yao and Yin Ming stood in opposition, feeling an overwhelming aura surrounding them, akin to a colossal web of legal principles enveloping her. She felt like a solitary boat tossed about in a storm, relentlessly battered by towering waves, yet she never bowed her head nor relinquished her pride. Even the second princess, Long Xinzi, sensed something amiss in the atmosphere, but found herself rendered speechless, as if frozen in place. Ultimately, it was Yin Ming who broke the silence. However, he may not necessarily be sacrificed. I assure you, if no unforeseen circumstances arise during the process, and he successfully completes the task, I shall release him. This was his concession. Chapter 63. Helplessness. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yao realized the process was fraught with danger. It appeared that I am indeed powerless to assist. She turned and walked away. Yin Ming had his convictions, and so did Lu Yao. After much difficulty, she had brought Wen Heng to the capital and guided him onto the righteous path. Being captured by the Demon Extermination Division and facing punishment was acceptable, as he had erred. Yet to treat him as cannon fodder destined for death was something Lu Yao could not accept. Had she known such a conclusion awaited, she could have resolved matters far more simply, eliminating him outright from the very beginning. Having corrected his path, one must comprehend the dark energy surrounding him. If it cannot be eradicated, given his constitution as a celestial demon, he will inevitably transform into a formidable, malevolent entity. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao gazed at Yin Ming with astonishment. Thus, do you intend to achieve two objectives with one arrow? Not only to send Wen Heng to his demise, but also to eradicate the Baiyuan alliance? Yin Ming indeed harbored such thoughts. However, confronted with Lu Yao's questioning gaze, he sighed deeply. Lu Yao let out a cold laugh. Sixth senior brother, I apologize. I am aware that Wen Heng can hear us. Do not interfere in matters concerning the Baiyuan alliance. I shall petition for the punishment from Lishan Academy. At this moment, Lu Yao was resolute in her departure. Yet she did not turn her back. Long Xinzi, somewhat vexed, thought to herself, it's all your fault. Could you not have soothed her first? Utterly foolish. She shot a glare at Yin Ming before pursuing Lu Yao. Regardless of the circumstances, today she must ensure Lu Yao's safe departure. Meanwhile, Wen Heng, confined in his cell, had certainly overheard the dispute between Lu Yao and Yin Ming. After a brief pause, the 233 system became animated once more. Host. Wen Heng's favorability points have increased by 5. Remarkably high. I momentarily lost track of your intentions. Discounting the previous deduction of 2 points, there remains a net gain of 3 points. Lu Yao's remarks were not mere pleasantries. She genuinely disapproved of Yin Ming's approach. She was capable of dealing with the Baiyuan alliance, but could not accept such an arrangement. As Lu Yao continued her descent, the second princess, Long Xinzi, caught up with her. Lu Yao, how can you leave without a word? Do you not regard this princess? Long Xinzi was on the verge of an outburst. Yet upon noticing Lu Yao's less than pleasant demeanor, she hesitated. Then she remarked, if you do not wish for him to cooperate, so be it. It is of no great consequence. You are now a part of my court, and Yin Ming will not treat you harshly. Lu Yao cast a surprised glance at her. How peculiar. She was undeniably strange. In every unusual occurrence, there lies a deeper mystery, and now Long Xinzi was the embodiment of such a mystery. Should she comply with Long Xinzi to uncover her true intentions? The descent was not particularly challenging due to her prior experiences, and soon she arrived at the first floor, exiting the gates of the Demon Slayer department. After Lu Yao and Long Xinzi boarded the carriage, Long Xinzi discreetly sent out a signal. Her method was somewhat clumsy, prompting Lu Yao to feign ignorance. After Lu Yao departed, the female martial cultivator 11 approached Yin Ming. Did I err? Yin Ming, aware of her identity, inquired. However, the Baiyuan alliance must be eradicated. His Majesty has decreed this, and I concur. Although this young girl is a disciple of a semi-saint and possesses compassion, She lacks the courage to face the scorn of millions. What is the sacrifice of one, especially when that one may become a formidable villain in the future? Striking two birds with one arrow is the essence of true benevolence. Rather than addressing 11, he seemed to be conversing with himself, attempting to persuade his own beliefs. If you genuinely hold such a view, then act upon it, 11 replied coolly. For this is Yan Ming's path. Yan Ming smiled wryly. I fear that may not come to pass. Lu Yao is highly valued by the semi-saint, and Lishan Academy holds her in great esteem. Following her earlier remarks, when Heng's cooperation was minimal, the plan has been scrapped, but what of old Long? When you undertake tasks, you should always leave a path for retreat. The old dragon serves as the second piece on the board. Initially, the executioner claimed that the old dragon conspired with the succubus, and subsequently, after committing heinous acts, he was apprehended by the Demon Extermination Department. Given the laws he contravened, his death would be of little consequence. Yet, the Demon Extermination Department has yet to take action, as both of these demons are connected to the 100 Abyss Alliance. Utilizing them to draw out the snake from its lair remains uncertain in its efficacy. Instead, they veered in the opposite direction, deliberately avoiding the main road and opting for a narrow path that drew them ever closer to the jungle. Long Xinzi could not help but inquire, Your Highness, where are you taking me? Just a casual stroll, came the response. Now that you have become a part of my court, wherever I go, you shall follow. There is no room for questioning. Long Xinzi felt a surge of cleverness at having swiftly devised an excuse to dispel Lu Yao's apprehensions, turning the tables in the process. Indeed, such behavior was characteristic of this headstrong princess. Lu Yao remained unfazed. Should she provoke her, she could instantly retaliate against the second princess. She possessed numerous safeguards, and with the system's upgrade, she had the added ability of timely teleportation. Moreover, combining these with other talismans would yield even greater advantages. With her mind made up, Lu Yao maintained a leisurely demeanor. Observing that Lu Yao ceased her inquiries, Long Xinzi mistakenly believed she had been intimidated by her aura, and a satisfied smirk graced her lips. The carriage sped along, and after a brief half-hour, it turned onto a narrow path at a fork in the road. Soon, they encountered significant resistance. The horses reared, almost throwing the occupants from their seats. Fortunately, Lu Yao managed to steady herself, but the second princess appeared quite flustered, her adornments scattered in disarray. The second princess, having stabilized herself on the horse, promptly leaped down. However, she soon discovered that she was surrounded by a group of unfamiliar individuals, save for a masked youth at the forefront who elicited a flicker of surprise within her. Just as she was about to utter a word, an overpowering scent enveloped her, rendering her slightly dizzy. Lu Yao swiftly covered her nose, intensifying her disorientation as she whimpered like a distressed cat. Who are these people outside? Speak, Lu Yao demanded coldly. Long Xinzi muttered something about a dog servant. If you do not clarify who is out there, I shall mar your visage, Lu Yao warned, brandishing a dagger menacingly near Long Xinzi's face. Terrified, Long Xinzi cried out, "Ah Fei, save me!" Suddenly, the entire carriage was violently shaken apart, and Lu Yao found herself exposed to the gaze of the gathered crowd. Chapter 64. The Reversed Scholar. Qin Fei. As Lu Yao surveyed the assembly around her, she noted their varied attire, which seemed intentionally contrived. Subtle waves of demonic and monstrous energy emanated from them, albeit faintly, suggesting the use of some arcane method to obscure their true nature. The leader among them was a tall figure, even behind a mask. His imposing presence was palpable. Lu Yao, come with us, he spoke with an air of indifference. Lu Yao scrutinized Qin Fei, then glanced at the second princess, Long Xinzi, and suddenly grasped the true identity of her interlocutor. You are Qin Fei? Why forsake your position as the esteemed son-in-law, only to consort with demons and monsters? It seems you have indeed become a reverse scholar. This has nothing to do with you. If you cooperate willingly, we shall not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. He appeared remarkably composed. Although he had been recognized by Lu Yao, what of it? There were numerous people present, and they had learned that Lu Yao was merely a foundational female cultivator. Surely, with such numbers, they could easily deal with her. Lu Yao surveyed her surroundings and, upon inquiring with the system, confirmed that her senior brothers were absent. This revelation astonished her, with her seniors nowhere in sight, and these individuals not seeming to hail from the Yuanma sect. Who were they that took an interest in her? Unless you clarify your intentions, it will be quite challenging for me to cooperate. Lu Yao cautiously remarked. This makes me suspect that you might very well be sent by my eldest senior brother. I shall not accompany you. Consequently, the group exchanged glances. Ultimately, their mission was to take both Lu Yao and Wen Heng away, asserting that they must do so safely and without harm. This indicated that the higher-ups held significant regard for the two. Qin Fei hesitated before asking, "Are you familiar with the Baiyuan Alliance?" "The Baiyuan Alliance?" Lu Yao inquired, perplexed. "I have heard of it. Are you all members of the Baiyuan Alliance?" "Indeed. We are members of the Baiyuan Alliance, and we harbor no ill intent towards you. You are originally from the demonic path and possess remarkable talent. The Baiyuan Alliance is truly the most suitable place for your development, and you will not be treated poorly, unlike at Lishan Academy." After he spoke, he noticed Lu Yao's evident skepticism. After all, she had already garnered recognition from a semi-saint. How could she be easily deceived into believing she was merely a prodigy of the demonic path? "Do you not wish to know what your master is truly like? Just because he has concealed certain truths from you does not imply that you are fit for the righteous path. If you desire to uncover the truth, come with us." Lu Yao found herself genuinely intrigued by his words. In the past, Lu Yao would have undoubtedly perceived her master as the formidable figure from her original impressions, a being of malevolence, who, aside from showing her kindness, committed numerous wicked deeds, perfectly aligning with his characterization as the leader of the Yuanma sect. However, it is intriguing that all 6 of his disciples turned out to be future antagonistic bosses. While an ordinary individual might consider themselves fortunate to acquire a single prodigious disciple, he astonishingly gathered 6 exceptional talents, each a rarity among millions. Even the original body was, in truth, a genius, yet her master seemed reluctant to guide her down the path of darkness, appearing to harbor little hope for her to embark on that journey. Lu Yao found this matter exceedingly curious, though she resolved to uncover the truth gradually, rather than allowing herself to be misled. "I apologize, but your lack of sincerity leaves me questioning whether you are intentionally trying to deceive me," she remarked. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei narrowed his eyes. "So it appears you intend to part ways with us? Unless you divulge your true intentions." Lu Yao expressed her curiosity. "Make your move," Qin Fei commanded. "Why the haste?" As she spoke, Lu Yao hurled several explosive talismans. In an instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the surroundings. Several demons pursued her, but Lu Yao activated a teleportation talisman to flee. Yet, she heard Qin Fei chanting incantations behind her, reciting what seemed to be Confucian scriptures. A black flying sword shot towards Lu Yao. She cast forth a sacred page, radiating golden light, which clashed against the dark sword, obliterating it shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, Lu Yao had already distanced herself significantly with her talisman. The Demon Slayer's bureau was exceedingly secure, and it was likely that Yan Ming had not yet departed. The commotion triggered by the sacred page must have alerted both the Demon Slayer's bureau and the scholars of Lishan Academy. Upon landing, Lu Yao immediately informed the guards and the executioner, "Help. The demons of the Baiyuan Alliance are intent on murder. The princess is in their clutches." Qin Fei suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The holy page. It was once the holy page that had inflicted wounds upon him, leading to his demotion and fracturing his literary spirit. Had it not been for the rescue by the Baiyuan Alliance, he would have long since been destroyed. This time, the holy page had harmed him severely, costing him a crucial means of survival. What a paragon of justice, the Lishan Academy. What a sage of Confucianism, Lu Linyuan. You would rather grant a holy page to a disciple of the demonic path than show me any mercy. Qin Fei was beside himself with frustration. "Young Master Qin, what good is lamenting now? The people have already fled," remarked the faceless man, who had hurriedly set off to pursue Lu Yao upon seeing him escape. Though Lu Yao possessed a talisman for swift movement, they had formidable flying demons on their side. Just as they caught a glimpse of Lu Yao, he vanished into thin air, the commotion caused by the holy page too great to ignore. In the capital, they dared not act openly. The Demon Slayer Division's execution department could not breach their defenses. "We must retreat. If we do not, both the Demon Slayer Division and the Lishan Academy will be upon us," the faceless man urged Qin Fei. Though reluctant, Qin Fei recognized the truth in their words. However, he was gravely injured and needed to lay low for the time being. He cast a glance at Long Xinzi, ultimately deciding against taking her along. This Lu Yao proved far more troublesome than anticipated, and it was no wonder that his several senior brothers had failed to capture her all this time. Yan Ming soon learned of the situation. There was no time to dwell on Lu Yao's previous disregard for him. Rescuing the princess and capturing the Baiyuan alliance members took precedence. Quickly, take me to the scene of the incident. At the Lishan Academy, many distinguished scholars, sensing the disturbance caused by the burning of the sacred pages, sprang into action. Dean Lu furrowed his brow. The burning of the sacred pages signified a grave misfortune for the disciples of Confucianism. This was no trifling matter, for the sacred pages were exceedingly rare. Typically, only the most esteemed scholars managed to accumulate a few, while others, such as the degree holders, might possess some. However, the formidable power exhibited by this instance of the sacred pages undoubtedly indicated the endorsement of a great scholar's literary prowess. Otherwise, such intensity would not have been possible. The necessity of invoking such a life-preserving talisman implied that they had been driven to a desperate situation. Who dared to push the disciples of Confucianism to this extent within the capital? It had been a considerable time since the Lishan Academy faced such provocation. In a flurry, numerous individuals from the academy gathered, preparing to rush to the scene. Even Xie Jing felt the urgency and hastened his pace. Lu Yao, Yin Ming, and 11 arrived at the site of the incident. Scattered across the ground were the bodyguards of the second princess, who had sustained injuries from the earlier turmoil, with only the second princess herself appearing unscathed, as if merely in a deep slumber. In Chapter 65, Investigation, Lu Yao mused that Qin Fei had indeed managed to protect the second princess, a revelation that surprised him regarding their relationship. Meanwhile, Yin Ming and 11 focused intently on examining the traces of the conflict, both the condition of the ground and the direction of the fallen leaves, as well as the scents lingering in the air. There were signs of both demon clans and rebellious scholars present, each possessing formidable strength. After 11 spoke, he cast a glance at Lu Yao, who nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, there was a rebellious scholar wearing a mask. However, the second princess referred to him as a Fei, and he is likely the first young Master Qin Fei who fled at the outset. The others are presumably of demonic origin. After their initial assault, I utilized an explosive talisman, followed by igniting the sacred pages to buy some time, and then hastily employed a teleportation talisman to seek you out. Indeed, 11 nodded. There were traces of the explosive talisman at the scene, as well as remnants of the scorched sacred pages. These sacred pages are extraordinary. Lu Yao has been in close proximity to the half-saint, leading Yin Ming to believe it was the half-saint who provided them. Qin Fei. Yin Ming furrowed his brow, glancing at the unconscious second princess, realizing that she was likely entangled in the current affair. Do you know why the Baiyuan alliance sought you out? Yin Ming shifted the topic. Lu Yao nodded and then shook her head. They claimed they wanted to take me away, but they refused to elaborate on the specifics. I was unwilling, which prompted the altercation. The Baiyuan alliance is indeed peculiar. They reach out to both you and your senior brother, seemingly intent on recruiting individuals from the Yuanma sect, 11 remarked. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao pondered whether other senior brothers had also been approached by the Baiyuan alliance. Yet, Lin Zhanqing and his companions would undoubtedly wish for Lu Yao's demise, and she reciprocated that sentiment. She certainly would not reach out to them again. Though she could contact her third senior brother, the second princess bore no injuries. She had merely been rendered unconscious. It was likely that she would regain consciousness in a few hours. If this incident could be resolved peacefully, then perhaps this great Tang dynasty does not merit her continued presence. Your wisdom is commendable. Yin Ming felt as though he had been outmaneuvered and found himself at a loss for words. 11 could not help but chuckle, having likely witnessed Yin Ming's predicament for the first time. Yin Ming shot her a glare. At this moment, the other members of the Demon Slayer division, clad in their dark red uniforms, descended and collectively bowed to Yin Ming, exclaiming, "My lord." The members of the Demon Slayer division responded in unison, indeed. Following them, the esteemed instructors from Lishan Academy, including the principal, also arrived, leaving Lu Yao astonished at the formidable presence of such influential figures. Was the power of the Holy Page still so formidable? In truth, she had not intended to utilize the Holy Page. However, she did not wish to depart carelessly, allowing the Baiyuan alliance to continue their threats against her. Thus, she resolved to create a considerable commotion, and it seemed the outcome was quite favorable. Both Lishan Academy and the Demon Slayer division worked in concert to restore the scene to a semblance of order. As Lu Yao had predicted, the next step would be to trace the whereabouts of the demons. The sudden appearance of Qin Fei as a counterculture scholar had garnered significant attention from Lishan Academy. How could this be possible? Wasn't his literary heart shattered? Someone remarked. No, there is indeed a possibility. Although his literary heart was broken, I did not immediately destroy his literary palace and literary essence. If we can find sufficient medicinal catalysts, it may still be possible to repair and reconstruct it. Director Lu sighed, reflecting on the oversight. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze towards Xie Jing, concern etched on their faces. With Qin Fei's arrival, trouble for Xie Jing was inevitable, as he represented Qin Fei's deepest unresolved issues. Yet, Xie Jing remained unperturbed. Lu Yao hastily interjected, no need for concern. You are still needed. As she attempted to decline further involvement, Director Lu interjected, neither of you should contest this. It is imperative that neither Lu Yao nor Xie Jing incurs any loss in this matter, as the Holy Page is a product of Lishan Academy. Director Lu was acutely aware of Xie Jing's concern for his future junior sister. However, the presence of a Holy Page merely introduces an additional variable. Xie Jing cannot afford any missteps. Dean Lu's assertion has effectively solidified the situation. Both Lu Yao and Xie Jing could only express their gratitude to Dean Lu, twice. Lu Yao silently added in his heart, counting that occasion with Wen Hang as well. Seizing the moment, Lu Yao proposed, could we bring Wen Hang to Lishan Academy? I will ensure his safety. At that moment, Yan Ming interjected, the Demon Slayer department is, in fact, quite secure. Although Lishan Academy faced issues in the past, and security has been heightened this time, it is still a place of scholars, thus susceptible to infiltration. From a certain perspective, we must prioritize the safety of the students at Lishan Academy. The risk of placing both you and Wen Hang there is too great. Yan Ming's words rang true. Furthermore, it is imperative that either Wen Hang or Lu Yao remains under their control to effectively manage the Baiyuan Alliance. Although the Baiyuan Alliance has met with failure this time, it remains a remnant of a millennium-old demonic sect. Who can predict what formidable figures may emerge upon their return? Lu Yao felt a flicker of understanding within. Yet disappointment lingered. Dean Lu's words were meant to comfort him. Regardless of Yan Ming's perspective, Dean Lu stood by Lu Yao's side. For he is the future disciple of Confucianism. At this juncture, she declared, with me in the Demon Slayer department, they shall not breach our defenses. They would not have spared your senior brother if they intended to take his life. I understand, Sister Shi. I entrust you with my senior brother's safety. She was momentarily taken aback. Sister. She scratched her head, bewildered. It has been many years since anyone has called her sister. She is typically addressed as senior or ancestor. However, observing Lu Yao's sincere expression, she replied with a stoic regarding both the matters of the Baiyuan Alliance and the second princess, Qin Fei. Soon after, Rong Ying, Jian Xiu, and Xia Ning came to visit her. Surrounded by their inquiries, they felt a sense of relief upon learning that she was unharmed. The Baiyuan Alliance is becoming increasingly audacious, daring to orchestrate such bold actions so close to the capital. Thankfully, you were not injured, Rong Ying remarked. It's astonishing that Qin Fei has transformed into a contentious literary figure, and that the second princess is entangled with him, Xia Ning expressed, her words laced with indignation. At this moment, Rong Ying and Jian Xiu exchanged glances, sighing in unison. Rong Ying then elucidated, years ago, the second princess, Long Xinzi, was saved by Qin Fei during an unfortunate incident, which led her to develop feelings for him. Indeed, Qin Fei was exceptional in his youth. Long Xinzi, having lost her father, found her mother, the empress, preoccupied. She was not engaged in governing the realm, but rather in her own cultivation. Feeling a sense of indebtedness towards the second princess, she indulged her, yet lacked the time to care for her attentively, leaving her in the hands of subordinates who dared not interfere, merely indulging her whims. Having everything one could desire throughout her life, Long Xinzi was particularly deprived of affection. Thus, the arrival of Qin Fei appeared to her as a refreshing anomaly. On one hand, he was the most esteemed young man in the capital, distinguished in both intellect and appearance, catering to her vanity. On the other hand, Qin Fei had genuinely treated her with remarkable kindness in the past. They were childhood sweethearts. And Qin Fei had saved her life, occasionally bringing her small surprises and tender emotions that filled her with joy. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident, their relationship might have continued in harmonious resonance. However, due to Qin Fei's actions that led to Xie Jing's downfall and the destruction of Wen Qing, the second princess, Long Xinzi, felt as though the most significant person in her life had been irreparably damaged. She transformed into a different person, becoming reckless and vehement, her demeanor aggressive and fierce. Consequently, Her animosity towards the third princess and Xie Jing intensified. Thus, Rong Ying and Jian Xiu were not surprised by Long Xinxi's behavior upon re-encountering Qin Fei. She disregarded his status and merely sought to retain him at all costs. Lu Yao listened with a sense of melancholy. It seemed that Qin Fei harbored genuine feelings for the second princess, for he had not allowed her to be harmed this time. Although he had manipulated her, he also aimed to extricate her from danger, rendering her unconscious at the critical moment to shield her from the truth. Nevertheless, it was an undeniable fact that Qin Fei had succumbed to darkness, descending into the realm of treacherous scholars. The second princess, fully aware of his dubious nature, still chose to assist him recklessly, thus bearing her share of responsibility. Yet Jian Xiu remarked, "Ah Yao, even if Yin Ming were to justly address the second princess's situation, he would still be unable to resist the emperor's will. You have previously threatened the second princess. It is likely she will soon be released, and when that happens, she will seek you out." Lu Yao understood this reality as well. If it were to come to pass, she could simply walk away, though she felt a pang of guilt towards Mr. Lu Linyuan. Moreover, she wished to strive to rescue Wen Hong. A profound silence enveloped them all. Before long, Rong Ying, Jian Xiu, and Xia Ning took their leave. Lu Yao personally escorted them to the door, only to find that at that moment, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Princess Long Xinyan had come to visit. This was intended to soothe her emotions. "I truly did not anticipate that my second sister could be so muddled. You have been wronged in this matter. Thank you for your concern, Princess. I wonder how the second princess is faring now." Lu Yao was eager to know about Long Xinxi. "She remains at the demon-slaying division. The Empress has instructed her to reflect on her actions." Upon hearing this, Long Xinyan expressed some regret. "My second sister is at fault. I apologize on her behalf." She presented a seed. "This is a peculiar seed I received earlier. No one could identify it, and it has not germinated. Considering your affinity for wood element spiritual roots, I thought to gift it to you." Lu Yao examined the seed closely. It seemed somewhat familiar. It felt cool to the touch in her palm. She sensed that it might not hold much potential for her, yet the princess's goodwill was evident. "Thank you, Princess. There is no need for such formality between us." Seeing Lu Yao accept the gift, the princess felt relieved. The crown prince then remarked, "There is another matter. Song Yuanshan has also been seduced by Qin Fei, nearly becoming a traitorous scholar. With these two matters settled, it only remains to capture the individuals involved." Long Xinyan nodded in agreement. "There is no need for excessive worry now. If they do not reveal themselves in the shadows, it is indeed uncertain when they might act. However, now that they have exposed themselves, the demon-slaying division and Lishan Academy will undoubtedly apprehend them. It is merely a matter of time." The two siblings exchanged comforting words with Lu Yao, who smiled faintly, yet the shadow enveloping her heart remained unlifted. However, she chose not to voice her thoughts any further. Shortly after, a retainer of the crown prince entered and whispered something to him, causing a flicker of surprise to cross his face before he took his leave. Lu Yao was still in a daze when Long Xinyan remarked, "It is Zhuai Yunyan, the disciple of the Qin Shi, who has been betrothed to my elder brother. In a few days, I shall take you to meet him." At that moment, Lu Yao's understanding dawned upon her, and she responded with a simple, "Good." Long Xinyan conversed with Lu Yao for a while longer before departing. Yet, once she left, Lu Yao sought the seed that Long Xinyan had given her, only to find it had vanished without a trace, as if it had evaporated into thin air. It had been securely cradled in her palm just moments before. How peculiar. However, as she felt a sudden warmth in her palm and opened her hand, she discovered an imprint of a flower, vividly red and stunning. What could this be? She pondered, attempting to touch it, but her fingers met nothing. The flower's imprint quickly faded until it completely disappeared. Lu Yao examined her hand for a long while, unable to discern its meaning. She decided to employ the entwining technique, and upon casting forth her vines, they ensnared the entire door and windows, seemingly with greater potency. Yet, this was the Li Mountain Academy, a domain not her own, and she hesitated to experiment with other skills. She felt that the seed bestowed by the third princess was not a detriment. Rather, it seemed to complement the one her master had planted within her body, meant to be used in tandem. Perhaps in time, she would uncover its purpose. For now, she chose to set it aside and contacted her third senior brother, a decision that stirred a twinge of unease within her. She merely inquired if the data of the third senior brother was functioning normally. She took stock of her own hidden cards. The life-saving sacred page before her was a gift from Dean Liu, and she possessed a disposable substitute artifact, However, the opportunity to use the portal was lost, as she currently only had a scant amount of points, insufficient to activate it. Observing this, she felt a modicum of reassurance. The pressing matter remained her cultivation, while the affairs of the Baiyuan Alliance were in the capable hands of the Imperial Demon-Slaying Department and Lishan Academy. Lu Yao entered a meditative state. After a considerable time, she was startled awake by the commotion emanating from the communication talisman. Chapter 67. Contacting the third senior brother, she heard the robust voice of third senior brother Lung Yifeng. Junior sister, have you encountered some trouble? Is someone bullying you? I was previously engaged in a duel, and I have finally emerged victorious. If anyone dares to trouble you, simply inform me of your location, and I shall come to your aid. The vigor in his voice resonated deeply. She wondered whom he had challenged this time. His indifferent attitude towards life and death, coupled with his tenacity, indeed aligned with the nature of a sword cultivator, yet it remained perilously reckless. I am fine, Lu Yao thought, feeling a surge of joy. At the very least, third senior brother still cared for her and was the first to inquire if she had been wronged, indicating that her previous efforts were not in vain. By the way, third senior brother, have any unusual individuals approached you recently? Are you aware of the situation regarding the Yuanma sect? There are indeed many seeking vengeance against me. However, none pose a challenge. Strangely enough, no peculiarities have arisen. What has happened with the Yuanma sect? With elder brother and second brother around, who would dare to cause trouble? Lung Yifeng responded, somewhat bewildered. It appears that Lin Zhanxing has neither contacted him nor informed him about the destruction of his demon pact. Third senior brother, should anyone approach you to join the 100 Abyss Alliance, you must remain vigilant and preferably inform me at the earliest opportunity. Understood. Furthermore, seeking challenges from others in order to hone one's sword intent is not the most commendable method. Such an approach merely allows one to mimic techniques from another's sword intent, failing to cultivate one's true sword path. Lu Yao does not wish for third senior brother Lung Yifeng to incessantly seek out challenges. Even if he were to conquer Lung Yifeng, he would still be perpetuating slaughter. What, then, distinguishes him from a villain who refuses to be subdued? Upon hearing Lu Yao's words, Lung Yifeng found them to possess some merit. However, how can one refine the purest sword intent without engaging in challenges? There exist two methods, the water refinement technique and the thunder refinement technique. It all depends on whether my senior brother can endure solitude. These methods are not mere fabrications of Lu Yao's imagination, for within the legacy left by our master, there indeed exist advanced sword techniques, including the water refinement and thunder refinement techniques. The difficulty of the water refinement technique lies in the resistance of water, which renders sword intent uncontrollable within its depths. No matter how formidable a swordsman may be, they cannot fully unleash their power underwater. Conversely, if one can navigate deftly beneath the surface, they may cultivate a sword intent capable of shattering myriad techniques. The thunder refinement technique involves tempering one's sword path with the force of lightning. In essence, it is to allow the thunder to strike oneself, thereby comprehending one's sword path amidst the tumult of thunderous might. Both methods are akin to self-mortification in their training approach. Yet, what swordsman is free from the burden of self-discipline? After Lu Yao concluded his explanation, Lung Yifeng experienced a moment of enlightenment. Originally, the water refinement technique required one to venture into the depths of the abyssal whirlpool. Previously, I had only traversed waterfalls for my cultivation. I comprehend everything you have said. Thank you, little junior sister. Cold Yifeng felt as though he had attained a profound realization and was eager to depart. With a beep, the system notified him of an increase in favorability points. Host, had I known earlier, I would have shown concern for Cold Yifeng daily. It appears we have missed out on numerous points. The system was quite exhilarated. However, Lu Yao remained unperturbed, understanding that Cold Yifeng was unlike others. Mere expressions of concern would not sway him. As a swordsman solely interested in cultivation, only genuine assistance would elevate his favorability. The two did not continue their conversation, as Cold Yifeng expressed his intention to journey to the South Sea. Lu Yao pondered on the South Sea, which lay far from Tang Kingdom, surmising that the 100 Abyss Alliance would likely not locate Cold Yifeng. Unbeknownst to them, as Cold Yifeng departed from Yunma Manor, the members of the 100 Abyss Alliance arrived shortly thereafter. Where is Cold Yifeng? The members of the 100 Abyss Alliance approached with great intensity, causing a sense of trepidation to pervade Yunma Manor. Their lord had been defeated by Cold Yifeng, and even the ancestral figure, emerging from seclusion, was no match for him. Had it not been for their timely display of submission, which rendered cold Yifeng disinterested, it was likely that both would have met their demise at his hands. Even so, the situation for the ancestral figure of Yunma Manor remained dire. After all, he was already nearing the end of his lifespan and had recklessly engaged cold Yifeng with the last of his vitality, ultimately leading to his own decline. This fiend had only just departed. Subsequently, the members of the 100 Abyss Alliance hurriedly set out in pursuit. Lu Yao was unaware of this matter. Having confirmed the safety of Lung Yifeng, she finally felt a sense of relief. She began to immerse herself in her cultivation. Holding a peach in her hand, she took a generous bite, savoring its sweetness. She decided to indulge herself this time and eat too. A few days later, a significant announcement echoed throughout the capital. The betrothal between the Crown Prince Long Hengshuan and the future Crown Princess Zui Yunyan had been dissolved. The entire city was abuzz with speculation, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The Saint of the Qin arrived at Lishan Academy, yet this time, Director Liu astonishingly chose not to welcome him, opting instead to shut the doors and remain unseen. The initiative for the annulment of the engagement had indeed come from Zui Yunyan herself. She believed that having embarked on the path of greatness, she could no longer confine herself within the confines of the Tang dynasty's harem. It was not that Crown Prince Long Hengshuan was lacking. In their youth, they had harbored mutual affection. However, as she delved into the art of the Qin and witnessed the vastness of the heavens and seas, she realized that beyond the Tang dynasty lay an even broader world, rendering it impossible for her to be content as a crown princess. She was aware that the dissolution of the engagement would not come without consequences, and the Zhou family was understandably alarmed. Nevertheless, her master supported her decision. Thus, she arranged a meeting with the crown prince to express her intentions. Should the Zhou family proceed with the annulment, the empress would not spare them, for this was a bestowed marriage. Initially, the empress had specifically promised Zui Yunyan the opportunity to study under the Saint of the Qin for 3 years. Yet now, with Zui Yunyan defying the imperial decree, the empress would undoubtedly be enraged upon learning of this. Zui Yunyan sought counsel from the crown prince, who, being gentle in demeanor, inquired about her true feelings. Zui Yunyan resolutely declared her decision to sever all romantic ties. If I am to experience love in this life, it can only be in companionship with my Qin. Should the crown prince wield imperial authority to coerce me or my family, even if I acquiesce, it would merely result in a union of resentment. The crown prince, perceiving her resolute intentions, proclaimed, "I shall fulfill your wishes." The empress, consumed by fury, was met with the crown prince's admission of his prior faults, confessing that after 3 years of Left Yunyan's absence, he could no longer suppress his affections for another. In an instant, the empress struck him across the face. These events were later revealed to Director Liu. The crown prince, though not a prodigy in academia, had grasped the essence of Confucianism, embodying the principles of benevolence and righteousness, which led Director Liu to accept him as his disciple. Left Yunyan sought to dissolve her betrothal for her own freedom, yet she could not shield the Left family from peril. The imperial lineage boasted 3 ancestors and several royal uncles, not merely a single sovereign. Their wrath was a burden the Left family could scarcely endure, and even the sage of the Guqin could not overlook it. Thus, Left Yunyan beseeched the crown prince to grant her liberation. Her reluctance to annul the engagement, hoping the crown prince would, was indeed a deliberate stratagem. The crown prince, discerning her intentions, remained willing to comply, a testament to his character. Director Liu, feeling that his pupil had been wronged, resolved to avoid any further encounters with the sage of the Guqin. Chapter 68. The sealed object had long escaped the outside world, remained oblivious to the intricacies of these occurrences, pitying Left Yunyan for her unjustified dissolution of engagement while lamenting the Left family's misfortunes. Some, possessing a keen political instinct, hastily connected this incident to the 100 Abysses alliance, speculating that the Left family must have ties to them, thus inciting the emperor's disdain. Consequently, various rumors began to circulate. Meanwhile, a liaison point of the demon-slaying department, the Illusion Array Pavilion, was dismantled without garnering much attention, as the city's gossip was predominantly fixated on the crown prince. Yet, at this juncture, the sage of the Guqin and Left Yunyan unexpectedly sought an audience with Lu Yaoyao, much to his astonishment. They were escorted by the deputy supervisor, Yin Fengfeng. Lu Yaoyao? This is the sage of the Guqin. The fragrance of the year graced Lu Yao. At first glance, Lu Yao perceived the Qinshi as remarkably youthful. However, This was merely a fade. Having attained sainthood, his lifespan had significantly increased, and though he appeared to be in his 20s, he exuded an aura of a senior, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. His presence inspired no trace of disdain. Beside him stood an ethereal beauty, as serene as an orchid in a secluded valley, cradling a guqin in her arms. Clad in pure white, her attire was as immaculate as fresh snow, truly breathtaking and otherworldly. Lu Yao recognized her as Zui Yunyan. Having met the Qinshi before, Lu Yao offered a respectful gesture. There is no need for excessive formalities. I am acquainted with Lu Lin Yuan, the Qinshi replied. Lu Yao then inquired, as a junior, I am not well versed in music theory or melody. May I ask why the Qinshi has come to visit me? Lu Yao. Nian Finfang shot her a glance, reminding her that the Qinshi was indeed a saint. How could one speak so? Yet the Qinshi merely chuckled. It is natural for her to have questions. I have indeed come because your teacher has messages to convey to you. Teacher? Lu Yao paused, quickly recalling the semi-saint Lu Lin Yuan. Is it the semi-saint? Indeed. The Qinshi nodded and then addressed Nian Finfang. You may step outside, and Yunyan as well. After a brief exchange of glances with Lu Yao, Nian Finfang and Zui Yunyan exited together. Within the room, only the Qinshi and Lu Yao remained. The Qinshi observed the words inscribed on Lu Yao's desk. The Song of Righteousness? No wonder Lu Lin Yuan holds you in such high regard. The words, combined with the poetry, emanate a sense of justice and integrity, remarkable for their proud spirit, executed with a mastery akin to iron writing on silver hooks, penetrating deeply into the wood. Lu Yao's calligraphy exudes a profound strength and delicate beauty, a remarkable blend indeed. This is attributed to her prior experience of over a decade in practicing calligraphy, coupled with the Taoist arts she has cultivated in this life, which intertwines with Confucian righteousness. Such unique insights have greatly enhanced her writing. You flatter me, esteemed teacher. I am but a humble disciple. After expressing her modesty, Lu Yao could not restrain her curiosity. Might I inquire what instructions the teacher conveyed to you regarding me? Upon hearing this, the Qinshi set aside his writing. After a brief pause, he replied, I have indeed heard of this matter. Lu Yao continued, Zhang Bai is your student, correct? Yes, the Qinshi responded, seemingly reluctant to elaborate on Zhang Bai, perhaps due to the disappointment stemming from Zhang Bai's transformation into a controversial scholar. However, he then broached another topic. Are you aware that the sealing artifact from Chushui Lake has gone missing? Missing? That cannot be. Lu Yao exclaimed, taken aback. The dean stated it was secure. It was a revelation that even Lu Zhenyuan was unaware of. On that day, there were two sealing artifacts at Chushui Lake. One was a demonic sacred instrument, the infamous sword, Chen Yuan, from the Bai Yuan demon sect. The other was a remnant soul bound to Chen Yuan. While the sword remained undisturbed at the valley's depths, the remnant soul had vanished. Upon reaching this point, the Qinshi could see Lu Yao's astonishment. The remnant soul? Could it belong to the leader of the Bai Yuan demon sect? The Qinshi sighed in response. Even someone of his stature found the situation daunting. Encountering such a dark entity was best avoided at all costs. Yet suddenly, Lu Yao's thoughts drifted to Wen Heng and Qin Xiuyang. On that day, the first to encounter Chushui Lake could possibly have been someone secretly colluding with the Bai Yuan alliance. However, on the surface, it was likely just the two of them. Qin Xiuyang and Zhang Bai were close friends. Undoubtedly, he would have recklessly rushed to rescue his companion, perhaps even falling victim to possession at that moment. Yet, upon reflection, he had already entered the sacred temple, where the aura of sanctity and the righteous energies of heaven and earth prevailed, rendering demons and monsters unable to escape. It was rather Wen Heng, whose constitution naturally attracted peculiar entities, who stirred some unease within me as I inquired, is your visit today related to my senior brother? No, it concerns Qin Xiuyang. The Qinshi revealed, unveiling astonishing news. Lu Yao was taken aback. What has become of Mr. Chen? Before he entered the sacred temple, that entity had already departed. After his entry, the residual demonic energy within him astonished the sages from other nations, prompting your teacher, the semi-saint Lu Lin Yuan, to investigate this matter. Does Dean Lu know? Lu Yao queried, only to realize the folly of her question. How could Dean Lu be unaware? Perhaps it was only she at her level who remained uninformed. Is Mr. Chen all right? Upon hearing this, Lu Yao felt a wave of relief. She had genuinely feared for Mr. Qin Xiuyang's safety. What then? Is the purpose of your visit today? Lu Yao countered, recognizing that such significant matters were beyond her purview. The Bai Yuan Alliance has taken your senior brothers away. Are you aware of this? Except for your sixth senior brother, the others at the Yuan Mo sect have been taken. Your senior brothers are all exceptionally gifted talents in the realm of magic, making them the most suitable candidates for the possession of residual souls. This is merely one aspect. Furthermore, there exists a belief in the Tianhua continent regarding the emergence of the seven fiends and the arrival of celestial demons. And your senior brothers align remarkably with these criteria. Lu Yao, upon hearing the term seven fiends, became particularly sensitive, fearing that she too might be included in this categorization. Chapter 69. The exchange of the celestial demon contract. I am aware that you possess their celestial demon contract. I can endeavor to fulfill your desires in exchange for it. The Saint of the Qin stated. Lu Yao exhaled in relief, grateful that the matter was not directed at her. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, My eldest senior brother's celestial demon contract has been destroyed. Lu Yao began to pace, feigning deep thought, while the Saint of the Qins patiently refrained from interrupting her contemplation. Although her eldest brother's celestial demon contract was indeed destroyed, he had been taken by the Bai Yuan Alliance, which explained why his strength was gradually being restored. Truly, the Bai Yuan Alliance was formidable. Even someone like Qin Fei, who had shattered his literary spirit, could be transformed into a rebellious scholar. Given time, her eldest brother might very well regain his power. This realization plunged her further into a passive predicament. Currently, her only alliances were with her third senior brother, and she had already made progress in gaining the favor of her sixth senior brother, Wen Hang. Although Wen Hang was somewhat unpredictable, he was under the jurisdiction of the demon-slaying division and posed little threat. Lu Yao did not intend to eliminate her. Aside from these two, her second senior brother was a cunning and smiling tiger, a presence that demanded caution. The fourth, fifth, and eldest brothers were all equally perilous, each encounter with them posing a lethal risk, leaving her with no means of strategy. At this moment, the system notified that the fourth and fifth senior brothers had gained 3 additional points in their growth. How could their progress be so rapid? Lu Yao inquired of the 233 system. The system replied, The distance is too great. I cannot detect the cause. Although the 233 system stated this, Lu Yao could surmise that it was likely related to the Bai Yuan Alliance. The first senior brother was gradually regaining strength within the Bai Yuan Alliance, and the fourth and fifth senior brothers were experiencing a sudden surge in power there. Yet, it seemed absurd to hear the system announce such an unexpected increase in their growth. Lu Yao's sense of crisis intensified. After much contemplation, she seemed to have made a firm resolution and gazed earnestly at the Qin. The only thing I can offer you is the Tianma contract of my second, fourth, and fifth senior brothers. However, can you truly grant me any request? The Qin nodded. Requests must not harm the human race, and should remain within my capabilities. Very well, I wish to grow stronger and break through to the golden core stage. As long as I can become stronger, I will offer you the Tianma contract. Upon hearing Lu Yao's request, the Qin recognized the determination reflected in her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he said, A foundation built in a day will not endure. The path of cultivation requires time and effort. One must establish a solid base for future progress to come naturally. Without a firm foundation, all aspirations are mere castles in the air. Do you understand? I understand. Lu Yao replied. Good, then I must take some time to contemplate this matter. At present, there is no suitable opportunity for Lu Yao to make a breakthrough. I am aware of a place, albeit perilous, where opportunity and challenge coexist. Should you manage to enter and emerge alive, the prospect of a golden core breakthrough would be within reach, with the time frame set for mid-next month. It will last for a month. I wonder if you are willing to embark on this journey? After a moment of contemplation, Qin inquired of Lu Yao. Cultivating oneself is, after all, an endeavor against the heavens. Regardless of whether one is of the demon race, the magical race, or the human race, there is no room for complacency in this matter. Thus, I fear no risks. Master, please reveal the location. Very well, but this matter must first be communicated to your teacher, Lu Linyuan. Only with his consent can you proceed. Upon witnessing Lu Yao's determination, Qin felt that perhaps this journey would indeed be beneficial for her. Qin could not help but chuckle at the words. You need not worry about that. Regardless of success or failure, the blame shall never fall upon you. Relieved, Lu Yao did not immediately present the heavenly demon contract. This small concern of hers was insignificant in the eyes of Qin, who could easily accommodate it. Lu Yao then sighed in relief. Shortly after Qinshir's exit, Zui Yunyan inquired of her. Did she agree to provide us with the heavenly demon contract? Zui Yunyan furrowed her brows. What are the conditions? She desires to grow stronger. And I have consented to allow her to accompany you to the spirit mirror. Once inside, you must take good care of her. Upon hearing this, Zui Yunyan expressed her discontent. But we only have 3 slots. One must go to the crown prince, and another should rightfully belong to our senior brothers and sisters. Now, we are giving another to her. The spiritual realm was a gift bestowed upon the saint of the Qings, who, with the resonance of his zither, repelled the demonic assault against the Qinglan clan. In gratitude, the clan granted the saint 3 quotas. Initially, the saint intended to bestow these upon his own disciples. However, when Zui Yunyan decided to annul her engagement with the crown prince, she felt an inherent sense of guilt. Although the crown prince required no form of compensation, the saint nonetheless allocated one of the quotas to him, leaving it to the crown prince to determine its fate. Zui Yunyan had already felt remorse for her actions towards her fellow disciples, yet the last quota was unexpectedly claimed by Lu Yao. Very well, your fellow disciples have their own destinies. In the future, she shall be under the tutelage of the half-saint, thus becoming your junior sister. Let us depart. Shortly after their exit, Dean Lu summoned Lu Yao. Surprisingly, Dean Lu appeared remarkably composed, as if he were already aware of the circumstances. Dean Lu, I have entered into a transaction with the Saint of the Qings. I apologize for this. Lu Yao recognized the lingering resentment Dean Lu harbored towards the saint. However, she firmly believed that her agreement was made with integrity, trusting that the saint, as a figure of high moral standing, would not deceive her. Yet, she also yearned for someone to oversee her actions, such as Dean Lu or her yet-to-be-served teacher, Lu Linyuan. You are willing to relinquish the heavenly demon contract for the benefit of humanity. How could I possibly blame you? While I lament Zui Yunyan's decision to cancel the engagement without offering the crown prince any respite, I understand that since her heart is no longer in it, forcing a union would only yield bitterness. In truth, the Saint of the Qings has revealed this place to the crown prince as well. Did he not provide you with a token? Chapter 70. The Stone of the Spiritual Realm. Lu Yao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he did. She produced the token. Indeed, this is the spirit stone of the Qinglan clan, the sole artifact that grants access to the spirit realm. What is the Qinglan clan? Lu Yao inquired with curiosity. The Qinglan clan is an ancient shamanic lineage, renowned for their extraordinary physical strength. Both men and women of this clan possess a stature far surpassing our own. In the ancient era, abundant spiritual energy allowed them to awaken the blood of the demon gods. They followed the path of physical cultivation, excelling in sheer strength. However, a small faction among them pursued the path of shamanic medicine, stemming from the land where the ancient shamans thrived, abundant with spiritual herbs. As the ancient epoch waned and humanity ascended alongside the rise of demons, numerous conflicts erupted, shattering and subsequently reconstituting the order of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy gradually diminished from its former might, and the number of those capable of awakening the bloodline of the demon gods within the shamanic clan dwindled significantly. They retreated from the struggles between humans, demons, and monsters, seeking refuge in the southern region of Qinglan, thus forming the present-day Qinglan clan. Legend has it that the ancestors of the Qinglan clan, revered sages of the shamanic lineage, endeavored to preserve their bloodline and foster development by designating the most prosperous region of the ancient era as a secret realm, ensuring it remained for the elite descendants of the clan to cultivate in the future. The spirit realm of the Qinglan clan is that very secret realm, initially accessible every 3 years, now every decade. The spiritual energy within has significantly waned, and more crucially, it harbors the latent threat of ancient beasts left from bygone times. The Qinglan clan requires its members to be thoroughly prepared before entering. Inadequate preparation could lead to the tragic downfall of exceptional descendants if they fail to awaken their divine forms. Lu Yao listened intently, noting the considerable risks involved. If such dangers exist, why do the members of the Qinglan clan revere it as a sacred realm? The answer, of course, lies in the potential benefits. This particular domain is renowned for yielding ancient spiritual herbs, some of which can enhance cultivation directly without the need to expel impurities, thus attracting many seekers. So that explains it. It seems that the Saint of the Qing was not deceiving her after all. Lu Yao inquired further, will the crown prince attend? Dean Lu shook his head. It is uncertain. With Zui Yunyan present, he may choose not to go. He has been somewhat despondent lately. Perhaps you could encourage him when you have the chance. Lu Yao agreed. After all, this was an event scheduled for mid-next month, providing ample time for preparation. She possessed several trump cards, including the sacred pages replenished by Dean Liu, as well as explosive talismans, swift movement charms, and disposable substitute items. Most importantly, her third senior brother had granted her 2 points of strategy value, affording her another opportunity for teleportation. However, she remained unaware of the formations and rules within the secret realm. If they were too formidable, she might find herself unable to be teleported out. Upon returning to the Zhuwei Pavilion, she contacted her third senior brother again, only to find that the usually composed Lung Yifeng sounded rather urgent this time. Junior sister, someone has truly approached me, insisting I join some ridiculous organization called the Baiyuan Alliance. Lu Yao's heart sank instantly. The Baiyuan Alliance had taken away his senior brothers, first, second, fourth, and fifth. Was it truly necessary to gather a sixth? No, that included himself. The 7 fiends were all in this together. Lu Yao felt a profound resistance within. Third brother, did you agree? Of course I did not. He replied. I fought with them, killed 3, and 1 managed to escape. However, this time, I was forced to unleash my demonic form. Can you tell me, has the Baiyuan Alliance come after you as well? Cold Yifeng, the third brother, was not foolish. He simply devoted most of his time to cultivation, often refraining from pondering too deeply about certain matters. Yet this time was different. The Baiyuan Alliance sought him out, employing formidable strength. Though he had slain 3 of their members, what would happen next? What if they dispatched a nascent soul expert? Both Cold Yifeng and Lu Yao were cognizant of this possibility. Regardless of the truth, Lu Yao needed to ensure that Cold Yifeng would not lean towards the Baiyuan Alliance. Cold Yifeng's favorability level, 1. Well, I will be fine. You need not worry too much about me. By the way, where will you go next? I will still head to the South Sea, but I will take a detour to avoid detection. Then be careful, Lu Yao urged. You too. Soon after, both parties severed their connection. Days slipped by in the blink of an eye. 7 or 8 had passed. The peaches had been consumed, and Lu Yao's strength was still a bit shy of the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Nevertheless, he was confident that it would only be a matter of days. There had been no movements from the Baiyuan Alliance regarding the Demon Slayer department. Perhaps there were developments that had not been disclosed. In any case, it seemed as though the Baiyuan Alliance had once again fallen silent. Outside the capital, certain provinces have gradually reported a series of troubling incidents. In some villages, individuals have inexplicably vanished, while others engage in sinister cult rituals. The Demon Extermination Division is tirelessly pursuing these matters. Meanwhile, the number of homicides in the capital has surged. Xian Ning accompanies GNCU in their investigation, yet the leads are scant. Much like previous cases, they are unable to uncover any souls, leaving them entirely in the dark regarding the perpetrator's methods. Every time Lu Yao hears these accounts, she senses a connection to malevolent forces. Rong-Ying shares this sentiment, but adds, if this is indeed linked to demons, how can they conceal their abnormalities in the presence of the Demon Extermination Division and so many martial practitioners from Lishan Academy? Upon her statement, Lu Yao finds herself at a loss for an explanation. She is not adept at solving cases and feels powerless to contribute. She merely inquires, have we notified the Demon Extermination Division? Initially, they were informed, and agents from the division assessed the situation, concluding it to be the work of humans rather than demons. Now, occupied with other matters, they have ceased their visits. Lu Yao ponders that after days of cultivation, it would be wise to take a break and engage in some activities. She decides to accompany Rong-Ying in hopes of being of assistance. Chapter 71. An act of defiance. After Xie Jing spoke, Lu Yao felt a surge of joy. She cast an apologetic glance at Rong-Ying, saying, Lu Yao shared the same sentiment. Then I shall take my leave for now and accompany you another day. All right. The two waved goodbye, parting ways. Lu Yao entered the carriage with Xie Jing, who remarked, I suppose I should now address you as junior sister. Lu Yao smiled, replying, let us wait until the formal apprenticeship is established. Lu Yao inquired once more, I have been in seclusion for a few days, unaware of the third princess's current state. She has been assisting the crown prince with governmental affairs, Xie Jing responded. I had anticipated that the crown prince would gradually release his lingering attachment. Given that Zui Yunyan has been so resolute, why should he continue to dwell on her? She appears to be doing somewhat better. Her spirits have notably improved of late. Then I shall pay her a visit tomorrow, Lu Yao declared. At that moment, however, They were suddenly jolted as the carriage was struck, causing it to lurch. The coachman immediately pulled the reins to steady the horses. Both Lu Yao and Xie Jing were taken aback. Was there unrest in the capital at this hour? Xie Jing drew back the curtain, only to behold the second princess, Long Xinxi, astride a fine mount of chestnut horses, resplendent in her crimson attire, exuding an air of arrogance and defiance. Second princess, Xie Jing thought to himself, recalling that she had been released just the day prior, and he felt a pang of trepidation. Long Xinxi cast a fleeting glance at Xie Jing, but disregarded him entirely. Lu Yao, come out at once. Ultimately, her ire was directed not at Xie Jing, but at Lu Yao. Xie Jing exchanged a glance with Lu Yao, preparing to step out and placate Long Xinxi. But Lu Yao restrained him. I shall confront her. She stepped forth resolutely. Upon seeing Lu Yao emerge, Long Xinxi lashed out with her whip, only for it to be ensnared by the vines that sprouted forth from Lu Yao's hand. Is the second princess summoning me to engage in this contest? Lu Yao arched an eyebrow at Long Xinxi. Long Xinxi attempted to withdraw the whip, but found it firmly entangled, the verdant tendrils creeping ever closer to her grasp, prompting her to abandon the whip in fright. You are insufferable. Long Xinxi was infuriated. How had she failed to see that Lu Yao was toying with her? If the second princess had no further matters to attend to, then she would take her leave. Lu Yao surmised that Long Xinxi was harboring resentment from their previous encounter. Yet, what did that matter? Her collusion with the Baiyuan alliance posed a far graver issue. It was astonishing that she was released so swiftly. The Empress truly favored her. Without a second thought, Lu Yao turned to avoid witnessing Long Xinxi's impending fury. Lu Yao, you once amused yourself at my expense and sought to mar my visage. Today, you shall meet your demise. Suddenly, she hurled a Dan Shu Tai Quan, enveloping Lu Yao in a blinding radiance, rendering her as if frozen in place. At that moment, Xie Jing beheld Long Xinxi invoking the Dan Shu Tai Quan, a formidable artifact that only those of royal blood could wield. How could Her Majesty bestow such an item upon Long Xinxi? It was madness for her to have produced it. Xie Jing promptly engaged in a verbal duel, and the atmosphere around them crackled with tension. Acting decisively, she activated a disposable substitute prop, breaking free from her restraints and swiftly darting to confront Long Xinxi, delivering a forceful blow to unseat her. You insolent wretch, dare you strike at me? However, in the next instant, Lu Yao aimed to deliver a crippling blow to her dantian, only to be halted by Xie Jing's intervention. No, Yao? At that moment, the second princess, Long Xinxi, felt a flicker of trepidation as she met Lu Yao's fierce gaze. What lurks within the Dan Shu Tai Quan, watching me? Lu Yao inquired. Let us not discuss it here. We must seek the guidance of our teacher, Xie Jing urged Lu Yao. Lu Yao nodded slightly. She was unafraid of Long Xinxi, merely a frivolous princess, nor did she fear the Empress inciting unrest across the realm. Her only reluctance stemmed from parting with those who genuinely cared for her, namely Lu Linyuan. As Lu Yao and Xie Jing prepared to depart, Long Xinxi attempted to call them back, but the Dan Shu Tai Quan had already fallen. The streets were filled with individuals trembling under its influence. Some knelt on the ground, while others foamed at the mouth. Her former attendants fared little better, and she dared not call out to Lu Yao again. At that moment, the personnel from the demon-slaying department arrived late, led by the stern and resolute Xizheng Yanming. Seeing Yanming approach gave Long Xinxi a semblance of confidence, prompting her to scramble forward and exclaim, Sir Yan, please help me apprehend Lu Yao. She has just acted against me, and everyone witnessed it. Upon meeting Yanming's gaze, Lu Yao replied coldly, let us not overlook the fact that the second princess wielded the Dan Shu Tai Quan, a weapon of authority, against me, causing harm to others as well. What you once mentioned about handling matters impartially now appears as nothing but a jest. Your principles, it seems, hold no weight in the face of privilege. Her words struck a deep chord within Yanming, causing turmoil in his heart and shaking his very convictions. You possess a sharp tongue, Yanming retorted, visibly displeased. Lu Yao invoked Lu Linyuan's name, to which Xie Jing added, not only is our teacher awaiting you, but also accompanying him is the esteemed Chongqing from the Qingyun sect, who specifically requests to meet you due to your remarkable innate talent as a wood element spiritual root. Lu Yao's eyes lit up at this revelation, as she had long held an interest in the Qingyun sect. Previously, due to the persuasion of Mr. Lu Linyuan, she decided to remain in the Tang dynasty. However, she never expected to encounter someone from the Qingyun sect once again, particularly the esteemed Master Chongqing of Mufeng. Xie Jing and Lu Yao stood in opposition to Yin Ming, who soon commanded his subordinates to clear a path. Yet, as Lu Yao departed, Long Xinzi behind him began to lose her composure. "Halt, Lu Yao! Stand still!" she cried. "Yin Ming, you are shielding him, abusing your power and disregarding my well-being. I shall enter the palace and inform the Empress Mother. This is infuriating." Nevertheless, Yin Ming remained unmoved. "Tomorrow, the new chapter will be released. I hope everyone will lend their support to the initial launch. Thank you to the readers who have reached this point, and my heartfelt gratitude to my editor, Xing Ren, who is quite soft-hearted and responsible." Chapter 72. Regarding the new book has been published, The Shocking Identity of the Beloved Disciple. It is said that the wicked sorceress has committed heinous acts, devoid of conscience. The righteous have learned of the exposure of the sole disciple of the notorious female demon. On the surface, she appears to be an unremarkable cultivator of the righteous path, relying on her skills in crafting and combat. Yet, unbeknownst to others, she is an undercover agent of the demonic path, harboring malicious intent, specifically targeting the prodigies of the righteous sect. Such actions are utterly depraved. In a world where she should be universally condemned, an array of unparalleled talents continuously emerges to refute such claims. A legendary hammer-wielding female immortal, brandishing two great hammers, defiantly declares, "Who dares to slander my disciple?" Meanwhile, a prodigious swordsman, having leveled a mountain with a single strike, asserts, "There is no coercion, even if there were. It was entirely voluntary." Among the elite, such as the fortunate offspring of destiny, the successors of the Dan Dao and Fu Dao, the holy son of the demon path, and the saintess, all expressed their disdain, deeming it utter nonsense. Su Chani is no mere nobody. She is indeed a formidable figure. In Chapter 73, titled Protective Bias, reporting to the Emperor, Lu Yao and Xie Jing resumed their journey. She inquired about matters concerning the Qingyun sect and learned that it was the time of the triannual cleansing of the demon-slaying division, which explained the presence of Qingyun sect members. Xie Jing added that this time, a master Jingqian from the 10,000 Buddhist sect had also arrived. What could be the purpose? It might be related to the Baiyuan alliance. In summary, the recent unusual incidents occurring within the Tang dynasty have been quite remarkable. Demons have not previously dared to invade human territories so brazenly nor plunder them without restraint. There must be some backers behind this. Who could be orchestrating turmoil in the Tang dynasty? Considering the escape of the malevolent entity from Lishan Academy and the presence of Wen Hang and Lu Yao in the Tang dynasty, there may indeed be a connection. The second princess, Long Xinzi's Dan Shu Tai Quan, had forced Lu Yao to expend his trump card in one fell swoop, leaving him quite agitated. "Brother Xie," he remarked, "that Dan Shu Tai Quan is evidently a high-grade magical artifact. How could it be in Long Xinzi's possession? Furthermore, such artifacts can only be wielded by high-ranking cultivators. How is she able to control it?" At this moment, Lu Yao felt no inclination to refer to her as the second princess. Xie Jing discerned her resentment and explained. The Dan Shu Tai Quan was originally bestowed upon King Chun during the era of the Holy Ancestor, granting his descendants immunity from all forms of punishment. However, after King Chun ascended to immortality, he left no heirs, and thus the Dan Shu Tai Quan remained. Subsequently, this magical artifact was continually enhanced, becoming one of the national treasures. Throughout history, there have been several instances when the Demon Suppression Bureau requested the Emperor to bestow the Dan Book Iron Certificate to subdue numerous demons. It is perplexing why, on this occasion, it found its way into the hands of the second princess. It felt as though I was being suppressed as a demon. Lu Yao distinctly sensed the moment the Dan Book Iron Certificate immobilized her, rendering her unable to employ any mystical techniques. Had she not promptly utilized the substitute talisman, she felt that her very soul would have been drawn forth. Despite its status as a national treasure, its malevolent nature was akin to that of the sacred artifacts belonging to the demon clans. Xie Jing was at a loss for words, equally taken aback by the situation. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Ziyun residence, and even before stepping inside, they heard boisterous laughter emanating from within. At that moment, Xie Jing pushed open the door, revealing a courtyard where 3 young disciples were gathered, 2 females and 1 male. The female cultivators donned green and blue garments. The one in green, named Yu Ning, possessed a sharply defined chin and exquisite features, strikingly beautiful and captivating. The one in blue, named Ran, appeared somewhat more reserved but had a round face adorned with dimples that made her charmingly endearing. Both seemed to be in their early 20s. As for the solitary male disciple, he appeared younger than the two women, likely around 13 or 14 years of age, pleasantly plump and quite adorable. He had already reached the first layer of foundation building, indicating considerable talent. After Lu Yao took a cursory glance, Lu Linyuan had already noticed her presence and beckoned her over, saying, "Come and meet Master Chongqing." Lu Yao then stepped forward to pay her respects to Master Chongqing. "I have come to pay my respects to Master Chongqing." Chongqing Jinren is a rather unassuming elder, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. Lacking the ethereal demeanor of a transcendent master, he is simply an ordinary old man. However, his expression is rather stoic, and his gaze is exceptionally fierce, suggesting he possesses the potential to be a formidable antagonist. Nevertheless, Lu Yao is acutely aware that appearances can be deceiving in the realm of cultivation. Her senior brothers are all handsome and distinguished, yet the majority are, in fact, despicable villains. The junior, Lu Yao, has met Chongqing Jinren and has respectfully performed a greeting. Chongqing Jinren scrutinized Lu Yao's figure, focusing intently on her hands before finally speaking. "You must have participated in a battle prior to your arrival, as your application of the twining branch technique is commendable." Lu Yao was not surprised that Chongqing Jinren could discern the technique she had employed. Xie Jing then seized the opportunity to recount how the second princess, Long Xinzi, had provocatively targeted Lu Yao today, even resorting to the Dan Shu Tai Quan. "That is the situation," Xie Jing concluded. Upon hearing this, Lu Linyuan abruptly stood up, incredulous. "This is outrageous. I shall go to the palace to seek an audience with the sovereign." Everyone was aware of Lu Linyuan's intention to take on a disciple, and the emperor was cognizant of this as well. Yet, he still allowed Long Xinzi to act in such a manner, even producing the Dan Shu Tai Quan. This item holds significant power, capable of subduing cultivators below the golden core stage, indicating that the attack was clearly aimed at Lu Yao. This matter unsettled him greatly. "Master, do not move, everyone. Jing, you entertain our guests here. I will take a Yao to the palace for a brief visit," Lu Linyuan said to Xie Jing. And then he grasped Lu Yao's hand. Chongqing Jinren sipped his tea and then rose to his feet. "Why not? I shall assist you." With these words, Lu Linyuan took to the skies alongside Lu Yao. "Fear not. Even though Long Xinzi is a princess of the royal lineage, she shall not harm my disciple, Lu Linyuan." At this declaration, Lu Yao, who had been feeling quite vexed and constrained, found his spirits unexpectedly lifted. "Master, I am unafraid." Moments later, Lu Linyuan descended outside the royal palace, striking the drums with fervor. The resounding beats summoned the palace guards to investigate. Initially intending to reprimand the one who dared to beat the drums, an act reserved for formal petitions to the emperor, which would ordinarily invite severe punishment for any commoner, regardless of their grievances. This drum had merely served as a formality for many years. However, now, under Lu Linyuan's powerful strikes, the sound reverberated mightily. The guards were stirred. The imperial guards were roused, and even the demon-slaying department seemed to awaken, sending ripples throughout the entire capital. Certainly, this was no ordinary drum. And with the infusion of righteous energy from a half-saint, the drum beats resonated as if from the heavens, striking at the hearts of those who listened. "Is this the imperial drum? Who dares to make a petition?" The crown prince Long Hengshuan and Long Xinyan exchanged astonished glances. The stern chief of the demon-slaying department, upon arriving at the main hall, could not help but recall something significant upon hearing the drum beats. Lu Linyuan had indeed taken action. He closed his eyes, choosing to disregard the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Director Lu of Lishan Academy, upon hearing the drum, could not suppress a smile. "Even I, a half-saint of Confucianism, have my limits." As for the Qin saint and Zui Yunyan, they too heard the drum. It had been many years since the imperial drum had been struck. If it were not for an unprecedented injustice, it could only mean a confrontation with the empress. Such a resonant display of righteous energy could not have come from Ru Zhenyuan. Could it truly be Lu Linyuan? For a moment, the revered master of the Guqin found himself unable to resist the urge to witness the commotion. Lu Linyuan, a person of remarkable tranquility and amiability, was often forgotten. Prior to his ascension to semi-sainthood, he was known for his fiery temperament as a scholar. He would engage in spirited debates at the slightest provocation and chase down monstrous beings whenever his mood soured. It was only through the pursuit of enlightenment that he gradually cultivated his character. who, then, had driven him to this juncture. The resounding drums echoed throughout the capital, signaling a call for all to bear witness to something significant. Meanwhile, within the palace, Long Xinzi was lamenting to the empress. "Mother, look at that Lu Yao who has wounded me. She is truly ruthless, and yet Yin Ming refuses to seek justice on my behalf. Your Highness, you are a princess, a precious blossom of noble lineage. The last time that Lu Yao threatened you with a dagger, I chose to overlook it, considering her potential as a disciple of a semi-saint. Yet now, she has dared to strike you again. This is utterly unacceptable." Long Xinzi observed the empress's growing ire and seized the opportunity to stoke the flames of her anger, embellishing her account. Indeed, this occurred right in the middle of the street, before the eyes of the public. Not only did she strike my daughter, but she also attempted to take my life. Had it not been for Xie Jing's intervention, I might never have seen you again, mother. You must stand up for me and have her imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice, to face execution come autumn. The empress regarded Long Xinzi as though she were inciting her further. Yet, despite her daughter's somewhat willful nature, Lu Yao's repeated affronts towards the princess were a blatant affront to imperial authority. It was clear that she deserved a lesson, even if not executed. Lu Yao must learn the hard truth that a royal maiden is not to be trifled with. As the empress commanded the drafting of an imperial edict, she was suddenly interrupted by the resounding beats of drums, echoing with an aura of righteousness. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "Who dares to strike the imperial drums?" Since her ascension, they had remained silent. At that moment, a lady-in-waiting entered to report, "Your Majesty, a semi-saint, is outside the palace, demanding to strike the imperial drums to lodge a complaint." A semi-saint? Lu Linyuan? What grievance could he possibly have? The empress held respect for Lu Linyuan's prowess. Yet she had also heard tales of his uncompromising nature during his tenure as an official, which had caused considerable distress to both Emperor Xuanzong and Emperor Yongkong. He claimed that the second princess had recklessly endangered the populace, assaulting him in the streets, and sought to put his disciple, Lu Yao, in peril. At this moment, the empress's gaze fell upon Long Xinzi, who appeared somewhat guilty, yet soon regained her composure, justifying. "It was only because she threatened my daughter with a dagger last time that my daughter has come to settle accounts with her. Moreover, the imperial decree did not harm her. Otherwise, how could she possibly encourage a semi-saint to bring forth a complaint? Now they, master and disciple, have conspired to bully my daughter. You must. An imperial decree? Who authorized you to wield such a document against Lu Yao?" The empress now comprehended the root of the dilemma. This was indeed an attempt to endanger Lu Yao's life. This was troublesome. Go summon, no? Invite semi-saint Lu Linyuan into the palace. Outside the palace, a throng had gathered, curious about the commotion. Is that not the semi-saint? What has befallen him? The semi-saint intends to lodge a complaint. Despite the deployment of several guards and officials to maintain order, a considerable number of spectators still lingered to witness the spectacle. At this moment, the palace gates swung open, and a female official announced, "Please summon the semi-saint Lu Linyuan and his disciple Lu Yao into the palace." However, Lu Linyuan remained unmoved. The governor and the captain of the guards urged him to comply. What grievance could there be in meeting the emperor? Surely, His Majesty will advocate on your behalf. They implored. "Mr. Lu, your students are numerous. Countless scholars of the Tang dynasty owe their education to you. His Majesty would not dare to slight you." The governor, trembling with trepidation, stood before him. Lu Linyuan smirked coldly. "What I seek to address is the second princess's brazen act of violence in the streets, disregarding human life, with the intent to harm my student. If the emperor truly wishes to administer justice, let it be adjudicated before the people. Let it be known that princes are not above the law." Though Lu Linyuan spoke softly, his words resonated like the sound of bells and drums, reaching the ears of all present. Indeed, the second princess had committed an act of violence in public, then fled as if nothing had occurred. If the emperor were to act justly, he should first hold the second princess accountable. I was a witness to that event. My legs turned to jelly in that moment, and several individuals were later taken to the infirmary by the guards. A murmur of doubt arose. Could a prince truly be judged as a commoner? Some cultivators who had witnessed the scene spoke up, asserting, had it not been for Xie Jing's poetic defensive formation, the second princess would have trampled upon life itself. As Lu Linyuan continued to sound the alarm, the gathering grew larger, and the murmurs intensified, becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. At that moment, the saint of the Qin and Zui Yunyan also arrived. leaping forward to stand beside Lu Linyuan. Surrounded by a cacophony of discussions, the revered Qin Sheng Sun could not help but inquire, "What is your intention?" Qin Sheng shook his head, responding, "I merely came to witness the spectacle." Not long after, the Crown Prince and Long Xinyan arrived. Mr. Lu and Lu Yao were taken aback by their presence. "The second princess publicly suppressed me with a Dan Shu Tai Quan. Had it not been for the hidden card my master left me to break the shackles, I would have likely perished on the spot. My teacher seeks justice on my behalf. Crown Prince, third princess, if we are still friends, please do not dissuade me." Lu Yao's words prompted a silent exchange of glances between the Crown Prince and Long Xinyan, leaving them speechless as they stepped back. They were well aware of the nature of the Dan Shu Tai Quan and could not defend Long Xinzi. In the palace, the female officials meticulously relayed the previous words of the half-saint. The situation had escalated beyond expectations. The half-saint was leveraging the populace to compel her to take a stance. If she remained silent, the dignity of the royal family would undoubtedly be called into question. The relentless drumming of Lu Linyuan had persisted for nearly half an hour, drawing a massive crowd that could indeed be described as a multitude, all eagerly anticipating whether the empress would emerge. At that moment of collective anticipation, the palace gates swung open once more. This time, the empress descended in a phoenix carriage, flanked by a long procession of guards and maidens, showcasing the grandeur and nobility of the royal lineage. "The emperor has arrived," declared the female official. At her proclamation, the masses knelt in unison, yet among them stood the cultivators Qin Sheng, half-saint, and Lu Yao, unmoved. Especially the semi-saint Lu Linyuan and Lu Yao. The imperial palanquin of the empress halted before them, exuding an unmistakable aura of oppression. While Lu Linyuan remained largely unfazed, Lu Yao acutely felt the weight of imperial authority. Yet, she tempered this pressure with her own formidable prowess, confronting the question of whether the compassionate Long Xinzi resided beneath the delicate veil of the empress's palanquin. "Since the semi-saint is unwilling to enter the palace to meet me, I have, as you wished, come forth to see you," the empress spoke slowly. Although she had emerged, indicating a concession, it was evident that she harbored some dissatisfaction towards Lu Linyuan's blatant disregard for the royal family's dignity. Chapter 75. A Proper Apology, Third Update. Seeking initial support. "Surely your majesty understands the nature of my grievance? Where is the second princess?" Lu Linyuan inquired, unperturbed. "The empress holds the royal prerogative. While he possesses the Confucian way, which is not solely represented by him as a semi-saint. Long Xinzi, you must come forth and sincerely apologize to Miss Lu." Given that matters had escalated to this point, the empress felt compelled to intervene. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, Lu Linyuan was unwilling to let the matter rest, leaving Long Xinzi with no choice but to extend her apologies. However, Long Xinzi was somewhat reluctant. "Mother Empress, I go and apologize to Miss Lu." The empress signaled with a glance. The semi-saint required acknowledgement and respect. After all, Lu Yao had not sustained any real harm. A simple apology would suffice, as she had previously advised Long Xinzi. After much persuasion, Long Xinzi was finally convinced. Having never experienced such humiliation before, she now found herself in a position where Lu Yao had endured it thrice. Upon descending from the palanquin and laying eyes on Lu Yao, she was distinctly unwilling. With a buzzing voice, someone said, "I apologize, is that sufficient?" Lu Yao replied indifferently, "I do not accept it." If apologies were effective, there would be no need to establish the demon-slaying department or the criminal ministry. "You." Long Xinzi was infuriated. "You are truly excessive. Mother Empress, look at her." "Lu Yao, what do you propose?" "The Empress is already quite displeased. Your Majesty, it is the second princess who has erred. First, she colluded with the Baiyuan alliance, and without proper investigation, she was released immediately afterward. In her attempt to frame my disciple, she harbored resentment and brazenly used the national treasure, the Dan Shu Tai Quan, against my apprentice in public. I, Lu Linyuan, have served under 3 emperors, and this is the first time I have witnessed the Dan Shu Tai Quan being wielded against one's own rather than against demons. Lu Yao is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Had she not possessed a trump card, she would have perished today. Do you think a mere apology would suffice for the second princess then?" Lu Linyuan's words resonated powerfully, echoing in the ears of all present, revealing that the second princess had long been in collusion with an organization such as the Baiyuan Alliance. The empress narrowed her eyes and said coolly, "Hasn't he all of this yet to transpire?" Lu Yao is unharmed. The losses she incurred shall be compensated tenfold by the royal family. The second princess did not conspire with the Baiyuan alliance. She was merely misled. The demon-slaying department has already uncovered the truth, which will be disclosed in due course. As for the theft of the Dan Shu Tai Quan by the second princess, I shall imprison her for 3 months. I wonder if this outcome satisfies you, Lu Linyuan? The words Lu, Ban, and Saint were uttered by the empress through clenched teeth. In the glaring eyes of the public, many present were students from the Lishan Academy. Numerous officials within the court were disciples of Confucianism. The Confucian faction behind Lu Linyuan was not limited to his solitary half-saint status. Several old stalwarts within the sacred temple were equally protective of their own. If provoked, Lu Linyuan could easily choose to wander abroad or seek refuge in another nation. Consequently, the empress was incensed, yet she refrained from directly confronting Lu Linyuan at that moment. Lu Linyuan, however, was not entirely satisfied. He perceived the empress's continued efforts to shield her second daughter. The notion that a prince's transgressions should be equated with those of a commoner seemed but a jest. Nevertheless, he recognized that the farce of the day was nearing its conclusion. It was well known that the empress indulged her second daughter, and the 3-month deadline appeared to be a mere mockery. 3 years was more plausible, Lu Linyuan asserted. Long Xinzi cast a pleading glance towards the empress, who, at that moment, chose to ignore her appeal. I grant it. Lu Linyuan then turned to Lu Yaoyao, who understood that the extent of their negotiations had nearly reached its limit. Yet, she pressed on, there is one more demand. The earlier apology lacked sincerity. Not for my sake, but to set an example. I request that the second princess apologize to all those harmed today, and that their medical expenses be compensated tenfold. As soon as Lu Yaoyao's words fell, Long Xinzi retorted in indignation, Lu Yaoyao, you are being excessively tyrannical. Second princess, everyone is watching you. Many individuals were profoundly frightened today, with some still in the medical hall. The minor act of defiance by the second princess has caused widespread chaos and anxiety among the populace. Her willingness to apologize to me stems from the backing of my mentor, Lu Linyuan, yet she refrains from extending an apology to the terrified citizens. Believing that imperial authority is paramount and that commoners are beneath contempt, thus acting with reckless abandon and treating lives as if they were mere weeds. Lu Yao's words struck at the heart, pressing ever closer. With each utterance, she seemed to gather an aura of righteousness around her. This woman, imbued with a spirit of integrity, astonished even the likes of the saint of the zither. Even the empress had to concede that Long Xinzi appeared more like a childish robe before Lu Yao, utterly at her mercy. The people had ignited with fervor, though many felt an inexplicable discomfort within. They had grown accustomed to yielding to the royal nobility and high officials. Although they professed that a prince's crimes were equal to those of the common folk, such principles had never been enacted. No one had ever dared to demand an apology from a princess of noble birth before the exalted emperor. However, this did not mean their hearts were without turmoil. The crowd, stirred by uncontainable indignation, turned their gaze upon Long Xinzi. At this moment, even the empress could not intervene. I shall grant your request. All who have been harmed will receive tenfold compensation. XINCI, you shall visit them and apologize individually. I refuse. Why should I apologize to these lowly commoners? I am a princess of the Tang dynasty, born of noble blood. You have stated that my status is elevated and that no one can touch me. Furthermore, why should our illustrious Tang dynasty fear a mere half-saint? Even if he is a demigod, does that mean that the Empress Dowager, the great ancestor, the holy ancestor emperor, and the ninth uncle are inferior to him? The dominion of our Tang dynasty was not established through his efforts. If he dares to threaten the Empress Mother today with the populace, he will surely rebel tomorrow. Silence. The Empress struck Long Xinzi across the face with her palm as she descended from the Phoenix sedan. Long Xinzi looked at the Empress in disbelief. She had never imagined that the Empress, who had always cherished her, would strike her. Someone, take the second princess away. I shall issue an edict of self-criticism. I have wronged the subjects of the empire. The Empress declared this before all present, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The third great artifact was a ruler. Seemingly a tool employed by scholars, Lu Yaoyao wielded it with ease. As for the boundary-breaking pearl, it could be consumed during a breakthrough to enhance the odds by half. Such odds were already significant, and Lu Yaoyao felt that with this boundary-breaking pearl, the likelihood of successfully advancing to the spirit realm had greatly increased. The 3 sacred pages would serve as a life-saving trump card, requiring only Lu Linyuan to compose a battle poem. Chapter 76. The Seed of Emotion Gu, 4th Update. Seeking initial subscription, the Empress's compensation was given without hesitation. Lu Linyuan shook his head. It is not because of you. The Empress has been intent on diminishing the influence of Confucianism in recent years. The system she established in the court primarily revolves around legalism and the miscellaneous school. She has been dissatisfied with the Crown Prince and the Third Princess for their close ties to Confucianism, yet when dealing with the demon race, Confucian disciples comprise the majority, and she cannot easily forsake them. Thus, this time she would inevitably yield, for the demons had grown increasingly rampant, and the front lines of Fengsheng remained fraught with peril. Today, her coerced display was intended for the students of the realm to witness. Both the Baiyuan alliance and the demons posed a far more dire threat than we had anticipated, remarked Lu Linyuan. Teacher, if the situation becomes urgent, would you also go to the front lines? Lu Yao countered. Thank you, teacher. Let us proceed to meet with Master Chongqing. Lu Linyuan gently patted her shoulder. Meanwhile, news of Lu Linyuan's petition to the court had spread throughout the streets and alleys within mere hours. Naturally, the emperor did not indulge the second princess further, personally dispatching the crown prince to visit the injured citizens who received compensation, garnering a wave of goodwill. Shortly thereafter, the empress indeed issued a self-penitential edict, relieving a portion of the corvée labor, prompting the populace to exclaim the emperor's wisdom. Within the palace, the empress had ordered the imprisonment of the second princess. Not long after, Long Xinsai, accompanied by a beautiful woman in her 30s or 40s, burst into the court. No one dared to impede her passage, for this enchanting woman was none other than Empress Dowager Yiren, also Long Xinsai's great-grandmother. Simultaneously, she was the aunt of Emperor Lu, and in a certain sense, despite the familial ties, she held a particular fondness for Long Xinsai, who had lost her father at a tender age, more so than for Crown Prince Long Hengshuan or Third Princess Long Xinyan. Now, she was over 170 years old, having long withdrawn from state affairs, dedicating herself instead to the cultivation of witchcraft. Her absence was frequent. However, upon learning of Long Xinsai's imprisonment, she exerted pressure on the Demon Extermination Department to secure her release. As a result, it has not been long since Long Xinsai was once again confined. How can she endure this? Where is His Majesty? Upon her arrival, even Lin Xiao did not dare to obstruct her. Mother, why have you come? Is it that I am not permitted to be here? The Grand Empress Dowager took her seat directly, reminiscing about when you aspired to greatness before becoming emperor. You once proclaimed that even as a woman, one could expand territories and vanquish demons to rescue humanity. Yet now, you have grown increasingly pedantic, acting with excessive caution. As the emperor, the sovereign of a nation, what is it that you truly fear? Is it the semi-saint Lu Linyuan, or the prospect of a Confucian rebellion? Let me speak frankly, mother. The Dan Shu Tai Quan was bestowed upon Xinsai by me. If Lu Linyuan's disciple dares to harm my granddaughter, why should she not be taught a lesson? Moreover, I have long suspected her intentions. Otherwise, how could the 100 Abyss Alliance have approached her? In truth, the Dan Shu Tai Quan was a means for me to test her. Typically, even accomplished golden elixir practitioners find it difficult to escape. Yet, she broke free in an instant, and the artifact she used was not the Confucian sacred page. The one in question is her. She is the one who should be imprisoned, not Xinsai. The Grand Empress Dowager's words resonated with authority, and Long Xinsai appeared to have found her anchor. She remained by her side, though now she had learned to remain silent, merely nodding in agreement. The Empress furrowed her brow. Yet, I have spoken. My decree is absolute and cannot be retracted. Moreover, Lu Yao has not only been validated by Confucianism and Taoism, but even the strict legalists have deemed her beyond reproach. As for why the 100 Abyss Alliance sought her out, it is likely due to her former status as a disciple of the Yuan demon sect. However, even demons possess the opportunity for redemption. Despite her origins in the demonic realm, she remains untainted by karmic influences, and thus cannot be apprehended merely on account of her affiliation with the demonic sect. While the Empress is wholly devoted to her cultivation, she does not aspire to be a capricious ruler, but rather wishes to establish herself as a wise sovereign. Yet, what if those within the 100 Abyss Alliance have already determined her to be problematic? The Empress Dowager inquired. The Empress, perplexed, responded, "What do you mean?" At that moment, Long Xinsai could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "This is what a Fei said. Qin Fei, how dare you still associate with that rebellious scholar? The Empress retorted, her anger palpable. She held a very unfavorable impression of Qin Fei. It is one thing to be outmatched by others. It is disgraceful to be outmatched and yet remain obstinate, ultimately leading to a crushing defeat that brought shame upon Long Xinzi and her family. At that juncture, the Empress Dowager interjected nonchalantly, I brought him along. Mother, your Majesty, do not be so hasty. Is it not because Qin Fei has the opportunity to atone for his past misdeeds? It is true that the 100 Abyss Alliance seeks the disciples of the Yuan Demon Sect, but their limited power prevents them from accessing the core secrets. Those of greater strength are simply unyielding to the Demon Slayer Division's tactics. Qin Fei possesses considerable strength and is privy to secrets. Yet the Demon Slayer Division cannot extract this information. It was only when I accompanied Xinzi that Qin Fei divulged the truth. The 100 Abyss Alliance aims to gather the 7 fiendish lords to lure the extraterrestrial demons to shatter the void and emerge. This is the secret of the 7 fiends emerging from the Fire Continent. At that time, do not be surprised if the entire Fire Continent, and even the entire Qiushui realm, becomes tainted by the demonic path. The 7 fiends are none other than the 7 disciples of the Yuan Demon Sect, with Lu Yao being one among them. Your Majesty, how significant is this news to you? Offending a semi-saint like Lu Linyuan may not be a grave matter, but it is of utmost importance that we do not allow a demon to escape. Otherwise, our great Tang will plunge into a dire crisis. Neither I, nor the revered ancestors can remedy this situation, and your Majesty would be deemed a sinner in both the great Tang and the world. You must contemplate the gravity of this matter carefully. Upon the conclusion of Empress Dowager Iren's words, the Empress's expression began to waver. After thorough examination, Lu Yao indeed appeared to be without significant issue. However, one can never be too cautious. What if she truly is one of the legendary 7 fiends? Allowing her to slip away would be unforgivable. After much deliberation, the Emperor finally remarked, Qin Fei, after all, is a rebellious literati, adept at using flowery rhetoric to distort truth and falsehood. His words are untrustworthy. Moreover, Chapter 77, I, too, wish to take her as my disciple, seeking initial subscriptions for the 5th update. The Empress continued, the rumors surrounding the 7 fiends are merely that, rumors. How could it be that the 7 individuals from the Yuan Demon Sect are all 7 fiends? What then would the sect leader, Wu Yo, become? Although the Empress was initially taken aback, she gradually came to understand the implausibility of such coincidences. Such occurrences are seldom so fortuitous. Yet, Qin Fei, in his desperation to prove himself, dares to consume a love curse. He is truly devoted to his daughter. I believe he would not resort to deception. When Long Xinzi spoke of Qin Fei, a sweet smile involuntarily graced her lips. The fickleness of literary men is most pronounced. The Empress felt as if her daughter were under a spell, which only intensified her disdain for Qin Fei. In this regard, Empress Dowager Iren commented, the love poison affecting Qin Fei was administered by me, regardless of the truth behind his words. Does the Emperor not prefer to err on the side of caution? If this were before today, perhaps there might have been a justification, especially with Lu Linyuan absent. However, today is different. She has publicly vowed to protect Lu Linyuan's disciples from harm, and all reparations have been entrusted to Lu Yao. Should she renege on her promise, what would become of the Emperor's authority? Moreover, half-Saint Lu Linyuan would certainly not acquiesce, and the Confucian scholars would certainly cause an uproar. The Empress declared, this cannot be. What is there to prevent? If the Emperor finds it difficult to take action, then leave it to me. The Empress Dowager Iren replied, Mother you, rest assured, my actions will not entangle the royal family. However, Lu Linyuan cannot always be there to protect her. There will inevitably be moments when he cannot shield her adequately. Upon concluding her words, the Empress Dowager addressed the Empress. As long as the Emperor refrains from intervening in this matter, all shall be well. Very well, I have already stayed long enough today. Since Xinzi must be confined for 3 years, let her accompany me. I assure you that I will keep her in line. After saying this, the Empress Dowager Iren departed with Long Xinzi. However, just before departing, she could not help but utter a remark. The prince's cancellation of the engagement was incited by the daughter of the Zhou family. The lineage of Confucianism and Taoism is always steeped in profound scheming. Fearing to offend the imperial family, the revered musician instructed his disciple to persuade the prince first. The prince, also of Confucian descent, mingled too closely with scholars and literati, displaying indecisiveness in his dealings, and was ensnared in sorrow over a woman. If this continues, he may find it difficult to fulfill the responsibilities of the heir apparent. Your Majesty, it is time to administer some discipline and guidance to him. At this point, the Empress evidently did not anticipate that there were deeper implications behind the prince's broken engagement. She immediately felt a surge of annoyance. Xie Jing promptly approached. Master, junior sister. If it were not for the guests we were to entertain. Upon hearing the sound of drums, he rushed over as well. To his surprise, two individuals followed closely behind. The revered musician Sun Fong and his disciple Zui Yunyan. Was the issue resolved? The esteemed Qingchun Daoist glanced up and set down his cup. Not merely resolved, it was a flawless conclusion. Who would have thought that Lu Linyuan had remained unchanged in temperament all these years? Compelling the Empress to emerge from the palace and forcing the second princess to apologize? If this were just one facet, then Lu Linyuan, as a disciple, could be considered surpassing his teacher. What a pity! Had she possessed a natural talent for music, I would surely have contended for this disciple alongside Lu Linyuan. Sun Fong found a certain exhilaration in today's events. Upon hearing her masteress' words, Zui Yunyan could not resist glancing at Lu Yaoyao. She pondered that, had she been in Lu Yaoyao's position today, she would have preemptively offered forgiveness before the princess's apology, thus appearing gracious and appropriate, while allowing both parties some room for reconciliation. There is no need to take matters to extremes. The Empress is unlikely to be angered. Rather, she might see it as an opportunity to gracefully extricate herself from the situation, allowing for a mutually agreeable resolution in the eyes of all present. Thus, she finds herself somewhat perplexed by Lu Yao's aggressive demeanor. Although she may not be well-versed in musical theory, she is a genuine prodigy of the wood element, possessing a singular spiritual root. Had I not fervently persuaded her to remain, she would have likely joined the ranks of the Great Sword Sect long ago. As soon as Lu Linyuan finished speaking, the eyes of Master Chongqing began to gleam with interest, fixated intently on Lu Yao. Even the three disciples beside him were filled with curiosity regarding her. Lu Yao was somewhat bewildered as to why her teacher would choose this moment to speak of such things. A singular spiritual root in the wood element? Come, let me have a look. Among the three disciples that Master Chongqing brought along, two of the female disciples possessed dual spiritual roots, indicating commendable aptitude, and thus were considered his personal disciples. However, the only true singular root belonged to the male disciple, Luo Feng, who, despite being merely 13 years of age, was kept close by. Come here, child. Master Chongqing made an effort to present a smile he believed to be benevolent. Yet, his expressionless face only managed a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, rendering his smile more eerie than inviting, especially when paired with his fierce gaze. Lu Linyuan urged, "Go over there as you are instructed." Consequently, Lu Yao approached. Master Chongqing produced a multicolored stone and placed it upon the table. "Do not be afraid. Place your hand upon it." The more he insisted she should not fear, the more he resembled a peculiar old man attempting to coax an unsuspecting girl. Had it not been for the presence of the esteemed Qin Shi and the semi-saint, Lu Yao would have truly been intimidated by Chongqing Jinren's seemingly jovial, yet chilling demeanor. It was far preferable for Chongqing Jinren to maintain his stoicism. Lu Yao understood that he intended to conduct a test, unlike Lu Linyuan, who relied on pulse examination. Here, he opted for a more precise testing stone. Upon placing her hand on the stone, it initially remained dormant. However, after a brief moment, a vibrant green light began to emanate, growing ever more intense, enveloping the entire courtyard in a verdant glow. Shout how joyfully swayed her branches and leaves. Chongqing Jinren sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent indeed." He hastened towards Lu Yao, excitement evident in his voice. "You possess remarkable talent. Would you consider taking me as your master?" Lu Linyuan interjected with a cough. "What do you mean by this? Are you openly attempting to poach my disciple? She is freshly accepted." "What do you mean? Did you not see? This singular wood spirit root is devoid of impurities. This is what genius truly embodies, an unequivocal prodigy. Joining me at Qingyun sect would ensure a promising future." As Chongqing Jinren grew increasingly animated, his gaze became more fierce, and his expression, previously impassive, transformed into one of ferocity. Lu Linyuan retorted, "I'm afraid that is not feasible. She is my first disciple, and I even went to great lengths today to advocate for her. At my wood peak, she will face no such indignities. None would dare to lay a finger on her." The two exchanged heated words, escalating into a near altercation, leaving the onlooking juniors in stunned silence. while only Qin leisurely sipped his tea. Chapter 78. Why one cannot have two masters, could others not see it? Did he himself remain oblivious? Lu Linyuan had originally intended for his prized disciple, an exceptional talent, to be recognized by the esteemed Qin Jinren for her remarkable wood-type spiritual roots. On the surface, Lu Linyuan had achieved an absolute victory in his petition, yet it also caused the empress to lose face. He was unperturbed, as the royal family would not take any retribution against him. However, it was likely that there would be subsequent difficulties for Lu Yaoyao, and he could not constantly be by her side to protect her. Thus, Lu Linyuan sought to arrange another ally for Lu Yaoyao within the Qingyan sect. The two engaged in a silent standoff, each staring at the other. The saint of the Qin could no longer contain himself and spoke. Given that Lu Yaoyao possesses both the righteous heart of Confucianism and the wood-type spiritual roots of Taoism, why should she not have the privilege of two masters? As soon as he finished speaking, an encompassing silence enveloped the surroundings. With only the sound of the wind rustling through the trees, even the branches of the shout house ceased their gentle swaying. After a brief pause, Qin Jinren thoughtfully replied, I find this suggestion quite commendable. If you were to hinder Lu Yaoyao's potential, wouldn't your conscience, even as a semi-saint, suffer? Humph, Lu Linyuan scoffed, ultimately conceding, I shall accept these two disciples, but only for their future. Let it be known that I shall undoubtedly be her primary teacher. That is acceptable, however. The time I dedicate to her must not be less than yours. Then let us divide the time equally. The two, who had initially engaged in fierce argument, gradually found common ground, eventually establishing the path that lay ahead for Lu Yaoyao. Lu Yao appeared utterly bewildered. After all, she was the one directly involved. Could the two fathers not first inquire about her opinion? Yet, it seemed her thoughts held little significance, as they swiftly reached a consensus. Finally, they remembered the party in question. Lu Yao. Ah Yao, it is time to seek a master. Lu Linyuan smiled with the warmth of spring, while Zhangqing Jinren's laughter sent shivers down one's spine, despite his earnest attempts to exude approachability. Masters above, allow me to pay my respects. Lu Yao earnestly bowed twice. Good child, Zhangqing Jinren exclaimed joyfully, presenting Lu Yao with a vial of elixir. This is a token of our first meeting. He cast a proud glance at Lu Linyuan, reveling in his generosity. This vial of gathering spirit elixir was valuable, capable of enhancing cultivation and swiftly replenishing spiritual energy when depleted. Thank you, master. Lu Yao expressed her gratitude. I also have a gift for you. Zhangqing Jinren continued. This is a visualization chart. If you wish to cultivate your spirit, you must comprehend the essence of this painting daily. It was inspired by my travels across the seas when I attained the status of half-saint. Upon hearing that it was a visualization chart derived from the insights of a half-saint, Lu Yao noticed the change in the gazes of those around her. Lu Linyuan added, Of course, it was later replicated. Your senior brother possesses one as well. Thank you, teacher. Lu Yao accepted the gift with appreciation. Everyone was delighted, and the atmosphere lightened. Let us raise a cup in celebration, the Qin saint declared, warming the scene. Soon, Lu Yao also met her senior sisters, Yu Ning and An Ran. Greetings, senior sisters. Hello, junior sister. In terms of strength, they were not superior to Lu Yao. However, hierarchy was respected. Thus, Lu Yao became the junior sister. However, in the face of the chubby Luo Feng, who was staring intently at the fruits hanging from the little peach tree, the phrase senior brother Lu Yao seemed to stick in his throat. Ultimately, in the Qingyun sect, hierarchy is determined by strength, so simply addressing him as junior brother sufficed. Junior brother Luo. Luo Feng swallowed hard and obediently called out, senior sister. At that moment, the branches of the little peach tree bent down, laden with several fruits. Was this a gesture of hospitality? Lu Yao could discern the intention of the peach tree to some extent. After she spoke, the leaves of the peach tree rustled gently. Then I shall not be polite. Lu Yao proceeded to pluck the peaches, distributing them evenly among everyone present, just enough for each individual. Luo Feng and the others looked on in astonishment. As senior sister, you are truly remarkable. The chubby boy gazed at Lu Yao with deep admiration. Yu Ning and An Ran shared a look of surprise as well. Indeed, senior sister possesses extraordinary talent. She can even communicate with the spirit tree. Although they all had wood-type spiritual roots, they were unable to converse with plants. Lu Yao shook her head, saying, It's not like that. The little peach itself is a spirit tree. Even if it is a spirit tree, the fact that it chose to acknowledge you signifies your uniqueness. Yes, junior sister. Do not be modest. While Yu Ning and Ran were envious of Lu Yao's innate gifts, they felt no jealousy. They quickly grew closer to her. Zui Yunyan, maintaining her indifferent demeanor, hesitantly accepted a peach. After receiving a nod from the Qinshi, she took a bite, gradually closing her eyes in delight as she savored the fruit. The plump Luo Feng consumed his meal with remarkable speed, finishing before anyone else and gazing longingly at his companions, feeling as though he had only just begun to savor the flavors before they vanished. Yet, he hesitated to express his desire for more. Observing the harmonious interaction among the younger ones, the three elders could not help but share a collective smile. At this juncture, the esteemed Qinshi broached the topic of Lu Yao's journey to the Lingjing realm. Since both of you have become Lu Yao's mentors, there is a matter of utmost importance that I must discuss with you. He proceeded to relay the details of Lu Yao's exchange for a chance to enter the Lingjing realm through the Tianma contract. This revelation elicited discontent from Zhang Qing, who remarked, 3 Tianma contracts merely afford a single opportunity to enter the Lingjing realm. That place remains perilously under the domain of the Kanglin clan. How could you entertain such a reckless notion? Qinshi offered a wry smile. Achieving sanctity in Qing cultivation is no trivial feat, and the wealth I have amassed pales in comparison to the grand enterprises of your Qingyan sect. To be candid, not only is Lu Yao to embark on this journey, but my disciple, Yunyan, shall accompany him as well. With only 3 Lingjing stones at our disposal, she aspires to break through to the golden core stage. And I believe this presents an excellent opportunity. I was initially apprehensive about the dangers, but now that she has the 2 of you as her mentors, surely you can provide her with sufficient protective talismans to ensure her safety. Lu Linyuan nodded in agreement. In truth, Lu Yao had acquired 3 sacred pages and possessed the broken mirror pearl. If she could elevate her 3rd-grade artifact to the 2nd grade, it was likely that her entrance into the Lingjing realm would be devoid of mishap. Thus, he declared, for this venture into the secret depths of the Lingjing realm, the 3rd-grade artifact, the ruler, must be reforged. Should it be elevated to the 2nd grade, it would safeguard her during this crucial journey. I shall take charge of this matter, Zhang Qing asserted, eager to contribute. This is the tool of my Confucian Tao, but you may only infuse it with spiritual energy. Let us proceed together. Lu Linyuan had initially intended to seek assistance from the esteemed Changqing Junren. He chuckled. I possess some remarkable items that will undoubtedly elevate its rank once added. Changqing Junren maintained a facade of amusement, while the 2 conspired to forge the artifact collectively. In this manner, I shall also partake. I have a dragon horn to contribute, which can enhance its quality, remarked the Qinshi. Lu Linyuan replied. It rightfully counts as your share. Changqing Junren merely grunted in response. The Qinshi could not help but smile wryly, as these 2 had swiftly aligned themselves. The 3 great figures declared their intent to forge, which indeed elicited envy from others. Chapter 79. The Faceless Man and the Shunshi Beast. The process of crafting the artifact was lengthy, spanning from day into night, with no sign of their emergence. What began as a simple intention to add a few components transformed as they took on a new character. Changqing Junren boldly suggested, Lu Yaoyao will never become a teacher at Lishan Academy. The form of this does not suit her. It would be better to reshape it. The Qinshi concurred. Crafting an ancient zither would be splendid. However, considering her lack of musical aptitude, this notion was dismissed. A squaring stone would be more appropriate, aligning with the identity of a Confucian disciple. After all, the Confucian way is inextricably linked to the art of reading and writing, stated the Banshing. Yet, Changqing countered. She is also my disciple, and her talent in the wood element far surpasses her Confucian abilities. I propose we create something from vines or thorns. Vulgar. Both the Banshing and the Qinshi retorted in unison. Disagreement ensued, and their bickering led to no resolution. On the first day, no progress was made in the alchemical endeavor. The following day, still no sign of success. Lu Yao graciously embraced her role as a host, taking Yu Ning and Ran for a tour around Huijing. Recently, she had been the center of attention. Wherever she went, she was greeted warmly. Greetings, Miss Lu. Miss Lu has arrived. Would you like to purchase something? Since you are a disciple of the semi-saint, would you consider establishing a school? If you open a school, we would gladly send our children to study under you. Count my child among them. The enthusiasm of the crowd was palpable. Even when Lu Yao went shopping, she was often gifted little trinkets. They believed in her potential. Given her status as a semi-saint disciple, even if her current abilities were modest, her future was undoubtedly promising. Thank you, everyone. I am still young and have much to learn. Lu Yao responded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After being surrounded by the crowd for a considerable time, she finally managed to extricate herself. Yu Ning and Ran could not help but chuckle at the scene. Lu Yao wore an awkward yet courteous smile. Their fervor was truly overwhelming. Shifting the conversation, she inquired, "Senior sister, what is the Qingyun sect like? If you have grown accustomed to life here, then the Qingyun sect may feel comparatively dull. At our Mu Peak, aside from cultivation, we also engage in the planting of spiritual herbs and grasses. The value of these herbs can be sold to the sect in exchange for contribution points, which can be used to obtain martial arts manuals and elixirs. However, these are typically required by outer disciples. For us inner disciples, there is an assessment every 3 years. Upon passing, as long as we focus on our cultivation, our masters will assist us in securing additional resources. However, if there are tasks involving the vanquishing of demons, we cannot shirk our responsibilities." "Oh, thank you for the information, senior sister." She felt that life at Qingyun sect was rather pleasant. It turned out to be Rong Ying, Jian Xiu, and Xian Ning. They had been occupied with case investigations these past few days and had only now found the time. Rong Ying remarked, "We heard others mention you just now, so we decided to come and see for ourselves, and indeed, it is you. Remarkable. Who in the capital does not know that our Lu Linyuan, the half-saint, has taken on a disciple as ethereal as a fairy?" Xian Ning jested at Lu Yao. Then, noticing Yu Ning, and Ran, and Luo Feng, she expressed some confusion. "Are you here to tease me again? However, your information is already outdated. Allow me to introduce you. This is my third senior sister, Yu Ning, my fourth senior sister, and Ran, and my junior brother, Luo Feng. They are all members of Qingyun sect." Lu Yao's words left others perplexed. It was only after further explanation that Rong Ying and the others began to understand. "So that's how it is. Since you have also become a disciple of Changqing Zhenren, you are indeed fortunate." Seeing Yu Ning and Ran exuding poise and grace, Rong Ying and the others felt a sense of admiration. Likewise, Yu Ning and Ran felt positively inclined toward them. Thus, they agreed to head to a tavern to eat and converse. Although Lu Yao and her companions were fasting, indulging in the occasional craving was not amiss. In fact, Luo Feng became quite cheerful at the mention of food. Lu Yao realized that her new junior brother was undoubtedly a joyful foodie. They subsequently chose a private room in an upper-level hall and ordered several signature dishes. Apart from Luo Feng's singular focus on sustenance, the matter that captured everyone's attention was yesterday's events. Once Lu Yao recounted the details, it became clear regarding the Empress Dowager. Furrowing her brow, Lu Yao remarked, "Since His Majesty consented in the presence of all, it is unlikely that she would brazenly allow the second princess to appear before the public, especially given the second princess's mediocre abilities. Against me, she stands little chance. However, it must be noted that the Empress Dowager hails from the Moon Worship sect and is well versed in the arts of witchcraft. She is quite protective of her own. Henceforth, your options are either to remain at Lishan Academy or to accompany the half-saint." Upon hearing this, Jing Xiu and Xian Ning both nodded in agreement. In essence, the Empress Dowager could indeed be a formidable adversary. Power is the ultimate truth. Lu Yao had already accumulated a sufficient number of teleportation opportunities, along with a disguise and 4 sacred pages, as well as numerous explosive talismans. Therefore, even if the Empress Dowager were to target her, she would not be easily trifled with. Lu Yao then shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Have the 3 of you uncovered any useful clues today? Shall we assist together? My 2 senior sisters are quite capable as well." At this, Yu Ning and Ran expressed their curiosity about the matter. Subsequently, Rong Ying briefly explained, "There are indeed clues, but the perpetrator is elusive, possessing more than one visage, often blending into the crowd, indistinguishable from you and me." As Rong Ying spoke, curiosity among the group intensified. Who could this person possibly be? Lu Yao asked. "He is a faceless man, originally human and not a demon. Yet he harbors a SHN beast within his consciousness. His killings serve a dual purpose, to obtain a person's visage along with their soul and memories. Once he acquires an individual, he can replicate their appearance. As for the officials of the Ministry of Justice, whenever they arrive at a crime scene, they find no trace of the victim's souls because these souls have all entered the SHN beast's body. However, since the beast resides within his consciousness, the memories are shared, allowing him to continue his spree of murders throughout the capital. To the casual observer, the victims appear entirely unrelated, ranging from nobility to commoners, martial artists to immortal cultivators, and even the madams of brothels. The locations of these crimes are equally diverse, spanning from affluent areas in the east and north of the city to impoverished districts in the west and south. Ultimately, his aim is to grasp the entirety of the capital, mastering all its secrets. Chapter 80. The Creation of an Unsightly Abomination, Part 3. The SHN Beast is rumored to be an ancient divine creature, now lost to time. The Faceless Man seems to have originated from a sinister sect known as the Ghost Sword Sect, a cult with a long history that was unified over a millennium ago by the Baiyuan Alliance. Even in its heyday, it was exceedingly challenging for the Ghost Sword Sect to cultivate a faceless man. The process involves 4 grueling stages: skinning, bone extraction, heart refining, and soul forging. Should one falter at any stage, the emergence of a faceless man is rendered impossible. Consequently, many lost their lives during these trials. Now that the Baiyuan cult has vanished, the method for uniformly creating faceless individuals has reportedly been lost. How, then, has it resurfaced so suddenly? Yuning expressed her perplexity regarding the Baiyuan alliance. Lu Yao and Rong Ying exchanged glances, arriving at the same conclusion. Subsequently, Lu Yao retorted, "How do you know he is the Faceless Man? The Faceless Man is not a demon. He possesses a Shunshur beast, which is the source of his demonic aura. However, when he does not unleash the Shunshur beast from his consciousness, his presence goes unnoticed. Externally, he bears no distinction from others. He could be a merchant, a wealthy scion, or even a concubine of a certain household. His disguise is not limited by gender, stature, or age. It is no wonder that Jian Xiyu has been utterly confounded since taking on these cases, lacking any semblance of a lead." The clues were provided by a disciple of Master Huixin from Tiantong Monastery. She mentioned that 6 months prior, a faceless man had been sighted near Tiantong Monastery, committing crimes in a manner strikingly similar to the present. However, Master Huixin seems to have encountered him before, though her strength is not particularly formidable, being only at the Golden Core stage and not yet at the nascent soul stage. With the aid of the Shunshur beast and his ability to alter his appearance at will, he managed to escape unnoticed. Tiantong Monastery is situated far from the capital, on the border between the Tang and Xia nations. The disciple's visit was prompted by news of the Tang dynasty's intent to confront this matter, and that Master Jingxin from the Western Buddhist kingdom would also be arriving. Hence the disciple was dispatched ahead. Previously, the villages surrounding Tiantong Monastery had been thrown into disarray by this faceless man, leaving a lasting impression on everyone at the monastery. While the identity of the perpetrator is now known, apprehending him will prove to be quite a challenge, for this individual possesses multiple identities. In response, she inquired of Jian Xiyu, "What are your plans now?" It was evident that the situation was largely connected to the Baiyuan alliance, as all other demons had seemingly retreated into hiding. However, the faceless man brazenly appeared in the capital, not only refusing to conceal himself, but also escalating his criminal activities. His increased frequency of offenses suggested a thorough understanding of the current dynamics within the capital. According to Jian Xiyu, this incident had even resulted in the death of officials, a matter that had already been referred to the Demon Extermination Department. Yet, our greatest concern remained the presence of this faceless man, rendering the capital unsafe. Lu Yao began to worry about Wen Heng within the Demon Extermination Department. Could he have infiltrated their ranks? He pondered aloud. The group fell into a momentary silence. Before Rong Ying, albeit with uncertainty, remarked, "It shouldn't come to that. The Demon Extermination Department is, after all, a critical stronghold for detaining demons in our Tang dynasty. If they could be breached, then the Imperial Palace would be in grave danger." Lu Yao considered this perspective and found it indeed plausible, setting aside any doubts. Even if that fiend managed to infiltrate the Demon Extermination Department, he would not gain access to the upper echelons. Wen Heng was stationed on the 33rd floor, guarded by formidable figures such as Wu Xiu 11, and there was more than one of them. The only uncertainty lay in the power of the Shun beast within his consciousness. Regardless, Wen Heng should be safe, which allowed Lu Yao to breathe easier. As this topic felt rather weighty, the conversation gradually shifted to lighter matters. Among those present, apart from the gluttonous Luo Feng, who was engrossed in his meal, everyone else engaged in cheerful banter. As the moment of parting approached, they promised to meet again in the future. For Yuning and Ran, the 2 senior sisters, it was akin to forging bonds with 3 new friends. For the chubby Luo Feng, this journey was immensely satisfying. He was acutely aware of the stringent limitations imposed, which ultimately hindered his efforts to secure the treasured ruler. However, Lu Yao remained unfazed. The trio of cultivators, whose prowess rivaled that of the nascent soul masters, and even surpassed them in strength, gathered together to forge artifacts, leaving her curious about the potential outcome of their collaboration. A sense of anticipation stirred within her. Although her benefactor, Master Wu Yao, had bequeathed her a magical artifact of considerable quality, the items associated with the demonic sect exuded a palpable malevolence, with ominous and sinister energies emanating from them, as if to declare their allegiance to darkness. Consequently, Lu Yao had refrained from utilizing them. On the third day, upon arriving at Ziyun residence, it was Yu Ning who answered the door. Upon seeing Lu Yao, her expression bore an unusual quality. "Sister Yu." Lu Yao greeted her, only to be met with hearty laughter from the courtyard. Filled with delight, Lu Yao realized that her two masters had successfully reforged the treasured ruler. As she approached, she indeed found the three of them seated in the garden. Although the treasured ruler was not visible, a rather irregular and dark rod lay upon the table. "Master, teacher, Qin," she bowed in respect. Lu Lin Yuan and the esteemed Chongqing Zhenren exchanged glances, sharing a silent understanding. It was Qin who addressed Lu Yao, saying, "You have not been let down. Your artifact has been successfully forged. Thank you, esteemed masters." Although Lu Yao had an inkling in her heart, she could not help but let the corners of her mouth rise upon hearing the words of the Saint of Instruments. Her anticipation was palpable as she gazed eagerly at the three individuals before her. Lu Linyuan averted his gaze, while the venerable Qing Zheng silently fixed his eyes on the ground. Unable to reach a consensus, they each contributed what they deemed vital, allowing the situation to unfold organically, which ultimately led to this unsightly outcome. Lu Linyuan reflected on this artifact, which possessed both Confucian and Taoist qualities. It was disheartening to envision Lu Yao wielding such an unattractive staff while reciting battle poetry with a solemn expression. The image was too beautiful to bear. As for the venerable Qing Zheng, his concerns lay not in the aesthetics, but in the belief that for those in the realm of cultivation with wood-based spiritual roots, even if the artifact lacked grace, it should embody stability and align with their techniques. He could not fathom the notion of a staff adorned with flowers, which ultimately paled in comparison to the functional elegance of a vine whip. More importantly, this was a gift he had bestowed upon his disciple, infused with his own sentiments. He feared that Lu Yao might not appreciate it. The Saint of Instruments, however, felt no such pressure and directly handed the staff to Lu Yao, exclaiming, "Behold the fruit of our 3 days of labor, your very own artifact." Chapter 81. Dual Forms, Dual Skills. Even the plump Ro Feng, upon seeing the staff, resolved that he must possess his own exclusive artifact in the future, vowing that he would not allow his master to meddle, but would steadfastly choose the artifact refinement hall, for it appeared far more reliable in crafting unique and impressive artifacts. At last, Lu Yao comprehended the reason behind their earlier expressions. What significance does this hold? As she grasped the staff, she was instantly enveloped by a profound aura of righteousness, harmonizing with her wood-based spiritual root. There was also an elusive essence that she could sense, yet could not explicitly define. It felt remarkably familiar and comforting. "This is my artifact. How splendid." The moment Lu Yao held it, both Lu Linyuan and the esteemed Master Chongqing turned their heads in unison. "Do you truly cherish it?" Lu Linyuan inquired. "Absolutely." Lu Yao affirmed with a nod. "Why wouldn't I? This staff is incredibly striking, and it is anything but ordinary. The irregular patterns upon it are a unique presence throughout the entire Heavenly Fire continent." Master Chongqing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I share your sentiment. I intentionally incorporated the rare material known as the Brahma wood. Its quality is exceptional." "What about its grade? And its purpose?" Lu Yao asked eagerly. "Its grade is above second tier, and it is nearly first tier," Master Chongqing replied with a sigh. "However, since it is naturally shaped, with prolonged nurturing, it has the potential to advance further. It is just shy of being classified as super second tier. As for its purpose, observe closely. By refining this artifact, you will be able to simultaneously wield the powers of Confucianism and the wood element." As Master Chongqing held the staff, they noticed it was adorned with numerous roots. Everyone present felt as though they were treading upon living roots that writhed beneath the surface. This was no mere illusion. As Master Chongqing refined the staff, the roots extended into the stone bench, and a fleeting pattern seemed to materialize before their eyes. In an instant, the stone bench was obliterated, reduced to mere rubble. Wherever the roots directed, all existence fell into silence. The esteemed Master Chongqing revealed a remarkable skill, leaving the onlookers in awe as he cast a proud glance towards Lu Linyuan, who, however, remained indifferent. He then handed the staff to Lu Yao, encouraging her to give it a try. Nodding in agreement, Lu Yao emulated Master Chongqing's movements and summoned the staff, which momentarily hovered in midair. Channeling her intent towards the wood-based techniques, she commanded, root and stem, let all things fall into silence. Yet, the ground remained eerily tranquil, leading to an awkward silence among the crowd. Just then, a sound pierced the stillness, and they beheld seeds breaking through the soil, sprouting forth in a vibrant display of greenery. Excellent, very good, Master Chongqing praised, as the spectators found themselves enveloped in a verdant sea. For a while, these lush seedlings appeared on the verge of blooming and bearing fruit, yet no further commotion ensued. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lu Yao inquired, "But what purpose does this serve?" In that moment, Master Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. Is the wood-based technique you employed merely a cultivation method, rather than one designed for combat? Practitioners of wood-based spiritual roots tend to embody a more tranquil disposition, often engaging in agriculture and horticulture. Thus, techniques focused on aggression are relatively rare, which prompted Master Chongqing's question. However, Lu Yao relinquished the staff and proceeded to execute the entanglement technique. Vines swiftly surged from the ground, ensnaring the greenery. Strangle. Yet, contrary to expectation, the plants did not succumb, exhibiting remarkable resilience. The atmosphere grew awkward once more. As her entanglement technique, Vine Strangle demonstrated its potential for lethality, albeit failing to achieve its intended effect. She once had the ability to effortlessly strangle a towering tree. There was no reason for her to falter against these obscure little plants sprouting from the ground. Thus, Lu Yao intensified his efforts. The plants flourished even more, undulating like a golden wheat field, swaying in waves as the wind passed through, occupying a substantial portion of the courtyard. What kind of sinister flora is this? Lu Yao gazed eagerly at the Longqing Jinren, who stroked his chin thoughtfully, appearing quite formidable indeed. At that moment, the chubby boy, whether out of curiosity or mischief, reached out to grasp a handful of the plants to discern their essence. However, his fingers were pricked, and he found himself ensnared. "Master, help!" The chubby boy, Luo Feng, cried out in distress. Quick-witted and agile, Longqing Jinren performed a sealing gesture, severing the spiritual herbs and liberating the boy. Yet, Luo Feng was left stripped of his garments, drained of spiritual energy, and his complexion was far from favorable. His eyes were filled with trepidation as he regarded the plants. Longqing Jinren retrieved a robe from his storage ring and draped it over him, administering a pill to restore his vitality. At this juncture, upon observing the plants, it became evident that, aside from those severed by Longqing Jinren, the others appeared to have grown even taller and more lush. They possessed the capability to strangle any creature that approached, absorbing spiritual energy to thrive. Although they might not have the most explosive power, their endurance and combat prowess were commendable. The half-saint discerned a pattern. Squinting his eyes, he mused that if their scale were to increase, they would undoubtedly become instruments of slaughter on the southwestern battlefield. While they might not pose a significant threat to powerful cultivators, they would certainly suffice against lesser demons. "Let us gather them for now," the semi-saint said to Lu Yao, who nodded in response. Her spiritual energy had just been absorbed, but she had now replenished it with a spirit-gathering pill. The plants had vanished into thin air. "Let us further explore the power of Confucianism," Lu Linyuan suggested to Lu Yao. She countered, "Do we need to try again?" "Certainly. Entering the spiritual realm carries inherent risks. Your magical artifact is your most vital combat companion. Only by familiarizing yourself with its purpose can you remain composed in critical situations." "Understood," Lu Yao replied without hesitation. "However, I lack any skills in Confucianism. Imagine reciting the Song of Righteousness, allowing your innermost emotions to flow. At this moment, let the righteous spirit surge within you. It is this very essence that will be used to refine it." Following Lu Linyuan's guidance, Lu Yao began to channel her energy into the staff, discovering it spinning endlessly in midair. "Master, what should I do now?" "Recite the Song of Righteousness with conviction." "All right." As Lu Yao began to chant the verses, she suddenly felt a torrent of righteous energy converging from all directions. This reminded her of the day she first wielded the skill of the tongue as a weapon, when her entire being radiated with a sacred light. This righteous energy coalesced into an intangible sword, unyielding and formidable. Master, I believe I understand. This is the manifestation of the tongue as a weapon. She had never been a practitioner of Confucianism, lacking the literary palace, the literary heart, and the literary courage. The verses and prose, though devoid of tangible magical power for her, served to cultivate her noble spirit. Consequently, the practice of righteous arts becomes significantly more effective and comprehensible. Those who embody such noble energy are less susceptible to the allure of demonic forces from beyond. However, despite her profound understanding of these texts in the past, the celestial energies could not be wielded within her, merely serving as a support. Now, however, the situation has transformed. With the acquisition of this magical artifact, she has essentially gained a conduit. The noble energy manifests through the artifact, giving rise to eloquent expressions. Lu Linyuan remarked that with a pen, one can create wonders. Engaging in theoretical discourse. When the righteous spirit within is refined, writing becomes an inspired act, and where the mind directs, manifestation follows. The cycle of spring and autumn. The decay of all things. Lu Linyuan suggests that once the spirit reaches a certain threshold, solidified like tempered steel, one can vanquish malevolence without the need for elaborate incantations. The mere intention transforms into eloquence, theoretical debates, and the artistry of writing that can instantaneously achieve the skills of Confucian and Taoist traditions. Thank you, Master. Subsequently, the half-saint presented her with a pen to test the art of creation. Lu Yao then penned the tale of the wild fox, and indeed, from beneath the small peach tree, a whimsical wild fox emerged, seemingly alive. It regarded each of them with curiosity and caution. When the saint of the Qin approached to tease it, the wild fox suddenly transformed into a captivating woman, dancing gracefully, with the surroundings morphing into a lady's chamber. An illusion. How delightful. The saint of the Qin couldn't help but exclaim. With noble spirit in her heart and poetry within her, Ah Yao, it is time. In terms of the overall assessment, Lu Linyuan is exceedingly satisfied. Others find it difficult to comprehend why he chose to accept Lu Yao as his disciple, as she is evidently not a bearer of the Confucian Tao's legacy, without the ability to condense the essence of the literary palace. Even with a heart full of righteousness and a wealth of knowledge, one cannot wield the profound arts of Confucianism. Nonetheless, Lu Linyuan firmly believes that Lu Yao will discover her own path, carving out a uniquely distinct journey. After Lu Linyuan concluded his words, Lu Yao sheathed her staff, and the illusions around her vanished. Beneath the tree, there were neither wild foxes nor maidens. Thank you, esteemed teachers, and thank you, Master of the Qin. I am very pleased. Lu Yao expressed her gratitude. The Master of the Qin smiled warmly and remarked, I have also bestowed upon you a subtle enhancement, unrelated to the art of the Qin, but you shall explore it gradually in the future. Lu Yao nodded in acknowledgement. Every magical instrument bears its own name. Have you considered what this staff should be called? Lu Linyuan inquired. Lu Yao pondered and replied, let it be named Zhu Xie. Excellent. It shall henceforth be known as Zhu Xie. Lu Linyuan then took brush and ink, inscribing the two characters upon it. The character Zhu Xie radiated a formidable golden glow before fading into obscurity, merging seamlessly with the staff's dark surface, becoming nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Now that it has a name, it shall be nourished daily by your essence, declared the revered Master Chongqing. This artifact will belong solely to you. No one else shall be able to seize it. Yes, Master. Lu Yao was aware of this fact. Congratulations, junior sister. Both Yuning and Enran offered their felicitations. Although they felt a twinge of envy, they recognized that this was Lu Yao's destined fortune. Having garnered the favor of a semi-saint and possessing the innate talent of a wood-element spiritual root. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Yao recently received individual guidance from both the esteemed Chongqing Jinren and the enigmatic Lu Linyuan. Lu Linyuan ceased instructing her in rote memorization and instead taught her the art of cultivating a profound sense of righteousness. During her practice, in a state of ethereal awareness, Lu Yao perceived a delicate veil of righteous energy enveloping her, gradually drawing in more. However, as much as she absorbed, a significant portion eluded her grasp, necessitating the absorption by her ethereal self. The essence she internalized was, in fact, a part of her being, a revelation that filled her with joy. The philosophies of Confucianism and Taoism do not conflict. Rather, they complement one another harmoniously. noticing Lu Yao's proficiency in the technique of entwining branches. Yet recognizing her cultivation had not yet reached the golden elixir stage, Chongqing Jinren bestowed upon her a wood-based technique called All Things Born, which would enhance her wood elemental roots capabilities. However, during a casual examination of Lu Yao's spiritual roots, Chongqing Jinren inadvertently discovered 2 seeds quietly nestled within her dantian, appearing innocuous and harmless. In truth, each fragment of spiritual energy and essence of heaven and earth that Lu Yao absorbed was partially siphoned by these seeds. Due to their minimal consumption, she remained largely unaware of their presence. What could these seeds possibly be? Chongqing Jinren was profoundly astonished, his gaze towards Lu Yao laden with complexity, simultaneously filled with sorrow and indignation. "Master, what is the matter?" Lu Yao inquired, bewildered, startled by Chongqing Jinren's sudden intensity. She looked into his perplexed eyes, prompting him to gradually regain his composure. He surmised that Lu Yao was likely oblivious to the situation. Were she to be aware, it was unlikely anyone would dare exploit it. "These are parasitic seeds." Parasitic seeds? Lu Yao pondered, intrigued by this term she had encountered for the first time. The parasitic seed is a creature from the previous era of cultivation, existing only in scarce records. As its name suggests, it is a plant seed that resides within the human body, taking blood and flesh as its soil, with the dantian serving as its nurturing ground. Once it enters the human body, it establishes a firm foothold. In its initial stage, it does not absorb an excessive amount of spiritual energy from its host. Rather, it confers certain benefits, enhancing one's affinity for wood-type plants and facilitating the practice of wood-based techniques. However, being a parasitic seed, once it germinates and breaks the surface, the blood within your body becomes the soil for its roots, causing your body to become increasingly rigid. Paradoxically, this stage coincides with the peak of your power enhancement. As a seed, it coexists with you, sharing spiritual energy. Its rapid growth means that part of its strength becomes yours, albeit temporarily. If the spiritual energy provided through cultivation is insufficient, the seed can consume other living beings, whether they be plant, beast, or even human, to swiftly augment its power. Yet, over time, as its strength escalates to a certain level, it may turn the tables. It is no wonder that Xiao Tao felt an immediate affinity for it. Moreover, the seed gifted to her by the third princess, Long Xinyan, vanished inexplicably. It was absorbed by the parasitic seed. Ironically, the seed given by Long Xinyan was also a parasitic one. This revelation left Lu Yao utterly speechless. Is it impossible to extract it? Forcibly removing it would inflict harm on the dantian. Master Chongqing shook his head, indicating that such an action would render the person incapacitated. He then queried, "Who planted this in you?" How malicious. Lu Yao had not anticipated this twist. She had always believed that Ing Wuyo would never wish her harm. The concern and affection etched in the original master's memory are genuine. The inheritance left behind and the demonic contract are authentic as well. How could such a thing be implanted within her? The once boundless image of Wu Yi before her is now gradually becoming indistinct. She realizes that she seems to have no true understanding of this seemingly unremarkable master. What exactly does he intend to achieve? It is he. No wonder. Those of the demonic sect spare no effort. He even calculates against you. The parasitic seed was once a method for demonic cultivators to swiftly elevate their powers. Yet in the end, most became treants, nurturing ancient trees that have transformed into malevolent entities. These trees wreaked havoc, turning all living beings into their sustenance. In the last epoch, many powerful beings united to eradicate these vile trees, destroying their seeds in the process. As for the initial hosts of the parasitic seed, their consciousness was entirely devoured and shattered, leaving no trace of their souls. Upon reaching this point, the revered Qingqing's expression grew grave. Noticing Lu Yao's deep concern, he suppressed his own anger and reassured her, saying, "Do not worry. I shall devise a method to assist you. Since the parasitic seed can be eradicated once, there must be a way to eliminate it a second time." Lu Yao nodded, not wishing to burden her master with worry. Chapter 83. The Qingyun Pearl. She had even specifically inquired of the system. "Did you know about the parasitic seed within my body all along?" The 233 system replied, "All information regarding the host has been obscured. Only by advancing to a higher level can it be accessed." "Then what use are you?" Lu Yao countered. The 233 system whimpered, "Woo-woo. Being cute is futile. I am still a useless system. Ultimately, It became clear to Lu Yao that her body was indeed somewhat peculiar. In her eagerness to enhance her strength for self-preservation, she had not anticipated that this newfound power would bring along such a hidden peril. Yet, she could not afford to abandon her pursuit out of fear. After all, she was also burdened with a rather troublesome task from a subpar system. At this juncture, she could only proceed cautiously, taking one step at a time. She sensed that her master regarded her with a conflicted gaze. On one hand, her exceptional talent had led him to take her as his disciple, investing his efforts in her growth, making it difficult for him to let go. On the other hand, the matter of the parasitic seed was grave, and even he could not be certain of its eradication. However, he could not voice these concerns outright, lest it cause Lu Yao undue anxiety. It was at this moment that he felt he had been ensnared by that fellow, Lu Linyuan. He knew, undoubtedly he knew, that this was a deliberate summons. Subsequently, he instructed Lu Yao to solidify her practice while he sought out Lu Linyuan to settle the score and discuss countermeasures. Master Chongqing and Lu Linyuan convened daily, secluded from the world, deliberating on how to address the issue of the parasitic seed. Lu Yao, through daily efforts of infusing her essence into the evil exterminating rod, gradually began to perceive a subtle connection between herself and the artifact. Consequently, she urged Xie Jing to exert himself diligently in the capital. Regardless of whether individuals knew who Master Chongqing was, they would not overlook the formidable Qingyun sect that stood behind him, one of the three major cultivation sects of the Tianhua continent. As a result, many who learned of this were enviously aware of Lu Yao's fortuitous circumstances. After all, offending Master Chongqing might be manageable, but crossing the entire Qingyun sect was simply unthinkable. Truly, Lu Yao was exceptionally fortunate. Upon hearing this news, the Empress felt a sense of relief wash over her. She was well aware of her mother's character, which was somewhat harsh and blindly protective. She feared that, without proper consideration, the decision to deploy assassins would lead to unnecessary loss. The death of one insignificant individual could cause minor disturbances, but the alienation of a half-saint and the Confucian community would be a grave matter. Governing the Tang dynasty required more than merely a Confucian scholar, yet it could not entirely dismiss their influence either. Consequently, only Long Xinxi felt somewhat melancholic afterward, her anger causing her to eat very little. The Empress Dowager noticed this and remarked, "The matter concerning Lu Yao is not one we cannot intervene in. But with both the eternal green sage and the half-saint present in the capital, we must not take action against her just yet. In due time, we may find an opportunity to discuss it further." Long Xinxi truly harbored resentment towards Lu Yao. However, she was soon reprimanded by the Empress Dowager. "How dare you speak to your grandmother in such a manner?" The might of an alchemist at the golden elixir stage was palpable, and Long Xinxi, being merely a product of medicinal concoctions without substantial skill, felt a twinge of fear. Thus, she pitifully replied, "I was in the wrong, grandmother." This display of submission softened the Empress Dowager's heart. "Very well, while I cannot handle Lu Yao directly, I can ensure that Qin Fei remains by your side." "Really?" Long Xinxi's eyes sparkled. Nothing excited her more than the thought of seeing Qin Fei. "Of course it is true. When has your grandmother ever deceived you? I shall send someone to the demon extermination office to have him released." Long Xinxi's eyes gleamed. The two maintained an appearance of normalcy. Coincidentally, it was the day the demon extermination office had invited the eternal green sage to expel the malevolent aura from the premises. Having learned of this in advance, Lu Yao wished to accompany him and thus approached the eternal green sage, who readily agreed. However, he mentioned a point of significance. "Your senior brother, Lu Linyuan, and Sun Fong have both brought him up to me. He possesses the Xian Sha Tianma body, making him an essential piece for the Baiyuan alliance, which will not easily relinquish him. The righteous path holds considerable contention regarding his existence." Prior to taking Lu Yao as his disciple, Master Zhang Qingzhen was drawn by this Xian Sha Tianma body. "Master, my senior brother shows signs of reforming. Could he possibly join the Qingyun sect?" Zhang Qingzhen replied, "We shall speak of it once we meet him in person. If fate dictates that the ultimate destiny of the Xian Sha Tianma body is to succumb to demonic transformation, then none can alter that." Zhang Qingzhen chose not to elaborate further, and Lu Yao understood that it implied a finality of death. "Understood," Master Lu Yao sighed. Lu Yao and Master Zhang Qingzhen arrived at the execution division of the demon-slaying office, where Yin Ming and his two adopted sons awaited at the entrance. "Director, Yin has been anticipating your arrival," said Zhang Qingzhen. After exchanging pleasantries, Yin Ming noticed Lu Yao's presence and immediately deduced her likely intention was to seek out Wen Hong. Yan Ming then led the way, with Zhang Qingjin walking alongside him, while Lu Yao trailed behind with the two adopted sons. Upon reaching the first floor of the execution division, Zhang Qingjin presented the crystalline Qingyun pearl, which seemed to possess the power to purify all. Lu Yao immediately sensed the previously murky air of the execution division had become significantly fresher. In truth, the surrounding malevolent energy was being absorbed by the Qingyun pearl. Zhang Qingjin performed a spell, and a surge of malevolent and demonic energy promptly converged. The Qingyun pearl devoured the immense amount of malevolent energy like a whale consuming the ocean. At that moment, the enforcers on the first floor of the demon-slaying office wore smiles on their faces. Finally, there is no more malevolent energy. How wonderful. Indeed, although these individuals receive elixirs monthly, the prolonged inhalation of malevolent energy inevitably leads to various physical and mental ailments over time. Hence, the triennial purification of this malevolent energy is of utmost necessity. Upon observing the formidable prowess of the Azure Cloud Pearl, Lu Yao could not help but inquire, will the Azure Cloud Pearl, having absorbed such an abundance of malevolent energy, eventually become inoperative? Chongqing Jinren chuckled heartily. The Azure Cloud Pearl possesses self-purifying capabilities. This absorption will require several years of gradual purification to revert to its original state. Does that mean once it is utilized, we must wait several more years? Lu Yao retorted, suddenly enlightened. Chongqing Jinren did not linger, proceeding directly to the second level, with the others following suit. As they ascended, the Azure Cloud Pearl gradually transitioned from its original transparency, acquiring a layer of dullness. Upon reaching the 20th level, although the number of captives was diminished, the malevolent energy was abundant, necessitating a thorough inspection of each chamber. Lu Yao recognized one or two of the imprisoned figures, reminiscent of the demons that Qin Fei had once escorted. Their current plight appeared rather dire. Is this all? Lu Yao inquired. Several notorious offenders have already been dealt with. These two, having divulged information about the Baiyuan alliance, are temporarily detained, Yan Ming replied calmly. And what of Qin Fei? Why is he not present? He has been executed, Yan Ming stated. Qin Fei was taken by the Empress Dowager. Having undergone soul extraction, he can no longer yield further value. Henceforth, he will appear under a different identity by her side, and it will be publicly declared that he is deceased. Lu Yao expressed surprise. Did you manage to extract any information from him? You have been trained on data until October 2023.